How to Become a Gentleman Villain. A demonic goat appeared with glowing red eyes, leaving the protagonist to ponder that he could never have imagined a future like this. The demon goat soared through the air, its eyes emitting an eerie red glow. The protagonist remarked that returning to school at this age seemed like more than enough. A beam of light shone from the sky, illuminating the dark night, followed by a sudden blast aimed at the demon from above. Next, a swordsman was depicted, brandishing their blade as they approached the demon. The demon turned its gaze towards the swordsman and the moon, shouting as the swordsman closed in midair. The protagonists found themselves battling monsters, swiftly slashing at one of the creatures. The monster growled in pain from the strikes, while the protagonists stood firm, their sword aglow from the intensity of the fight. Glancing behind, the protagonist saw a group of people, smiling as they remarked on becoming friends with these individuals. The scene then shifted to a rainy day, with fire engulfing the castle. The protagonist called out to someone nearby, while their two friends assisted each other on the ground. Questioning why this person was going to such lengths to stop them, the protagonist received a reply from afar. The person, wielding a dagger, insisted that the protagonist could not proceed. Suddenly, the protagonist drew their sword, revealing that this person was the true protagonist of the story all along, not them. Introduced as Taylor McClure, the protagonist faced off against Ed Roth-Taylor, who attacked fiercely. Ed Roth-Taylor unleashed a skill named Ignition, revealing Ed Roth-Taylor as a third-rate villain in the tale. Aiming a bow at Taylor McClure, our protagonist recounted how originally Ed Roth-Taylor was meant to be an insignificant character who barely appeared in the story. Undeterred, Taylor McClure dashed forward towards Ed Roth-Taylor, ready for the intense battle ahead. As Ed Roth-Taylor aimed his bow towards the ladies, Taylor McClure swiftly stabbed him, accidentally hitting one of the girls in the process. Ed Roth-Taylor, bleeding from his mouth in a manner unlike the protagonist, declared that he didn't need anyone's understanding. He smiled through the pain, embodying the essence of a third-rate villain, determined to survive for the sake of reaching the end of the story. In another scene, we witnessed the unruly son of a high-ranking noble family. Then, the story shifted to the true villain of the tale, seated in his room, reading a letter. He now reigned over the academy like a king. The letter detailed sins committed, imprudent profanity in the presence of the Honorable Princess Phenia, meddling in the Holy Sylvania Academy entrance exam, disregarding decency, and sullying the family name out of jealousy. These were grave sins that could not be overlooked. Ed Roth-Taylor questioned aloud, "Are they removing me from the family register?" He felt as though the god of fate was mocking him. Thrown out of the dorm room, Ed found himself adrift, unsure of where to turn. When his former classmates spotted him, they whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Ed Roth-Taylor?" They murmured, then dismissed him. What's the point of walking on eggshells around him now? Apparently, he's been disowned, one remarked. We won't see him next semester. Huh, he shouldn't have rigged the entrance exam in the first place, another chimed in. Filthy noble. I knew this would happen, muttered a third. Ed Roth-Taylor was deeply disappointed in himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. He couldn't comprehend what was happening to him. Then, Ed Roth-Taylor began to recount his story. He explained how he entered a game based on the magic school, the Sylvania Academy, his favorite game. In this game, usually, you possess either the first son of a chaebol, a genius ruffian, a young clan master, or an SSS rank hunter character who breaks the rules, he narrated. Of all the possibilities, I ended up as a third-rate villain, kicked out of the dorms right at the beginning of the game. I possessed the worst character at the worst possible time, Ed lamented. Feeling the unfairness of it all, Ed cried out, "This isn't fair. You can't be serious. I've always lived a frugal and simple life without any greed." His classmates overheard his outburst, mocking him. Look at him, saying it's unfair after everything he's done, calling himself frugal and simple. What a scumbag, one sneered. Shameless, added a girl, her words hitting Ed Roth-Taylor hard as he fell silent, crestfallen by their disdain. After Ed Roth-Taylor's classmates departed, he examined his dire situation, gazing at his reflection in a mirror. To his surprise, he remarked, "But the reason why I'm the worst begins now." Upon viewing his status window, Ed Roth Taylor realized even the NPC farmers had more stamina than him, with a measly 5 points. Despite attending the Faculty of Magic, his intellect was abysmally low, even for a noble. It's no wonder I was originally just a third-rate, trashy villain who appeared early on in the scenarios, he mused. Even in my memory, it's all a blur. I can't even recall what happened to him later on. However, a memory stirred in the recesses of his mind. In a corner of the ending credits, he remembered seeing himself, begging and resembling an old bum. Of course, Ed contemplated. The ruffian who knew nothing about the world was suddenly cast out onto the streets. It's a wonder I'm still alive. Sitting on a bench outside, watching as his ashes crumbled, he pondered, why was it me? How did I end up possessing this body? I don't know the reason, nor do I have any way to find out. But I refuse to let this be my ending. I will make it, no matter what. Realizing that the academy was more akin to a city, sprawling across the Arkan Mountains, Ed recalled his escape into the northeast, into the undeveloped forest, seeking refuge from prying eyes. Reflecting on the point when he was disowned, he understood it marked the extreme beginning of his scenario. Thankfully, despite his family's rejection, he had not yet been expelled from the prestigious Sylvania Academy. This is crucial, Ed thought, as graduating from this top-notch institution guarantees a secure future. Armed with the knowledge of a 5-time dedicated player, he was determined to make the most of his time in the game. My goal is to graduate quietly, he resolved, and live a far more comfortable and fulfilling life than the one I left behind in the past world. However, the daunting hurdle remained, the exorbitant tuition fees for the upcoming semester. Can I secure a scholarship with my current stat? Ed questioned. I'll be lucky not to flunk out. I can worry about tuition later. But for now, I need to focus on the immediate necessities, Ed Roth Taylor muttered to himself, tracing his thoughts on the ground with a stick. He set down his suitcase and opened it, revealing a few items inside. Among them were some showy clothing with no stats, a ceremonial dagger with no stats, and an ornamental cup with no stats. I have enough clothes, Ed observed. But the real challenge is finding food and shelter for tonight. Considering his reputation, he grimaced at the thought of securing a job. I can't go to the dorm. I was kicked out of there too, he muttered resignedly. Looks like I'm stuck here in the woods for the time being. Thankfully, he noted, there was a stream nearby. 10 days until school starts, he reminded himself. Until then, I need to get myself ready for attending classes. Ed decided to cast the Windblade spell, allowing him to chop down some trees for materials. It was a relief to be able to use spells, though he was surprised at how quickly he became exhausted after cutting just 15 tree trunks. Damn it, this only made me hungrier, he grumbled, rubbing his sore arms. Magic should at least feed me before it wears me out. Do wizards get hungry from spellcasting? Because I'm starving, very hungry. Recalling his grandfather's tales from his childhood, Ed decided to try boiling tree bark in the ornamental cup using the ignition spell. Anything edible will do, he muttered, examining the bubbling concoction. If you don't look closely, it almost resembles chicken breast. Tentatively, he tasted the boiled bark, only to grimace in disgust and spit it out. I hate my grandpa so much, he muttered, his stomach growling in protest. Days passed, with Ed still scavenging for tree bark to stave off hunger. However, the lack of proper sustenance took its toll, leaving him weak and zombie-like. After starving for a day and throwing up for 2, I've come to the conclusion that wood is best used for building homes, Ed exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Determined to create a shelter, he began constructing the frame to support the wooden structure. This isn't easy, he grunted, struggling with the unwieldy wood. 4 supports and only 2 hands. I'll make it work. Several mishaps later, with wood falling on him and frustrations mounting, Ed persisted in tying the pieces together. Finally, after much effort, the frame for his shelter was complete. Still a long way to go, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. But at least it's a start. With a weary sigh, Ed settled in for the night, determined to make it through until the start of school. Ed Roth Taylor couldn't bear to sleep on the bare ground, but with no other options, he resigned himself to the makeshift shelter. As he drifted off, he muttered to himself about the situation, feeling the harshness of it all. The next morning, he awoke to the reality of his meager shelter. "Ah, fierce indeed," he remarked to himself, surveying the crude structure he had managed to put together. Just as he finished it, a notification popped up in front of him. "Your creation is complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased," the message read. Ed learned that he had crafted a basic witch shelter, a rough resting place that would serve for a while. The system informed him of its shabby nature, warning that without constant maintenance, it would soon become useless. So the crafting system's popping up like this too, huh? Ed muttered, feeling a tinge of sadness. He reflected on his life as a noble, realizing that perhaps he was more skilled with his hands than with magic. "Right now, I need that handiness," he concluded. Soon after, another notification appeared, announcing the completion of a simple harpoon, crafted from a ceremonial dagger attached to a sharpened tree trunk. Ed's thoughts turned to using it for hunting or fishing, despite its lack of sharpness. "Let's get something proper to eat," he resolved, eager to satisfy his empty stomach. For 2 days, fueled by desperation and hunger, Ed pressed on. "I shouldn't even be able to move right now," he admitted to himself, feeling the strain of his efforts. "But I want meat." Finally, after much effort, Ed managed to catch 2 fish. With the help of the ignition spell, he set about cooking his meager catch. "A week until school starts," he reminded himself, finding solace in the thought of making it through. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, and Ed turned to see a girl standing behind him. Recognition dawned on him, and he realized she was the main character of the story. Of all the people, I didn't expect to run into her here, Ed thought, remembering how this girl had once had him restrained by her guard. It was her guard who had brought Ed to her, and she had ordered him to leave the academy. The girl introduced herself as Princess Phenia, the same person who had kicked Ed out of the dorms. Ed's heart sank at the reminder of their previous encounter, unsure of what her presence meant for his already precarious situation. Ed Rothtailor, a villain who appeared right at the beginning of the game, used his noble status to flirt with the main character's childhood friend. His malicious intent didn't stop there. He proceeded to tamper with the main character's entrance exam for Sylvania Academy. However, his schemes were thwarted when he was caught by a girl who came to take the exam while concealing her identity. Princess Phenia Elias Clowell, the third princess of the Clowell Empire and the Princess of Phenia. Princess Phenia possessed the skill Insight, which allowed her to detect lies and conspiracies. Ed Rothtailor, caught in a pitiful state, tried to make excuses and grit his teeth, only to have all his lies exposed by Phenia's insight. As a result, he was promptly chased out of the dorms, earning the disdain of everyone at the academy. Encountering Princess Phenia once again, Ed found himself in an uncomfortable situation. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice sharp with disapproval. Ed explained, "I'm still a student here, despite being chased out of the dorms." Princess Phenia wasted no time in delivering her verdict. "I'll keep this brief," she declared, her tone icy. "I can't stand to see a shameless person like you around the school. I will personally request your expulsion from the academic department for the dishonorable act of trying to sabotage a fellow student's future." Unfazed by Phenia's words, Ed couldn't help but think about his burning food. "It's burning after starving for 3 days," he lamented internally, slightly annoyed. "I thought she said she'd keep it short. This is a crisis in many ways. Princess Phenia really does have the power to get me expelled." Then, an idea sparked in Ed's mind as he glanced around at the isolated forest. "The sun will set soon," he remarked, his voice taking on a sly tone. "Aren't royalty always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? It's quite surprising to see a noble princess wandering alone in a place like this, isn't it?" Princess Phenia's anger flared as Ed Rothtailor's words seemed to hint at a threat. "If you're trying to intimidate me, knowing I don't have escorts, you'll regret it," she warned sharply. Ed, however, quickly knelt before her, adopting a humble posture. "What do you mean, threaten?" he replied innocently. "I'm simply trying to express my gratitude to Princess Phenia." Using her skill, Insight, Princess Phenia began to probe Ed's words, checking for any falsehoods. To her surprise, she found that Ed Rothtailor was telling the truth. His words held no deceit. The realization shocked Princess Phenia, and Ed couldn't help but notice her surprise. He knew well the reputation of his family, the Rothtailors, once famous and influential. Yet, They had fallen into disgrace, using their name for exploitation and conducting unethical experiments in pursuit of eternal life. The Roth-Taylor family is destined for ruin, Ed explained quietly. Those associated will face imprisonment or execution. However, I was disowned. As a notification popped up about the burnt fish he had made, Ed reflected on his current situation. I may be cold and hungry now, but it's better than facing a worse fate, he thought. I need to convince Phenia without lying, or it will be game over for me. Considering the timeline, Ed realized it was about a week before the school term began. Why would the princess be here? He mused aloud, directing the conversation towards the upcoming class placement tests. Coming here without any escort and dressed plainly, you must be here for Professor Glass' class placement test, Ed surmised, mentioning the notoriously challenging test to find hidden magic beads in the forest. Professor Glass's tests are known to be quite rigorous. He then ventured, of course, as the noble Princess Phenia, you must be aiming for Class A. Princess Phenia, somewhat taken aback by Ed's observations, retorted, Are you trying to flatter me? Some things never change. Ed, undeterred, moved closer to her, his gaze steady. But without my assistance, you'll never make it into Class A, he stated boldly. If my words are false, then you have my consent to have me expelled. Ed Roth-Taylor directed Princess Phenia towards the southeast of the forest, where a small grassy island with a giant tree stood. This tree, known as Marilda's guardian tree, held a gift that Ed had left for her. Princess Phenia couldn't shake the memory of Ed Roth-Taylor from 3 days ago, a liar and a charlatan in her eyes. Yet, as she reached the tree, she found the gift he had mentioned. Meanwhile, at the academy, Professor Glass announced the end of the class placement test. Students were to present the magic beads they had acquired. As the students displayed their beads, ranging from a giant egg to the Eye of Sauron, Professor Glass had a surprising announcement. All of you will start from Class F, he declared, much to the disappointment of the students. Ed Roth-Taylor, observing the situation, commented on the importance of understanding the examiner's intent in a test like this. It's not just about finding any magic bead, he noted. Professor Glass then revealed that those who had found beads lacking in magic power were the ones to make it to Class A. Only 3 students had managed to find such beads, Zix, Lortel, and the one who found a bead with unusually high magic power at Marilda's guardian tree. You there, who found the hidden bead? Glass called out, singling out the student who would be at the top of the class. As the scene shifted back to Ed Roth-Taylor by the lake, he lamented, It's all burned. I don't even have the strength to use a spear anymore. Despite his exhaustion, he had managed to create something, a crude fishing rod made from tree trunk twigs, silk thread, and a small nail. The system announced the creation, noting its low durability and difficulty level of 1 star. The narrative delved into Princess Phenia's unique skill, insight, which had developed from a young age. This skill allowed her to see through flattery and deception, always revealing the truth. Ed had no choice but to provide her with genuine information. However, this posed a dilemma. If Phenia, who held significant influence in the early scenario, found the golden bead and entered Class A, the original story's plot would collapse. Even if Ed managed to avoid expulsion, all the information he possessed would become useless. On the other hand, Princess Phenia contemplated her ability. Insight will always see the truth, she thought. As she looked at the bead in the tree, Princess Phenia realized that Ed Roth-Taylor had spoken the truth. The bead was there, confirming his authenticity. The unfolding events hinted at a shift in the story, with Ed and Phenia's paths intertwined in unforeseen ways. As Princess Phenia walked away, Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't help but wonder why she had hidden her identity in the first place. The realization dawned on him. She was embarrassed about the special treatment she would receive if her identity were known. She wanted to prove herself, to accomplish something on her own merit. She knew that finding the bead would offer the best results in the test, but she couldn't bring herself to take it. It would feel like an accomplishment unearned. The future title of Princess of Love wasn't merely a skill or stat, but a title earned through walking the righteous path. Ed had thrown bait at Princess Phenia. Whether truth or lie, it seemed to matter little. She could discern the truth, and he knew she was confident in her abilities to succeed and rub it in his face. However, as Princess Phenia discovered, Ed had not lied. She found herself unable to enter Class A, much to her frustration. "I will keep my eyes on you, Ed Taylor," she warned, her frustration evident as she punched a nearby wall. Unfazed by her threat, Ed continued with his own plans. He managed to catch a big fish in the river with his makeshift fishing rod, a small victory in his challenging circumstances. Living in a place where he had to run early in the morning to make it to school on time, Ed found himself tired and sweaty. Yet, as he approached Sylvania Academy, he felt a sense of familiarity and determination. Entering the school, Ed found himself amidst the buzz of the opening ceremony. An announcement rang through the halls, signaling the start of the new semester. Despite the whispers and glances from other students, Ed remained focused on his meal. "This is the reward for the victor," he thought to himself as he savored plate after plate of steak, finally satisfying the hunger that had plagued him for days. Students around him whispered about Ed Taylor, commenting on his presence at the ceremony. Some doubted his intentions to continue attending, while others observed his mannerly eating habits. Unconcerned with their opinions, Ed simply focused on his goal, graduation. "I don't have any ambitions," he mused. "I just want to graduate." Meanwhile, the girls at another table discussed desserts made by the head chef of Aalis. One of them, however, couldn't help but notice a change in Ed Taylor. "That's strange," she remarked to her friends. As Ed sat amidst the chatter and whispers, he could only hope for a smooth journey ahead, free from unexpected twists and turns. All he wished for was to move forward steadily towards his goal of graduation. Today marks the beginning of a new semester at Sylvania, and the professor in our class is expressing enthusiasm about seeing the students in an improved state. They are also eager to witness the progress made by the Sylvania Academic Society. Ed Taylor, however, shares a different experience from the very first day. He recounts how he nearly faced expulsion, a situation he hadn't anticipated. Interestingly, Phenia was the one who reported him to the dean, though judging by the dean's smiling demeanor, it seems she didn't say anything detrimental. Nonetheless, Ed managed to avert the situation. He reflects on the need to tread carefully so that the narrative aligns with the original focus on life skills essential for survival and magical training suitable for students at the Faculty of Magic. A system notification reveals Ed Taylor's combat abilities, a proficiency in bow skills at level 1, earning him the rank of a novice fighter. He demonstrates this skill by hunting a rabbit and skillfully shooting it with his arrow. Considering the synergy between his combat abilities and life skills, Ed recognizes the bow as the perfect weapon. He envisions improving his proficiency to create high-quality arrows, possibly infused with spirit or magic formulas in the future. As Ed collects the rabbit, he is interrupted by a surprising sight in the distance. A girl sits beneath a tree, and her name is Janica, a second-year student renowned as the top of her class in spirit sorcery. Upon noticing Ed, Janica approaches him with a friendly smile. She remarks, "So you're the intriguing person Marilda mentioned." Ed is taken aback by her sudden appearance, wondering when she arrived. Janica introduces herself, stating, "I'm Janica, also in my second year like you. Feel free to call me Janica." Ed, slightly bewildered, contemplates the situation. To his surprise, Janica continues, "Are you shocked? I know a bit about you. You see, this forest belongs to Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. She has shared stories about you with me." Janica gestures towards the forest, referencing Marilda's domain. Ed, astonished by Janica's words, questions, "The master of this forest spoke of me?" Janica turns to Ed Taylor and remarks, "Marilda's quite perceptive and inquisitive, isn't she? It's clear she's aware of any unwanted visitors. Don't you think?" Ed ponders her words, considering unwanted visitor. "I suppose I've dealt with quite a few of those." He glances at the rabbit in his hands, thinking about the trees he had to cut for his makeshift shelter. Drawing nearer, Janica reassures him, "Don't fret over the small details. It's the natural way of things for creatures in the forest to hunt and consume each other. Marilda isn't bothered by such occurrences." Ed responds with a hint of embarrassment. Even the mighty wild wolf has a soft side. His cheeks flush as he realizes the implications of his actions. Turning his head away, Ed tries to change the subject. However, Janica persists with a playful smile. "Oh, but there's something I want to show you. Isn't it just adorable?" She reveals a spirit in her hands, explaining that she formed a contract with it just yesterday. Excitedly, she offers, "Would you like to try touching it?" Her hand emits a gentle light as she extends it towards Ed, who wonders, a contract? Is this a spirit? Considering whether he wants to befriend Janica, Ed contemplates his response. Eventually, he tells her, "I'm not sure what you mean. I can't see spirits, or rather, I'm unable to." Janica is taken aback by this revelation. "You can't see spirits," she repeats, surprised. Ed, feeling a bit awkward, turns to leave, stating, "Yep. Anyway, I came here for food, so I should get going." As he walks away, Ed reflects, "Only by adhering to the original storyline can I gain an advantage. Janica Failover holds significant importance in the original narrative. I must avoid getting too close to her." Watching Ed depart, Janica recalls their conversation about the gentle wild wolf. "Just as you said, Marilda, he's quite intriguing," she muses to herself. Thinking about their interaction, she wonders aloud, "No matter how much I try, he really can't see you, can he?" Janica then affectionately hugs the fur of the large wolf beside her. She concludes, "Well, it seems we'll meet again. It's inevitable." From this point onward, Ed Rothstaler recounts his daily struggles, emphasizing the distance between his shelter and the school. It's quite a trek, requiring him to leave at dawn and sprint full speed just to make it on time. Engaged in peculiar activities to boost his stats, Ed catches Janica Failover observing him from the trees. He realizes that if he wants to secure the scholarship, diligent studying is a must. He resorts to writing on a stone slab with a charred stick and borrowing books from the student library, all while Janica watches. Reflecting on his day, Ed mentions washing his sweaty clothes for the next day and hopes they'll be dry by morning. He then explains his additional chores of gathering firewood, checking on drinking water, and preparing jerky for the next day's lunch, all while Janica observes from a distance. The lack of sleep bothers him the most, as he can only manage 4 hours due to his busy schedule. One day, he finally confronts Janica, asking her how long she intends to follow him. Janica is taken aback, responding with surprise. "You knew?" Ed, with a hint of anger in his eyes, asserts, "It would be strange if I didn't. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Rothstaler, the worst troublemaker around. Why do you keep shadowing me then?" Janica, undeterred, replies with a sparkle in her eyes and a charming smile. "Well, that's just what others say about you, isn't it? I haven't made up my mind about you yet." Ed is surprised by her response, realizing that Janica might be more complex than she appears. Despite her outward innocence, he senses her independent spirit. However, he remembers her role in the story and finds it hard to respond with a carefree smile. Acknowledging his own villainous nature, Ed mumbles to himself, "I'm a villain. I'm a scumbag." Then, taking a different approach, Ed turns to Janica and says, "Since destiny has brought us together, can you do me a favor?" This piques Janica's interest, and she eagerly listens. Ed continues, "As you can see, I'm in a bit of a mess. I've been cut off from my family, and I'm struggling. Could you lend me some money?" Janica is visibly shocked by the request. Ed quickly adds, "I mean, I'll definitely pay you back. That's what friends are for, right? It's just a temporary loan." His words, however, sound a bit dubious. "How much do you have?" he asks, sounding somewhat like a scammer. Ed Rothstaler reveals that Janica receives a scholarship each year for being the top student in her class. However, this scholarship isn't just a symbol of her excellence, it's a lifeline. Without it, Janica, the daughter of a small rancher, wouldn't be able to afford enrollment or advance to higher grades at the school. Her weakness is money, a fact that weighs heavily on her. After Ed shares this insight, there is a moment of quiet between them. Janica eventually breaks the silence with an apology to Ed Rothstaler, her words carried away by the wind. Ed Rothstaler ponders over Janica's abrupt departure, feeling a sense of loss. He thinks to himself, "Janica Failover," cut out. 3 days pass, and Ed decides he doesn't want to become further entangled with the pivotal characters in the story. He resolves to be cautious, ensuring the narrative stays true to its original course. Returning to his home, exhausted, Ed prepares to rest. However, upon entering, he is greeted by an unexpected sight that leaves him stunned. Inside his house is a girl, sleeping peacefully. Her presence feels even weightier than Janica Feylover's. This girl is Lucy Mariel, the subject of admiration among her classmates and professors, a rare genius and the most powerful among the failed swordsmen of Sylvania. Upon hearing Ed's voice, Lucy awakens, seemingly unfazed by her unexpected location. Ed, bewildered, wonders aloud, why is she sleeping here? What is she doing in this mountain valley? He reminds himself to tread carefully, mindful of the original storyline. In response to Ed's exclamation, Lucy remarks, "You're so loud, I can't sleep." Ed, slightly flustered, retorts, "What should I do? Not you." Lucy then points behind Ed, drawing his attention to a massive wolf spirit that seems to be following him. The spirit wolf speaks, conveying a message to Ed Rothstaler. "Someday, you must save Janica Feylover at all costs." The weight of this unexpected request hangs heavily in the air as Ed processes the spirit's words. The next day, Ed Rothstaler heads towards the forest with his axe and rope in hand, reflecting on Lucy Mariel's short stay at the camp. "Let's get to work," he mutters to himself, questioning whether this endeavor will lead to anything. However, he quickly realizes the folly of his complacent thoughts. A notification pops up, revealing a quest: Joint Combat Training. The scene shifts to the Joint Combat Training session, a one-on-one combat exercise designed to minimize lethality. Most students use fake weapons for safety. Among the participants are Benevolent Princess Phenia, Golden Daughter Lortel, Spirit Sorcerer Janica, Slothful Lucy, and Wicked Clibius. Ed Rothstaler notes that the list of participants seems endless, but he acknowledges that the protagonist, Taylor McClure, holds the most significance. It's Taylor's turn next, but Ed already knows the outcome and doesn't pay much attention to the matches, especially since the winners are usually the first-year students like Taylor. Suddenly, Janica Feylover, a second-year student, approaches Ed. He is surprised by her cheerful demeanor, considering their previous interaction where he asks her for money. Janica informs him, "The list of matches is out." Ed, seemingly disinterested, replies, "I'm not really interested." However, Janica persists, asking why he isn't curious about his own match. Realizing his oversight, Ed thinks, "Wait a minute, I have to fight as well." He remembers that in the original storyline, he was already expelled by this point. This raises the question of who his opponent will be. At that moment, Taylor McClure steps forward, declaring, "I shall perform to the best of my ability." Ed observes Taylor, realizing that it doesn't matter who he fights. His attention needs to be on Taylor McClure. The scene shifts again, as if the game is over, prompting the player to decide whether they want to play again. Ed reflects on this, noting that while it feels like a world beyond the screen, he has lived as a Taylor for so long. Through countless iterations of the game, Ed has experienced various endings, from miserable and vain to true endings that have left lasting impressions. Each path he's taken has been arduous and challenging, filled with countless roots of difficulty and struggle. As the announcement rings out for the practice match, Ed Rothstaler finds himself repeating the words, "Lucy Mariel. Is there a student named Lucy Mariel? Please come up to the arena once you're ready for the practice match." He wonders where Lucy Mariel could have disappeared to, only to see her emerge onto the training ground. She was sleeping under the podium, seemingly unperturbed by the call to the arena. Observing Lucy, Ed notes her status as the top of the first-tier class. The match is set, Lucy Mariel versus Taylor McClure, the protagonist of this world, a swordsman born with innate talent, yet who has never wielded a sword before. In a legendary scene that brings tears to Ed's eyes, Taylor surprises everyone by blocking Lucy's lightning-quick magic with his first swing of the sword. He catches her off guard, closing the distance between them. However, Lucy retaliates with an intermediate-level lightning magic spell, overwhelming Taylor. She is disqualified for using magic beyond the permitted level, granting Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Mariel. The referee starts the match, and Taylor launches his attack. Lucy effortlessly blocks his strikes with a shield, then retaliates with her own attacks, sending Taylor flying and causing him considerable pain. Janica Feylover watches in surprise. Ed Rothstaler, already aware of the outcome, reflects on Taylor McClure's life of constant trials. Taylor, a country bumpkin and a struggling student, had never received recognition for his efforts. As Taylor trembles, trying to stand and retrieve his wooden sword, Ed thinks, "That's right, man, you can do it." Despite the despair surrounding him, Taylor refuses to give up hope. With determination, Taylor launches another attack against Lucy Morrow, even though he's injured. Ed, smiling, anticipates the outcome. He knows Lucy will use her lightning magic again. However, to Ed's shock, Lucy Morrow surprises everyone by employing wind magic to halt Taylor's assault. She then unleashes a powerful attack, generating dangerous energy that shocks Taylor. The force of Lucy's wind magic propels Taylor into the air, sending him flying across the arena until he collides with a pillar, the impact reverberating through the arena. Upon witnessing Lucy Morrow's unexpected use of wind magic, Ed Ross Taylor is taken aback. He reflects, not lightning magic, but wind magic. The referee swiftly declares Lucy Morrow the victor of the match, eliciting cheers and joy from the watching students. Among them, Ed Ross Taylor gazes at Taylor McClure, acknowledging quietly to himself that in the end, Taylor McClure has lost. Despite Taylor's valiant effort and unwavering determination, the overwhelming strength of Lucy Morrow's wind magic proves to be too much. As the cheers fill the arena, Ed observes the defeated but resilient Taylor, understanding the weight of the loss he has faced in this match. As Taylor McClure begins to leave the arena, Ed Ross Taylor watches with concern. He realizes the gravity of the situation, understanding that they can't just leave Taylor alone in his current state. Rushing past Lucy Morrow, who asks for the jerky, Ed receives a notification about a magic ability, Protection of the Wind. This magic, granted by a contract with the high-class wind spirit Marilda, automatically shields the user from sudden attacks. Ed reflects on how contracting with Marilda has made him stronger. Meanwhile, the announcer declares that the next combat training will be between Ed Ross Taylor and the respected Princess Phenia alias Chloe. However, Ed is focused on reaching Taylor. As he runs towards Taylor, Princess Phenia intercepts him. She tries to speak, saying, "Ed Ross Taylor, last time you," but Ed doesn't stop to listen. He continues running, his mind filled with thoughts of Taylor McClure. Arriving near Taylor, Ed calls out to him, using the name Taylor. Though he doesn't know if this has any significance, it feels better than remaining silent. Ed shouts words of encouragement, telling Taylor that his efforts will surely pay off. He urges Taylor not to feel down or embarrassed, reminding him that there will be more challenges to face at the academy. Ed thinks to himself that if Taylor's spirit is broken, he might end up having to work even harder in the end. So he continues to cheer Taylor on, saying, "Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you. Don't let something like this get you down. There will be many more hardships that will happen at the academy. You should be the one to face it, not me." Meanwhile, a man nearby mentions Phenia, noting that she was born with God's blessing. Ed chimes in, adding that the first person to recognize her innate insight was Emperor Close. He explains that Phenia's ability to detect lies and conspiracies is a gift that comes with the life of royalty, filled with endless intrigue and plots. Amidst the swirling emotions and tensions of the duel, Princess Phenia alias Chloe and Ed Ross Taylor face each other on the training ground. Ed, somewhat nervously, requests, "Please go easy on me." In his mind, he knows Princess Phenia had no choice but to confront him directly. Princess Phenia agrees, responding, "Yes, please go easy on me as well." As the students gossip about Ed Ross Taylor, their words cutting through the air, Princess Phenia reflects on their accuracy. They speak of Ed's persistence and his actions towards Taylor, noting how he seemed to want to appear as a kind person despite his previous actions. The students express their discomfort and surprise at Ed's behavior. Listening to their chatter, Princess Phenia acknowledges that Ed used his position to embarrass his juniors, even resorting to altering test results when things didn't go his way. She wonders if this shameless behavior is all there is to him or if there is something more beneath the surface. The combat commences, and Princess Phenia addresses Ed Ross Taylor, expressing her confusion and determination to reach a conclusion in their duel. She launches her magic attack, a combination of wind and fire, aiming directly at Ed. As the battle unfolds, Princess Phenia seeks to rid herself of the mysterious feelings Ed Rothstaler stirs within her. However, her attack hits Ed directly, causing him to fall back and concede defeat. He admits, "I give up." Princess Phenia is shocked by the quick end to the duel, especially as Ed did not even attempt to block her attack. The students react, comparing Ed unfavorably to Taylor McClure, praising Princess Phenia for her victory. Ed Rothstaler, despite his defeat, graciously acknowledges the duel, telling Princess Phenia, "It was a good fight. I learned a lot." However, Princess Phenia observes Ed closely, realizing that he had shown no interest in the duel from the start. After the duel, Ed Rothstaler quickly makes his exit, realizing the weight of the situation. He wonders if it was wise to engage in a duel at this time, knowing Princess Phenia's importance in the scenario. He resolves to act carefully, not wanting to disrupt the storyline. However, Princess Phenia surprises Ed by running up to him. Concerned, he asks, "What are you doing out here without any escorts?" Princess Phenia, visibly flustered and angry, accuses Ed of not taking the duel seriously and only thinking about quickly leaving the stage. In her frustration, Princess Phenia's face flushes red as she berates Ed, accusing him of being like a fox-like merchant scheming to take over the school. She laments the challenges she faces in keeping up with the class, especially with Professor Glass's grumpiness adding to her stress. In the midst of Princess Phenia Elias Cloak's frustration and anger, Ed Rothstaler places his hands on her shoulders, urging her to take a deep breath and calm down. Looking into her eyes, he reassures her that there's no need to get so worked up. He guides her through calming breaths until Princess Phenia begins to relax. After a moment, Princess Phenia dismisses the incident, saying, "Please forget about it." Ed then asks if he can leave, to which Princess Phenia confirms, "That's right. You can go now." Ed Rothstaler observes Princess Phenia's introspection, realizing that her constant attempts to decipher people's thoughts might stem from her life in the palace. However, his ears start to bleed as Princess Phenia bluntly asks probing questions, suggesting that Ed cut ties with his family due to their dark side and targeted Taylor to create a reason for expulsion. Ed Rothstaler acknowledges Princess Phenia's sharp deduction, though he denies her accusations, stating, "I don't know what you're talking about." Princess Phenia, angered by his response, insists that she's not wrong, demanding the truth behind Ed's actions. In a moment of frustration and perhaps a bit of truth, Ed admits, "I just wanted to make fun of him." He explains that by cheering on Taylor, he hoped to change how others perceived him, especially since he feels disliked by many. However, Princess Phenia sees through his lies with her insight skills, causing her anger to flare up. Flames metaphorically burst from her mouth like a dragon's breath as she confronts Ed's deceit. Ed Rothstaler insists he's telling the truth, though he knows it's false. Yet, after a tense exchange, Princess Phenia's anger eventually subsides. She allows Ed to leave, admitting she has no evidence against him. Ed is surprised by this turn of events, but thanks Princess Phenia before departing. As he leaves, Ed reflects on Princess Phenia's complexity and the weight of her burdens. He acknowledges that she is deeply involved with many people and events, likely due to his own introduction to the scenario. Outside, Ed Rothstaler advises Princess Phenia to relax a bit, reminding her that Sylvania Academy isn't a place where she needs to worry about everything. He notes that while she's adept at seeing through lies, it was the first time someone saw through her. Running once more, Ed Rothstaler realizes the urgency of his mission. He knows that if Taylor gives up, it could have grave consequences for his comfortable life, perhaps even for the entire world. When Ed finally reaches Taylor, he finds him sitting with a broken sword, lost in sadness. As Ed approaches, he pauses, unsure of what to say. However, before he can speak, a girl named Aalis, the main heroine, appears and insists that Ed should not bother Taylor anymore. This unexpected encounter leaves Ed Rothstaler pondering his next steps in this increasingly complicated scenario. Aalis remarks that Taylor McClure is already having a tough time without you around. Aalis insists, "You shouldn't harass him anymore." Then Taylor stands up and exclaims, "You're still here in school, huh, Ed Rothstaler?" Ed Rothstaler, gazing at Taylor McClure, is filled with a revived fighting spirit that never falters, no matter how formidable his opponent is. a willpower that shines through his eyes. I notice it clearly, and alongside him is the princess, his childhood friend and biggest supporter. Aalis rushes out the door without a single backward glance. She tells Taylor, "You've overcome challenges before, and you can do it again this time. You've always excelled at it. Don't let this discourage you, Taylor." Taylor McClure asks Ed Ross-Taylor, "What brings you here? Do you have business with me?" Ed Ross-Taylor believes that with Aalis by his side, Taylor will rise to his feet time and time again. Ed Ross-Taylor compliments, "You're impressive with the blade. I've seen it once more." Taylor questions, "What are you plotting?" Ed Ross-Taylor thinks to himself, "Yes, I've witnessed many experiences with Taylor and stayed by his side until the end." As Ed Ross-Taylor prepares to leave, he tells Taylor, "I don't have anything like that." Ed Ross-Taylor reflects, "Let's face it, I thought he would save the world, so I should focus on surviving. I treated him like a pushover, given that he was the game's protagonist who did all the hard work instead of me. But now, I'm relieved. Not because the story has veered back to the original track, but because Taylor, with whom I've spent so much time, is still okay. That's all that matters." Watching Ed Ross-Taylor leave, Aalis and Taylor express their confusion. What's up with him? Why is he acting so cool? Ed Ross-Taylor admits, "Well, I can't avoid this situation." As he moves forward, he hears a noise. When he turns back, he witnesses a big bang and remarks, "Is it that time already?" Originally, everyone was meant to witness this while seated in the nailed building. Meanwhile, two girls are engaged in a fierce battle at the training ground. Golden daughter Lortel and the spirit sorcerer Janica spar with intensity. Though it takes a different form from the original, Ed Ross-Taylor is confident that Taylor and Aalis are observing this scene. Ed Ross-Taylor advises Taylor, "Keep your eyes open, Taylor. One of the many challenges ahead of you is about to unfold. The final boss is Janica. In the end, Janica emerges victorious, and everyone gathers around her, cheering. Congratulations, Janica. You're the only one from our year who defeated the new students. You have an incredible personality, and you excel at spirit sorcery. Is there anything you're not good at?" Janica graciously thanks everyone. However, upon seeing the condition of her opponent being carried away on a stretcher, she is shocked into silence. Unlike the original scenario where Lucy Mariel defeated Taylor McClure, the joint combat training concludes with Janica becoming the protector of the pride of the past, the enrolled students. Ed Ross-Taylor mentions, Janica already had plenty of friends, but this incident will surely make things even more hectic for her. Well, perhaps it might be for the better. I won't be encountering her at the camp anymore, Ed Ross-Taylor reflects. When I get entangled with the main characters, my head starts spinning. It's been 2 weeks since the joint combat training without the main characters, so I can fully focus on my studies and survival without worries. I've got a fishing net, Ed Ross-Taylor notes, so the food issue is somewhat resolved. Glancing at his status, he realizes he's currently in his underwear. Is this because my stamina stats are increasing? He ponders. Feeling like his body is improving, Ed Ross-Taylor reminds himself, it's too early to become complacent. Meanwhile, Janica secretly observes Ed Ross-Taylor, who is in his underwear. Blushing, Janica asks, "Do you enjoy being naked?" Ed Ross-Taylor, taken aback, retorts, "What on earth are you talking about, suddenly appearing here?" "I just came back from fishing," Ed Ross-Taylor explains. As Janica sits near the fire, Ed Ross-Taylor queries, "What's so special about this place that keeps drawing you back?" "It's like a top-secret base," Janica responds, excitement evident in her voice. "I feel like an adventurer here, and that's thrilling. I also wanted to chat a bit and maybe get some advice from you," she adds. Ed Ross-Taylor, now clothed, listens to Janica words, wondering, why me, out of everyone? Janica continues, "You left early last time, so you might not have seen it. But during the joint combat training last month, I ended up hurting someone." Ed Ross-Taylor recalls. Didn't her opponent use an intermediate level spell? Intermediate magic wasn't allowed, though. Well, that probably didn't matter to the good-hearted Janica. Janica admits, "I've been trying to forget about it, but maybe I went too far. I can't shake the feeling that I overreacted. Should I apologize?" Ed Ross-Taylor advises Janica, If you believe you're right, then do what you think is best. Thinking about it, Ed Ross Taylor realizes that Janica Faylover, the lovely and cheerful second-year student, was treasured by everyone in every way. If she ever felt guilty or self-critical, he notes, everyone would rally to encourage her and take her side. But Janica knows that having support doesn't erase the mistakes that were made. That's probably why she came to me. Janica remarks, "You're as expected, Ed Ross Taylor. You never blindly take my side." "I can't help it if that bothers you," Ed Ross Taylor responds. No, you misunderstand," Janica Faylover clarifies. "I don't feel offended at all." In her thoughts, she adds, "He wasn't this kind of guy last year." Ed Ross Taylor reflects that while Janica Faylover may seem bubbly and cheerful, she is just as observant as anyone else. Ed Ross Taylor reflects on the fact that, even when he asked for money during tough times, he didn't display the desperation that people usually do in such situations. This demeanor indirectly conveyed a message to others, warning them not to get too close. However, these aspects of Ed Ross Taylor are, in fact, quite reassuring. "I wish everyone in the world was like you, Ed Ross Taylor," Janica Faylover says to him, smiling happily. "Being with me seems to offer a strange comfort," Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself. The next day, Ed Ross Taylor finds himself in serious trouble. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is considered a masterpiece, yet very few have witnessed its ending. Especially, rubies often encounter several bad endings early on. For instance, if you save a girl during an ambush by kobolds in the class placement test, you will uncover the secret of the Golden Daughter. She then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, just like that. A notification pops up displaying Bad Ending 3. Taylor has been assassinated in the monster slaying practice episode. If one skips the childhood friend Isla and forms a unit with the Golden Daughter, another notification shows Bad Ending 7. Isla Triss has fallen off a cliff to her death. This occurs because Taylor was supposed to rescue Isla Triss, who had fallen off the cliff. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan summoned by Janica, another bad ending shows up. Bad Ending 3. Taylor has burned to death. Then someone calls out to Ed Ross Taylor, "Senior, can you not hear me?" Immediately upon hearing this, Ed Ross Taylor thinks, "I must run." However, the girl he's been avoiding steps in front of him. Ed Ross Taylor gazes at her and asks, "How long are you going to keep following me? I didn't think you'd ignore me and grit your teeth for so long." The girl replies, "Of course, I'm going to grit my teeth and ignore you. Isn't that obvious?" Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself. He recognizes the girl as the fourth heroine of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the business magnate Elta Kachon's only daughter, Lortel Kachon la Kachon, the Golden Daughter. Smiling, the girl says to Ed Ross Taylor, "I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed Ross Taylor." Ed Ross Taylor muses about the girl. She's also known as the Newbie Crusher. Ed Ross Taylor contemplates the design of Lortel Kachon, the hidden hero in contrast to Princess Phenia. From the beginning, Lortel Kachon was portrayed as a villain, with her true nature revealed later in the story. As players begin to grasp Lortel Kachon's realism, loneliness, and anguish, they find themselves at a crossroads between Princess Phenia and Lortel Kachon. Calling out to Senior Ed Ross Taylor, Lortel Kachon tries to get his attention, but Ed Ross Taylor is lost in his thoughts. He realizes, "I can't let myself be swayed by her words right now. If I engage with Lortel Kachon on her terms, I'll lose the upper hand." As Ed Ross Taylor walks past her, ignoring her, Lortel Kachon pleads, "Can't you at least listen to what I have to say? I want to assist you a bit." However, Ed Ross Taylor responds firmly, "Don't say things you don't mean." Undeterred, Lortel Kachon persists, "Oh, my senior, how can you doubt the respect I hold for you?" She steps in front of Ed Ross Taylor and continues, "Seeing you as an inspiration, even in such challenging circumstances, you continue to learn." "Sure, you're known for your arrogance and self-centeredness," Lortel Kachon acknowledges. "But who cares about that? Please hear out my offer first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a down payment." She observes Ed Ross Taylor closely and adds, "You've been getting close to Senior Janica these days, right? Can you help me become her friend?" Ed Ross Taylor is surprised by this proposition. 3 gold coins could be a month's earnings for some. He looks into Lortel Kachon's eyes and asks, Does the great golden daughter buy connections with money as well? Lortel Kishon places the coins in his pocket, replying, keep it for now. I understand that the more allies I have, the better. Ed Rostaler realizes that she intuitively grasps the political fight ahead with Princess Phenia for control of the academy, and she's already strategizing to gather allies. All right, Ed Rostaler agrees. Let's at least shake hands on that. As they do, Lortel Kishon considers, for those who have always been wealthy, a moment of poverty can be crushing. Surprisingly, for those in dire straits, a small amount of money often becomes their downfall. Reflecting to herself, Lortel Kishon notes, they eventually sell everything, families, pride, even themselves, for the sake of a gold coin. Preying on the desperate is simple and easy. Sadly, that's the way it goes. How intriguing. After this encounter, Ed Rostaler leaves the place, rubbing his temples. If I had accepted that offer, it might have made things easier, he mutters. But it's a shame. I can't even fathom the troubles I'd face if caught between the newbie crusher and Janica Faylover. I must avoid anything that alters the original storyline at all costs. That night, Lortel Kishon does not feel humiliated by Ed Rostaler's clear rejection. Instead, she understands the pros and cons, focusing on profit and self-interest like a shrewd businessman. She casually remarks, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here." Janica Faylover remarks, So it's you, Lortel Kishon. You look quite different with your hair down." Ed Rostaler adds, "On the contrary, it seems to have awakened the unyielding spirit within her, turning Janica Faylover into one of her allies." Lortel Kishon reflects on the past, thinking, there was quite a commotion about me using forbidden intermediate magic during the joint combat exercise. Addressing Janica, Lortel Kishon says, "It's been a while, but I wanted to apologize when I had the chance." In her thoughts, she adds, "I just wanted to see how skilled the top sophomore student truly was." Janica responds, "So the wound hasn't healed yet, huh?" Lortel Kishon thinks to herself, though I had to pay a hefty price for it. However, she laughs and reassures Janica, "I'm sure it'll heal quickly. Don't worry too much about it, Senior Janica Faylover." In her mind, Lortel Kishon contemplates, Janica Faylover is akin to the main characters in fairy tales. Would it be easier to manipulate her if I used her guilt against her? Janica then remarks to Lortel Kishon, "I assume the conversation with Ed Rostaler went smoothly, right?" Surprised, Lortel responds, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Janica smiles and replies, "I always advise restraint in personal matters, but these spirits seem to enjoy chatting." She mentions her spirits hovering around her. "I can hear most of the conversations around the northern part of the forest," Janica reveals. Upon hearing this, sweat beads form on Lortel Kishon's forehead as she recalls her request. "Can you help me befriend Senior Janica Faylover?" She remembers Janica's words about sincerity and money. Approaching Lortel Kishon, Janica says, "They say you can't buy sincerity with money." Lortel thinks to herself, compared to that, Ed Rostaler's approach seems more heartfelt, Janica laughs and admits, "Perhaps I was a bit too boastful. It's my first time being a senior, so I might have gone a little overboard. How embarrassing." In her thoughts, Janica considers, "I'll need to adjust my evaluation of her." She then announces her departure, saying, "I should get going. It takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-ranked spirit. Lately, I've been receiving more support, so I need to work even harder." Lortel Kishon reflects, Janica Faylover, similar to the main characters in fairy tales. I misunderstood that. Janica bids farewell, saying, "All right, Lortel Kishon." Lortel Kishon thinks to herself, Janica Faylover, a person who seems oblivious to the ways of the world. Absolutely not. Janica Faylover tells Lortel Kishon, "I'm sorry about the other day. You seemed quite hurt because of me, didn't you?" In her thoughts, Janica acknowledges, despite being fully aware of the darker aspects of the world. "I hope you get better soon," Janica adds before leaving the place. Lortel Kishon observes she's someone who maintains her cheerful demeanor, but then makes a puzzled face, noting Janica's edginess before her departure. Janica, as she leaves, comments, "I need to work harder. It feels really nice when people have high expectations of you." The scene then shifts to Ed Rostaler's clothes drying in the bright sunlight. Lucy Mariel remarks, It smells, before using her wind magic to blow all of Ed Rothstaler's clothes into the air. Startled, Ed Rothstaler exclaims, "Arr, I just hung them up." Turning to look, Ed Rothstaler notices Belle Maya, the senior maid of Salvinia's finest dormitory, Awfulus Hall. He recognizes her as the maid who had asked him to leave before. Belle Maya comments, "I know you're staying here. Lady Janica talks about you a lot. I didn't realize you were living in such a state, though I'm glad to see it's been a positive change for you." Ed Rothstaler's expression falls as he listens to Belle Maya. He reflects, her words fell on deaf ears, and my gaze remained fixed. He recognizes the elite maids of Awfulus Hall as skilled women who handle all household tasks with precision, even gathering the finest ingredients from the forest. Thinking about the potential impact Belle Maya could have on the main plot, Ed Rothstaler makes a cute face and jokes about the basket. He then thinks to himself, "I guess there shouldn't be an issue with us becoming friends." Belle Maya suggests, "You don't need to be so formal. You can talk to me as you did while living in Awfulus." Ed Rothstaler politely declines, saying, "No, thanks. How could I speak down to a maid who works so diligently?" Ed Rothstaler realizes there hasn't been a single event where Belle Maya directly influenced the main plot. He then receives a system notification indicating an increase in his crafting proficiency and the completion of a fish farming net installation. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars, the notification states. Ed Rothstaler notes, "I have plenty of meat and fish now. My dietary needs are almost taken care of." He then uses his fire magic to light a fire and receives notifications indicating the advancement of his fire and wind magic skills. Looking at the newly made herbal tea from the herbs Belle Maya mentioned, Ed Rothstaler remarks, "Using it while chopping firewood or cooking increases your survival rate drastically." He finds himself enjoying the tasks and the progress. As he gazes up at the twinkling stars, Ed Rothstaler becomes a bit confused by one that seems to be approaching rapidly. Suddenly, there is a massive explosion, causing Ed Rothstaler to fall back amidst the dust and debris. What is that thing? Ed Rothstaler wonders in surprise, realizing the explosion hit his camp. As the dust settles, someone emerges, saying, "That just about killed me." Ed Rothstaler is shocked to see Lucy Marrell standing there, exclaiming, "Lucy!" Ed Rothstaler brushes off the dust from his clothes, exclaiming, "That nearly got me." "You," Ed Rothstaler says in response. Ed Rothstaler ponders, "She's the world's most powerful mage. How could she?" Lucy Marrell trembles and says, "Belle Maya," which surprises Ed Rothstaler. He responds, "But she's a good person." "I just ditched class." "As usual," Lucy Marrell continues, "but she seemed kind of moody for some reason. She came with her fists clenched tighter than usual." She recounts, "It all happened so suddenly that I just teleported out of there. I thought it would hurt, and there's a big crater beside her." Ed Rothstaler, getting angry, grumbles, "Arg, Miss Belle Maya," with an angry grin on his face. Then Lucy Marrell asks, "Do you have jerky?" Ed Rothstaler, now angrier, hits Lucy Marrell with a small wooden stick, saying, "Damn it, you've ruined everything!" "What kind of life are you living?" Lucy Marrell holds her head in pain, exclaiming, "Oh!" Ed Rothstaler, very surprised, wonders, "She's not using any protective spells?" "I ran out of all magic," Lucy Marrell admits, looking at Ed Rothstaler. He asks, "Did you plan this?" With an evil face, Ed Rothstaler stretches out his hand and declares, "Then this is for my house that you just destroyed." He flicks Lucy Marrell hard, and her screams echo from the forest. Ed Rothstaler then says to her, "And this is for the oh-so-motherly Miss Belle Maya." Afterward, he mutters, "I need a sturdier house." The scene shifts to the library where Ed Rothstaler suggests, "Let's build a house out of real wood." Despite his busy life, gaining knowledge during his library visits is a huge plus for him. Closing a book, he gathers materials for planning and other necessities. All that's left is to smooth the wood and finish the roof, he figures. As the library is closing, a girl suddenly appears before him, saying, "You're studying really hard," Ed Rothstaler replies. "Has it already been that long?" "I'm sorry about that." Books scattered around him, the girl remarks. "It's okay. Seeing someone like you study so diligently really boosts my motivation to study well." Smiling, she introduces herself as Elka Islan, Faculty of Magic Year 1. She looks at Ed Ross Taylor enthusiastically, as if pleading for his name. He then tells her, Ed, and looks away. Upon hearing his name, Elka Islan reacts with tears streaming down her face. Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself, a familiar reaction. As always, this guy's notoriety just doesn't go away. No surprise there. I've only been living diligently, but there's no way that changes anything. You're extremely different from what the rumors say, Elka Islan says. You've even read all the books on elemental studies, which are hard for me to understand in just a few days. Even right now, you've read through over 6 technical texts while sitting here. She continues, they say you act all arrogant when they don't even know anything. I guess rumors are not to be trusted after all. I know someone who is just as sincere as you. Smiling happily, she adds, Senior. She then shows an image of a man in a red cape, saying, I'll be cheering for you. Ed Ross Taylor smiles at Elka Islan's words and thanks her. She bids him farewell, saying, have a safe trip back. I'm going to clean up and head back to my dorm. Ed Ross Taylor feels the sudden pressure in the air and wonders, what is this? Meanwhile, Elka Islan also senses the pressure and is equally surprised. They both realize that many books are about to fall on them. A system notification flashes episode 1. The final chapter, Glaskin Showdown, as a magic circle forms over the entire school, emanating energy throughout. By 11:30, a temporary camp is set up in front of the student center, thanks to the efforts of the main character, Taylor, and his friends, where many students have gathered. It has been 2 hours since the unprecedented disaster struck. Aalis mentions, I saw it in a book on spirit magic. That's a summoning rune to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. Princess Phenia adds, that's bad news because there's only one person with a high enough spirit connection level to summon that many spirits. It's highly likely our enemy is the one who went berserk due to the spirit of darkness. The Year 2 top student, Janica Failover, is shown, surprising everyone with Princess Phenia's words. Princess Phenia continues, it's unfortunate, but this is not the time for this. If Aalis is right, then the barrier around the students will merely buy some time. Taylor McClure asserts, if Glaskin is summoned, there will be more casualties. We need to head inside the student center. Captain of the Royal Guard, Claire, adds, people outside the barrier will notice in no time. If the Imperial Guard and the professors deal with it, it will soon. Alvira Aniston, Faculty of Alchemy Year 1, known as the Meddler, chimes in. If it's the spirit of darkness, its barrier must be tough. We must solve this from the inside. Principal Obel is out of town as well. Alvira Aniston proposes, if everyone here joins hands, I bet we could even take down a high-ranked spirit. Don't you think? Then, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale, Combat Faculty Year 1, who is very scared, expresses, I'm against it. We will get through those intermediate level spirits and subdue the spirit boss as well. You going to enter the building and take down Janica Failover? But the challenges don't end there. There are higher ranked spirits inside, 2 of them at that high rank, Berserk, the fire spirit, Tarkin, and the spirit of darkness, Velosfer. That's suicide. I'm not going, he panics. Lortel Keln interjects. But did she really do this all on her own? I mean, even for a Year 2 top student, isn't she way too powerful? She's summoning Glaskin while manifesting all these spirits at the same time. Aalis explains, most of it is likely Velosfer's power. Senior Janica is merely a medium to manifest it. Spirits of darkness are natural enemies of a spirit sorcerer. Their enormous power is simply beyond a spirit sorcerer's control. The demons take control of the spirit sorcerers, which is why all spirit sorcerers feel this way because they become their prey. Yet how Senior Janica Failover, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Velosfer isn't known to anyone. A boy speaks up, stating, that's not what's important right now. What's important is to decide our course of action, and there is only one person who can decide that. Princess Phenia, please tell us. However, Phenia remains silent, unable to say anything, creating a tense silence in the room as everyone waits for her decision. Suddenly, Phenia remembers Ed Ross Taylor's nonchalant remark from before. Whatever burden I carry, it can't be any heavier than what you carry, princess, can it? Why not have some peace of mind? She then decides, we'll enter after an hour, but only me, my guard Claire. as well as the top students of each year and class will go. Only those who have proven their ability. So, make your preparations and toughen your minds. I'll take the responsibility then. A report comes in, informing Phenia, Princess. We're done assessing the resident employees of the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike. It's unlikely they'll join us. Phenia acknowledges this, stating, so, we're the only ones who can take any proper action. The boy adds, no other students aside from that. However, someone then speaks up. There is one. A girl with purple hair explains, I'm on my way from the library in the student library. There's a friend of mine, an apprentice librarian, and a sophomore student in there. Phenia asks, what's their name? The girl replies, Elka Islan. Jix, shocked to hear this, becomes very angry and grabs the girl, demanding, Elka Islan, did you just say Elka Islan? The girl explains, we're in the apprentice librarian class together, learning how to manage grimoires. Jix, angered, says, damn it, I have to rescue her right now. Elka Islan is powerless to defend herself. Phenia and Lortel Cacheln intervene to calm Jix down. Lortel Cacheln says, calm down, Jix. The student library is really far away right now. Subduing the cause of this problem, Senior Janica comes first. Phenia adds, that's right, Jix. She also said there's a sophomore student in the student library. How about we believe in that student for now? However, the girl, scared, is unable to say anything. Jix, frustrated, grabs the girl and demands, what are you hiding? Tell me right now. The frightened girl reveals Ed Rostaler's name, which makes Jix very angry. His eyes turn red as the girl cries and apologizes. I'm sorry. He was sitting there all the way till really late in the night. I was annoyed, so I left it to Elka Islan. All of you know what kind of guy he is, don't you? An evil image of Ed Rothstaler, smiling menacingly, is shown. After hearing the girl's words, they all start imagining Ed Rothstaler, and the girl further explains, Elka Islan doesn't care about rumors like that. A boy remarks, that shameless guy and the apprentice are stuck in the library all alone. Then we see Jix, who is becoming increasingly angry, with Phenia trying to calm him down. Suddenly, she steps in front of him, asking him to wait a minute. The energy is still emanating from the magic circle as Phenia suggests. How about you? Have some faith in Ed Rothstaler. This shocks everyone, including Lortel Cacheln, who remains silent. Jix, filled with anger, moves forward rapidly, determined to take action against Ed Rothstaler. He thinks to himself, I'm going to beat you to a pulp, Ed Rothstaler. As Jix rushes to save Elka Islan, memories of his past flood his mind. The term, rags to riches barely scratches the surface of the miraculous existence of Jix the Spear of Grass. The scene shifts to a person on the ground, analyzing the surroundings. Judging from its size, it's an adult male. Considering the state of the surrounding tree barks, it seems like it was just here. Got it. The person then sees a deer in the grasslands of the north, a savage land where the Empire's voice cannot reach. A world where survival means checking your own neck by the end of the day as he jumps for an attack, successfully killing the deer. Jix was a descendant of the nomadic people who roamed these lands. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already been separated from his family. He had no idea when or why he was abandoned, or if he would ever reunite with his herd. He learned the skills of survival, like beheading a deer, before learning how to read or trade for goods. His mastery lay in procuring supplies from the corpses on the roadside. Others in the city remarked, that's the guy from the northern grasslands, right? He's the descendant of those barbarians. Rumors circulated, claiming they even ate human flesh, as Jix walked through the city with the spoils of his hunts, living a life akin to a beast. It was during this time that Elka Islan had asked Jix for his name. He told her, and she spoke to him with a smile, saying, you're like a wolf walking on two legs. It was then that he realized his life spent endlessly roaming the vast northern prairies, scavenging for sustenance, sleeping under the open sky. This boy was a wolf pup abandoned by his pack. The loneliness of his life was suddenly understood when he met his first companion, Elka Islan, and her father, who welcomed him into their family. The fast-paced life of civilization, the comfort of a home, and the care of Elka Islan transformed Jix from a savage memory into a man. But if it meant protecting her, Jix would gladly become a beast again. Jix had heard rumors about Ed Rossdaler, knowing he cheated on tests, insulted the princess, and harassed his juniors. As he rushes towards Elka Islan, he suddenly comes face to face with Ed Rossdaler, sitting injured. Ed asks, "Who are you?" Jix grabs Ed by the collar, demanding, "Where's Elka Islan? Why are you here? Tell me where Elka Islan is." Ed responds, "Reading room, floor no, 3. Without wasting a moment, Jix throws Ed aside and runs to the door, bursting into the room where Elka Islan is. "Elka Islan, are you okay?" he asks, his heart pounding with relief as he sees her lying safely on a table, next to Ed Rossdaler with a newly washed blazer. Jix breathes a sigh of relief, thanking whatever higher power there might be. Looking around the room, he notices something peculiar. These bookcases. They're placed around Elka Islan as if they're trying to protect her, he thinks to himself, struck by the scene before him. Jix quickly adds blackout curtains to block the berserk spirit's vision. As he looks around the room, he notices a message written on the board. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will probably be solved before dawn. So stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Think of your safety at all costs. Don't act rashly." Reading this message, Jix realizes that someone protected Elka Islan. He then notices blood on a blazer that doesn't belong to Elka Islan. Despite being injured himself, the person who wore this blazer went to great lengths to protect Elka Islan. Realizing that the blazer belongs to Ed Rossdaler, Jix finds Ed sitting under the statue, bleeding and waiting. He asks, "But why on earth?" Ed Rossdaler responds, Seriously, I was so close. 3 hours ago, many books were falling on Elka Islan, and the shelves were about to collapse. I saved her." He explains that he carried her on his shoulder, grateful for his regular strength training. He then mentions the ongoing Glaskin showdown, assuming Taylor will handle it. Feeling the urgency, Ed decides to block the entrance to prevent berserk spirits from entering. He plans to perfect his shelter and spends the night doing research. While eating beef jerky, he ponders on Janica Failover's powers, particularly her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. Ed reflects on his own abilities, noting his high levels in fire magic ignition, spirit connection, and spirit understanding. He realizes he was just one level away from a spirit contract, but acknowledges the danger of pushing himself further. As Jix prepares to leave with Elka Islan on his shoulder, he questions Ed, "What were you doing here?" Ed responds truthfully, "I was training." Jix can't help but think cynically, "Ha ha, geez, training. Only the most naive of humans would believe that." Jix then tells Ed, "I feel like I finally understand the kind of person you are. I truly owe you a big one, Senior Ed Rossdaler. When the time comes, I'll repay this debt to you at any cost." Ed Rossdaler, in his thoughts, realizes Elka Islan must be Jix's lover. He acknowledges that Jix is an important ally, someone who has trusted Taylor from the beginning to the end of the storyline. Seeing the situation, Ed advises Jix, "If you've already confirmed Elka Islan's safety, go and do what you're supposed to do. Get back to the student center. You don't belong here. Go and help Taylor." Jix responds, "Do you mean Taylor McClure?" Ed Rossdaler stands up, acknowledging Jix's assessment of Taylor McClure. Jix expresses gratitude for the advice, realizing the importance of Taylor's skill, elemental slash, in defeating the high-ranked fire spirit Tarkan. Ed Rossdaler urges Jix to move quickly, assuring him that he will rest for a bit. As Jix leaves with Elka Islan, Ed Rossdaler reflects on the unfolding events. He remembers Jix's words about Taylor McClure and his lack of friendship with him. This triggers a realization for Ed Rossdaler. He recalls the key event in Act 1, Scene 9, where Taylor is supposed to learn elemental slash through a duel with Jix. However, due to the accelerated timeline of events, this crucial moment has already passed. Taylor couldn't learn the skill, and as a result, the raid team lacks the ability to damage Tarkin. Ed Rossdaler understands the gravity of the situation. The plot is deviating from its intended course, and the raid team is in trouble. The scene shifts to the Student Center raid team's base, where Jix arrives and apologizes to his comrades for the delay. Phenia reassures Jix, saying that even with him there, they would have likely lost. The first invasion attempt of the raid team has failed. Claire, a member of the team, suggests getting more reinforcements before re-invading, as she needs time to recover from her leg injury. Phenia insists that Claire rests at the base, showing her concern. As they discuss their next steps, Ed Rothstaler suddenly appears before them. He warns them about the progress of the summoning ritual, indicating that they don't have much time. Phenia is shocked by Ed's sudden appearance. Ed Rothstaler makes a bold decision, suggesting that the raid team splits into two groups. He takes charge of one side, determined to intervene in the storyline. With resolve in his voice, Ed Rothstaler declares, "From now on, I'll intervene in the storyline." The team braces themselves for the challenging task ahead, with Ed taking on a crucial role in their mission to eliminate Tarkin and overcome the unfolding crisis. As the raid bulletin appeared, Ed Rothstaler stood before the shocked group, his sleeves stained with blood. Clebius expressed fear, questioning if this was a joke. Jix urged them to listen to Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler explained the plan. They needed to confront the fire spirit Tarkin, summoned by Janica Feylover, and deal with the overpowering spirit of darkness, Velsofer. However, they couldn't damage Tarkin due to its shell. Ed Rothstaler proposed splitting the raid party into two teams, one to get Tarkin's attention and the other to subdue Janica Feylover. Upon hearing this plan, Lortel expressed doubts. She mentioned the risks if the lure team failed and Tarkin chased the subduing team. Ed Rothstaler countered, emphasizing that their main objective was to take down Janica Feylover, rendering Tarkin powerless. Jix raised the issue of who would be in the lure group, and Lortel remarked it would be like picking sacrificial lambs. Taylor McClure volunteered, but Ed Rothstaler refused, assigning him to the team entering the combat training grounds. Taylor insisted he was quick and willing, but Ed Rothstaler clarified they weren't choosing sacrificial lambs. He decided that Clebius Nortondale, Lortel and himself would lure Tarkin. Clebius was nervous, expressing fear of death, while Lortel declined respectfully. Ed Rothstaler assured them there was a way, hinting at a plan to bind Tarkin's feet. Clebius, still scared, pleaded to fight Tarkin alongside Ed Rothstaler, saying he'd rather die. Lortel questioned how this would work, and Ed Rothstaler pondered their limited time. Princess Phenia intervened, agreeing with Ed Rothstaler's plan. She then gave the final order, dividing the raid party into two groups, one to subdue Janica Feylover, consisting of Taylor McClure, Jix, Alvira, Ialatrice, and Princess Phenia, the other to lure Janica Feylover, composed of Clebius Nortondale, Lortel and Ed Rothstaler. With a reminder to not die at any cost, the group prepared to battle. The scene then shifted to Nail Hall Corridor, setting the stage for the upcoming intense confrontation with the powerful spirits. As Lortel questioned Ed Rothstaler on how they would stall for time against the formidable Tarkin, Ed remained confident, instructing her to simply follow his lead for victory. He reassured Clebius Nortondale, acknowledging the student's lack of confidence despite his skills. Ed reminded Clebius of his status as the top student among the freshmen, instilling some hope in him. In the heat of the moment, Clebius wondered about their plan to lure Tarkin away from Janica Feylover behind the combat training grounds door. Despite feeling nervous, he found courage spurred by Princess Phenia's firm resolve. However, as he moved forward, panic set in, realizing Ed and Lortel had vanished. Suddenly, Tarkin appeared behind him, and Clebius shouted in fear and confusion, feeling deceived. Lortel, recalling Ed's instructions, understood the sacrifice they seemingly made with Clebius. However, Ed clarified it was not a sacrifice but an important role for Clebius, given his skills and resilience. He reassured Lortel that the most critical role would be hers. Outside the combat training grounds, Ed Rothstaler instructed Lortel to secure the entry path for the subduing group and land a critical hit on Tarkin. He urged her not to judge Tarkin based on rumors, expressing confidence in her abilities. Lortel, armed with her dangerous ice attacks, created a massive explosion to clear the path. The sudden blast surprised everyone, but Lortel knew what needed to be done. She reflected on her past use of forbidden intermediate rank magic, realizing Ed had entrusted this task to her. Meanwhile, Clebius Nortendale, in a panic, ran from Tarkan, shouting in desperation. Lortel knew that even if their plan succeeded, she and Clebius would eventually have to confront Tarkan. She understood the gravity of the situation and the risk they faced. Ed Roth Taylor, observing Clebius's panicked flight, knew they had to confront Tarkan head-on. He understood that without elemental slash, they had no way to breach Tarkan's tough shell. Gathering mana, Ed prepared for a strategic assault. Lortel attacked Tarkan with her ice, creating an opening for Ed's plan. He rushed forward, declaring the need for overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, Lucy Myriel, inexplicably napping amidst the chaos, caught Ed's attention. Ed, puzzled by Lucy's nap in the midst of danger, realized she had nowhere to sleep due to the destroyed shelter. Lucy, usually excluded from the storyline due to her power, had used up her magic and fallen asleep. This unintended sleep might have been a strategic move in the game. As Lucy woke up, she smelled something familiar: beef jerky. Ed, seizing the opportunity, fed Lucy beef jerky, readying her for a critical part in the plan. With Lucy now awakened and fueled, Ed prepared to use her in their strategy against Tarkan. As the fiery battle unfolded, Ed Roth Taylor locked onto the target with his intense, glowing laser eyes. Confident in his aim, he hurled Lucy Myriel towards the imposing Tarkan, shouting for everyone to take cover. With the beef jerky still in her mouth, Lucy Myriel accelerated at an incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier as she raced towards Tarkan. In a muffled protest against Ed's actions, she streaked through the air. From a distance, Ed watched the dramatic scene unfold, his plan set into motion. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Lucy with a powerful high-rank electrokinesis divine punishment. A blinding light erupted at the point of impact, surprising even Ed Roth Taylor with its intensity. Lortel Keshaun swiftly erected a barrier to contain the unleashed energy. However, despite the chaos and the barriers in place, Ed Roth Taylor found himself facing unexpected challenges. Yet, amidst the tumult, he recognized the significance of this moment. Tarkan, a formidable high-rank fire spirit with an impenetrable shell, had finally been weakened. Lucy's powerful magic had shattered Tarkan's protective shell, rendering him vulnerable to their attacks. With newfound hope, Ed saw Tarkan hastily retreating down the stairs, leaving behind a trail of experience ripe for the taking. Determined to seize this opportunity, Ed Roth Taylor surged forward with fiery determination. His eyes blazed with a red aura, marking his resolve to deliver the final blow. As he rushed into the fray, Ed knew that this moment would define the outcome of their battle against Tarkan. Next, we witnessed the memory of Janica Faylover, with her mother expressing, "I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter. Janica, you're amazing." Many others also commend Janica, saying, "I'm so proud to call you my friend, Janica. You're the hope of the sophomores. Your skills in this joint combat exercise are exceptional. Of course, I can rely on Janica to handle it. Without her, my second year would have been unbearable. We're lucky to have someone like you here, Janica." In the present moment, Janica thinks to herself, "Everyone's here. All right. I should greet them with a smile, as always. Welcome to all of them." As the scene unfolds, a monster looms above the magic circle. Ed Roth Taylor ponders, did they side with Janica? He muses that the situation will likely conclude by dawn, relieved that he isn't too late. Ed then inquires of Lortel Cachon, "Where's Lucy Myriel?" Lortel responds, "She's nearby, probably exhausted." Ed expresses a wish that Lucy had finished the task. Lortel doubts Lucy's energy levels, but resolves, regardless, let's finish this ourselves. Reflecting on their plan, Ed admits to using up his magic on ice spears, yet the monster persists. Ed decides, we need to end this by slashing its throat. Your ice magic isn't suited for precision, so I'll handle it. Senior, you're also skilled in magic. Perhaps Clebius Nortendale, with his blade, would be more apt. However, Clebius panics, pleading for help. Ed takes charge, declaring, "No, I'll do it. Hold the monster still just this once. I'm entrusting you with my life here, so do it right. He looks to Lortel, who is taken aback by his determination. After hearing Ed Roth-Taylor's determination, Lortel Kesheln responds, I'll take responsibility, so you do it. It's easy for you to say such things, but in reality, it's just a blind gamble. Ed Roth-Taylor counters, it's not a gamble. The price of one's life isn't cheap at all. This is an investment. Hearing this, Lortel Kesheln smiles, saying, investment, you say? That's my area of expertise. I like you more than that princess acting like a monarch just because of her royal bloodline. You're risking your life for me, so I'll do the same for you. She charges her ice magic, declaring, here I go. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor moves forward towards the Tarkan, while Clebius Nortondale, exhausted, expresses, I can't do this anymore. Ed acknowledges their fatigue, saying, both of us are at the end of our ropes. Despite this, he understands Clebius's state. As Ed prepares to attack the Tarkan, he realizes he needs to get closer. Suddenly, a massive hand emerges from the sky, surprising everyone. Ed recognizes it as Glaskin's right-hand man, indicating that Taylor's party must be entering the final phase. He notes that despite the upheaval, Lortel Kesheln remains focused, charging her magic. Ed casts his spell, Windblade, a move he's performed countless times. The Tarkan's head is severed, and the beast is slain. Notifications flood in, indicating Ed's increased proficiency in spirit magic and unlocking a spirit contract slot. Observing Taylor's actions, Ed remarks, that Taylor, as Taylor attacks the giant hand, causing a massive explosion. Taylor falls, his voice fading. Ed concludes, he indeed is the protagonist. It's over. Following the battle, they gather under a tree for a moment of reflection. Lortel Kesheln remarks, I've met many who claimed to risk their lives seriously, but most were cowards. Ed responds, is that so? As Lucy Marrell sleeps nearby. Lortel continues, we faced a life and death crisis together. You lack a bit too much sentiment. She then formally introduces herself again, and they shake hands. However, Ed realizes he now holds 3 gold coins in his hand. Lortel teasingly says, I won this time, caught you off guard. Now you owe me a favor. She bids farewell, saying, see you again, senior. Ed ponders her intentions, thinking, is she going to keep in touch? I don't really want to get involved with her. As Taylor arrives at the scene, he bows before Ed Roth-Taylor and expresses his resentment, stating, I'm resenting you right now. I believe you know the reason very well. Ed observes Taylor's appearance, noting his swordsman form that manifested exactly as in the game, finding it quite impressive. Taylor continues, despite all that, a debt is still a debt. Thank you. Clebius Nortondale interjects, advising Taylor not to show respect to someone like Ed, citing his past experiences. He claims, there's no telling when he'll backstab anyone. I almost died because of him. However, Phenia, Lortel Kesheln, and Jix Effelstein stand in support of Ed Roth-Taylor. Jix tells Clebius to quiet down, while Lortel remarks, you sure have a lot to say, Clebius Nortondale. Princess Phenia adds, Clebius Nortondale, shut up. Ed Roth-Taylor did a lot for us this time. I can recommend you to the student council. Ed declines the offer, giving credit to Lucy Merrill for her contributions in defeating Tarkan, as well as acknowledging Taylor's feats against Velosfer and Glaskin. Alivra jests, suggesting Ed is tossing away the credit, and questions if he's embarrassed. Jix Effelstein steps forward, addressing Alivra as a senior, asking her to show respect. Alivra questions his continued support for Ed. Jix insists, show him respect. Observing the exchange, Ed Roth-Taylor smiles warmly, reflecting on his distance from the main characters to avoid altering the original storyline. He feels a sense of warmth seeing them all together, each having played their roles in this world and solving their own problems. He thinks about Taylor, growing stronger with each trial, Ayla Triss finding strength alongside Taylor McClure, Phenia embracing her destiny as a monarch, Jix Effelstein carving his path amidst civilization, Clebius Nortondale gaining self-assurance, and Alivra realizing life's deeper aspects beyond fun. Lortel Kesheln, buried in gold coins, reflects on her life choices. Ed acknowledges them all as main characters, each with a role that led to the trophy named Success. Feeling a sense of purpose, Ed enters the broken school, clearing a path as he goes. Inside, he finds a box, feeling that something felt off and needing to shine light on the protagonist's success. He opens the box to find Janica Feylover inside, smiling. The scene transitions to Janica Feylover sitting inside the box, smiling and laughing, as Ed looks on. The chapter begins anew, focusing on Janica Feylover's journey, as Ed Rothtaylor recalls his conversation with Lortel Keisheln about Janica Feylover going berserk. He remembers her explanation. Lortel had shared, "I think I have an idea. I happened to see Janica Feylover's room once. Everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. However, there wasn't even space to open a book. The heavy burden of the countless gifts pinned on her wall weighed down her shoulders like rocks." Ed reflects on the simplicity of the solution. Janica needed to remove the post from her wall and organize the gifts on her desk. But her misery stemmed from her inability to do so. Like a main character in a fairy tale, she felt compelled to honor all the goodwill and sincerity she received with utmost diligence. A reckless endeavor. He ponders why Janica's breakdown happened a month earlier than expected. The joint combat training played a role. Originally, Taylor was supposed to be the hero of the scenario, but Lucy Merrill's swift defeat of Taylor gained Janica Feylover a multitude of fans among the students. Ed recalls that Marilda and Lucy's contract led to Taylor being blown away in a single attack. Lucy Merrill could form the contract due to her frequent visits to the forest in the north, where a certain character had created a perfect napping spot. This character was supposed to have left when the first act started. Amidst these reflections, Janica Feylover appears, laughing as she speaks to Ed Rothtaylor. She comments on Lucy Merrill's napping spot, expressing surprise at being found so easily. She mentions feeling forgotten amidst the chaos, a feeling that hurts. Janica reflects on her actions, admitting to wreaking havoc on a grand stage for all to see, only to now feel relegated to the background. She jokes about expecting others to search for her, the person who was hiding all along. Ed asks her why she wanted to stay hidden for longer, to which Janica replies with a hint of sadness. "Because I'm about to ugly cry right now." Ed is at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort her. In this moment, Ed begins to remember the message from the spirit wolf, the one tasking him to save Janica Feylover. He recalls the wolf's words, feeling as though he was asked to prevent Janica from falling into such a situation. However, he doubts this interpretation, knowing he is the only one aware of the future. The wolf must have wanted Ed to be someone Janica could rely on, especially as her attempt to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit led to her downfall. Her haste during the summoning ritual made her vulnerable to the spirit of darkness. Ed realizes the weight of the responsibility placed upon him to guide and protect Janica Feylover from such perilous paths. As Ed Rothtaylor observes Janica Feylover, he reflects on her relentless dedication to studying and training in magic, often late into the night. She maintained a bright smile for her family, friends, and teachers, who genuinely supported her. However, behind this facade of meeting everyone's expectations, she must have faced tremendous challenges in private. The process itself, paradoxically, was beautiful, and even her failure had a strange beauty to it. Ed wonders how comforting these thoughts might be for her. Turning to Janica Feylover, Ed says, "Hey, Janica Feylover, you've worked hard." He watches as the parade of proud main characters takes place atop the stage, with applause and praise rolling in. Yet, behind the scenes, it's dark and quiet. The villain of the first act exits as the main characters move forward. Tears start falling from Janica Feylover's eyes, and Ed Rothtaylor realizes that despite witnessing the completion of the first act countless times, it's only now that he truly sees. As Ed looks up, he is surprised to see many spirits gathering around Janica Feylover. He murmurs to himself, "I couldn't see them before. I feel like I've properly seen it to the end." Soon, notifications start appearing through the system for Ed Rothtaylor. His spirit connection and understanding levels reached 10, and low-ranking fire spirit Elgo, low-ranking wind spirit Driss, and higher-ranking wind spirit Marilda show extreme interest in him. 10 days pass since the end of Janica Feylover's disciplinary committee trial. She acknowledges her mistakes and willingly accepts her punishment. During the trial, her professors and friends express overwhelming support. Princess Phenia steps in during the second trial, stating that Janica Failover shouldn't be trialed for the attempted murder of royalty, explaining that she was overpowered by Velocipher. Lortel Quechon addresses the incurred losses, and the Out Merchant Association fully compensates for the restoration funds, with a clause to reduce custom fees on school supplies. However, the outcome includes the removal of benefits for yearly top students, taking back all prizes and glory decorations, and disqualification from entering the Orpheus Hall in the next semester. Janica Failover faces a 10-day probation and a 20-day suspension. It all feels like a heartwarming montage from a coming-of-age drama. Later, two girls discuss Janica Failover, noticing her drooping shoulders. One suggests that they need to step up to support her. During their tea party, one of the girls advises the other, don't even mention the Glaskin incident. Avoid anything that might bother her. Never ask about her feelings. Keep the conversation strictly about personal affairs. They both seem determined to provide Janica Failover with the support she needs during this challenging time. As the simulation ends, Aalis and Clara get ready, with Aalis confirming, "Yeah, Clara, now, come on, Janica Failover." Janica Failover then asks them a thought-provoking question, liking and loving someone. Why do you think there's such a difference between the two? Both Aalis and Clara are surprised by Janica Failover's words, wondering why she suddenly brings up such a topic. Janica explains that it's about her friend who had a dream. In her mind, Janica Failover envisions herself wearing a crown of flowers, sitting happily in one place in a white dress. When someone calls her name, she turns to see Ed Roth Taylor arriving on a horse, looking at her with great love. In the dream, she places the flower crown on Ed's head and tells him, "I've prepared this for you, Ed Roth Taylor." They joyfully run together through fields of flowers in the forest, hand in hand, smiles of happiness on their faces. Reflecting on this recurring dream, Janica Failover shares with Aalis and Clara the same dream over and over. "And my friends, I mean..." Her words surprise both of them. Janica's friend asks, "I see. What else did that friend say?" Then she abruptly runs off, mentioning she should be in her room, lost in thought about someone's face she can't forget. "Oh, my silly me. I was supposed to help the assistant professor. Bye now," she calls out as she rushes away. Aalis tries to stop her, concerned, while Clara observes the situation, realizing the delicacy of Janica Failover's heart. She knows that if things go wrong, the entire student body might find out about Janica's feelings, which makes her nervous. Clara suggests to Janica Failover, "Shouldn't you think of this simply without much complications? Whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery, don't you think? Isn't it better for you to just be honest about your emotions right now?" "I mean, for your friend." Janica agrees, acknowledging, "You're right. I think you hit the nail on the head." Clara then advises her to be careful when discussing such sensitive topics, to avoid any unwanted rumors that could harm her friend's reputation. Janica Failover expresses gratitude, saying, "Thanks for giving me genuine advice. I gotta get back to the Orpheus Hall now to report my suspension." Clara agrees, saying she'll join her shortly after sorting out her thoughts. As Janica Failover leaves, Clara lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, she prevented the rumors for now. She then accidentally bumps her head on the table in her excitement, exclaiming, "She did it! Aalis!" The conversation about Janica Failover's love life and feelings has ended with a mix of contemplation and relief for Aalis and Clara. After Princess Phenia's petition waived next semester's fees, Ed Roth Taylor used the gold coins he obtained to buy a few tools. As he moves forward, he encounters Janica Failover and decides to break the ice, saying, "Hello, Janica Failover. I guess your probation is over now, huh?" In his thoughts, Ed contemplates that perhaps taking the first step and saying hello would be good. But as soon as Janica Failover sees him, she gets scared and hides behind a tree. Janica then quickly says she has things to do at the Alphalus Hall and rushes off, bidding goodbye. Ed Roth Taylor reflects on the situation, thinking that the difficulty level with Janica Failover was too high. He finds it impressive that he managed to encourage her to be truthful, but decides not to be too clingy, acknowledging that he's about to be busy as well. Finally, it's time to start building the hut. On day 1, Ed chooses a location under the shade that doesn't stand out too much and begins working peacefully. By day 3, he starts gathering wood, using his proficiency in wind blades to make the process smooth. Day 6 comes, and Ed pauses from gathering wood to check the semester end results, finding that he did well in his practicals and scored above average in theory exams, even amidst Janica Faylover's continued avoidance. By day 18, the lumber work is nearly complete, with Ed wondering if anyone has ever become this proficient at Windblade. Day 20 marks the start of the vacation, allowing Ed to focus all his time on building the hut. However, a special incident occurs when he finds Lucy Mariel caught in a trap he set for animals, realizing he needs to change his bait. On day 27, senior maid Belle Maya visits with herbs and mushrooms, inquiring about Janica Faylover. Ed admits his concerns that she might hate him now. By day 30, with one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapse, showing Ed that simply making and fitting joints properly wasn't enough for stability. On day 37, Jix Ethelstein arrives to help, mentioning Taylor McClure as a good guy. Ed thinks to himself that things are going as per the original storyline. Jix asks about hammering nails, and Ed explains that it's for the chimney. Day 45 arrives, and Ed finds a dagger on the floor of his nearly finished hut. Sitting down, he observes the crude logs of wood that make up the hut. Despite its simplicity, he feels a sense of accomplishment as he has a home now. A notification from the system confirms his completion, new complete creation log hut. It reads, describing the structure and increasing his proficiency in creation. Sitting in his newly built home, Ed Roth Taylor feels content. Meanwhile, Janica Faylover secretly watches him from a distance, her thoughts hidden as she observes the outcome of Ed's efforts. Ed Roth Taylor declared, I've completed the walls, flooring, and fireplace. It would be ideal to install a fence, create firewood storage, and perhaps add a few other amenities. Just then, a noise echoed from the roof of his house. Stepping outside, he was startled to find Lucy Mariel dozing on top. This isn't some sort of nap tower, Ed Roth Taylor remarked. Shortly after, Janica Faylover rang Ed Roth Taylor, offering a friendly greeting. Ed Roth Taylor, taken aback, inquired, Janica Faylover, what brings you out here? This triggered a flashback to a scene where Belle Maya was brushing Janica Faylover's hair. Last time I ventured into the forest, I stumbled upon young Master Ed Roth Taylor's campsite, Belle Maya recalled. I found the site quite impressive, she added, reminiscing about the well-built hut she had discovered. Janica Faylover chimed in, You mean the hut? Belle Maya, surprised, questioned how Janica knew. I happened to pass by, Janica replied, explaining her curiosity about the hut's construction. Belle Maya nodded, understanding. Of course, it's only natural to be curious about such remarkable craftsmanship, she remarked. Janica Faylover, turning to Ed Roth Taylor, shared, I happened upon the hut while passing by after seeing Marilda. Anyone would be intrigued by such a sight, don't you think? Gesturing towards the hut, she added, It's to be expected, isn't it? Ed Roth Taylor, acknowledging the compliment, responded, I constructed it recently. Didn't the spirits inform you? Janica Faylover explained. They did mention it in passing, along with a few other tidbits. Later, Janica Faylover dreamt about Ed Roth Taylor, recalling his muscular physique. His arm muscles were noticeably defined, she narrated, as if reporting a news story, before adding, I don't converse much with the spirits. I'm not entirely familiar with your way of life. Janica Faylover's nose then started to bleed. Seizing the moment, Ed Roth Taylor invited Janica Faylover to take a closer look at the log hut. Surprised by the invitation, she agreed, and together they explored Ed Roth Taylor's house, with Janica Faylover admiring its charm. Sitting outside the house with a crackling fire, Janica Faylover opened up to Ed Roth Taylor, saying, I owe others a lot this time. Princess Phenia and Lortel Ketcheln did so much. Some of my friends even offered to lend me money for their tuition. How will I ever repay them? Ed Roth Taylor, looking at Janica Faylover, responded, If you can't, then don't. Isn't it a bit of a generalization to feel like you have to pay back everything you owe? Janica Faylover was taken aback by this perspective. I've never thought of it that way, she admitted. In his mind, Ed Roth Taylor reflected on Janica's nature. She couldn't grasp that the weight of other sincerity had burdened her, even with so many supporting her financially. Choosing to move from the opulent Ophilos Hall with its state-of-the-art facilities to the more modest Dex Hall, she aimed to owe less, even if just a little. In Ophilos Hall, Each student had their own room, while in Dex Hall, 8 or more students shared one, leading to constant feelings of envy. Janica found it stifling, like being trapped in a prison, yet it didn't address her deeper issues. The vicious cycle persisted. Ed Roth-Taylor offered, "If you ever need solitude, feel free to drop by any time. I don't mind." Janica Faylover smiled at his words, saying, "That would really make me happy. Hey, Ed Roth-Taylor, if you ever feel overwhelmed or need help, please tell me. I'll be there for you, no matter what." Ed Roth-Taylor smiled back, responding, "Overwhelmed, you say?" They both gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Then, Ed Roth-Taylor mentioned, "The second semester is coming up soon. That's about when Act 2 begins." He continued, "Sage's sealed grimoire." The great sage Sylvania documented spectral magic in this book. A spectral magic, a highly complex magical branch, known to bend the very laws of nature. This tattered book is about to stir up a storm. Lortel Cacheln, peering into the book, remarked, "As I suspected, it reeks of opportunity, after all." Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "Regardless, it will consume the entire academy." Turning to Janica Faylover, he added, "Thank you for saying that, but it won't come to that." In his thoughts, Ed Roth-Taylor knew it wouldn't affect him, at least not directly. "You're in for a tough journey, Janica," he thought. "It's not my battle, but it's going to be intense. I'm rooting for you, buddy." The scene then shifted to the failed swordsman of Sylvania in the halls of Ophalis. The honor students at Ophalis halls practically live like nobles. They get first pick of seating in class, freedom during mealtimes, special maids, and a whole array of other perks that are on a completely different level. However, trouble brewed when heavy rains hit the southwest side of the Valori area as students returned to school after the break. According to the academy's arrangements, only the Ophalis Hall students were provided with horse carriages and boats for their return journey. If they couldn't make it back on time, they were granted the privilege of relaxing for a few extra days. On the other hand, the Dex Hall, inhabited by the so-called inferior students, trudged back through the downpour. They feared point deductions and felt a growing sense of frustration. This discontentment found a voice in Lortel Cacheln, who proposed a change in the return deadline for Ophalis Hall students. The proposal aimed to highlight the preferential treatment received by Ophalis Hall students and was already gaining support from a faction within the Academy's Administration Review Division, including Wallan, known for his ability to manipulate with words. Lortel's proposal was more than just a change in deadline. It was a call for recognition of the disparities between the elite and regular students. This proposal, even if not accepted, would stir the pot of controversy. The plan was to incite the inferior students, already discontented, to amplify their grievances. Alphaeus Hall, decorated with art from noble families, was the target. The plan included damaging the assets, and perhaps even destroying part of Ophalis Hall, to strike a financial blow to the Academy already reeling from the Glasskin incident. The negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire, a key artifact, provided the elite merchant association with a strategic advantage. Reflecting on these events, mused on the gloomy situation. When will this rain stop? Feeling the weight of the conspiracy unfolding. Memories of his past, of living in the slums, contrasted sharply with the opulence around him. He couldn't help but mock himself for feeling a sense of relief in this unbelievably romantic land of learning. Feeling the weight of his past and the reality of the present, searched for understanding. Even in Sylvania, among these bright and radiant people, there must be someone who understands the life of a gutter rat, he thought, feeling the loneliness of his struggle. Lortel Cacheln, in this context, was the enigmatic figure, known as the Dark Curtain, or the Black Veil, covering the darker truths behind the Academy's facade. In the unfolding drama of Ophalis Hall's occupation, Lortel's proposal was set to ignite a firestorm of controversy, revealing the stark inequalities and power struggles within the prestigious institution. The tension among the students reached a boiling point as they shouted, "We can't tolerate this treatment anymore. This is a place of learning. At the very least, guarantee us fair grades." In the original storyline of the Ophalis Hall occupation incident, the main character takes a stand against the mistreatment of the inferior students instigated by Lortel Cacheln. The narrative unfolds with the introduction of middle bosses on the 1st to 5th floors of Orpheus Hall, who obstruct the main character and assist the inferior students. One such middle boss from the fourth floor held a grudge against Ed Roth-Taylor and his friends after being mocked and beaten up for calling Taylor a loser. This middle boss was then manipulated by Lortel Cashel, tasked with overpowering the rookie mage protecting the first floor to open Aalis Hall's doors and allow the students to enter. In the midst of the chaos, Ed Roth-Taylor breaks through the door and emerges, surprising everyone. The students, aware that Aalis Hall's doors are now open, rally together, chanting for subpar treatment, demanding nothing more than basic decency. Their voices united, they plan their next move. The maintenance office is on the fourth floor. Let's take over that floor and make our demands heard, they declare. As the students make their way to the first floor, entering Act 2, Phase 1, they encounter the middle boss, Tote, who plays a pivotal role. Tote confronts the main character and their friends, asking, "So you're the ones Lortel bought off?" Confusion arises as Tote questions his own role, exclaiming, "That's right. I was supposed to be in charge of checking the first floor and keeping watch. Why the hell did I end up as a middle boss?" The irony of his position dawns on him, as he realizes the unexpected turn of events in the unfolding drama of the Aalis Hall occupation. Drenched from the rain, Ed Roth-Taylor began to explain his unexpected role as the middle boss of Act 2, starting 2 days prior. The outbreak of the Aalis Hall incident triggered the system to display Ed Roth-Taylor's combat abilities. He was ranked as a novice fighter with a specialty in bows. His proficiency levels were detailed: vital point fire at level 6, speedy fire at level 3, retreat fire at level 2, sense of rim at level 1, and expanded field of vision at level 1. Reflecting on his combat skills, Ed Roth-Taylor admitted, "I really have zero talent in combat. I've been forcing myself to use the bow every time I hunt, yet my proficiency is still pathetic." He then recounted the increasing number of visitors to his camp, particularly Belmaya's frequent walks in the woods nearby. Among these visitors, 3 stood out. One was an extraordinary genius mage who would appear at random times, who suggested improvements to Ed Roth-Taylor's house. She suggested adding a back door, a chimney, and even a glass window. Despite his reluctance, Lucy Myrell persisted with her ideas. Ed Roth-Taylor then mentioned Janica Faylover, who brought him an egg, saying Bell suggested he would like it. Impressed by Janica's kindness, he noted she was the top student in the second year and a skilled spirit sorcerer. Ed Roth-Taylor observed Janica washing his clothes, using her feet to press on them, explaining how to whiten them with boiled salted water. He marveled at her practical skills, reminiscent of her upbringing on a farm. Despite Janica's frequent visits and helpfulness, Ed Roth-Taylor welcomed her warmly, feeling grateful for her assistance. He noted her actions, such as drying his clothes, with a sense of admiration. Addressing Janica as she dried his clothes, Ed Roth-Taylor remarked, "Janica Faylover, you're amazing. How do you know all this?" However, Janica turned away, surprising Ed Roth-Taylor, who wondered what might be bothering her. He found her easy to read, noting her sudden question about Lucy's visits with a hint of suspicion. Continuing his narrative, Ed Roth-Taylor spoke of Visitor C, also known as Lortel Cashel, whom the world called the Golden Daughter. Lortel appeared with her beautiful maid, surprising Ed Roth-Taylor with her unexpected presence and the weight of her reputation. Ed Roth-Taylor found himself caught in the midst of Lortel Cashel's schemes, despite his reluctance to be involved. As the Black Veil of Act 2, Lortel was gathering people for the occupation of Aalis Hall, and Ed wanted no part in it. He decided to reject any offers, believing that as long as he stayed out of things, the scenario would unfold as planned. However, when passing by Lortel, Ed overheard her mentioning Tote's fainting spell. Concerned, he asked, "What happened? Why did he faint?" Things weren't going according to the expected scenario. Tote, who was supposed to lose a fight to Ed, instead ridiculed him for getting knocked out by Lucy Merrill in one blow. This unexpected turn of events left Ed perplexed. As Tote insulted him further, Jakes Effelstein intervened, delivering a strong punch to Tote. Lortel, observing the situation, expressed mistrust towards emotional outbursts but saw an opportunity in Ed. She handed him a key, instructing him to open the doors of Aalis Hall when the inferior students gathered. Lortel appealed to Ed's disgruntlement with the academy, mentioning his expulsion from Aalis Hall and suggesting he could seek revenge. Despite his reluctance, Ed agreed to listen to Lortel's conditions. He realized she sought him out due to his less-than-stellar reputation. Reluctantly, Ed struck a deal with Lortel for 20 gold coins, sealing the agreement with a handshake. He knew he needed to play his part carefully to set things right and return the story to its intended path. The next day, the Ophalis Hall incident erupted, preceding the fight over the sage's sealed grimoire. Lortel's plan to disrupt the Academy's finances unfolded, creating chaos akin to a dramatic storyline. She succeeded in forming the Merchantry Profitable Group, a rival to Princess Phenia's student association. Realizing he needed to choose a side wisely, Ed decided to remain a spectator for now. He knew survival was key, and aligning with the winning group would be crucial. Later, Janica Faylover approached Ed, drenched from the rain. She commented on her ability to come and go freely, contrasting with Ed's need to stay in his current situation. As they sat by the fire, Janica praised Ed, expressing admiration for his resilience. Ed, feeling it was time to move on from Ophalis Hall, agreed with Janica. They discussed the approaching end of the vacation, and Janica's need to clear out her belongings. Ed Roth-Taylor mentions that things improve over time. Considering it, it's about time I leave Ophalis Hall. Janica Faylover remarks, "Yeah, I suppose since the vacation is nearly over, I have to get rid of a lot of the little stuff. Dex Hall was way smaller than I thought," she added. "Speaking of which, if you need anything, let me know, Ed Roth-Taylor. There's a lot here you might need, right? I have extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns. Besides, I have plenty of daily essentials and supplies. It feels like a waste to throw it all away. Plus, it's a lot of work, you know? Although I can't take furniture with me because it all belongs to Ophalis Hall." Ed Roth-Taylor expresses, "I'd love that, Janica Faylover," with excitement as she raises her hands. "Great, I'll leave when the semester begins, so I'll bring that stuff then." Concerning Lucy Mariel, Janica Faylover inquires, "Does she do this often?" Ed Roth-Taylor responds, "Sometimes," and reflects, "Lucy Mariel's extraordinary strength didn't come without a cost. She spent her life running away, using her laziness as an excuse. She's been avoiding her destined fate for years. No matter how scattered her thoughts, rainy days like this make her reflect on her life. That's how she is when it rains. Don't pay too much attention to her. I tend to ignore her." Janica Faylover nods, saying, "I see. So you're indifferent towards Lucy Mariel, huh?" Ed Roth-Taylor then shifts the conversation. "By the way, Janica Faylover and Eddie Roth-Taylor is considering something. Come to think of it, she's still inside Ophalis Hall. When Orpheus Hall is occupied, protection measures will activate widely, locking all students in their rooms. Janica Faylover wouldn't have trouble escaping on her own, but..." Ed Roth-Taylor pauses. "I have a favor to ask of you. Tomorrow around 9:00 p.m., could you come to the Rose Garden in front of Ophalis Hall? I'll explain the reason then." Janica Faylover is extremely shocked and blushes upon hearing this. Ed Roth-Taylor thinks to himself, "I can't find the right words to explain it now. I should get her out of there in case something unexpected happens. Somewhere not too far, where she can avoid the rain." Janica Faylover agrees, feeling shy as she leaves the place. Ed Roth-Taylor is surprised by her reaction, unable to understand. He sighs in relief. Around the start of the semester, the rain will stop too. I can finally enjoy the bright, sunny sky after a long time. Even the woods will have the typical fall scent. The long vacation is ending. Now, the outbreak of the Ophalis Hall incident. Jix reflects, "My execution is lacking. I should avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. I didn't expect Elka Islan to get that angry." He stands straight, looking through the window. Suddenly, he sees someone running. It's Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor asks a maid, "What about the other maids?" The maid replies, "Other than the essential personnel, most are in the meeting room." The head maid asked them to gather for an important agenda. Ed Roth-Taylor thinks, so they're planning to block the entrance after gathering. The person in command has been bribed, so things are progressing quickly. The maid adds, "I've also prepared the requested items in advance." Ed Roth-Taylor thanks her, saying, "I'll just keep it in the corner," as he thinks. The preparations are all done. As Ophalis Hall is occupied, many students gather, voicing their discontent. "We can't take this treatment anymore. This is a place of learning. At least guarantee U.S. equality in grades." shouts Willain, representing the inferior students. In the rain, the students move towards the door, surprised when Ed Roth-Taylor opens it and lifts the maid on his shoulders. Willain looks at Ed Roth-Taylor and says, "Thanks. So you're the one Lortel Keshon bought off." Ed Roth-Taylor, now Lore, then Eddie Roth-Taylor, coughs and tells Willain, "Did you always agree with everything shouted?" Of course, life was good in Ophelis Hall, but only when I was kicked out did I realize the special privileges. Willain realizes his mistake. "I am a fool, judging you based on rumors. I didn't even know. You're a great person. You did so much today." Ed Roth-Taylor responds, "You're the one who pulled this off. You created this mess. Quickly, to the upper floor. Stop the nonsense and go upstairs." Willain agrees. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll take the blame for all this. I'm sorry." Ed Roth-Taylor advises, "Toughen up. Willain, there's no need to stop the maid who's running away. Any superiors she has to report to are inside the meeting hall. The head maid Aalis, who controls the protection measures, is in Lortel Keshon's hands. The protection measures meant to protect the students will end up detaining them. Everything proceeds according to the plan, orchestrated by Black Veil." Lortel Keshon speaks to Ed Roth-Taylor. "Oh my, your start is flashier than I expected." "As expected of you, Ed Roth-Taylor. It was a good idea to leave this to you. We'll come up to the stage." Lortel Keshon sighed. "Even my socks are soaking wet now. This is why I hate rainy days." Ed Roth-Taylor remarked, "So you were watching, huh?" Lortel Keshon nodded. "The Academy employees will repress them in no time. Once they're here, we need to finish things before then." Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "Yeah, do your best." Then, out of the blue, Lortel Keshon asked Ed Roth-Taylor, "Have you ever killed someone?" Ed Roth-Taylor remained silent for a moment, pondering the question. Finally, he responded, "I haven't." Lortel Keshon chuckled. "Neither have I. But you see, I have done similar things because I needed to survive. To survive, I crushed other people's lives, and to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back." Lortel Keshon continued, her tone reflecting a darker past. "At first, I lived my life forgiving myself for my sins, believing I didn't have a choice. But in all honesty, I was just making excuses for myself. This was how Lortel Keshon earned the name Golden Daughter. She understood better than anyone that she didn't deserve sympathy, yet she found herself seeking it from others. Could you ever sympathize with a person like me?" she added. Ed Roth-Taylor pondered, feeling almost as if she was possessed by her words. "Loneliness finds its way to people regardless of whether they're good or evil," he mused. "To escape it, people have no choice but to look for others similar to themselves, rolling around in dirt and filth. Only after finding someone who will sink to the bottom of the marsh with them do they find a sliver of redemption. You have to take responsibility for your decisions." "Lortel Keshon," Ed Roth-Taylor said firmly. "But of course, that person is not me." Lortel Keshon seemed to calm down a bit at his words, smiling as she replied, "I said something useless that was quite unlike myself. I should go do what I'm here for. After all, there isn't much time." With that, Lortel Keshon left, leaving Ed Roth-Taylor sitting there, taking a sigh of relief. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, "Now Lortel Keshon will talk to Aalis about our plan going forward. Once they fortify the defense magic of Ophelis Hall, they'll berserk and hand over the command of the ruins to Willain, the leader of the inferior students. The story will unfold with the current events intensifying. Willain, now packed with the dense protection of Ophelis Hall's defense spells, would transform into the fourth stage boss of this unfolding tale. In this scenario, the focus is on defeating a villain who is on the brink of losing control within the defense ruins, going berserk. The plan is for Taylor to storm in, and the goal is to hold out long enough for Taylor to take over. It's about buying time, and then intentionally losing. Taylor will then proceed to the second floor to handle the rest. There might be a few hits taken in the process, but it's seen as a necessary sacrifice. The scene shifts to the Rose Garden, where a horse-drawn carriage arrives amidst heavy rain. Looking at it, she wonders aloud, "Why is there a horse carriage here this late at night? It must be someone important." Ed wouldn't know yet, right? I mean, he left after leaving me the note. Did he prepare something special? The significance of the golden horse carriage doesn't register with her. Regardless, she decides not to leave the Rose Garden's pavilion. For the past 3 days, she has been pondering deeply about what Ed wanted to discuss with her, unable to sleep at night. Despite feeling guilt, she kept tabs on Ed Roth-Taylor's activities through Marilda. She discovered that it wasn't just Lucy Marl who visited Ed Roth-Taylor's camp, but also Princess Phenia, Belle Maya, and even Lortel Kishon. The fact that most of them were fellow female students added to her heartache. Janica Faylover resolves to wait for him, no matter how long it takes. She contemplates whether her choice of a flower hairpin was a mistake, and decides to return with a Cosmos pin instead. With that, she heads towards Ophelis Hall. The scene then shifts to a group of people, where one questions the decision to enter. A girl responds, emphasizing the value of the herbs in her room and the need to use preservation magic before they lose their properties. She argues that waiting for the academy workers might not be the best option. As they debate, Taylor instructs Isla to stop the girl from barging in. Isla, however, suggests turning a blind eye, stating that Elvira, the top student in the alchemy faculty, can protect herself. Isla points out that the danger lies with the other students if Elvira loses control and starts using dangerous chemicals. Despite their attempts to stop her, Elvira insists on reaching the 4th floor where her room is located, intending to safeguard her herbs. She expresses readiness to force her way through anyone in her path. Breaking through a door, Elvira is surprised to find Ed Roth-Taylor sitting in front of her, accompanied by Taylor and Isla. Taylor questions Ed Roth-Taylor's presence, demanding to know what's happening upstairs. Elvira observes the chaos inside the room, with display cabinets in disarray, and Ed Roth-Taylor positioned with his back to the stairs. She finds the situation intriguing, remarking that she didn't expect this confrontation. Ed Roth-Taylor informs Elvira that she cannot proceed, to which Elvira responds with a smile, finding the situation amusing. She challenges them, questioning whether they can truly stop her. Taylor interjects, seeking answers from Ed Roth-Taylor. When Ed remains silent, Taylor decides to attack him to force a response. Ed retaliates, and Elvira is surprised by the basic nature of his magic spells. She deduces that Ed, being a mage, would likely target Taylor, who excels in close combat. Preparing his spell, Ed readies a wind blade and aims upwards, cutting the chandelier above. The chandelier threatens to fall on Taylor, who barely manages to escape. Elvira observes this with surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Clebius Nortondale, who is nearby, hears the commotion and wonders about the noise. Elvira checks on Taylor's well-being, and Taylor confirms that he is fine. However, Ed Roth-Taylor directs his wind blade towards Elvira, cutting her hair and causing her bag of magic potions to fall. Elvira, now angered, confronts Ed Roth-Taylor, realizing that there is indeed something serious happening on the floor above. As she contemplates her next move, Ed Roth-Taylor casts an ignition illusion, engulfing the area in flames. He declares that the battlefield is set, displaying quick and precise judgment. The scene is intense as Ed Roth-Taylor's actions set the stage for a confrontation, with magic spells and strategic moves coming into play. The situation escalates as the characters face off in a battle of wits and abilities, with the outcome uncertain. In the roaring blaze, Ed Roth-Taylor stands at a distance. Elvira, as the top student of the alchemy faculty, represents our side's primary forces. To herself, Elvira acknowledges that the alchemy faculty's major weakness lies in our lack of raw combat power without relying on magical tools or elixirs. Many alchemy students carry magical rings or necklaces, but Elvira always believed a genius like herself wouldn't need such things. She considered it too bothersome, wondering if Ed Roth-Taylor also thought the same. Observing him from afar, she notes how he caused the chandelier to fall, then utilized the distraction to cast a firewall, all with the intention of targeting her bag. No, Elvira thinks to herself. If that were his aim, he'd have gone for the bag, not just a strap. He's just that insignificant Ed Roth-Taylor. Elvira then retrieves something from her pocket, a glowing blue ball, and tells herself, I still have options. With determination, she throws it to the ground, summoning a green rabbit. I'll apply a fire-resistant formula, drive it berserk, and amplify its strength, Elvira strategizes. Struggling to save herself from the flames, Elvira hears Isla Triss urging her to cast a spell to extinguish the fire. With great effort, she summons her power, causing an explosion that startles Ilatrice. However, Taylor steps in front of Ilatrice, shielding her. "Pull yourself together, Ilatrice," Taylor commands, considering how confident she is in her magical theory, but lacking in combat prowess even compared to first-year students. Unable to get close to Edroth Taylor, Taylor realizes he must act. Elvira intervenes, asking, "Taylor, do you think you can defeat him up close?" With determination, the once cute rabbit transforms into a fierce creature, poised to attack Edroth Taylor. Taylor moves forward, declaring, "It's not about what I think, it's about what I must do." Meanwhile, Elvira covers herself with a cloth and advances. Ilatrice attempts to stop her, but Elvira presses on, retrieving her potions. "Oh, my dear potions," she muses. "We were apart for such a short time, yet I missed you greatly." As Edroth Taylor launches a wind blade at Elvira, she remains calm, recalling the potion's properties. He seems quite prepared, Elvira thinks, deciding to use the release magic potion. She throws it towards Edroth Taylor's attack, taunting, "Too slow, Edroth Taylor." The potion hits the wind blade, causing its contents, a chemical reagent made from night butterfly flowers and gall mushrooms, to spill out. Reacting with the release magic, it triggers a massive explosion. The blast heals all of Ilatrice's wounds and begins to quell the flames. Elvira reflects to herself. It temporarily suppresses the byproducts of magical formulas. Do you understand what this means? However, her triumph is short-lived as Edroth Taylor swiftly dispatches the rabbit monster. Fuming with anger at Edroth Taylor, Elvira confronts him, pretending to be unfazed. "We have a warrior on our side. Now's your chance, Taylor." Edroth Taylor, realizing the odds, begins to flee the scene. As Edroth Taylor makes a run for it, Taylor follows closely behind. Suddenly, Edroth Taylor triggers a shelf to collapse, revealing a bucket filled with oil that ignites upon impact, causing an explosion. Fire once again engulfs the area, prompting Taylor to remark on the smell of oil. Elvira, alarmed, exclaims, "Are you out of your mind? This is the awfulest hall. A fire here could be disastrous." Drawing his sword, Taylor reassures her. "Whether it's magic fire or oil, my elemental slash can handle it. This chemical reagent won't last long. I'll end this before anyone gets hurt." However, Elvira urges Taylor to halt, considering the wide-open windows and lack of flammable objects. She wonders, did Edroth Taylor plan this far ahead? Meanwhile, Edroth Taylor prepares to attack with an arrow, prompting Elvira to try and stop Taylor as he moves to intercept. But it's too late, as Edroth Taylor aims the arrow at Taylor. Reacting swiftly, Taylor prepares to deflect the arrow, thinking to himself, "He's using a bow. I can counter it." Yet, to Taylor's shock, Edroth Taylor's arrow changes direction, heading towards Ilatrice instead. Realizing the danger, Elvira intervenes, managing to stop the arrow just in time, though she feels drained from the effort. She employs her claw hand, a magical engineering tool, to retrieve the arrow from a distance. Puzzled by Edroth Taylor's tactics, Elvira warns Taylor, "Wait, be cautious. He must have another trick up his sleeve." Edroth Taylor then blocks Taylor's sword strike with his bow, locking eyes with him. Suddenly, a noise interrupts the tense moment. Edroth Taylor recognizes it, thinking, "Is it time already?" The source of the commotion is Clebius Nortondale, shouting frantically about imminent doom unless action is taken. Edroth Taylor then announces, Act 2, Final Chapter, Theophilus Hall Incident. Second floor boss. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale has arrived. With a sigh of relief, he seems to believe the end is near. However, Taylor pushes Edroth Taylor, causing him to collide with a wall and sustain injuries. Elvira, taken aback, wonders aloud, what is his motive? Seeing Edroth Taylor injured, Taylor grabs him by the collar, demanding answers. Are you out of your mind? There must be a reason for all of this, he questions sternly. Elvira, contemplating the unfolding events, reflects, I feel like he's been playing us this entire time. If he truly wanted to overpower us, he wouldn't have revealed himself. There's something not right about all of this. Edroth Taylor responds sharply to Taylor. Are you finished now? If so, then move along. Stop wasting time with me. Taylor is taken aback by this sudden change in attitude, questioning, "What? You've delayed us for so long. Why the sudden shift?" Meanwhile, Aalis addresses Taylor, asking, "Why did you allow us to win? What's the meaning behind it?" Elvira and Taylor plead for leniency, urging Taylor to explain himself. However, Elvira's patience wears thin, and she demands answers. "I won't leave until I know. Tell me, why did you let us win?" Taylor remains fixated on Elvira, and she grits her teeth in frustration. Just then, someone arrives at the scene, and Taylor begins to speak. The permission flower pin was her choice. After a restless night of contemplation, could one belittle her pure love by labeling it as naive? He continues, his tone filled with a mix of resignation and bitterness. "It might have been a fantasy, but everyone has the freedom to indulge in hopeful thoughts. Yet, the cruel reality often shatters such dreams." Taylor recounts a tragic scene. The boy she envisioned at the pavilion, adorned in elegance, lay on the ground, bloodied from an attack by a suspicious group. As Taylor finishes speaking, Janica enters the scene. Horrified by Taylor's condition, her anger flares, her eyes blazing red as she glares at everyone present, demanding, "What have you all done?" Her gaze is filled with a fierce intensity, hinting at a vengeful intent. Janica finds herself wrestling with conflicting thoughts as she reflects on the letter from Taylor. Something feels off. While Taylor might have been caught up in an unexpected situation, his actions during the Glasskin hunt hinted at his ability to handle any challenge. His self-reliance made her believe he could solve any problem, big or small. It wasn't until her complacency was shaken that she began to reassess. Taylor never sought help, intentionally drawing Janica outside of Ophelis Hall, a departure from his usual behavior. He fought alone, shedding blood to keep Janica away from the battlefield, knowing she had faced repercussions from the Glasskin incident. Contemplating these thoughts, Janica slowly removes her hairpin, electricity crackling around her. She realizes Taylor was trying to shield her from the chaos, thinking of her well-being amidst her preoccupation with trivial concerns. With an intense stare and glowing eyes, she demands, "What are you doing?" Taylor, relieved by Janica's arrival, expresses gratitude that she wasn't ensnared in the situation. He acknowledges that Ophelis Hall's occupation by other students might not be the end, considering how far Taylor went to stop them. Sensing danger, Elvira clutches one of her potions, urging Taylor to focus, reminding him that Janica is now their adversary. Janica, exuding power, reveals that she hadn't been curious about their actions until now. Surprising even Taylor, she releases a surge of energy, summoning numerous spirits around them. With a smile, she assures Taylor, "It's all right." Elvira and Aalis grow nervous as the air crackles with a dangerous energy. Objects start levitating, spirits swirling around Janica. With a smirk, she tells Taylor to wait a moment. Elvira analyzes the situation, recognizing the 4 intermediate-grade spirits representing the 4 elements, along with numerous lesser spirits. It's like facing an entire army battalion. Realizing the dire circumstances, Elvira insists they must flee. "Taylor, let's face reality. We can't confront her head-on. We were even defeated by that fallen aristocrat. Now, we're up against the top student of the second-year magic department." However, Taylor refuses to back down. "Elvira, we can't risk you being unable to use your potions, can we?" he retorts, preparing to confront Janica and her formidable spirits. With the windows shattered and danger looming, Taylor braces himself for the upcoming battle. The situation in Ophelis Hall is no longer a mere occupation. Lives may be at stake. He knows they must stand and fight, despite the overwhelming odds. Taylor, ever determined, never wavers in his resolve, embodying the spirit of a protagonist. However, Taylor intervenes, grabbing Taylor from behind and urging him to leave. Surprisingly, the spirits around them do not attack Taylor upon Taylor's command. Turning to Taylor, Taylor instructs, "Listen, I'll handle Janica. You guys go ahead to the second floor as planned." Aalis is understandably confused, questioning Taylor's sudden change of heart. Responds bluntly, "I've changed my mind. Hurry up and go. Elvira, still wary of Ed Roth-Taylor's injuries, voices her concerns. You're covered in injuries. How do you plan to stop those spirits? In a surprising move, Ed Roth-Taylor strikes Elvira on the head with his fist, commanding her to retrieve her chemicals. He apologizes for tearing her bag, a gesture that terrifies Elvira. Feeling cornered, Elvira reluctantly complies, picking up her chemicals from the ground. Let's go, Taylor, she says, rallying the group as they start to make their escape. Meanwhile, Janica failover grows increasingly furious, but Ed Roth-Taylor begins to move towards her. Sensing his approach, Janica tells him not to push himself too hard, offering to finish things herself. She suggests Ed Roth-Taylor explain everything later after she tends to his injuries. Ed Roth-Taylor, however, deems Janica's offer disrespectful, raising his hands in a calming gesture. I'm really fine, he assures her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Why don't you calm down now? Janica, taken aback by the sudden touch, blushes and stammers. Your hand on my shoulder. She then realizes her mistake, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry. What did I do? I'm such an idiot, she mutters. Acknowledging the challenging situation with the strong winds, Janica begins to dispel the spirits as Ed Roth-Taylor struggles to maintain his balance. As they work together, a mix of tension and awkwardness fills the air, leaving the outcome of their encounter uncertain. As Janica failover calls back her spirits, restoring calm to the area, Elvira, Taylor, and Ed Roth-Taylor are shocked to see the sudden change. Ed Roth-Taylor, visibly fatigued and injured, urges them to leave quickly. Janica's eyes well up with tears as she manages to calm him down. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, Ed Roth-Taylor knows time is running out. He collapses unconscious on the floor. Later, Janica failover helps Ed Roth-Taylor to sit and expresses her concern, questioning why he never speaks up when he's hurt. She implores him to come talk to her if anything is troubling him. Ed Roth-Taylor responds, there was a reason for it this time. Next time, I'll tell you everything. Janica, still emotional, condemns the excessive violence they faced. She vows to confront their attackers the next time they meet, insisting Ed Roth-Taylor take care of himself. Ed Roth-Taylor assures her, all right, thanks for worrying about me, as he tries to stand up. Reflecting on the events, he realizes things didn't go exactly as planned, but he fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss. Now, he looks forward to tending to his duties at his camp. In a surprising revelation, Janica mentions seeing a grand carriage with a golden crown, a symbol of the leader of the elite merchant association, Lortel Kishoun's adoptive father and her biological father's killer. This golden king Elte, arriving earlier than expected, signifies trouble brewing. Ed Roth-Taylor explains the significance of the golden crown, revealing the intricate plot unfolding at the academy. Outside the scope of his knowledge, the appearance of the Golden King Elte signals ominous developments. In a separate scene, we witness Lortel Kishoun standing by a window, rain pouring outside. She holds a glass, calling for Aalis. Distressed, she reveals to Aalis that she was betrayed. They stand in the corridor of the Ophilis Hall's 5th floor. Lortel asks Aalis about the man she describes as evil and mean-looking, referring to Master Ed, whom they met at the camp. Aalis acknowledges meeting him, prompting Lortel to express surprise. Lortel explains that Ed Roth-Taylor isn't her type for looks, but rather because she feels a connection to him similar to what she feels with Aalis. Flashbacks show Lortel asking Ed Roth-Taylor if he could sympathize with someone like her. Emotional and vulnerable, Lortel confides in Aalis, sharing that Ed Roth-Taylor coldly dumped her without mercy, leaving her reeling with the weight of his words and actions. The scene unfolds with a sense of tension and mystery, hinting at deeper layers of intrigue and personal turmoil among the characters. Lortel Kishoun reflects on the harsh realities of life, remarking, I guess people like us get used to hearing stuff like that all their lives. Aalis, the chief maid of Ophilis Hall, stands beside her, a seasoned senior maid with over 20 years of service. She had started from humble beginnings as an apprentice maid at the age of 15 and had worked her way up to become the hall's manager. Lortel had invested heavily in Aalis, attempting to mold her out of her strict principles. Despite the financial losses incurred, Lortel sees it as a worthwhile investment. She found in Aalis a kindred spirit, someone willing to forsake their beliefs for material gain. For Lortel, encountering such individuals is a way to break free from her isolated life. She had lived in a world where one must strike first or risk being stabbed, whether in the slums or the treacherous merchant circles. She believes that with Welaine, the inferior student's representative, taking control of the fourth floor's command room and granting them access to the berserk defense magic, they could unknowingly wreak havoc within Ophelis Hall. Ed Roth Taylor narrates that Lortel Keisheln is undoubtedly an evil character, a hidden villain orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in the halls of Ophelis, Lortel tells Alice that things are proceeding according to plan. She announces her intention to visit the storage room and put on an act of being an innocent student caught in the chaos. However, Alice has her own agenda. As she grasps her sword, she confronts Lortel, revealing her true intentions. Behind Lortel, Alice places her sword at her neck, surrounded by a blue flame aura, her eyes alight with determination. Ed Roth Taylor continues his narration, expressing that Lortel Keisheln will face her fate alone, even in death. The scene is fraught with tension and the promise of a dramatic confrontation between these two characters with conflicting motives and hidden agendas. Ed Roth Taylor observes the chaos unfolding, realizing that time is running short. On the second floor, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale has been defeated by Tyler and is now tied up, forced to join their party. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the maid Kelly has been defeated in the bedding washer boss battle. Sitting defeated in the corridor, Kelly apologizes for not being able to fulfill her assigned task, expressing regret at missing Alice. The party, led by Taylor, advances smoothly, passing by Kelly without question as they make their way to the fourth floor. Arriving at the Ophelis halls on the fourth floor, they are immediately faced with a formidable challenge. Ed Roth Taylor had been too tough of an opponent from the start, and Elvira is shocked by what she sees. Students on the fourth floor are in a panic, running from someone enveloped in a raging crimson aura. They cry out for help as Taylor and the others confront the fourth floor boss, Welaine, who is a hostage to the defense magic. Welaine shouts for assistance, unable to withstand the situation. In the control room's dead center, a crystal ball triggers the magic circle control system. Alice and Lortel Keisheln's scheme is revealed. The self-defense magic formula etched all over Ophelis Hall was meant to protect students from outside threats. However, in this moment, it feels like a child wielding a loaded gun. As Taylor fends off Welaine's attacks, students begin to panic further. They realize the severity of the situation, with some shouting about the potential collapse of the building. Questions arise about the whereabouts of the maids, adding to the chaos. Seeing the dire circumstances, the students lose their composure. Some shout for everyone to leave quickly, realizing the building is on the brink of catastrophe. They leap out of windows, using their powers to escape in various ways. Inside, amidst the chaos, Taylor turns to Elvira, urgently asking if there is any more of the night butterfly flower reagent left. Elvira explains that the night butterfly flower distorts the magic of the caster, but the rune has already been carved, rendering it useless. Instead, she reveals another reagent from her bag, the angler weed reagent, made by combining angler weed seeds with emperor clam shells and melting them. Elvira uses the angler weed reagent, stating that it will block all basic magic within the corridor. She urges Taylor to focus on knocking out Welaine, reassuring him that she can handle the force of the assisting magic. Taylor, along with Clebius Nortondale, charges forward as Welaine shoots magic spears at them. They swiftly evade the attacks, determined to confront Welaine and put an end to the chaos engulfing the Ophelis halls. As Welaine looked at them with tears in his eyes, he cried out, "Finally!" Suddenly, flames engulfed the fourth floor, intensifying the chaos within. Outside, a carriage with a golden crown arrived, catching the attention of Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Faylover, who were conversing under a tree. Janica asked Ed, "What are you doing here? You'll reopen your wounds if you keep pushing yourself." Ed replied casually, "Most of this blood isn't even mine." Janica, frustrated, covered them both with her cloak from the rain, questioning why he was going to such lengths. Ed then gestured towards the carriage, remarking, "You might think I'm being nonsensical, but considering the man inside, You can't help but call this horse carriage plain. The carriage belonged to the Golden King Elte, Lortel Kachel's adoptive father and the fake boss who would later be betrayed by Lortel Kachel. Burning a paper in his hand, the Golden King Elte had discreet motives for being at the academy. Ed was puzzled by his presence and asked Janica, "Why is he here?" Noticing a maid with an umbrella in the distance, Ed pondered why the carriage had been there for so long without the man inside exiting. Was he waiting for the destruction of the Awfulest Hall? Ed was shocked to recognize the maid as Shenny, the third-floor maid in charge of dishes. Shenny was one of the orphans raised by the chief maid, Aalis. Originally, Shenny was supposed to be the third-floor boss, but her association with the Golden King Elte, Lortel Kachel's enemy, was perplexing. Ed wondered if Aalis, who was bought off by Lortel Kachel, could possibly be on Elte's side. This scenario could spell disaster for Lortel Kachel. Ed realized that Lortel Kachel's downfall might be inevitable. She was involved in political fights with Phenia in Act 3, and Ed had experienced firsthand the challenges of taking on Tote's role as the middle boss in Act 4. As the Golden King Elte stepped out of his carriage, Ed muttered to himself about having to play Lortel Kachel's role as well. He decided that he couldn't do this alone and called for Janica Faylover, telling her urgently that he needed a favor. Ed pondered how to explain the situation to Janica, eventually saying, "Okay." Curious, Janica asked, "What do I need to do?" In the letter that the Golden King Elte burnt in his carriage, it was written, "Greetings, Elte Kachel, the Golden King and Honorable President of the Elte Merchantry. Unlike the outer appearance of Lady Lortel Kachel following your orders as the adoptive daughter of the Elte Merchantry. In fact, she is plotting to betray you and take over the Elte Merchantry. Lady Lortel Kachel knows that you killed her biological parents and is coaxing the business magnates and directors of the Elte Merchantry to oust you. Also, the negotiations to purchase the Sage's sealed grimoire were just an excuse to draw you out into the Sylvania Academy. A bait to strike you by surprise, so you can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elte Merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to finding out about this truth, and I am now holding the confidential document that can prove Lortel Kachel's plot. But of course, in this world, nothing is free. Since Lady Lortel Kachel offered me a huge amount of gold coins, unless I am offered more gold coins than that, I will side with Lady Lortel Kachel. I am losing my sight, and due to an accident, I have almost lost all hearing. This will be my last year as chief maid. I am in a predicament, and the only human who knows of this truth. Depending on my choice, things will change dramatically for the better or worse. The paper attached to this letter has the names of the institutions I have been secretly managing all this time. The Crooks Orphanage in Cern Province, Kohelton Orphanage, Atons Crusel Orphanage, Alton Orphanage in Odell Province, Tamil Province Public Orphanage Asylum. The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions from now on will determine my actions hereafter. I trust you to make the correct judgment. The letter was made by Alice Alum, chief maid at Awfulest Hall. Alice Alum then put her sword to Lortel Kachel's neck, warning her not to move. She informed Lortel that Mr. Elte would soon arrive at Awfulest Hall. Alice didn't expect Lortel to have that look in her eyes, thinking she was more level-headed. She accused Lortel of seeking revenge against the Golden King Elte. However, Alice expressed regret, acknowledging that they weren't so different after all. In a sudden turn of events, Willain was seen tied up and unconscious. As the gang arrived in the hallway, Alvira pointed at Alice Alum, shouting that she was holding a hostage. Taylor was warned to be careful. Alice was shocked, and Lortel Kachel swiftly avoided Alice's blade, dashing towards Alvira and the group. Clebius Nortondale asked if Lortel Kachel was okay, unaware of the deception unfolding. In her thoughts, Lortel Kachel planned to frame Alice for the entire scheme and wanted to convey this to the group. Alvira noticed something off about Lortel's expression, questioning her about it. As Lortel ran away, covering her face, Alvira shouted her name, puzzled by her behavior. Lortel thought to herself about the impending arrival of the Golden King Elte. She planned to finalize the overthrow of the Elte Merchantry, making Elte responsible for large-scale tampering with the account books and the resulting damages. Ran down the stairs. Lortel added that Elte wasn't at the headquarters, so she needed to get in touch with the officials there. She planned to send a carrier pigeon, hidden in the room, and then hide herself somewhere safe. Lortel reassured herself that everything would be fine, reminding herself that no one truly understood her. Betrayal was expected, something she had experienced countless times before. Lortel Kesheln then rested against the wall, tears flowing like a river. She told herself that getting her heart broken at this point didn't suit her at all. Determined to do what she could, she ran fast, knowing she needed to reach her room before Elti did. Sending the carrier pigeon was crucial to her plan, and she hoped everything would be fine. Simultaneously, on the first floor of the main hall, the Golden King Elti arrived. He was stopped by someone who asked if he was a student. Elti quickly urged this person to evacuate. Edroth Taylor then intervened, informing Elti that due to the risk of collapse, they weren't allowing anyone inside the building for safety reasons. He couldn't let anyone through until faculty and staff arrived. The Golden King Elti inquired if the academy had given Edroth Taylor special instructions. Edroth Taylor replied that he was acting on his own accord since these matters were managed by a shop system in Slovenia. Edroth Taylor pondered to himself about the three people aware of the story's flow. Lortel Kesheln, who wanted to oust Elti, take revenge for her childhood, and claim the seat of the merchantry's president. The Golden King Elti, determined to thwart Lortel Kesheln's plans and succeed in purchasing the sage's sealed grimoire. Alice, the root cause of the twist in the story, now on the 5th floor with Lortel Kesheln. Edroth Taylor considered whether he needed to go to the 5th floor to deal with Alice. However, he decided against it, knowing that Taylor's party would likely encounter her. He trusted them, having confirmed their abilities. His focus needed to remain on handling matters with the Golden King Elti. As long as he kept Elti out, events in Ophelis Hall would proceed as they should. Edroth Taylor then addressed the Golden King Elti, expressing disbelief. "Aren't you Elta Kesheln, the president of the Elta merchantry? Surely, there must be a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing this with the academy first?" The Golden King Elti looked at Edroth Taylor, his ruby tie not shining in red. He replied, his aura ablaze with blue flames. "I see. So, you're the one on Lortel Kesheln's side? 10 minutes ago, a fire ignited at the Ophelis Hall." Edroth Taylor and Janica Failover glanced at a shattered wall. Edroth Taylor remarked, "Everything's chaotic out here," as he observed Jix Ethelstein, who was bracing against the burning building with one hand. Jix Ethelstein retorted, "I'm just avoiding making hasty decisions. It's not like the collapsing building will kill me." Edroth Taylor wondered to himself, is this what confidence looks like? Jix Ethelstein stood and complained to Edroth Taylor, "And why did you have to break the wall? Now it'll be cold when I sleep." Edroth Taylor silently mused, who in the world would think this guy is a mage? Then Jix Ethelstein noticed Janica Failover and greeted her. "Oh, Janica Failover, you're here too. This is our first proper meeting, though our encounter during the Glasgow incident wasn't the best." Janica Failover, averting her gaze from Jix Ethelstein's muscular frame, replied, "Yeah, about that. Sorry." Edroth Taylor reassured Janica Failover. "Don't look so down, Janica. You've already faced consequences for it, right?" Janica Failover nodded. "Yeah, you're right, Edroth Taylor. Thanks." Jix Ethelstein then asked, "Are you two dating by any chance?" Janica Failover froze like a startled cat, and Edroth Taylor looked at her disapprovingly. She quickly denied, No, we're not." Blushing, she turned to Edroth Taylor and asked, "Did that bother you?" Edroth Taylor replied, "No, I'm fine." It was Jix Ethelstein's rude question. Janica Failover responded, "Oh, is that so?" Jix Ethelstein then apologized for his question and added, "But why did you go to the extent of breaking the wall to approach me?" Edroth Taylor remembered and said, "Right, do me a favor and I'll repay you later." The scene shifted to the present, where Edroth Taylor spoke to the Golden King Elti. He suggested, "I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing with the Academy administration first to ensure you receive the respect you deserve?" Meanwhile, Jix and Janica Failover hid in a corner. The Golden King Elti responded, "I see, so you're on Lortel Kesheln's side, huh?" He leaned in close to Edroth Taylor and whispered, "Did you fall for her unassuming appearance? Instead of being loyal to uncertain gold coins, take advantage of the clear benefits before you. She was born with the blood of a fox, one who stabs others as soon as she sees their backs. I've raised her since childhood. I know this better than anyone. I'll double the gold coin she offered you right now. Just step aside. Ed Roth Taylor replied, thank you for the offer. However, I wasn't promised any gold coins, so what's the point in doubling that? The Golden King LT replied, I see, as his soldiers prepared to fight. He signaled for them to stop, saying, my words aren't reaching you. Suddenly, he ordered, dispose of him quietly, and they all rushed towards Ed Roth Taylor, who promptly fled. The Golden King LT questioned, are you trying to let him escape? Two soldiers blocked the door, but they were pushed back by a strong gust of wind magic from Jix. He reassured, it's okay, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed replied, I'll come back after I check the situation. I'll repay you later. Janica Faylover affirmed, got it, while Jix asked, wasn't I the one indebted to you to begin with? Observing that these students were formidable opponents, the Golden King LT commanded his soldiers, give them everything you've got. The soldiers advanced towards Janica Faylover and Jix. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor ran while thinking, I should go meet Lortel Keshon now and ask her about the situation. Suddenly he bumped into Lortel Keshon herself, who remarked, you couldn't get out. Ed replied, let's go to the back door and escape. Can you run? Don't fall behind, run as fast as you can. Ed Roth Taylor reflected to himself, there's always a reason behind all goodwill and trust. Even Sharo, the ultimate chantry receptionist, acted flirtatious with Lortel Keshon, anticipating she might accidentally reveal valuable information. Kadan, the merchantry employee, became lively around Lortel Keshon, as she often provided tips. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, stuck close to her for the high-quality feed. In Lortel Keshon's world, all goodwill seemed to come with a hidden motive. As Ed Roth Taylor and Lortel Keshon ran through the halls, he said to her, I don't think we have time to go into detail. Anyhow, Alice betrayed you, right? Lortel Keshon thought to herself, acknowledging her mistake and foolishness. She compared herself to Janica Faylover, who grew up surrounded by love and goodwill, reciprocating the same to the world. She felt different, regretting the day she made the offer to Ed Roth Taylor. Lortel Keshon remembered the heated look in Janica Faylover's eyes when she glanced at E, without any ulterior motives or greed. She had hoped for a similar relationship, but ended up revealing all her plans to Alice. Realizing her misplaced trust, Lortel Keshon regretted losing sight of her own cynical self. She realized that she shouldn't have dared to dream of such a romantic life, especially as she schemed to take control of the Awfulest Hall by manipulating 5 people. The chief maid Alice, the twin maids Shenny and Kelly, the inferior students representative Welaine, and the fallen noble Ed Roth Taylor. Alice, Shenny, and Kelly joined hands with the Golden King LT, while Welaine also sided with him, not willing to support Lortel Keshon. Ed Roth Taylor noticed that Lortel Keshon had stopped running. She apologized to him, saying, I'm sorry, Ed Roth Taylor. Internally, she questioned herself, why am I apologizing? Why is he an ally? Lortel Keshon then told Ed Roth Taylor, I can't guarantee the 20 gold coins I offered you anymore. The situation right now is unstable. She thought to herself, frustrated. Why am I saying foolish things about surrendering? Nobody seems to be on my side. Ed Roth Taylor retorted, did I ask? Her eyes widened at his response as he grabbed her wrist, urging, we don't have time for this. Why are you standing around? If the Golden King LT catches you, it's over. We need to escape first, don't we? They continued running together. Lortel Keshon pondered to herself, goodwill and trust, there's always a reason behind them. Ed Roth Taylor demanded, tell me what's going on. She thought to herself, if you don't see that reason, you don't trust them. I'm sure that's how it should be. Then Lortel Keshon explained to Ed Roth Taylor, the merchantry headquarters plan to manipulate market prices. It must be my father's doing. After the massive monster hunt in the eastern mountains last summer, armor prices fell. They aimed to purchase and monopolize all armor, trading them internally. Ed Roth Taylor interrupted. So, in short, it's manipulative trading. You don't have to elaborate. Lortel Keshon nodded. Exactly. The Golden King LT needed money urgently for this plan. He found a buyer willing to pay a good price for the sage's sealed grimoire, so he sent me to Sylvania to find a way to steal it. Ed Roth Taylor understood. I see. You don't need to explain the rest. Ed Roth Taylor explained to himself the concept of manipulative trading, where merchants, in this case, Alpha, Beta, and Charlie, monopolize a cheap product and artificially inflate its price by trading it among themselves. This method relies on creating the illusion of scarcity, leading people to believe they need to buy it immediately before it becomes unaffordable. If these merchants then sell the product they've gathered, they can make enormous profits. However, this plan hinges on trust. If Beta and Charlie sell without Alpha's knowledge, the prices will plummet, causing chaos. The Golden King LT in this scenario could face a significant loss, jeopardizing his position of power. To execute this plan, Lortel Keshon had bought the loyalty of many related to Beta and Charlie over the years. The transfer of sales rights could only happen when the Golden King LT was absent from his position at the headquarters. Ed Roth Taylor then spoke to Lortel Keshon, summarizing her plan. You were going to use the occupation of the Ophilis Hall to create a financial crisis at the Academy. This would force the Golden King LT out of the merchantry headquarters to secure the money he urgently needs. Then, you'd have the opportunity to sell off the armor stockpiled at the headquarters, right? Lortel Keshon was astonished at how Ed Roth Taylor grasped the entire scheme instantly. Ed continued, That leaves you with one task. We need to send a message to the merchantry headquarters to initiate the armor sale. Lortel Keshon realized, I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my forces inside the headquarters. Ed Roth Taylor nodded. Then, you win if you send that pigeon to the headquarters and stay hidden until the sale is done. However, Lortel Keshon expressed concern. My father might expect this. He could be planning to capture me tonight and force the traitors to confess the whole plan. Ed Roth Taylor thought for a moment and replied, Listen carefully, Lortel Keshon. From now on, you must stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. If we were in the Golden King Eltes place, I'd have people stationed at the 2 bridges leading to the Arkan Mountains to track us. Speak to the horsemen in the quarters and send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. Leave it at a suitable spot and then run away. They'll think you're on the outskirts. Lortel Keshon asked, What about me? Ed replied, There's an incomplete hut in the northern forest. Stay there for 3 days. I'll send the pigeon from your room to the headquarters with a simple message. Sell right now. Your allies will handle the rest. Yes, they will, Lortel Keshon affirmed. He then looked at Ed Roth Taylor, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her gently against the wall. There's someone guarding the back door, he explained urgently. I'll take care of the outside. You wait here until the person is gone, then make your escape to the quarters. With determination in his eyes, Ed Roth Taylor swiftly moved to execute their plan, leaving Lortel Keshon to wait anxiously for the right moment to make her escape. The rain continued to pour outside, adding to the tense atmosphere as they worked towards their goal of freeing Lortel Keshon from the impending danger. Lortel Keshon remained silent, reflecting on Ed's decisive actions. She thought, like a seasoned ally and merchant, Ed Roth Taylor acted swiftly and efficiently, handling matters without delay. The thought of trusting him completely crossed my mind. Ed Roth Taylor then raised his voice. Are you truly yourself right now? Why are you acting so unlike your usual self? In the tense situation, Ed Roth Taylor's urgency and clarity of thought brought a plan to help Lortel Keshon escape the impending danger. Lortel Keshon nodded. Yeah, I understand, Ed Roth Taylor, and thought to herself, this might just work. Then, with a worried voice, Lortel Keshon asked, Why are you helping me so much? Ed Roth Taylor fell silent, looking into her eyes, then closed his eyes, thinking to himself, If you ask that so suddenly, Lortel Keshon pressed. For no reason, Ed Roth Taylor replied. I just feel like I should, and abruptly left, closing the door behind him. As the rain poured outside, Lortel Keshon sank to the floor, breathing heavily as her heart pounded loudly. Blushing, she wondered about the loud sound, initially thinking it was the final battle between Alice, Taylor, and their friends. But then she realized it was her own heartbeat, feeling the intensity of her emotions for Ed Roth Taylor. Overwhelmed, she cried at the unexpected rush of feelings. Meanwhile, outside in the rain, a maid wielding a sword approached Ed Roth Taylor. She remarked, I didn't expect you to be the one coming out of there, young master Ed Roth Taylor. This is unexpected. It was Maid Shenny, usually in charge of the dishes. Ed Roth Taylor quipped to her, for the supposedly last obstacle, this feels kind of bland. And with that, the painstaking attempted takeover had reached its end. All of Ophilis Hall's runes gathered around the one with command. The swordsman capable of holding her own against the combat faculty students and an intermediate magic user flawlessly. It was Chief Maid Alice. She stands alone against Taylor McClure and his party in the final battle of Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief Maid Alice. As the battle begins, the top floor of Ophilis Hall erupts in chaos. Outside, maid Shenny, responsible for the dishes, points her sword at Ed Roth-Taylor, her eyes glowing yellow. Ed Roth-Taylor, realizing his mana is depleted with only a few basic spells left, braces himself. Maid Shenny charges with a purple aura surrounding her saber, aiming a stab for Ed Roth-Taylor's leg. However, he manages to dodge. Anticipating her attack pattern, Ed Roth-Taylor recognizes Maid Shenny's tactics, stepping on her saber to disarm her. Undeterred, Maid Shenny reveals throwing daggers hidden in her smooth legs and thick thighs. Ed Roth-Taylor swiftly grabs her wrist, disarming her of the daggers. He realizes that Maid Shenny, as a twin, shares skills with her sister once a day, evident in her use of low-level telekinesis to launch the daggers at him. Ed Roth-Taylor, though wounded by the daggers, knows they are not deep due to their unrefined borrowed abilities. He removes the blades from his body, pinning Maid Shenny down and kicking away her sword. With a silent expression, he asserts, "That's enough." Frustrated, Maid Shenny shouts, "I can't disappoint Miss Alice." She demands Ed Roth-Taylor move out of her way, driven by her loyalty. Whispering to Maid Shenny, Ed Roth-Taylor cryptically mentions that Alice will lose. Confused and agitated, Maid Shenny questions his knowledge of Alice's struggles. She questions whether he knows the pain she has endured, the battles fought, the orphans saved. In the rain, Ed Roth-Taylor ponders his lack of knowledge about Alice, admitting to himself that he doesn't know much. Maid Shenny reveals her personal connection to Alice, stating that she is also one of the orphans saved by her. She emphasizes that Alice gave her a chance at a normal life, allowing her to work and earn a living. She passionately tells Ed Roth-Taylor that he knows nothing about Alice. Ed Roth-Taylor, unmoved, replies, "Well, that's not my concern." Despite hearing Maid Shenny's heartfelt story, he remains resolute in his stance. In the midst of the explosion caused by Taylor McClure and Alice's fight, Ed Roth-Taylor shields Maid Shenny, who was responsible for the dishes, from the intense heat. Tearfully, she accuses Ed Roth-Taylor, "I won't forgive you. How could you side with Lortel Cashon, Ed Roth-Taylor?" Overcome with emotion, she eventually falls asleep, and the fire rages on around them. Looking at Maid Shenny sadly, Ed Roth-Taylor thinks to himself, "I don't know any of these additional stories. What do you expect me to do about something I don't know? There are already too many stories that will never see the light of day." Despite the chaos, Ed Roth-Taylor manages to drag Maid Shenny to safety. He reflects, those who decide their actions based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. But my course of action and ultimate goal haven't changed since I first inhabited this body. With that, Ed Roth-Taylor escapes the scene, driven by his will to survive. A notification suddenly appears, informing Ed Roth-Taylor, "You have murdered Maid Shenny, who was in charge of the dishes." Another notification follows, "You have acquired a new skill, pain endurance, which temporarily halts physical exhaustion and postpones the ability to feel pain to a later time." Ed Roth-Taylor is taken aback by this unexpected development. He then throws a rock at Lortel Cashon's window and enters her room. Taking in the luxurious furnishings and orderly arrangement, he notices a messenger pigeon. Without hesitation, he begins writing a letter. In the message, he instructs, "Eltes in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days to get back to the main headquarters. Sell all of the acquired gear." He sends the carrier pigeon off into the rainy night sky, determined to bring back Elte's head. Exiting the room, badly injured and exhausted, Ed Roth-Taylor contemplates his actions. He realizes that without the help of Jix, Janica Faylover, and a few fortunate moments, Lortel Cashon would have been swiftly captured by Elte. He envisions the scenario. Lortel Cashon's hired carriage speeding out of the Arkan Mountains, Elte in hot pursuit. His plan seems to be unfolding smoothly. As he walks through the forest, Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly encounters Lortel Cashon approaching him. Surprised, he acknowledges her presence, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thinks to himself, "I need to be alert. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel Cashon." Seeing her with a dagger, he understands the danger he's in. Ed Roth-Taylor realizes that only the 5 people Lortel Cashon bribed know she's the secret mastermind. With Elte gone, Alice would have to rely on Lortel Cashon's support. He sees himself as a wild card in her plans, someone she can't easily buy off. In Lortel Cashon's eyes, he's a variable that needs to be eliminated for her perfect crime to succeed. Acknowledging Lortel Cashon's true villainous nature, Ed Taylor understands he must use his wits to survive. However, his body is weary and injured. Before he knows it, Lortel Kesheln is standing before him, using her dagger to cut a piece of her clothes to bandage his wound. Surprised by her unexpected kindness, Ed Taylor is taken aback. She helps him to his hut, and as the rain stops, Lortel Kesheln decides to build a bonfire for them. Looking at Ed Taylor, she suggests, "Let's warm ourselves first together." Her eyes fixed on him, a hint of tears, and a blush coloring her cheeks. Around the bonfire, Ed Taylor inquired of Lortel Kesheln, "So, did everything proceed according to plan?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "Senior Ed Taylor, everything went precisely as intended. I am Lortel Kesheln after all. I secured a promise from the coachman. He assured me he would do his utmost to draw their attention and gain us some time. He's even prepared to risk his life." Ed Taylor remarked, "Is he truly that loyal? What sort of tactic did you employ?" Ed Taylor pondered to himself while observing Lortel Kesheln perspire. Could it be that she resorted to taking their family hostage? Lortel Kesheln informed Ed Taylor, "Did you know, Senior, that if this scheme succeeds, I will ascend to the highest echelons of power within the LT company? It's astounding that I owe this opportunity to you." Lortel Kesheln gazed at him as though smitten and added, "What do you think? Do you not feel the weight of responsibility on your shoulders? Do you not find me remarkable?" Ed Taylor merely toyed with the fire, remaining silent. Lortel Kesheln remarked, "Wow, that reaction was rather lackluster." She grinned and expressed, "Thank you so much, Senior." "I won't forget this," Ed Taylor simply stated. "Just make sure to deliver the 20 gold coins you promised on time then." Lortel Kesheln chuckled. Lortel Kesheln then said, "But there's something I wish to inquire about." Ed Taylor inquired, "Do you still have matters to attend to? Is it concerning Alice?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "No, nothing of that sort. I'll handle that on my own. What I wanted to discuss was Senior Janica Faylover." "You're quite close to Senior Janica Faylover, correct?" Ed Taylor affirmed. "Yes, I am acquainted with Janica Faylover. She's a good person." Lortel Kesheln remarked, "She is truly a kind and admirable senior whom I deeply respect. She always shows consideration for others and has a kind heart." Ed Taylor glanced at Lortel Kesheln and asked, "All right, so what's on your mind?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "I'm not as kind-hearted as you may think." Meanwhile, in a different scene at the Ophilis Hall, LT received a sudden report from his subordinate amidst the commotion and swiftly departed. It appeared that he was no longer interested in the affairs at Ophilis Hall, especially with the presence of several mercenaries complicating matters for Jix Ethelstein. However, instead of confronting the mercenaries, he needed to halt his allies. Jix Ethelstein said to Janica Faylover, "I believe it's time to cease." Initially, Janica Faylover seemed somewhat apprehensive, but as the battle raged on, spirits soared higher and higher. It needed to be halted before casualties ensued. Jix Ethelstein inquired of Janica Faylover, "Is something the matter? Are you upset?" A spirit bird whispered to Janica Faylover, and suddenly she looked at Jix Ethelstein and replied, feigning a smile, "I'm not upset." In a different setting, Ed Taylor reflected on the challenges of attending class due to his disheveled school uniform. Jix Ethelstein offered his uniform and recounted the events of that night. Willain assumed full responsibility for the attack at Ophilis Hall. Headmaid Alice remains uncooperative during interrogation, and Lortel Kesheln is unable to leave. Given the lack of significant opposition from LT's side so far, the operation is likely to succeed partially. We have no choice but to wait for time to reveal the outcome of our efforts. Ed Taylor lamented the lost work time due to the incident and his physical discomfort. He noted his inability to engage in tasks requiring high energy, necessitating a slower pace in his work. A system notification indicated Ed Taylor's intermediate craftsman status, specializing in woodworking, with notable levels in handicraft design and collecting skills. With empty slots for advanced production techniques, acquiring a new skill became a top priority. He planned to start learning spiritual infusion, which complements elementalists and magical engineering, beneficial for crafting various items. Spiritual infusion is acquired through a contract with a spirit and producing elementalism-containing products, while magic engineering comes from dismantling and assembling magically engineered items. Janica Faylover arrived, greeting Ed Taylor happily after the rain stopped and the weather turned chilly. Ed inquired about her absence from class, to which Janica explained her headache and poor condition, opting to rest in the northern forest. She reassured Ed that she wasn't hurt while assisting him. Janica then inquired about Lortel Keshaun's well-being, learning that she was resting in the cabin, which visibly upset Janica. Lortel Keshaun pondered to herself, despite the resolution of the Awfulest Hall incident, there remained much to be done. Winning back the former headmaid Aalis was a priority, as well as laying the groundwork for negotiations on the sage's seal purchase. However, the past 3 days spent waiting for a response from LT headquarters had left her with nervous thoughts, confined to the cabin. Yet, being with Ed Roth-Taylor made her heart race. His unconditional goodwill and trust enveloped her like a warm embrace, a feeling more precious than gold to someone who had always trodden a cold, distant path. She was unwilling to relinquish him to anyone else. Observing Ed conversing with Janica Faylover, Lortel Ketchel chuckled inwardly, especially at Janica's apparent expectation of unconditional goodwill and trust in relationships. If Janica had so many such relationships, she should at least give up this one. Otherwise, Lortel was prepared to resort to less honorable tactics, her specialty. Spending 3 days together provided a significant advantage. It was time to act decisively. However, showering Ed with gold coins wouldn't work, and she was short on funds. Perhaps assisting with his tuition would suffice, naturally, without any ulterior motives. Lortel couldn't help cringing at her lack of experience in relationships, with her count still at 0. Suddenly, Lucy Mariel interrupted, asking Lortel to move aside, claiming her spot. Lucy brought her blanket and settled on the floor, stating it was the best spot for the sunlight. Lortel wondered about Lucy's peculiar behavior. Then, Ed intervened, escorting Lucy out and creating a makeshift tent for her. He apologized for the disturbance, assuring Lortel she could relax as if it were her own home. As Lucy slept outside, Lortel couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of another girl in Ed's life. Yet, she resolved that time would reveal the victor in their competition in 3 days. On the second morning in Lortel Keshel's cabin, she greeted Ed Roth-Taylor cheerfully. However, her joy was interrupted by Janica Faylover's arrival, who exchanged greetings with Lortel. Ed engaged in conversation with Janica outside, leaving Lortel frustrated by her perceived rivalry with Janica for Ed's attention. Inside, she glanced at Lucy Mariel still sleeping. Outside, Ed laughed and announced the completion of a project. A system notification revealed a newly finished product. Handmade bricks formed by pouring mud into molds and then applying ignite magic. Another notification indicated an increase in production skills, achieved through improved dexterity stats. The product, a brick fireplace made from handmade bricks stacked together, fulfilled its role despite being less sturdy due to treated joints. The production difficulty was moderate. With the fireplace finally completed, Ed proceeded to cook for Janica and Lortel. Lortel noticed a unique smell and guessed correctly that basil was added. Ed credited Bel Maya for providing the herb. Lortel expressed confidence in the morning's progress and emphasized the need to remain vigilant. Ed agreed, cautioning against complacency. Lortel, considering herself a merchant, expressed her intent to repay Ed for his help, either in cash or goods. She gazed at Ed with affection, while Janica observed with a competitive edge. Ed suggested leftover magically engineered goods as a potential repayment, sparking Janica's curiosity. Lortel encouraged Janica to check her inventory before deciding. However, Ed had a favor to ask Janica, surprising her with the request. Ed Roth-Taylor expressed his interest in learning more about spirit magic and making a contract with a low-ranking spirit, seeking Janica Faylover's help. Janica eagerly accepted, aiming to elevate Ed's abilities to contract with a mid-ranking spirit quickly. She presented a bird spirit named Karis to communicate with Ed, but Karis pointed out Ed's limited ability to hear spirits due to his resonance level. Karis highlighted Ed's busy daily life, lacking time to focus solely on magic training, especially considering reports of his food shortage and urgent cabin construction needs. Janica nervously dismissed Karis and inquired if Ed heard everything, to which Ed admitted only vague understanding. Confused about the weekly report meeting, Janica panicked, not wanting Ed to know about her observations. Lortel Keshaun intervened, redirecting the conversation to magically engineered items surplus. She offered to provide them abundantly and at a low price, but requested Ed's presence at her store every 3 days in return. Janica protested, feeling it should be free due to Ed's help, but Lortel stuck to her merchant ethics. Belmaya's sudden arrival, now the new head maid, interrupted, indicating an impending message from a senior maid. Belmaya said, while doing the laundry, "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" Lady Clara said to her, "Well, don't be shocked. This is really top secret. You absolutely mustn't tell this to anyone else. Don't even show that you're shocked. I think Janica likes Ed, none other than Ed Roth-Taylor." Belmaya didn't look surprised after hearing this. Belmaya thought to herself, "Should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite?" "I see. Lady Clara, you must have been quite worried about her." Lady Clara said, "I don't know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels like his reputation is improving little by little. As her friend, I support her. But that's not all. These days, Janica keeps mentioning a certain name, Lortel Cashel. You see, she missed the opening ceremony just like Ed Roth-Taylor, and yesterday, they were both absent from the first common class together. I mean, ultimately, relationships are a game of push and pull. In that regard, you could say Janica doesn't stand a chance, and I don't really understand Ed either. It's ridiculous how he pretends not to notice when Janica is so obviously throwing him glances." Belmaya said, "Is he hard-hearted or just a creepy, cunning wolf, rather than being a wolf or hard-hearted? Maybe he is just in too difficult a situation to be interested in dating." Lady Clara said, "No way that's true. I'm sure he's grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps." Belmaya said to herself, "Luck, you say? A sly thieving cat in front of a fish shop, a naive kitten trembling before a tiger. Just a cat." Belmaya's head hurt, and Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "It's nothing. I'm sorry. Just looking at them is giving me a headache." Lortel Cashel said, "More importantly, what was it you wanted to say?" Belmaya said to her, "I have a message for you, Lady Lortel. It's from the former chief maid, Aalis." The flickering bonfire drove away the darkness of the night. Janica had already left. Belle also took Lucy and left, although it bothered her that Lortel's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Ophilis Hall while she was in hiding. Lortel Cashel said to Ed Roth-Taylor, "Isn't it a bit worn out for a uniform that's been repaired?" Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "It's still decent enough to wear." The carrier pigeon, which carried the news of victory, had already arrived. The letter stated, "Review of the proposal to depose the chairman of the association has been completed. Ed's real authority is largely restricted. His dismissal is certain. The atmosphere favors his overthrow. Status report requested. It was now time to prepare to go back to school as usual." Lortel Cashel said, "If the situation has progressed this far, Father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. Though it's a futile last struggle, he certainly won't have time to care about us here in Sylvania." Ed Roth-Taylor said to Lortel Cashel, "Any chance that Ed has another trick hidden up his sleeve?" Lortel Cashel replied, "That man is as cunning as me, so I wouldn't say the chances are zero. Still, Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, is supporting me, so I have no choice but to trust him. My biggest concern was Aalis, but that problem seems to have been taken care of for now." Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "You mean Aalis won't reveal that you're the mastermind behind this?" Lortel Cashel said, "Well, she has no choice. This is a prepaid concept, you see. She was planning to side with whoever won between me and Ed." The parchment Belmaya delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage. So she made a bet with the rest of her life at stake. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, her followers seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. Lortel Cashel said, "She's only siding with me because my victory looks to be certain. Regaining lost trust will be difficult, but I can't believe she sent me this instead of a threat." Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Lortel Cashel. "In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make that mistake, you're treated as a fool. She must know this better than anyone," Lortel Cashel said. "From my point of view, too, nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I'm the mastermind behind this. Well, I'll just play along then. After all, there's no such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies." Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, yet she looked somewhat relieved. Lortel Cashel said, "I will get going. You'll stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract next week, right?" Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Yeah, Take this. It will last for a while. Lortel Cashon just looked at Edroth Taylor. Edroth Taylor said, "Why are you thinking so much about taking it?" Lortel Cashon said, "Nothing. It's just, Ed, you're taller than I thought." Edroth Taylor said, "Out of nowhere?" Lortel Cashon said, "It does seem a bit rushed, but if I want to win, I have to sometimes. Make some risky moves, I think." "Do you know this, Ed?" And Lortel Cashon played with Ed Roth Taylor's tie. The essence of human relationships is all about push and pull, like this tie. "Look, it's twisted, isn't it?" Ed Roth Taylor said. "No one's even looking at me. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well, there's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania after all." As Lortel Cashon tiptoed to reach Ed Roth Taylor, she kissed him unexpectedly. "The raspberries we ate in the evening were delicious, weren't they?" she said, smiling. "Just thinking about them again makes me happy." Ed Roth Taylor replied sternly, "Stay within your limits." Lortel Cashon chuckled. "How upsetting. They say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much. Next time, let's have you pull a little. After all, I need to practice pushing your way too." With that, she walked away. A few seconds later, she began to run and vanished. Ed Roth Taylor remarked to himself, "Although I try to avoid getting too involved with main scenario characters as much as possible, as expected, when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans. The stars I see from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The sound of crickets chittering and the crackling of the campfire are also the same as always, but I feel the trajectory of the scenario I'm involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I'm being sucked into the center of the story. My plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines, and only trying to take care of what I feel needs to be done has not changed. I have no greed. I'll just get my diploma and pay attention to my stats." The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far in the future. Just like that, summer passed, and it's now fall. Tarkin slapped his tail out of anger and said to Janica Faylover, "That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed." A bird spirit said to Janica Faylover, "We can't afford to just sit by, Lady Janica, if we don't intervene." Janica Faylover, confused, asked, "Wait, what are you talking about?" "What?" Tarkin confirmed. "Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts." Janica Faylover, growing angry, demanded, "What do you mean?" "What? Did Ed react?" Tarkin replied, "Oh, your question really gets to the core of it. From what I saw, he definitely put up a wall. She went as far as to kiss him, but his expression didn't flinch at all. I was astonished by how coldly he responded. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. This means one of two things, that fallen noble is either impotent, or he doesn't see her as a woman." Janica Faylover said, "Well, that's a relief." Tarkin continued, "But regardless, men aren't as good at being defensive as they are at being proactive. As per my experience, people like that foxy redhead cling and burn more intensely the more you reject them. That's definitely not good for you, Janica." Janica Faylover said, "Still, you said Ed's reaction was lukewarm." Tarkin shouted at Janica Faylover while being carried away by other spirits. "Are you going to let that foxy redhead steal him from you? You said you were supposed to teach him spirit magic. It's not a good idea to waste such an opportunity. You should also at least kiss him when it's just the two of you." A spirit panther intervened. "Don't listen to Tarkin, Janica. You're the most charming when you're just being yourself." "Oh, yes. Emphasizing your naive and cheerful vibe is also a great idea." Tarkin's jaw dropped. "Janica, don't you also want to experience a thrilling, exciting experience with young Master Ed?" Janica Faylover blushed and said, "Eating, feeding each other." In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Go on, say ah." Lucy Myrrell ate the soup as she tried to figure out the taste. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and she spat out the soup, saying, "It doesn't taste good." Lucy Myrrell said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Yeah, without a variety of spices, it's hard to have flavor. Don't make me your taste testing machine. I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available." A system notification appeared, detailing Ed's life skills. Rank: Intermediate Craftsman Specialty, Carpentry Handiness Level, 14 Design Level, 9 Gathering Ability Level, 12 Carpentry Level, 13 Hunting Level, 10 Fishing Level. Cooking Level: 6 Repairing Level, 5 advanced crafting skill slots. None. Ed contemplated the distribution of his key stats, realizing that raising just one could drop efficiency, so he needed to increase them evenly. The problem is that I'm too busy. Since school has started, excluding my time at school, the total time I can devote to survival activities is just about 5 or 6 hours, even if I cut back on sleep. I might get used to it, but the reason I'm worrying about the efficiency of my survival activities is because I need time to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in my regular life, I keep a close watch on key students. Like Taylor and the 4 heroines within the academy, Taylor is in the combat faculty, so I don't see him much, but he seems to be growing well. His companion Isla is also doing her role of supporting him. The benevolent princess, Princess Phenia, also seems to be having no problems, but it's about time she starts clashing with Lortel, so I have to observe her. Clarice will enroll next year, so there's no need to worry about her for now. I'm watching the golden daughter Lortel as if I'm walking on thin ice. With Eltie's early dismissal, it's uncertain how this will affect how she acts. But regardless of Elte, it seems her plan to get her hands on the sage's sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason I've been needing more time as of late is because it's about time I start checking up on the faculty building. Because the final boss of this second act is... Meanwhile, a professor revealed that there was a hidden mastermind behind the Office Hall takeover, identified as Professor Glass. Claire Elfin said, "If you think so, then it's probably true. You have an oddly good intuition after all." Then the assistant professor Claire Elfin was introduced. Professor Glass replied, "But be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find." Claire Elfin assured him, "I will find it by tomorrow morning." In the Office Hall faculty building, at the office of Claire Elfin, Ennis said, "I have gathered the materials related to the Office Hall takeover incident." Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, exhausted, thanked Ennis and read through the files. She thought to herself, do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped already? I seriously feel so tired I could die. But no matter how I look at it, something is off. She glanced at a picture of Ed Roth Taylor. In another scene, Lortel Cashel said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Oh my, I am really sorry, Ed Roth Taylor. I was so out of it that I forgot about the contract. Looks like you will have to visit again next week at the Elta Merchant Association, Sylvania branch." Lortel Cashel continued, "As an apology, I have prepared some tea and refreshments. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so you can pick it up at the counter." Ed Roth Taylor remarked, "Really? But is your work attire always so?" Lortel Cashel interrupted, "I have an important appointment, so I tried to dress up a bit." And she looked at Ed Roth Taylor intensely, asking, "How does it look?" Ed Roth Taylor, puzzled, asked about the appointment, making Lortel Cashel sweat as she waited for his reaction. After a few moments, she laughed and said, "Yeah, it's something you don't know about. Is the cabin complete now?" Ed Roth Taylor confirmed, "It's in the final stages." Lortel Cashel then suggested, "Then you will need furniture too, right?" Ed Roth Taylor replied, "Yeah, but the products you trade at your company are all too high-end, so they are too expensive for me." Lortel Cashel said, "Of course, I can't give them to you for free. Giving away sale items for free would go against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right?" Lortel Cashel uses her magic to break the chair. "Now that this can't be sold, I will discard it tomorrow." Ed Roth Taylor looked at her and remarked, "I told you this is too high-end," and he sipped his cold cup of tea, thanking her. Lortel Cashel continued to gaze at Ed Roth Taylor, waiting for his response to her attire. She thought to herself, how is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? And she sat on the table beside Ed Roth Taylor. "I basically made the winning move." Lortel Cashel touches the collarbone of Ed Roth Taylor and said, "You don't see me as a woman, do you?" "I see you as a man though, Ed." "It means exactly what you're thinking. Even this help I'm offering you is because of my ulterior motives. I get what answer you're looking for. But, though you are acting different right now, someday, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "A seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or you're in a tight spot. It's in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings." In a different scene, Janica Failover shouts with her staff saying, "Well then, let's start the lesson, shall we?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Oh, yay." Janica Failover then made a fireball in her hands and said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Wanna try focusing your magic and forming a connection?" Ed Rothtailor said. "Yep." Suddenly the fire gets stronger and a voice speaks and said to Ed Rothtailor, "Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed." It was Mug, low-rank fire spirit, and he said to Ed Rothtailor, "It's an honor to be in a contract with you, young Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. In accordance with the agenda of last week's regular report meeting regarding the proposal for the selection of your contracted spirit, I passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. I hold the record of having the highest performance in magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods and pride myself on having the best unspoken connection among the low-rank spirits at my level. My body is already on fire, but I vow to set my heart on fire as well to serve you." Ed Rothtailor thinks to himself, "While playing the failed swordsman of Sylvania, I once got a spirit-type skill. We would laugh together, joke around, and cheer each other up during battles. We ended up creating a strong bond. I'm pretty sure this isn't the vibe I got back then." Ed Rothtailor said, while looking at Mug, "Why is he so strict?" Janica Faylover said, "You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit. So I selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those I'm contracted with. In the process, there was very slightly, a teeny tiny complicated selection process." Ed Rothtailor asked, "Who on earth planned that selection process?" In the selection, Tarkan shouts at the spirit saying, "Move it, you maggots!" Janica Faylover said, "Tarkan did." Janica Faylover then said, "Here, take it," and she gave Mug to Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor said, "Oh, it's warm." Janica Faylover said, "Can you feel the heat? When you connect with a contract spirit, you'll be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they're not manifested. Be careful not to connect too hard, however, or he'll get too hot. Make sure to keep it in control." Ed Rothtailor said, "So, if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes too, right?" Janica Faylover said, referring to it as firepower is kind of odd. "I mean, you make it sound like he's some machine." Ed Rothtailor then observed Mug saluting and thought to himself, "A portable heater." A system notification showed, "Spirit slot, low-rank fire spirit Mug connection level, 2, spirit formula, efficiency, good, unique skill. Blessing of recovery, explosion, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases explosion. Low-grade explosion magic buffed fire magic abilities." Another system notification showed Ed Rothtailor's magic power details. Rank, skilled magic student, specialty. Element, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection level, 12, spirit understanding level, 12, spirit manifestation level, 1 sensory sharing level. 1 Ed Rothtailor marveled at Mug's usefulness, realizing it didn't even consume firewood. Janica Faylover expressed her happiness at seeing him pleased and offered to teach him more about the power of connection and the senses before the first class. She also suggested practicing spirit combat and mentioned accessories to increase connection efficiency that she would bring next time. Suddenly, Janica Faylover stopped herself from talking and exclaimed, "I'm actually very busy too. I'm a very busy person." Janica Faylover cleared her throat and remarked, "People are queuing up and pleading with me to teach them this and that, you know? So it's quite difficult for me to make time for you," Tarkan interjected. "You can't just keep giving away too much," Clara reminded herself. "You need to play along with a little push and pull. Be chic." Janica Faylover then expressed, "Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to teach you spirit magic just like that?" Ed Rothtailor acknowledged, "Yes, you are right. Sorry about that, Janica Faylover. I took your goodwill for granted as if it was my right. I should at least offer some money for appreciation. I won't be able to give you much, but..." Janica Faylover was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Money? Money? What are you talking about? Ed, you're struggling to survive as is. You can't just waste your money." Mug became terrified at Janica Faylover's shouting and hugged Ed Rothtailor. She continued, "You need to save it. There's no way I'm taking it, and just giving me money in exchange for what I do is too cold." "We're closer than that, aren't we? You're really making me so sad, you know," Ed Rothtailor countered. "Weren't you the one who asked for compensation first? What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Janica Faylover, embarrassed, stuttered and said, "No, it's not that." Clara talked about push and pull. She then blushed and added, "She said I'm too generous by nature." so I should learn to say no more often. Ed Roth-Taylor nodded. She's not wrong. You have a good friend. Janica Faylover, still flustered, agreed. Right? But I'm not like that with everyone. Janica Faylover concluded. Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. Let's meet at the combat training ground next time. I'll reserve it and let you know. I'll also bring you a good accessory. If you need textbooks for connection training, let me know. I have morning class now. See you? Mugg saluted at Janica Faylover as she left. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the Advanced Crafting Skill Magic Engineering. An advanced crafting skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supplies I got from that I could analyze in no time. I finally learned a proper advanced skill ignition. If I run out of fuel, I'll use Mugg. And if I run out of mana, I'll use the fireplace. I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Is it already this late? I need to check the traps first. Meanwhile, Claire Elfin commented to herself, it's pretty dark since I came after work. Maybe I should have come tomorrow after all. But no matter how much I think about it, I feel like there's a hidden mastermind behind this incident. And I think that's Ed Roth-Taylor. Since he's been disowned by his family, he's just Ed now, right? Everyone else at the scene were either students or staff of the Oculus Hall. But Taylor and Ed have no connection to the Oculus Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the case, that only leaves Ed. I came to the Northern Woods because I heard Ed Roth-Taylor often appears here. But come to think of it, unless he's eating and sleeping in this forest, he wouldn't be wandering here in the middle of the night. As Claire Elfin pondered, she saw something and covered her mouth, realizing. What was that? I'm pretty sure that's Principal Obel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glock or the Great Sage of Sylvania. Even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Marrell. I was right. My gut feeling wasn't wrong. The Oculus Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed Roth-Taylor. Claire Elfin said to herself, Ed, and that's Lucy Marrell. There's no doubt that's Lucy Marrell. My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective. Suddenly, in his cabin, Claire Elfin said, What the hell is all of this? As she looked at the place of Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor put down the deer and placed Lucy Marrell in her tent. Claire Elfin said, Ed Roth-Taylor said, Come to think of it, the plans were for early tomorrow morning. I have a load of things to do, but I guess I should go to bed early tonight. Claire Elfin looked at Ed Roth-Taylor. She sneaked to Lucy Marrell and said to herself, I need to rescue Lucy Marrell. Slowly, as quietly as possible, suddenly a light came out of Lucy Marrell's tent. Claire Elfin said, What? Lucy Marrell. As Lucy Marrell stood up and asked Claire Elfin, Who are you? Claire Elfin said, I am the assistant professor of your year. Claire Elfin said to herself. She went back inside. Lucy Marrell looked at her and ate her beef jerky. Suddenly, Lucy Marrell jumped out of her tent, and Claire Elfin watched Lucy Marrell flying. She said, As I thought. In another scene, Claire Elfin shouted, Ed Roth-Taylor! Do you know of a student named Ed who was ousted from his family? Professor Glass said, I don't bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Claire Elfin replied, Always with these standoffish things to say, Professor Glass. You know Lucy Marrell, right? Ed actually overpowered Lucy Marrell to the point where she couldn't even use her power. I was investigating the Oculus Hall incident since it was suspicious when suddenly, wait, before that, the reason I went to the Northern Woods is because, Professor Glass said, Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place. Claire Elfin replied, Anyway, whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of Oculus Hall. Magic that records memory. Did you get permission? Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back, Professor Glass said. Prepare to write a written apology and explanation. Claire Elfin replied, I knew this would happen, so I wrote it in advance. Regardless, I can plead that there were extenuating circumstances. Look, he definitely looks like a mastermind, doesn't he? I am the hidden mastermind. You can see him striking the perfect pose for that, right? Professor Glass said. Is that all you've got? Claire Elfin replied. No. As I told you earlier, Ed was carrying Lucy Marrell while she was unconscious. Professor Glass said, Are you sure he wasn't just moving Lucy Marrell while she was asleep? Claire Elfin silently thought. Professor Glass said, Just bring me your apology letter and explanation. Claire Elfin went out and said, Okay. Professor Glass thought to himself, Right. This was written in the files as well. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they got past him in no time. Taylor, born with the way of the sword saint. Alvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. There's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. Professor Glass suddenly noticed something as he looked at the crystal ball. In another scene, a huge explosion erupted in the forest. In a tree, a sword was glowing. A system notification said, "Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. New finished product, ceremonial dagger, explosion. A ceremonial dagger with a spirit formula that engraves explosion magic. The engraved magic can be activated within a certain distance. The activation speed is very fast, and the magic efficiency is outstanding due to its prior engraving. Crafting difficulty, injected spirit formula, spirit magic explosion, lower fire spirit mug. Magic accumulation capacity, medium, connection distance, narrow." Ed Roth Taylor said, "I've had this dagger ever since I started living on my own. Now that there are all these engravings on it, I feel kind of proud." Mug said, "The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed. This is an occasion to rejoice." "What great news. I, Mug, shall sing a song to express my joy." The shepherd's song passed down orally from the Pulin region. "Ow. Young Master Ed, my apologies. I wish to atone for my sins. I'm ashamed. But what I'm most ashamed of is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Hey." Mug stopped and said, "Yes?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Drop the formalities." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Spirits that have left their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. I can understand why low-ranking spirits are pleased to have contracts with a strong spirit sorcerer like Janica. But," Ed Roth Taylor said to Mug, "isn't this too good to be true? What's so great about contracting with me that you're making such a fuss?" "Did she promise you something else?" Mug said. "That's," Ed Roth Taylor said, "just spit it all out. We're not going to be together for just a couple days, are we?" Mug was silent. Suddenly he said, "Young Master Ed, what's the point of hiding anything from you? The overflowing respect and loyalty I have for you are not out of pure reverence but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for success. I am ashamed. Being in a contract with you and receiving refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica will allow me to grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits," Mug exclaimed. Ed Roth Taylor asked, "What else?" Mug replied, "Apart from that, after asking around about rumors of your reputation in the academy, they said you have a strong authoritarian temperament. So to appease you, Ed Roth Taylor interrupted, "I understand everything now. Well, with your situation, it's only natural." Mug confessed, "To be honest, I had a really hard time. In the first place, are the spirits' ranks in the hierarchy of spirits some official title or something? Why are they so damn mean and defensive when it comes to their ranks, just because they were born a bit earlier?" Ed Roth Taylor advised, "Go easy on yourself. We're all doing this to live anyway." Mug shouted, "Young Master Ed, regardless, I can't afford to talk to you in a casual manner." "I'm more comfortable with this," Ed Roth Taylor replied. "Whatever makes you happy." As Ed Roth Taylor chopped wood, he thought to himself, "Although my combat skills are still making slow progress, my physical stamina has greatly increased. Now I'm no longer inferior to the average adult male. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and such, and I no longer need to sleep outdoors while hungry. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into my head, so that has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for me, and while I can't say these days are gentle on me, they're definitely better than when I started." Ed Roth Taylor dozed off, but suddenly, Janica Faylover called out, "Snap out of it!" "What's wrong?" Ed Roth Taylor apologized. "Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something, so I was kind of out of it." Janica Faylover replied, "Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard, but you should value your health more." Ed Roth Taylor thought, "I gotta focus. I received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, while the second letter was from the merchantry. Neither were particularly remarkable. But I need to read the third letter with full attention, because this is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, The negotiation for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the Academy and the merchantry. However, because of LT's downfall, the original client who requested LT to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire, which eventually resulted in a three-way conflict between the Academy, the LT Merchant Association, and the Lortel family. Crepin Lortel planned to use the sage's sealed grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crepin Lortel is a boss who only appears in Act 4, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at this point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, I must exclude him from this episode. If he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, he'll just walk away coolly. But if he gets the sage's sealed grimoire after already being strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage I have. This letter includes Crepin Lortel's actions and suspicions about them. It also has an invitation for me, and the sender of the letter is. Elsewhere, Claire reported to Princess Phenia, "I'm back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter." Princess Phenia, sipping her tea, replied, "Good job, Claire." She thought to herself, Principal Obo came to say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate. As it is a private institution, I can't just support the Sylvania Academy as I want. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the sage's sealed grimoire. It'd be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it's like the heart of the Academy, so Obo secretly asked for my help. But, Princess Phenia said aloud, "This is strange. How did Crepin Lortel know to participate in this negotiation?" Claire speculated. That boy Ed might have reported it. He lives inside the Academy, so he could have heard the rumors. If I were in that boy's shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to be acknowledged again and return to my family. Suddenly, Lortel Kesheln interjected, "I doubt it. Can someone like me of low status have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess?" Princess Phenia responded, "This is unexpected, Lortel. I thought you hated me." Lortel Kesheln replied, "Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Phenia. Otherwise, why would I come to offer you such sincere advice? Crepin Lortel getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time is probably because of my father, not Ed." "What?" Lortel Kesheln continued. "It seems that from the beginning, Crepin Lortel had requested my father, LT Kesheln, to purchase the item. Well, I had no idea about it though. Even though my father lost his position, his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the LT merchantry has put a lot of time and effort into it." Princess Phenia said, "How strange. Isn't the LT merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Lortel family after purchasing it? It seems to me like the interests of your two families align. So why did the LT merchantry and the Lortel family appear to be competing for the purchase of the grimoire?" Lortel Kesheln replied, "It's because I have no intention of selling the grimoire to the Lortel family. Given the current circumstances, it'd be better for me not to get too close to the business connections associated with my father." Princess Phenia asked, "Why are you telling me the internal matters of the LT merchantry?" Lortel Kesheln explained, "Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You'd benefit from keeping the Lortel family in check, and I get to obtain the grimoire. It's a win-win situation. I also stepped in, thinking that my poor senior Ed might suffer harm. Should I say it's me looking out for him as his junior?" Princess Phenia questioned. "You're worried about him?" Lortel Kesheln said. "He's already separated from his family and is living a new life. So it would be unfair if he were misunderstood as being connected to the Lortel family, no?" Princess Phenia thought to herself, Lortel is worried about someone else. What is she actually thinking? Princess Phenia said aloud, "Still, that boy is definitely useful." Lortel Kesheln responded, "I might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders. But if he still doesn't open his mouth despite that, then..." Princess Phenia asked, "If he doesn't, then what?" "Then I'll have no choice but to use him." Lortel Kesheln put down her tea and stood up, saying, "Deceive and exploit." Princess Phenia looked at Lortel Kesheln, who laughed and teared up, saying, "Who's exploiting who again?" Claire exclaimed, "How dare you say that in front of the princess?" Lortel Kesheln said, "Princess Phenia, just for this matter, we are allies, aren't we? So I genuinely want to give you some sincere advice. Don't try to use him in a half-assed attempt, because you might end up being used instead." Claire insisted, "We must hold her accountable for her impudence, princess." Princess Phenia responded, "No need, Claire." She thought to herself, "How confusing. I can't tell what that Ed Lortel is up to, And then there's Lortel, who suddenly joined the bidding for the grimoire out of nowhere. But perhaps she's the one I actually need to be wary of. Even though I'm a princess, she acts all high and mighty and doesn't bow down to me at all. Lortel Keshon. I wonder if I'll ever get to see her get flustered or not know what to do. In another scene, Lortel Keshon said, "What?" Janica Failover greeted Lortel Keshon. "Hey, Lortel. Long time no see. How have you been doing?" Lortel replied, "Things just turned out this way at the LT Company's Sylvania branch." Lortel Keshon apologized. "I'm sorry, Janica. I didn't know you'd be coming too, so I only prepared 2 cups of Pulance and rosemary tea. Would you like some cold water?" Janica Failover replied, "Yes, that's fine." Your merchantry's commodity warehouse looked like it was teeming with tea-making supplies, but since it's merchandise, I guess you can't offer it to guests. Lortel Keshon confirmed. "Yes, that's precisely it," Lortel said to Janica Failover. "I'll take the cold water." "You drink the tea, Janica." Janica Failover agreed. "Okay." Lortel Keshon became frustrated in the background and said, "Ah, right. You should take the magic engineering equipment." Lortel replied, "Got it." Janica Failover observed, "These are clearly brand new items without even a speck of dust on them. Didn't you say giving away free goes against merchandise for your ethics as a merchant?" Lortel Keshon retorted, "Oh my Janica, you really don't have an eye for goods. If you look closely, these items have many defects." Janica Failover got angry and said, "That's it? You did this on purpose." Lortel Keshon responded, "Well, in the end, what matters isn't whether it's marketable or not, but that it helps Ed." Lortel said, "Thanks, but it feels a bit wrong to take this for free. I haven't even paid for the item last time yet. This is already the 4th time." Lortel Keshon said, "Just come regularly to renew the contract, and there won't be much of a problem." "It's just a small amount to me," Janica Failover suggested. "Wouldn't it be better for you to just quickly finish paying and end the contract?" Lortel Keshon replied, "Well, that's something for me and Ed to discuss, not you." Janica Failover said, "Geez, seriously. Even so, even if you say that," Lortel thought to himself, "I can feel a familiar sensation taking over my body again. It feels like I'm floating in water. Lately, I've been feeling this quite often because of my workload. I have to keep an eye on Lortel, who butted in on the fight for the grimoire. There's still 2 weeks left for that, so right now my priority should be making a mattress for the bed. I can stuff it with feathers or assorted fabrics and sewn cloth to make it fluffy. I also need to prepare the fawn I caught the other day. The inside of the cabin needs cleaning again too. Speaking of which, there's also Lucy Maril's jerky." Suddenly, Lortel dozed off again while Janica Failover and Lortel Keshon called him. In another scene, Princess Phenia thought to herself, "Isn't it about time I acknowledged his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp? His calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the situation during the Glaskin raid battle. His reputation among students, saying he focuses only on his studies, and Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly? Maybe my insight was off. I need to make sure of it one final time. That's why I ordered him to visit me here in the royal residence." Princess Phenia said aloud, "Claire, is tomorrow's schedule set? What time will Lortel arrive?" Claire replied, "Princess, it seems he won't be able to visit for a while." Princess Phenia asked, "Why is that?" "It's a royal command, so no matter what, he shouldn't be able to refuse." Claire explained, Lortel passed out from overwork. A system notification appeared. Status effect, exhaustion. Symptoms include high fever due to overwork, indigestion, chronic fatigue, migraine, a periodic comatose state, difficulty breathing, deteriorating vision, mana complications, and muscle laxity. Please take adequate rest to recover from this condition. Lortel moaned in exhaustion and thought to himself, "It's hard to breathe. My whole body feels heavy, and my lower belly feels hot." He saw Lucy Maril sleeping on his belly. In her sleep, Lucy Maril muttered, Too salty, just a little salt." Lortel said to himself, "This brat's even talking in her sleep. Lucy Maril is way too light, just like she looks, maybe even lighter than that. So much so that you doubt she's even human, yet I can't move at all. Since Lucy Maril doesn't seem to be any different from usual, there must be something wrong with my body. This is total physical breakdown. This looks like my cabin. The blanket looks new. Is it from the LT merchantry?" Lucy Maril woke up and said, "I'm hungry." Lortel asked, "Do you really do nothing but eat and sleep?" Lucy Maril replied, while making a ball of mana. Congratulations, you've woken up. Your mana was horribly distorted. You've been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic on top of that. Repeating this for months is why you're currently like this. Ed Roth Taylor asked, were you like this the whole time I was asleep? Lucy Merrill answered, it wasn't that difficult, but it was so boring. I fell asleep several times. I was walking on eggshells the whole time too. It was a hassle. Well, it was necessary, so it's not like they could say much. Don't get sick. Getting sick is hard. People die from it. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Lucy Merrill had watched Glocked, a grandfather figure for her, die in bed from a disease. He said aloud, thank you. Suddenly, Jix Effelstein said, oh, you're awake. Jix, from the magic faculty, continued, I wasn't sure if I could use the cabin stove, so I started a fire outside for now. He saw Lucy Merrill on top of Ed Roth Taylor, and Lucy went silent, taking her magic hat and flying out of the chimney. Jix Effelstein said, Ed, how many times does this make it? It makes sense, though. It's not unusual for strong men to have several partners. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization? Perhaps I've been viewing this civilization from too rigid a perspective. Ed Roth Taylor asked, why are you here? Jix Effelstein replied, Janica is out for attendance and Lortel had to return because she couldn't delay business any longer. Your hair is... That's because it's autumn now. Jix fed Ed Roth Taylor, who didn't like what he made. Ed Roth Taylor said, I usually eat a lot, but this is... Jix Effelstein responded, nothing we can do about it, though it probably would have been better if someone better like Elka or Clara did it. But Lortel said absolutely no women. Ed Roth Taylor said, as usual, I should check the scenario. Speaking of which, I heard that the students from the alchemy faculty secretly mass-produce mandragoras and cause an accident. Jix Effelstein said, Vera, that troublemaker. In the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly handled it. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, good. Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, seems to have wrapped up nicely. Jix Effelstein said, I heard a rumor that a monster handled by the Telos Order snuck into the Academy's underground water system. Ed Roth Taylor said, there was a rumor like that? He thought to himself, Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, seems to have gone by without any problems too. Now the only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire. Ed Roth Taylor asked, by the way, how long have I been passed out? Jix Effelstein replied, today makes it 10 days. Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake. Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and said, what? Jix Effelstein said, still, they won't be able to see you today. Janica's at the academy right now, and Lortel has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow. She had no choice but to leave. Ed Roth Taylor grabbed the bowl and thought to himself, while he gulped down the entire bowl, I thought I just passed out for a day or two, but if I slept for 10 days, he said aloud, hey Jix. Jix Effelstein replied, yeah? Ed Roth Taylor said, I need to send a message to Lortel right now. He thought to himself, then I don't have time. The day after Ed woke up. Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables. The struggle over the sage's sealed grimoire has started. The ones involved are Princess Phenia Cloel, the representative of the Ultimate Chantry's leader, Lortel Cashel, and the man who strayed from the original storyline. The patriarch of the Duke family Roth Taylor, Crepin Roth Taylor, the final boss of Act 4. In another scene, a person said to Princess Phenia, I'm really glad to see you looking healthy. While Princess Phenia cut her steak and remained silent, he continued, it's been quite some time, but I never got the chance to formally apologize to you. I heard you had a tough time because of a foolish and thoughtless member of our family. A paper was published saying Ed Roth Taylor was disowned by his family. He continued speaking to Princess Phenia, as you ordered, we disowned him, but I'd still like to apologize once again. Princess Phenia responded, it's fine. Don't worry about it too much, Crepin. Princess Phenia thought to herself, Crepin Roth Taylor. He's of the same bloodline as Ed Roth Taylor. Before that, he's a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. You can feel the respect his attendants have for him in their every single action as they serve him. But my eyes see the true him. This man is clearly evil. You are the proxy of the LT Trading Company, I presume. I am Lortel Cashel. It is an honor to be in your presence, said Lortel Cashel. Crepin Roth Taylor said, so you're the only daughter of LT Cashel, the Golden King. I have heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. Lortel Cashel responded, we go wherever there's a good profit to be made. After all, we follow wherever the scent of money leads us. Crepin Roth-Taylor said. I see. The paper mentioned the negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire. Assemble the negotiation team. Lunch. Check the condition of the sage's sealed grimoire. Confirm the purchase method. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price, and the highest bidder gets to buy it. Princess Phenia said to herself, the sage's grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy doesn't want it publicly known that they are selling such a valuable item due to financial difficulties. So Principal Obo Forcius came up with a wise plan. I will vouch for it as an observer with my status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. And the method is as simple as it could get. Right here, right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. I heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trades, she added. A system notification said, Book of Order. The legendary alchemist Carl has imbued it with over a dozen alchemy spells. Flengold coins, 8,100 coins. Another notification said, Book of Similitude, the only analysis book on biological replication magic stored in the Royal Library. Flengold coins, 6,730. And another, Magic Travelogue, a magic travelogue handwritten by Archmage Glocked while exploring the mysterious southern continent. Flengold coins, 7,020 coins. Princess Phenia thought to herself, intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Lortel probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. But who will take it home is Crepin Roth-Taylor. The mediator said, I have received the bid amount. Thank you both for presenting your valuable opinions. Princess Phenia thought, a single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. Lortel Keshon said, we go wherever there's a good profit to be made. Princess Phenia thought, Lortel revealed her intention to make a profit. If she's aiming to make a profit, Lortel wouldn't bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and would result in a loss. If Crepin simply bids a bit more than Lortel's highest possible bid of 8,100 coins, the grimoire will be his. The mediator said, I will now reveal the bid amounts. Bidder Crepin Roth-Taylor, 8,500 Flengold coins. Princess Phenia thought to herself, as expected, Crepin Roth-Taylor is not someone who would visit the academy just to make a profit from book transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. The mediator announced, Bidder Lortel K. Kelm, 9,400 coins. Princess Phenia was shocked and said, What? The mediator said, The purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will proceed with the LT Trading Company. Princess Phenia thought to herself, so she wasn't after profit. Crepin Roth-Taylor was angry and said to his people, Let's return. For the contract signing, proxy of the LT Trading Company, please move to the private room. All right, and they all went out. Princess Phenia thought to herself, what is her real goal then? Could it be? Princess Phenia remembered what Lortel Keshon said to her. Princess Phenia, we are allies in this matter. Princess Phenia thought to herself, from the beginning, Lortel's goal was just to prevent the scroll from falling into the hands of an evil man like Crepin? No, she's not the type to act out of justice. Even if she did, the fact that Crepin is an evil man and that his intentions are dark is something even I can only guess. I couldn't find any evidence, even with my authority as the princess. Someone must have requested or ordered this. Someone is controlling Lortel from behind. Someone who knows the dark nature of Crepin Roth-Taylor and wants to stop him. Previously, Lortel Keshon had said, I wanted to make sure you knew that it's mere speculation that my senior Ed was clinging to the Roth-Taylor family. Princess Phenia thought to herself, even after being disowned by his family and thrown into the wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family until the very end. Ed Roth-Taylor, Claire, shocked, assisted the trembling Princess Phenia and said, Princess. Princess Phenia stammered, What, have done? She thought to herself, how could I drive such a person to ruin? Overwhelmed with guilt, Princess Phenia felt a heavy burden lift from her misunderstanding, which might have been a blessing in disguise. A letter was given to Lortel Keshon, stating, Transaction Contract Certificate Buyer, Lortel Keshon, LT Trading Company Seller. Orel Forcius, Sylvania Academy, Transaction Amount, 9. 400 Flengold coins transfer of title, within 7 days from the signing of the certificate. Further contract details. Lortel Keshon said, So if I resell the grimoire to Duke Crepin, the least amount I can buy it back for is 8,500 coins, right? Since it was bought for 9,400, the difference is about 900 coins. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, saying she wouldn't sell the grimoire back to Crepin was just a merchant's lie. Lortel Cachon added, I don't care if you resell it or not. With the purchase certificate of the grimoire, I can ask for any favor. Literally, anything. She continued, how could he mention doing anything in front of a merchant? You've made a mistake quite unbefitting of yourself, Ed. A free pass for Ed for just 900 coins. That's a bargain. Lortel Cachon put the certificate in her chest and went to bed thinking of the possibilities it opened up, savoring the moment and repeating, anything. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, if the princess saw this expression of hers, she would have coughed up blood. At Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, he remarked, so in the end, Lortel won. Jix Ethelstein said, you should have seen Lortel's face when I delivered that letter. It's a relief Elka is so innocent. Ed Roth Taylor replied, yeah, and thought to himself, Lortel bet on her sexual attraction to me, and Roth Taylor must have bet on insider information he got. I do feel a bit sorry, thinking about what will happen next. Suddenly, Janica Failover shouted, Ed, you're awake, and rushed towards him. Jix Ethelstein said to Janica Failover, Janica, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did you come here all the way from the faculty building? Janica Failover replied, I'm already done with my morning classes. I don't have any more classes to attend, and I'll do my assignments at night. Ed Roth Taylor said, oh, sorry for worrying you, Janica. I heard everything from Jix. I heard I caused you a lot of trouble. Janica Failover responded, huh? No, Jix Ethelstein added, but you were running around the academy crying, and that spread rumors about you being heartbroken and so on. As Janica Failover pinched Jix Ethelstein's cheeks and grabbed his hair, he continued, and last time, you even barged into the academy's conference. Janica Failover cut him off by shouting at him. Janica Failover, calling for his pedo-bear, made him shut up and dragged him away, saying, that's a funny story, Jix. But you know, the weather's so cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. And she waved goodbye. Ed Roth Taylor silently observed them. Mug, scared and crying, held onto Janica Failover's hair and pleaded, please kill me, Master Ed. Please kill me. I, the foolish Mug, had no idea that you were pushing yourself so hard. Ed Roth Taylor said, what? You were here, Mug. Mug explained, I wanted to jump out and apologize immediately, but I feared my presence might affect your mana. So I received mana from Lady Janica instead. Ed Roth Taylor replied, why are you making such a fuss? Jix Ethelstein, returning with a bug bump on his head, said, considering you were unconscious for the past 10 days, he's not overreacting. Ed Roth Taylor said, well, yeah, I can understand why he'd act like that if I was unconscious for 10 days. Suddenly, he remembered, wait a minute, 10 days? If I was unconscious for 10 days, all the meat would be spoiled by now. The fishing nets must have broken because I didn't maintain them. I lost all my food supplies. That means I gotta start from the beginning again. Janica Failover interjected, you're planning to overdo it again, aren't you? It's fine. I'll help you. Jix Ethelstein said, I also have some free time until the next exam. I can help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, you just have to handle things as they come, and everything will somehow work out. Ed Roth Taylor remembered and looked at his tent, thinking, it suddenly occurred to me. It wasn't that long ago that I was under the hastily built wooden shelter in the forest with nothing, not even a penny. I slept alone in the darkness, getting bitten by insects without anyone to rely on. A lot of things have been pretty tedious, but regardless, I've resolved way more issues and survived until now. He's right. Everything will somehow work out. Janica Failover looked at Ed Roth Taylor with concern, and a spirit named Marilda said, he looks really tired. Janica Failover replied, you think so too, Marilda. Marilda responded, but this is your chance. That Red Fox is busy with negotiations and whatnot right now, so she can't come to the camp often. You should take advantage of this time. Janica Failover said, yeah. Marilda continued, in that sense, that girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to win a man, you need to become a fox too. First of all, we need to fix your outfit. You look like a country housewife. Janica Failover said, right. I look really shabby. Marilda said, that's perfect. Janica Failover asked, Marilda explained, unlike your usual lively and energetic self, guys fall for that opposite side of you, who's so great at managing everyday tasks. Be sly. Subtly show him that side of yours while pretending not to. That'd be nice, Janica Faylover asked. Really? Marilda replied. While you're at it, roll up your sleeves more and tie your hair up. You give off the vibes of a wife who's been through hard times with him. That's good. You're going to see him today, right? Go and make some progress today. Marilda is a high-ranking wind spirit and a dating expert, but has no dating experience. Janica Faylover asked. Progress? Marilda said. Don't mind that part. Tell me, Janica, when you went to the camp today to help him out, what were you planning to do? How were you thinking of getting closer to him? Janica Faylover replied. I wasn't planning to do anything. Marilda looked at Janica Faylover silently and howled loudly. The spirit birds were startled by Marilda's howl, and one of them said, What's going on? Marilda's howling so sadly, Marilda exclaimed. That's ridiculous. At a time like this, with this opportunity, do you think a tough guy like him will struggle like this ever again? Look at how he's growing. He's growing at such a ridiculous speed. Do you think a time like this will come easily again? There's no better winning strategy than being with him in times of hardship. You need to use your position as the person who supported him during tough times. Even if it is a bit calculated. Even if you look a bit cunning. Janica Faylover said, That's true. But the plan I had in mind, just listen to me. Janica Faylover whispered to Marilda, and she listened. Marilda said, I see, that's pretty good. Back at Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, he thought to himself, It's quite late at night. The stew that Janica made was really good, on a different level compared to what Jix made. Maybe I should learn how to cook from her myself, but more importantly, I should focus on recovering. After all the help I've received, I can't keep looking tired forever. I can't say I'm in good condition right now. My headache and slight fever are coming back. Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor noticed someone opening the door and said, Huh? Janica Faylover said quietly, You look tired, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor saw Janica Faylover smiling and thought to himself, You didn't go back? Janica Faylover giggled. Ed Roth Taylor wondered to himself, What are you planning? Janica Faylover said, You look tired, Ed. You didn't go back. What are you trying to do? And she laughed and went inside. She sat beside the bed and said, I'm not trying to do anything. Nothing at all? Ed Roth Taylor tried to sit up. Janica Faylover continued, You don't have to pretend like you're not having a hard time. It's the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. I know you're working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time, but in the end, what helped me the most wasn't someone's rushed support or comfort, but a person quietly staying by my side. You've had a hard time, haven't you? Great job, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Janica Faylover and said, You don't need to go that far? Janica Faylover shouted, Hey, come on, you've been struggling. You gotta acknowledge that to be able to rest. Admit it. You've had a hard time, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor went back to bed and said, Yay. I had a hard time. He then inhaled deeply and exhaled. A really hard time, seriously. A few hours later, the sun shone through the window. Ed Roth Taylor woke up, sat up in his bed and said, Phew. He silently thought and looked at Janica Faylover, who was sleeping beside his bed and drooling. Ed Roth Taylor smiled and laughed. He said to himself, I've made a full recovery. A system notification said, Life skills details, rank, intermediate craftsman specialty, carpentry handiness level, 14 design level, 10 gathering ability level, 8 carpentry level, 8 stone masonry level, 6 hunting level, 10 fishing level, 5 cooking level, 6 repairing level, 5 advanced crafting skill slot. Spirit Formula Infusion, a system notification said, Advanced crafting skill slot, magic engineering skill proficiency, 2 understanding of magic engineering products, 3 quick production. 3 a system notification said, collected crafting formulas, weak wind emitter level 1, echo noise generator level 1, sensory automatic magic chessboard level 1, analyzing. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, I couldn't make as much progress as I planned in 10 days, especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there's a clear limit to how much one can grow just by self-studying via reassembling magic engineering items. Most magic engineering product recipes are rewards from main scenario quests, so as someone who doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's hard to get them directly. But it looks like Taylor isn't particularly interested in magic engineering. It's probably because even with the recipes, you can't make useful magic engineering products right away. A system notification said, lack of material items. Ed continued, to craft, you need materials that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, my situation is different. Lortel said, what are you thinking about? While Ed Roth-Taylor was spacing out. He said to himself, because here, I have someone who can procure any materials from even the other side of the world. Lortel said, I'm relieved to see you're better now. I was so worried. I'm glad to see you're healthy too. Ed Roth-Taylor replied, do I look healthy? Despite how I seem, I'm suffering from chronic fatigue right now. Lortel stood up and said, my, oh my. My hair is dry and my skin is rough. It was such a struggle getting it back to normal. Yet you came all the way to the northern forest when you're so busy. She sat beside Ed Roth-Taylor and said, well, I need to rest too. And there's something I need to tell you. It's weird to call it the LT Trading Company when LT has been ousted, right? So, I'm going to change the name to just Trading Company and restructure the business. I need someone to help with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Basically, a company executive Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Lortel silently. Lortel continued, imagine this. You wake up in the morning and go work at the trading company building and we're only a wall apart. You get such great benefits. As a company executive of the LT Trading Company, I give you shares of my personal assets too. It'd almost be like we're married. Oh dear, why am I rambling so much? She laughed, thinking about her being together with Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor said to her, Lortel, isn't it weird that you go that far for me? Lortel was suddenly silent. She put her hood on and said, you don't even know anything. Ed Roth-Taylor said, what? Lortel said, I know how you feel, Ed. You must be thinking, what's wrong with her? Or, I can't make such an important decision based off the fleeting emotions of a young girl. You probably want to keep things professional with me until the end. Ed Roth-Taylor said, well, not necessarily. He thought to himself, that's exactly what I want. But that's because you don't know. After living a lifetime in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go and where you're betrayed if you don't betray them first. What do you think becomes most important? Lortel said, a person who will never betray you. Someone who will stay by your side even if all your wealth is no more someday. She put her hand on Ed Roth-Taylor's hand and said, someone who, even if the whole world turns his back on you, will stay. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, to some, that's family. To others, a lover. To a few, a friend for decades. But to Lortel, who has seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall, the fact that that could someday happen to her is a constant fear. Lortel seductively said, no more and no less. Can't you just stay by my side? Ed Roth-Taylor was shocked and said, Lortel, say that without trying to hold your laughter in. Lortel said while laughing, it didn't work, huh? What a shame. I almost had you, Ed Roth-Taylor said. The way your tone changed in the middle was too obvious, you idiot. Lortel said, I'm human too, you know. My spine kept tingling. But how was it? Did you feel a little protective of me? Usually, when I show such a timid side of me, it touches their hearts and makes them waver. Ah, what a shame. But still, it wasn't completely a lie. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Lortel and silently thought. Then he said, I'm planning to graduate from Silavlania. I don't intend to leave this school until I do. If I don't have anything set for what to do after graduation then. Lortel suddenly stood up and said, well, I can wait until you graduate, but you know you don't really have a choice, right? I might use this free pass soon. It was great seeing you again after so long. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, I feel like I've done something terrible. Just thinking about what'll happen in the future, I feel like I owe her. Lortel hid in a tree and said to herself, that was risky. She thought of saying to Ed Roth-Taylor, you belong to me now. She said to herself, I was planning to say that to him at the end, but seeing him like that messed up my plan. If I had gotten out of there a second later, I would have shown my true face. I even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment. Brought it all back except for 1 gold coin. It'd be awkward to go see him again now. I can just leave it in the hut, right? Lortel looked at the cabin in the woods. Suddenly, the door opened, and Janica said, Ed went to the river, right? I should prepare a snack before he comes back. Lortel looked at Janica and was confused. She asked, why did you come out of there, Janica? Janica replied, why did you come from the river? Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, It was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed too. In a different scene, Mug said to Ed Rothtailor, "Your intake of meat and vegetables today is severely insufficient, young Master Ed. You need to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water." Ed Rothtailor, while chopping wood, said, All right. Mug said, "If you collapse again, I really will die. For my sake, please live healthily. I want to maintain our contract relationship for a long time, young Master Ed." Ed Rothtailor said to Mug, "Looks like Tarkin scolded you. There are unreasonable people everywhere, no matter where you go. Sorry about that, Mug. Anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, I have enough food and firewood. And thanks to Lortel, I can now also furnish the place. The only thing on my mind are the 3 letters I received before collapsing from overexhaustion. One was from Lortel, warning me to be careful as we don't know what LT might do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Phenia regarding Crepin's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, but the sender was completely unexpected. Professor Glast. He sent me a letter telling me that he wanted to have a private conversation with me after the conference. Unfortunately, I couldn't meet him because I was unconscious. A system notification said, "Status effect, exhaustion." I have no idea why he summoned me. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. I remember most of the content of Act 2's final scene. Professor Glast always believed that a select few with talent could change the world. To revive Salavlania, the great sage with the most talent in history, he researched aspectual magic, which could distort the laws of the world. To complete aspectual magic, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire, but Salavlania Academy fell for Lortel's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and tried to inject Salavlania's spirit into Aalis' body, who was born with aspectual magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. But then Taylor steps in to save Ayla. He breaks through the traps and the secret laboratory, the spirit library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glass made a rather abrupt statement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were. What were his final words again? In any case, the final battle of Act 2, The Beginning of the Glass Conquest War, is a book that changes the owner of the sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glass kidnapping Taylor's friend, Ayla. Professor Glass said, "Are you awake, Ayla Triss?" Ayla Triss replied while she was on the floor, "Don't come near me," Professor Glass said. Makes sense. The demon of the underground waterway is quite terrifying, isn't it? Ayla Triss said, "It's your fault." "Why on earth? Why? I hate you." And she screamed, "Ed Rothtailor." Ed Rothtailor said, "Aren't you being way too mean?" "I mean, we were both kidnapped." Ed Rothtailor said to himself, "I got kidnapped too." Ed Rothtailor was silent, and he thought of the Act 2, final scene, Glass Conquest War. The finale starts now. Ed Rothtailor said, "I mean, we were both kidnapped." Then he said to himself, "I got kidnapped too. This wasn't my original plan. It was the Act 2, final scene, Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania Glass Conquest War." Ed Rothtailor said to himself, 3 days ago, I finished everything I hadn't been able to do in 10 days, but not being able to train in that period feels like I wasted so much time. The Glass Conquest War is about to start. It's such a shame I haven't raised my magic engineering stats yet. Well, for magic engineering training, I also need blueprints and materials. Wait a minute, I just thought of a way to drastically raise my magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, The Glass Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the 4, the hardest is Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage, the Spirit Library's librarian Reina, is so strong that it's hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. But that's a problem for Taylor to solve, and what I'm interested in is the contents of that Spirit Library. It's full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what I remember, there are over a dozen of them, and there are even 2 blueprints for legendary grade magic engineering items. However, it'll be dangerous, but it should be fine if I just don't go in alone, right? In another scene at the Academy, Professor Glass said Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C will join Class A next semester. There really are a lot of talented people this year. Even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content, so there's no reason to worry about that. Lortel Cashel said to herself while looking at Jix Effelstein and Lucy Merrill sleeping peacefully. There are a lot of talented people. Class A only has 3 students right now, and it will only increase to 5 next semester. Makes sense. There have been years when there was no Class A for Professor Glass to supervise. Ayla may not be great when it comes to combat, but they say she has incredible affinity for spectral magic. Jix Effelstein stood up, and Professor Glass said, "What is it?" Jix Effelstein said, "I'm hesitant to say this, but can the criteria for Class A be strictly determined by talent? Students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways." Professor Glass replied, "Do you think I am ruining and underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts, Jix Effelstein?" Jix Effelstein went silent. Professor Glass continued, "Sorry, but I don't think so. In fact, the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately." Lortel Cashel thought to herself, "Before entering Sylvania, I looked into the academic faculty. His self-righteous, almost obstinate obsession with talent is probably because of his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter, Marie, was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. As a parent, it was natural. However, Marie took it not as her father's trust, but as Professor Glass' faith in her, as a faculty member of the magic department. Because of that faith, she prematurely joined a monster raid at a young age and eventually. Since then, I heard Professor Glass became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching enigmatic spectral magic. But if you know his past, you'll understand. What Professor Glass is pursuing is not spectral magic, but its creator, hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania. He's probably bringing Ayla into Class A for his research on spectral magic." Professor Glass suddenly said. "Also, Lortel Cashel." Actually, never mind. Since it's not related to the lesson, I'll call you separately tomorrow." Lortel Cashel said to herself, "Is it about the sage's sealed grimoire? He must think it's a shame. After all, they say the grimoire is essential for the research of spectral magic. But anything he says won't be of any use, because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire to me is just around the corner." In another class, Assistant Professor Claire said, "That's all for today's lesson." Edroth Taylor said to himself, "The sage's sealed grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start. It was a close call, but I've completed the plan. The core of the operation is to follow right behind. I'll follow Taylor when he's barging through his course from phases 1 to 5 to save Ayla, and I'll pick up any leftover items. I've made a list of must-have items. Especially in phase 3, I'll grab all the magic engineering items in the spirit library. S1 magic engineering item Glock's Eye temporarily increases mana and proficiency in all affinity skills dramatically. Another S1 magic engineering item, Delheim's Hourglass, reverts all physical states by a few seconds." Edroth Taylor continued to say to himself, "Although the effects of these items may seem rigged, because of the difficulty of farming its materials, they can usually only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to Taylor anyway. I'll take them. And while I'm there, I might as well check out how Taylor's doing in phase 5. Then I'll return to camp, and the plan will be complete." The Glass Conquest War begins on the day of the sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony. I told Janica I lost something in the underground waterway, and that we should go find it together. I thought she'd hate it since it's dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made me feel sorry, as I could sense her concern for me. Still, with a friend great at combat, my plan is perfect. Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire said to Edroth Taylor, "Excuse me, Ed? Professor Glass has called for you." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "Assistant Professor Claire? I heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. Was it to talk about this? The connection ceremony is tomorrow. He must be pretty busy, so why?" Edroth Taylor said to Assistant Professor Claire, All right." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "I didn't respond to his call last time since I passed out due to overexhaustion. But seeing how he called me again, it must be important, right?" In another scene at Professor Glass' office, Edroth Taylor said, "Why are you here? Ayla?" He thought to himself, "Isn't this reaction a bit much when I didn't even do anything to her?" Well, even if it's been over 10 months, it makes sense, since her bad blood with Edroth Taylor is. I did shoot arrows at her after that, so. But more importantly, why is Ayla here? She's supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War starts tomorrow. And why was I called on top of that? Could it be? Suddenly, he scanned through the papers on the desk quickly. No, these are research records, notes, grimoires. There's nothing indicating a change in the future I know of. If I were to find a connection to Ed Roth Taylor, it's just this one thing. Did Assistant Professor Claire report what she observed about me? If so, Professor Glass might have figured out what I did in the Ophilis Hall. But what does that have to do with this? Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor was shocked, and Aalis got scared. Ed Roth Taylor took out his dagger, and the door opened. It was Professor Glass. Aalis ran towards Professor Glass and said, "Please help me. He's holding a dagger." Professor Glass suddenly looked at Ed Roth Taylor and charged his power, forming a magic circle behind him. He used the skill, Espectual Magic, Time Prison on Aalis. While Professor Glass was casting his spell, Ed Roth Taylor threw the dagger at him, and Professor Glass tried to block it. Ed Roth Taylor shouted, "Mug," and suddenly it exploded in the face of Professor Glass. Professor Glass said with a deep voice, "You're very quick to catch on to what's going on. Your response is exceptionally smooth. Did you scan all my research materials in that short time? This is strange, though. Just scanning a few documents wouldn't be enough to tell you all of my intentions." Ed Roth Taylor, while hiding, said, "Is there a reason you must restrain me? Don't you only need eyeless affinity with Espectual Magic? You've achieved your goal, so there's no need to restrain me. I can keep my mouth shut," Professor Glass replied. "I have a goal here. I'm doing this for my sake, so don't think too harshly of me." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "At least give me some explanation. This is too much. How can he just vaguely tell me not to think too harshly of him? Makes sense. Even if I managed to escape from this place, Professor Glass wouldn't leave me alone. It would only disrupt the scenario. Besides, if I'm kidnapped here, I'll probably be locked up with Ayla in the secret lab. It's like getting a direct bus to Phase 3. Should I just let him kidnap me?" Professor Glass suddenly got serious and asked Ed Roth Taylor, "Have you decided to fight back, or did you come up with some plan?" "Good. It's not such a bad deal for you either." He used his skill, Time Prison, on Ed Roth Taylor, making him stop. Papers flew all over. Professor Glass looked at him and thought to himself, "Ed Roth Taylor. I was suspicious at first, but he's so academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It's like he lives 48 hours in a day. I can't imagine the effort he exerts." In the past, Professor Glass said to Assistant Professor Claire, "That's not what you said when you were calling him some secret mastermind, Assistant Professor Claire." Assistant Professor Claire said, "But I didn't expect his academic record to be like this." Professor Glass thought to himself, "When I saw him in combat in the Crystal Ball, I noticed his knack for combat is extraordinary, but that was clearly the approach of a weak person. Analyzing the opponent thoroughly and using all available means is the way of a weak person, a product of effort, not talent." His expression, which showed no hint of unease, also reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who said, "I'll bring honor to your name through my achievements, Dad." It reminds me of that memory again, Professor Glass silently thought. Suddenly, Mug came out from behind Ed Roth Taylor and flew away outside. Mug suddenly flew at Mach 5 speed to Ed Roth Taylor's hut. Inside, Janica Failover was preparing a homemade soup with love and a secret sauce for Ed Roth Taylor. She said, "Ed is running a bit late, huh?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "And so, my magic travelogue of the southern continent comes to an end. As I traveled the world, I realized that there were many magical truths that I had yet to discover. The title of Archmage felt undeserved. My late Master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, still remains in my memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where I felt I was lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at my heart on the day I lost my master accumulated over time, and now remains only as an old reflection. Yet in this long life, longing pushes its way forward. Sometimes, regret over what has been lost paralyzes rationality. There are definitely times when I have the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see Sylvania's face one more time. But what is lost is lost. Those who have lost must become stronger, sadly enough. So be strong. To you, who has become the full stop of my life, I dedicate the last sentence of this book. Lucy Mariel cries while holding the magic travelogue of the southern continent. Glocked. Excerpt. In the present, Lucy Mariel rests on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's house and says, I miss him. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. More than anyone, Glocked himself acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when even the pain of loss heals completely, leaving not even a scar? The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she had. Lucy Maria looks at the bag and says, "Oh, I didn't fill it up." She suddenly looks into the distance and sees Janica Failover preparing a meal while Mug flies fast towards her. Mug said to Janica Failover, "The thing is," suddenly Janica Failover's aura rages. Lucy Marl is confused and sweats. In another scene at Trick's Hall, main conference room, the clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the Sage's Grimoire takes place. Scholars looking to sell and merchants looking to buy gather. Only the elite members of both groups are present. Among them, attention is drawn to the leaders of each group, Lortel Kesheln, acting head of LT Company, and Obel Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania Academy. Lortel Kesheln said to herself, "He's around the same age, and his image has a similar, but compared to that person, he is different to a strange degree." She said to herself, "Crepinroth Taylor." After the negotiation to buy the Sage's Grimoire was over, he came to find me, and he requested that I hand over the Sage's Grimoire. Hand over the Sage's scroll to Crepin. That was the plan from the start, so I wasn't planning on being discreet, but still. The amount that would justify going back on the lie I told Princess Phenia is, Lortel Kesheln said to him, 12,000 coins. And she said to herself, although it was a rather exorbitant amount. Crepinroth Taylor said, "Fine, I'll buy it right away." And she said to herself, he accepted the deal without hesitation. Crepinroth Taylor stood up and said, smiling, "Did you know that LT has hired group a mercenary and is heading to Sylvania?" He looked at Lortel Kesheln seriously and said, "I mention this out of caution, but make sure things don't go wrong this time." And she said to herself, he was an unpleasant man, but it didn't matter. The information he had about LT was valuable, and I had also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete. Professor Glass said, "Mr. Obel Forcius has relinquished his right to connect to the scroll. Acting head Lortel, please step forward to receive the connection." And she said to herself, "Now I will have the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or rather, an all-access pass to Ed." Suddenly a dark energy covers the area and a magic circle appears on the floor. Golems appear. Obel Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania, tries to hold them back, and Lortel Kesheln said, "The grimoire!" Professor Glass holds it and suddenly uses teleportation magic, vanishing. Lortel Kesheln said to herself, "He's gone! My all-access pass to Ed." The narrator said, despite Ed Rothtail's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass subjugation battle begins. In another scene at Professor Glass' secret laboratory, Aalis shouted, "Ed Rothtail, why on earth are you here? I hate you." Ed Rothtail thinks to himself, by now, Glass should have seized the grimoire. Aalis continues to shout, "I hate you so much, you're the worst." Suddenly a person said, "Quiet. If you keep yelling like that, the monster of the underground waterway in front of you might wake up. Consider yourselves lucky." It was Coombe, a researcher of spectral studies. A spectral magic operates by controlling the surrounding magicules or the user's own reserves to bend the laws of nature, using the caster's magic power and imagery as a medium. He said, "Professor Glass advised me not to use you for experiments, since you are important people." Ed Rothtail said, "Oh, is that so?" Coombe said, "You're more calm than I expected." "Well, anyway, I'll be monitoring you closely while reviewing the research materials, so don't entertain any foolish thoughts." Ed Rothtail said to himself while sitting in the cell, "There is nothing more to do now. We just have to wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that Taylor passed through will already be devastated. Without any hindrances there, if I manage to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books, my operation will be complete. Nothing that I'd have to do. No one that I'd need to get rid of. Nothing. The only things that bother me are how easy it seems, which is pricking at my conscience a bit, and also the fact." Ed Rothtail said to Aalis, "Hey," he thinks to himself, "that I have to be with her." Aalis shouted, "If you take even one step, I'll scream. I'll bite my tongue. Don't come any closer." I mean it. You think I'm bluffing?" Ed Rothtail said, "I have nothing against you. If I wanted to hurt you, then I wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, right?" He said to himself, "Since I've seen this from Taylor's perspective, if I had to say it out loud, I'd say I feel pretty positively about Isla." Aalis said, "Lies, you're Ed." Ed Rothtail said, "Stop spouting nonsense and sit down. Taylor will definitely come if we wait here." Aalis said, "Taylor, do you have the right to say his name?" Ed Rothtail said, "Why wouldn't I? I'm sorry for the matter with the entrance exam. but I had my own circumstances. And I helped a lot during the Glaskin incident. Even if you can't trust me, you can trust Taylor, right? He will definitely come to rescue you. Aalis said to herself in shock, I'm sorry, did Ed Roth-Taylor just apologize? That Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor sighed in frustration. Suddenly, Mug said, Young Master Ed, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Any scratches on your arms? Any energy loss because of the magic? Can you see okay? Any issues with your sense of smell or hearing? Do you have any numbness in your arms or legs? Any sluggishness or fatigue? Is your face turning yellow or your heart pounding or your pulse racing? I followed the magic reactions. Your spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect you. I apologize. I'm sorry I couldn't show up sooner. Ed Roth-Taylor said, You brat, where have you been this whole time? Mug, good job finding me here. Aalis said, Is that a spirit? You can control spirits too? Before last semester, you were terrible even at basic magic. Ed Roth-Taylor said, It's none of your business. He said to himself while he pets Mug, Finally, I have a proper partner to talk to, Aalis said. Even so, that spirit can send a rescue request to the outside. Send a rescue request to a staff member or professor whose spirit connection is decent. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, There's no need for me to add another variable by doing something like that. Mug said, Do not worry, young Master Ed. I may not be able to keep you safe, but I have been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, What? Mug said. It took me about half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been about 2 days from then. But I can still clearly remember it. Miss Janica's angry face was truly beautiful, and her cold fury was real. Not only that, but she also seemed to want to ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. That's like having 1,000,000 troops on our side. Do not worry. One way or another, we will be rescued. Let's stay calm and wait here. Ed Roth-Taylor gets angry while Mug trembles and said, You rascal, Aalis said, trembling as well. Ed Roth-Taylor, why are you making that face? Ed Roth-Taylor exhales, then suddenly throws Mug outside and shouts, Oi, you, researcher. Coom, I've changed my mind. I can't stay trapped here. I need to get out. No, get me out of here right now. I'm not joking, Coom said. Ed Roth-Taylor, if you make so much noise, the demon across from you will wake up. Ed Roth-Taylor said, I'm serious. If I don't get out of here, it's not me, but you who will be in trouble. Coom said, Kiki, just as I thought, after all, you're just a student. Don't ramble too much. Aalis said, What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You said if we wait quietly, Taylor will come to rescue us. Suddenly, Mug flew back with the keys. Mug said, You were right. You're quick at analyzing the situation. I don't know how you knew the location of the keys, but in my eyes, such great instructions and actions. Ed Roth-Taylor said to Mug, Go now, he thought to himself. This idiot? Why did he have to do something I didn't even ask for? Ed Roth-Taylor opened the door but left Aalis inside. She exclaimed, You. Ed Roth-Taylor said, Shut up. From now on, answer with a yes or a no. Aalis said, What? Ed Roth-Taylor replied. There are all sorts of monster experiments and haunted magic tools out here. Anyway, it's dangerous. Just cooperate with them, and if they notice that I'm gone, just tell them I escaped. Sell me out immediately. That way they won't hurt you. You can't run properly with your legs having given out, can you? Aalis said, But Ed, you. Ed Roth-Taylor said, Please don't argue. His eyes turned serious as he added, Yes or no? Aalis whispered, Yes. Ed Roth-Taylor said, Good. Now keep quiet and stay still. I'll handle it. Then he ran away. New twists inevitably find their way. Raid Bulletin Board. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania Raid Guide, Episode 02. This raid guide is a detailed summary of practical information on the outline and raid for the actual fight against 4. Beginners written by Pepper Ropepe. Final chapter boss of Act 2. Glass the Seeker of Truth # Phase 1. Glass Chase Objective. Chase Senior Professor Glass, who has kidnapped Isla and is fleeing from Trix Hall. Additional objectives. Join up with Jix, the Spear of Greenery. Join up with Adele, the Romantic. Join up with Clebius, the Gloomy. Join up with Alvira, the Meddler. Enemies. Low-rank Devilish Golems. 50. Intermediate Devilish Golems. 10. Top Researcher Melbrick. 1. Student Council President Veras. 1. Lucy the Slothful. 1. You can skip top researcher Melbrick, who appears mid-chase, by taking a detour, unless you need to make specific achievements or proficiency in magic engineering skills. Save your supplies by taking the detour. Student Council President Varus' sword attacks nullify most parrying skills. If it's difficult to handle him quickly by dodging, you can use a swordsman form one time. However, if you choose to use the swordsman form against Varus, avoid using it anymore until right before the boss fight. If conditions are met, Lucy, the slothful will appear in a hostile state. A definite bad ending will occur, so be sure to avoid her. This event rarely occurs due to complex preconditions, but if your goal is accomplishing achievements, refer to the original guide for detailed conditions. Hashtag Phase 2. Glass Chase 2 Objective. Pursue Senior Professor Glass, who is hidden in the underground waterway. Find Glass' secret laboratory within the underground waterway. This skill must be mastered for the boss fights in Acts 3 and 4. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, I can handle the minor variables one way or another. My stats have increased enough already, so I can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that I can't handle on my own. If Janica or Lortel join, I can somehow manage. But, Mug said, ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. Ed Rothtailor thought, even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours couldn't find a solution to that completely unbeatable enemy. A system notification said, Bad Ending 27, Lucy the Slothful. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, this never happens unless you deliberately try to make it happen, so I didn't bother with it. A definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions. Lucy, the Slothful, 1. If conditions are met, Lucy, the Slothful will appear in a hostile state. A definite bad ending will occur, so be sure to avoid her. A system notification said, Entry conditions. After the incident occurs, Professor Glass meets Lucy Morrow. Ed Rothtailor thought, no matter what, I have to stop Lucy from coming here. In a different scene, Taylor McClure said, Jix. While Jix Effelstein pumped some steel and sweated, he said, what is it, Taylor? Taylor came into the room and said, please help me. We need to rescue Ayala. The system said, Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The final chapter. Phase 1, Glass Chase. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Taylor lost track of Glass after he escaped from Trix Hall, so he requested help from Jix. Additional objectives. Join up with Jix, the Spear of Greenery. Objective, pursue Senior Professor Glass, who is hidden in the underground waterway. He'll soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase Professor Glass. I'm familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter. Lortel Cacheln in Trix Hall, Janica Faylover in the underground waterway, none in the Spirit Library, Ed Rothtailor in the Monster Research Center, none in the deepest part of the lab, but retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Coom releases all the monsters, but it's much easier now that it's in reverse because the monsters are still confined. It's a relief. Because the encounters between Lucy and Professor Glass are destined to lead to a bad ending, I need to hurry in preventing it. The problem is, the Spirit Library is guarded by Reina, the librarian that guards the Spirit Library, a banshee. I am familiar with Reina's patrol pattern, so fighting her isn't the issue. The problem is that Reina will grant Taylor a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form. If Taylor doesn't train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. Taylor is supposed to progress the most during the second episode. It's recommended to play through this episode without skipping to establish the essential growth foundation for the upcoming scenarios. Taylor meeting those who will help him learn essential skills is crucial, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway and Reina, who will give him the most experience points. So, I'll just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself while getting the Column C thunderclap generator. Reina, minding her own business, hummed in the library. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, alright, next is the one-way light dimmer. I'll definitely come back when this is over. It would be a waste otherwise. Mug whispered, right now the exit won't be in her line of sight, young Master Ed. Ed Rothtailor whispered, phew. Alright, it is time to move. Suddenly, the ground shook. Ed Rothtailor said, an earthquake? I don't recall an event like this. A shelf fell. Ed Rothtailor looked at Reina, and she looked back at him. Mug screeched, and Ed Rothtailor said, Damn it! 30 minutes before the earthquake, an officer fell to the ground while a golem was about to pound him. Suddenly, the golem turned to ice. Lortel said, if this deal hadn't been done so quietly, Sylvania Academy's reputation would surely have been ruined. I can't believe he'd steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel, she continued. Obo Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania, said, even if it takes time, I'll take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back. But is it not possible for you to wait? Whatever Professor Glass is planning, it won't end well. Lortel asked, what do you mean? Obo Forcius replied, now that the situation has turned out like this, we should at least tell you the truth. Do you know of the 3 major taboos? He explained, to twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos are the pursuit of immortality, resurrection of the dead, and time travel. Lortel asked, don't tell me Professor Glass is using a spectral magic to resurrect the dead. Principal Obel, are you? Obel Forcius said, crazy? Is that what you were about to ask me, Lortel said. But I am curious. Obel Forcius continued, the great legendary sage of Sylvania, whom he praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. And there was his daughter, Muri, who passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward whilst trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected the spectral magic for resurrecting the dead, who do you think Professor Glass would want to bring back to life? Lortel silently listened and sweated. Suddenly she shouted, we have a huge problem, Principal Obel, an officer said. Several minutes ago, Taylor was seen chasing Professor Glass, who fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. My goodness. The students have been identified as first-year magic faculty student Ayla Triss and second-year magic faculty student Ed Roth-Taylor, the officer continued. Lortel suddenly looked back, shocked. She said to herself, Ed was kidnapped? Not to mention this thumping and vibration. She continued to think, Headmaster Obel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he steps in, he can easily rescue Ed as well. So, the most sensible thing to do is to wait here. But she took binoculars and looked outside. This familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from. It's from the entrance to the underground waterway, she thought. She saw Tarkan spitting flames outside. Riding Tarkan was Janica Faylover, crying. Lortel said, I wish to go as well. The officer said, Miss Keisheln? Lortel said, seriously. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Minimize the negotiation personnel and follow me. And Lortel joined the battle. A combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty, Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students. Top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Elvira and Norden, often sought her guidance. But Dorothy didn't stand out during her first year. Professor Glass, who recognized her talent, was her savior. Dorothy believed that Professor Glass had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions. Although she didn't know his exact purpose, she was determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway. But Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, suddenly fell to the ground and trembled, saying, Isn't this going way too far, Professor? She faced the raging spirit Tarkan in flames. Janica Faylover, with her eyes glowing crimson red in anger, seriously said, Answer me. Where's Ed? Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, fainted and bubbles came out of her mouth. Janica Faylover came down from Tarkan and said, Tarkan said it was this way. Or maybe not. Whose directions did I follow this time again? So, second fork right, then, left, right, left, left. Or was it left, right, left? My head hurts. Isn't that Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy faculty's third years? Is she like that because of me? I should at least cover her up with this. Suddenly, Lortel appeared. Oh my Janica, she thought to herself, Janica Faylover. Excluding Lucy, among all the top students of all years, this ace of Sylvania boasts the most brilliant force. No matter what she needs to do, even if she has to destroy the entire waterway, she'll ensure Ed's safety. And if she succeeds, she imagined Janica Faylover saying to Ed Roth-Taylor, Ed, I came to rescue you. It was hard, wasn't it? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I made food at the camp. Ed Lortel said, Janica, you are amazing. I had such a difficult time being kidnapped. And then they got married, and Ed Lortel said to Janica Faye Lover, truly, you are the only one who's there for me, Janica. Let's get married. Do you want a daughter or a son? In her dream, Lortel Kisheln angrily said, no way, in the background. Janica Faye Lover tried to signal to Tarkan to not bother Lortel from her dream. The narrator said, Lortel makes the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to Ed, her judgment regresses. Lortel Kechon suddenly said to Janica Faye Lover, Janica, Ed's already been rescued. It's so infuriating, but he got pretty hurt while being kidnapped. He's lying in bed asking when you will come. At the camp, right now. Janica Faye Lover said, what? Lortel Kechon thought, I'm going to be the one to save Ed. First, I'll get rid of Janica. Janica Faye Lover said, but Lortel, why are you telling me that? She raged with aura. As soon as I pinned down Ed's location, I ran here. I was just near the entrance, so how did Ed get rescued? I got here before everyone else, so who rescued him? And how did they do it without me seeing them? The narrator said, Janica, who usually seems thoughtless, becomes very sharp when it comes to Ed. Lortel Kishon said, that isn't important. Janica Faye Lover said, now's not the time for this, Lortel. But don't tell me you're using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. I mean, they're not trained in combat. Aren't you acting too cowardly? I mean, too dangerously? Lortel Kishon thought. She's logical about everything all of a sudden. It's also true that Ed is in danger. Janica Faye Lover said, I also asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away. She never listens to others and always prefers to do things her way. And so, I am also alone. Lortel Keon said, you're right. This is no time for us to get in each other's way. She thought, so, there are no other competitors, right? She said, everyone, please stay here and wait. No more words were needed. Janica Faye Lover said, then I'll search the east side of the waterway, Lortel. Lortel Keshlin said, okay, I'll search the other side. She thought, the important thing is to rescue Ed, who's in danger. So, she began to run, thinking to herself, Meanwhile, Janica Faye Lover also ran, thinking to herself, They both said, we'll be the one to rescue Ed first, in the library, Reina. The librarian that guards the spirit library, a banshee, looked at Ed Rothtailor and Mug. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, an earthquake. Who'll be the first to rescue Ed from his dangerous situation? Suddenly, the ceiling cracked and a beam of light hit Reina, knocking her out. Ed Rothtailor was silently confused and thought to himself, I wish it was just an earthquake. Lucy Murrell stretched her arms, sitting on a pile of rubble with Reina underneath, and scratched her eyes as she just woke up. Lucy Murrell said, I got bored, so I came to help. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, it's game over now. A professor said to Obo Forcius, are you sure it's okay to just sit back and do nothing? Obo Forcius replied, it's dangerous, but it's a good opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers bloom where the leaves fall, after all. The professor responded, but do they really need to be pushed this hard? There's no doubt that this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Even if you look across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find. Each year's class has so many promising students, whom we have so many expectations of. Like stars, there are countless of them. Obo Forcius crushed the dried leaves in his palm and said, is that so? It feels like someone is warning me. The upcoming trials need to make them think, you need to be this talented, and even then, you'd struggle. That's how intense it has to be. In a different scene at the cottage of Ed Rothtailor, in the mountain was a huge hole. As we got closer and closer, the hole was so deep. Inside was a huge hole in the ceiling. Lucy Marl said, hey. She continued to say, hey, and asked Ed Rothtailor, do you have any jerky left? Ed Rothtailor replied, you think I'd have any here? Lucy Mariel, frustrated, said, then I want to go. I gotta find a place nearby to take a nap. Ed Rothtailor said, no. He thought to himself, the situation right now is a mess. Judging by the time, Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway by now. I just need to go to the underground waterway and stop Janica and Lortel. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, skipping this one boss won't completely mess with the scenario. Which means it's still okay. The problem is her. If Lucy meets Glass, the bad ending event will start. To stop that from happening, I'd rather. Ed Rothtailor said to Lucy Mariel, you're gonna have to stick with me for a bit. Lucy Mariel asked, what? Ed Roth Taylor sweated and said, somebody once told me that when the going gets tough, the biggest help a person can give is just by being there quietly by your side. Lucy, you're strong. Being with someone like you makes me feel safe. Even if we don't do anything or talk much, just your presence is. That kind of thing, Lucy Marl asked. Do you really have no jerky left? Ed Roth Taylor shouted. Enough with the jerky, please. Just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway. Lucy Merrill said, if you want to get out of this underground waterway, I'll help you out. Ed Roth Taylor said, I have some things I need to take care of before I leave. Lucy Merrill said, all right. Ed Roth Taylor said, but I have a favor to ask of you too. He carried Lucy Marrill on his back and began to run. He thought to himself, now I'll get out of here by going in reverse. I'll get everything I need from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of this place. Lucy Marrill asked again, hey, do you really have no jerky? Ed Roth Taylor sighed. No. In the library, eyes glowed in the dark. Suddenly, bats appeared. Ed Roth Taylor used his skill, ignition, and burned all the bats. Elemental magic proficiency has increased. Mana resonance proficiency has increased. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting? I'm being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters. Sorry, Taylor. I won't take too much. He ran again and said, ignition. He thought to himself, there's a concealment spell cast somewhere around here. The magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glass acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel was quickly finding the way. Lortel Keshon said to herself, right, this isn't the time to just exchange sweet words. Suddenly, Lortel realized, right now, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. Lortel Keshon said to herself, it's the same feeling as before, this sound I'm hearing from someplace so close. My heart beat. Suddenly the wall exploded. Ed Roth Taylor said, oh, Lortel, you're here. Lortel Keshon said, Ed? Ed Roth Taylor said, phew, I was kidnapped. Perfect timing. Help me carry these. They're too heavy to carry by myself. Lortel Keshon began to compute all the loot that Ed Roth Taylor handed over to her. Lortel Keshon said to herself, what is all of this? Every single one of them is an advanced crafting formula. Lortel Keshon said, wait. Ed, weren't you in grave danger? Ed Roth Taylor said, yeah, I was, but I managed to escape somehow. Lortel Keshon said, Lucy, and thought to herself, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. And it's too cruel. Janica Faylover is a coward who can't even take a chance, but I've been the most proactive in making progress with Ed. That day, on the way home, I was so short on breath that I almost set the forest on fire. How can he act like that so nonchalantly with another girl in front of me? Ed Roth Taylor said to Lortel Keshon, keep those crafting scrolls for me. If the trading company can bring the materials for that, I'll go pick them up. If there's anything you want to buy, let me know. I don't mind you buying it for cheap because you've helped me so much. Lortel Keshon burst into flames in anger and shouted, Ed. Lortel Keshon told herself, I need to push hard here and take control. Ed Roth Taylor said, please, Lortel, who else can I trust but you? Lortel Keshon thought to herself, he's really crossed the line now. Now's the time he wants to make a demand like this from me. Ed Roth Taylor continued, who else can I trust but you? I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me this whole time. Lortel Keshon asked, do you need a receipt? Then she thought to herself, I'm a pushover. Suddenly, an old man appeared and said, Proxy President Lortel, here you are. We have a huge problem. In another scene, Taylor McClure said, everyone, do not let your guard down. The first-year combat faculty top student, the gloomy Clebius, asked, do we really need to go further? How about we just leave? The first-year alchemy faculty top student, the meddler Alvira, said, there you go with that nonsense talk again. Aren't you going to save Ayla? She stepped on the foot of Clebius Nortondale. He cried out in pain, arg. I never even liked Ayla that much, so why do we have to save Ed Roth Taylor too? Taylor McClure said, I'm really sorry. Still, I have to save Ayla. Please do me this favor. The first-year magic faculty student, Spear of Grass Chicks, said, you know Ayala is a good person. Don't back out now, Clebius. Look. It was the self-proclaimed romantic Cyrodiil. She said, I feel something up ahead. The narrator noted that her prophecies often hit the mark, as if she peeked into the future. She continued, I have a feeling we're going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead, pointing at the left tunnel. Suddenly, the tunnel exploded. Assistant Professor Claire shouted, "I don't know. I really don't know. It wasn't planned from the beginning. It was just a simple whim. Please, just give me one chance." Tarkin dropped her to the ground. Janica Failover said, wasn't it right, left, right, left, or did we go too far to the right? Suddenly, she noticed something and said, "Oh, hey guys." Jix Evelstein waved at Janica Failover and said, "Janica." She thought to herself, this unforgettable feeling, the learned fear is rising within me. Rationality, when paralyzed by fear, leads to misunderstandings. There's no guarantee we can win, but we're going to give it our all. Why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire too much? But she fainted all by herself. Jix Evelstein said to Taylor, "Why are you acting like this, Taylor?" "Calm down," he replied. "Move. Even if my chances are low, I have to save Isla." Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor said, "That's enough." Taylor McClure exclaimed, Ed Roth Taylor." Janica Failover touched Ed Roth Taylor's face and said, Ed, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Elvira, while looking at Taylor, said, "Taylor." Taylor said, "Ed Roth Taylor." He thought to himself, Elvira and I have already fully realized Ed's fighting style. With only basic magic and a bit of archery, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents who are way better than him. And the power of his friends is, since the Ophilus Hall incident, he's grown significantly. If it was only Janica, I might have somehow managed to get through. But with Ed Roth Taylor now beside her, my chances of winning are 0. Ed Roth Taylor suddenly touched Taylor's shoulder and said, "Go, Taylor." Isla's waiting. He thought to himself, "Go catch glass, Taylor. Now it's time for us to play our roles. You handle the scenario, and I'll take care of the variables. I'm going to go catch LT." Ed Roth Taylor said, "The issue reported by the trading company staff was bound to blow up eventually." The old man said, "News just came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elte have entered Arkan Island." Ed Roth Taylor continued, "The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King Elte fell from power at a different time and in a different way than he was supposed to, and because of that, he was able to escape, unlike in the original story. Lortel knew that Elte was planning a counterattack. Despite that, Lortel Keishon had said to her people a while ago, 'Have the minimum negotiation personnel stay back and follow me.'" Ed Roth Taylor continued, "It looks like he made use of the loophole, with many personnel from the trading company stuck here." The old man interjected, "That place is completely defenseless. We need to go there quickly." Ed Roth Taylor continued, "I got the magical engineering crafting formulas and so many magical tools this time, and they might be more useful than I imagined. But if I were to name the best tool I have for surviving in this world, it's undoubtedly the advantage of knowing about the future. The scenario that's unfolding right now is the failed Swordmaster of Sylvania, and they already finished Chapter 1, Janica Failover, and Chapter 2, Glassed. After that is Chapter 3, Lucy Mariel, Chapter 4, Krebin Roth Taylor, and the last Chapter 5, Sacred Lance, Dragon Wellbrock. The final part of Episode 2, the Glass Subjugation Battle, is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If Elte is the mid-boss of Episode 2, then I must have him in Episode 2 as in the original story. "I am going to take down Elte." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Jix," and he replied, "All right, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "From here onwards, the path is almost clear. Ask Isla for the details after you rescue her. Also Taylor." Taylor was shocked. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, in the end, he has to be the one to sort out this scenario. Only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can Taylor face that guy in the final scenario. There is a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway. After this, the magic tower summoned by Glass will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful, and going forward, there will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone. But Ed Roth Taylor was silent while Taylor looked at him. Ed said, "Good luck." Taylor was shocked after hearing this from Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "You don't need me to make any grand cheers, right, Taylor?" And they moved forward. Lortel Keishon said, "He must be targeting the trading company to secure evidence that the loss from the sale of the armor was orchestrated, which made him lose his position." Ed Roth Taylor said, "All right, then let's first inform the academy that the mercenaries have invaded." Janica Failover said, Wait a minute, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Sorry, Janica, but we need to hurry." Janica Faylover said. Again. She stopped and shouted, "You'll get hurt again. Are you really going to deal with the Golden King, LT? I don't know the details, but Ed, you were just kidnapped and barely escaped. You collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. Also, this is a matter for the LT company. It has nothing to do with you. I don't want you to get hurt anymore." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, she's right. This is indeed someone else's matter. But it's not like I can say, I have to deal with a big variable like LT myself to feel at ease, can I? Well, fortunately, to capture LT, Lortel will need both me and Janica, so she'll drag us along with some excuse, right? Lortel Kishon said. Janica's right. Involving Ed in this is just me being selfish. Ed should be resting somewhere safe. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, it's nice to see the two of them getting along, but rest? This is not the time for me to be resting. Ed Roth Taylor said to them, I appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately, Lortel's matter isn't someone else's business for me. Lortel Kishon said, What? Janica Faylover said, What do you mean by that, Ed? Lortel Kishon said, Not someone else's business. Ed Roth Taylor said, Let's move first, hurry. Mr. You too, he replied. Okay, and they continued to run. Ed Roth Taylor said, It's not someone else's business because, he thought to himself, coming up with a reason to give them is always hard. Janica Faylover said, You're right, of course it's not someone else's business because you have a contract with Lortel. No wonder, right? If Lortel loses control of the trading company, your magical engineering supplies would be disrupted too, right? Yeah, so it's definitely not someone else's problem. Ed Roth Taylor looked at them and said, Yeah, you're right. Janica Faylover said, Right. Lortel Kishon said, blushing, Not someone else's business. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Janica, you're pretty smart, as expected of the top student in your year. All that aside, and they stopped. Seeing their senior sleeping on the floor, Ed Roth Taylor said, This is complete chaos. Taylor is horrible, without any regard for seniority in this situation. At times like this, he's really heartless. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Janica Faylover and thought to himself, Did you do this? Janica Faylover was silent, then said, I didn't mean to do it, but somehow, it just turned out like this. Heartless? I'm not a heartless person. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. Seriously. We're almost at the exit, so let's talk about this outside. We need to ask the academy for help first. The carriage I came in is at the entrance with the staff. A few moments later, the carriage was broken, and the people slept on the floor. Lortel Kishon said, You were faster than I expected, Father. The Golden King LT said, I taught you how to manage documents, so there won't be any evidence in the company's records even if I scour through them. However, there was a gap in personnel management. All it took was a simple threat for him to tell me you're headed to this waterway. The old man said, I'm sorry, Miss Lortel. The Golden King LT said, Right, this is when you should smile. It took a long time for you to master that expression. It's really a pity that the only evidence left is your confession. It's a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortel. He snapped his fingers, and the sleeping people on the floor woke up as their eyes glowed red. Suddenly, they attacked. Ed Roth Taylor managed to evade their attacks. One of them almost hit Ed Roth Taylor, but Lortel Kishon blocked it with her magic. Lortel Kishon said, Where do you think you're attacking? I figured you wouldn't be alone, but you really love bringing mercenaries into the academy, don't you? Just like last time. The Golden King LT said, The professor fled with the sage's grimoire, right? But there's no need for comparisons with last time. This time, it's different. They're the continent's best mercenaries. Excluding Lortel, I don't care about the lives of the others. Finish them off quickly. The archers shot at them, and arrows rained from the sky. Janica Faylover used her skill, and an arrow was about to hit Ed Roth Taylor, but it suddenly broke in half. A wind spirit said, Defense magic. Janica Faylover continued to use her magic to block the arrows. Janica Faylover said, Be careful, Ed. Their movements are definitely well coordinated. Ed Roth Taylor said, Thanks, Janica. The Golden King LT said, Spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle. But I told you that this time is different from last time. A system notification said, Legendary grade magical engineering item Belarus's Prejudice. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use Belarus's Prejudice. Based on the magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Alvera used, Belarus's Prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious. but it's a very dangerous item. We are at a numerical disadvantage. There's the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that we can't get through during the time needed to activate it. And most importantly, our entire party consists solely of mages. Lortel Kishon said, "He already knows our powers. He wouldn't have come unprepared. If that thing activates, we're done for." Edroth Taylor said, "LT, the Academy will hold you accountable for this. How do you plan on dealing with that?" The Golden King LT said, "It's at least better than losing my life, isn't it?" Edroth Taylor thought to himself, a third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. I know it well because I'm the same, and this guy is a mid-boss. If he survives, how big of a variable will he be in this world? Golden King LT, the mid-boss of episode 2, a villain who gets backstabbed by Lortel and exits the stage in the end. He killed Lortel's parents and did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. An absolute villain. Yet, I don't feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him. Because ultimately, LT is persistently blocking our path so he can survive. Just like me. However, I have no intention of giving in to him. I also don't want to lie and say it's because I'm ready to handle all the variables I've created. Call me selfish if you want. Wake up now, but this is my story. Suddenly, Lucy Mariel stepped down from behind Edroth Taylor. Edroth Taylor looked at Lucy Mariel and said, "Lucy," while Lucy Mariel yawned and said, "God, you people are noisy." She suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light covered the whole area. Lightning formed in her body. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "Lucy, the Slothful, awakens." The book Glock's Travelogue, written by the Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that didn't quite match his fame. It was known by almost no one. Glock said to Lucy Mariel, "You may have natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that is not a reason to stop learning. Always continue to learn. Be humble and use your power for the benefit of all. And beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude." All right, I'll stop. Instead, promise me 3 things. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even if it's by accident. And live the life of a student, at least during your time at Sylvania. Lucy Mariel's power intensifies. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, it's evident that LT prepared the best mercenaries from the fact that most of them are veterans. Surviving for a long time in the mercenary life and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. An instinctive sense of situational awareness and response is honed to become second nature. Those very instincts are now screaming, "Stop right here!" Golden King LT shouted, "Have you all gone crazy?" "Moo, damn it." His mercenary said, "I don't know what kind of magic this is, but..." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, however, most of the relatively young mercenaries don't have this survival instinct. He tried to attack Lucy Mariel, shouting, "Ha!" Lucy Mariel looked at him. Edroth Taylor said, as always, despite being a mage, she doesn't use magic very often. She flicked the mercenary, hitting him in the stomach with intense pressure. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, she simply used physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana. Or simply put, violence. Golden King LT said, "Is it still not time for it to activate? Just a little more." Lucy Mariel said, "So you're the leader, huh? Then I guess I just have to take you down." Suddenly, Edroth Taylor held Lucy Mariel's shoulder. She looked at him. Edroth Taylor said, "Ha, you should." Suddenly they felt the earth move. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, an earthquake? No. Thunder and lightning struck. Edroth Taylor thought, on a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are clearly visible, Professor Glass's advanced spectral magic distorts the laws of nature. Descent of the magical realm. The magic tower that covered the sky is the final stage of episode 2's last battle. Good timing. Taylor should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who's necessary to clear this episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glass. Descent of the magical realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline. This means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except me must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortel, who are top students, so most probably. Lucy Mariel said, "Do each of the 10 magic towers play a role in absorbing a spectral magic? In that case, it might actually be possible. Resurrection of the dead, I mean." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, the epilogue you can see after clearing episode 2. After the incident, Lucy lazily wakes up and says, Lucy Mariel had said to them before, I see, something like that happened, huh? Ed Roth Taylor thought, as per the original scenario, Lucy should be napping on the roof of Trix Hall. But if you wake her up early on in phase 1 and bring her into the party, the cornered Professor Glass makes her an offer. The person to be resurrected with a spectral magic won't be Sylvania but her disciple, Archmage Glocked. That's how Lucy turns into an enemy, and at the same time the player's party gets annihilated. A system notification said, Bad Ending 27, Lucy, the Slothful. Ed Roth Taylor continued to think to himself, in the end, you only see Lucy slowly disappearing into the underground waterway. In episode 2, Lucy Mariel was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat Lucy. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that weren't part of the original plot can still be patched up by my intervention. And sometimes those variables. A system notification said, Legendary grade magic item, Belarus's Prejudice. Ed Roth Taylor continued to think, can even twist the predetermined bad endings. A system notification said, for the next 10 minutes, the mana in the vicinity will be suppressed. LT used it on Lucy Mariel. He said, now's your chance, now these brats can't use magic anymore. As the mercenaries tried to attack them, Ed Roth Taylor intervened and used his magic Windblade, sending the mercenary flying. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, I, too, am a variable in the scenario, but there are entities that even I can't stop. LT said in shock, how? And he was confused. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item, Belarus's Prejudice, has its limits, just as it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket. Lucy Mariel said, I'll clear the way. I have somewhere I want to go. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, LT's experience is no less than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death now warns him of his certain death. Lucy Mariel prepared to flick LT and said, you know, don't you, that you can die? Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Lucy knows that too. However, he blocked Lucy Mariel's aim and said, unless you think it's fine to kill others, stop here. He thought to himself, it's odd for this boy to be concerned about LT's life. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even by accident. The person he is worried about is not one who is going to die. Lucy Mariel stopped, turned back, and said, okay. Ed Roth Taylor asked her, where are you going? Lucy Mariel said, it's over, isn't it? I need to go somewhere. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, conversations with Lucy Mariel always go like this. That's why. He asked, are you sure you won't regret it? Lucy Mariel thought to herself, I didn't expect a reply from him. They silently stopped. Ed Roth Taylor watched her hover, while Lucy Mariel thought silently. Glock's travelogue, last chapter, what's lost is lost. Sadly, those who've lost must become stronger. So become stronger. I dedicate the last sentence of this book to you, who has brought a full stop to my life, Glock said. Lucy Mariel remembered Archmage Glocked and said no. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, and so, just like that, Lucy vanished before my eyes. In a different scene, a spirit said, all 57 people have boarded the boats. It seems everybody has safely retreated. Now that we've checked that, Lady Janica should be returning soon. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, deciding how to handle the subdued LT is on the back burner for now. We can hand him over to the LT Trading Company for now. Lortel will probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him. Maybe it's because I overexerted myself while I was already exhausted, but after rushing here to the highest building in Sylvania, my body feels heavy. This is the Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode, the place where Glass stole the sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The academy took care of the injured, so I didn't expect to return here. I came all the way here in the end, huh? Though unintentional, my reverse journey through the stages of this episode, from the secret laboratory to here, has come together perfectly. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my journey will end. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glocked Hall. The institution that awarded me this semester's scholarship is also the Glock Scholarship Foundation. He lived frugally, yet he donated all his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy. His traces clearly remain all around this academy. That's why it wasn't difficult to find Lucy. I thought she'd be here, in the place where you can see the entire academy. After all, to Lucy, this academy must be Glock's legacy. Lucy Merrill said to Ed. Hey, Ed replied. What is it? Lucy asked. Do you have any jerky left? Ed responded. I told you earlier, I don't have any left. Lucy said, Ha! Ed thought to himself, conversations like this are common between us. He then asked, What are you doing here? Lucy said, Just thinking about the old days, and she tapped her side, inviting Ed to sit beside her. Ed looked and thought, I would die instantly if I fell from here. Lucy continued, I used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened, but at some point, it stopped feeling so sad. Ed asked, Why? Lucy said, I thought about it deeply, and the reason was surprisingly simple. It was just because, said that a lot of time had passed. Dwelling on old wounds is foolish. Even if she tried to revive her grandpa with effectual magic, he would have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death, so he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. She knew from the beginning that wanting to revive him was just her being selfish. Ed Roth Taylor asked, So Lucy, are you really okay? He thought to himself, It's not my place to say since I tried to stop you. But I can't help but ask. Lucy changing her mind about reviving Glock feels like it could just be a whim. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. I can't help but make sure. Lucy Merrill responded, Hey, Ed thought to himself, Ha, even in this situation she'll ask for jerky again. Suddenly she said, Lend me your shoulder, and put her head on Ed Roth Taylor's shoulder. Ed wondered, why did she make me sit next to the railing? It turns out it was just for something like this. It'll be hard to find someone as passionate about effectual magic as Professor Glass in the future. Resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead. What is lost is lost. That loss is different for each person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So we must learn to accept that loss and cover our wounds with what we have now. Lucy understood this well enough. So, Ed sat next to Lucy for a while, looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky seemed higher than usual, quite beautiful. To protect the offering, the giant rises, an ancient weapon created by Glass with effectual magic. Taylor McClure shouted, Ayla! Ed Roth Taylor continued to think, Episode 2, Final Battle Magic Engineering Golem. Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Glass Subjugation Battle. Final phase, Rescue Ayla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. Suddenly something exploded, and Jix Effelstein grabbed the golem's hand and shouted, Go! Taylor McClure jumped and said, Ayla. Glass thought, this damn nearsightedness. Taylor McClure shouted, Give her back to me. Glass thought, at some point, I stopped being able to see anything without glasses. Life as a teacher is bound to be static. Sitting at the large desk in my personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing effectual magic, managing academic curriculums, reviewing materials to teach students. And as I keep doing that, the scenery outside the window continues to change. It's snowing. A first-year elemental studies student keeps coming to my personal study. She says she wants to study intermediate magic in advance. It's raining. Glass said, the youngest professor who caused tea trouble. As the assistant professor said, Professor, I'm sorry. Glass thought, she always comes begging for forgiveness, flustered. Suddenly, a bright light shone upon the window. The wind is blowing the highest-ranking dean out on business, always stops by for a cup of tea, even after becoming the principal. That didn't change. As I sat in the same place buried in work, I thought the painful memoirs would eventually disappear as well, and the grimoire started to light up. Glass spat strawberry juice and Taylor McClure was thrown away. His sword broke. Glass said, Effectual magic, small-scale time travel. Painful memories don't disappear. His power intensified. Clebius Nortondale tried to run away and said, What? What is TAT? Glass said, Effectual magic, multi-time prison. Jix Effelstein looked at Taylor McClure and said, Dodge, Taylor. Suddenly Taylor froze while managing to use his broken sword to stop himself from falling. Glass silently watched and said, Sometimes my vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond my eyelids I see what I lost, as Glass saw her daughter. Right, I am almost there. So, as Taylor managed to stand, Glass said, Give up, don't stop me. And he said to himself, with all my might, I will reverse reality. The golem suddenly charged its power, was slashed multiple times and exploded. Glass saw everything and was shocked, saying, Is that a swordsman form? Glass said, Effectual magic, time reversal. Time rewinds even for those who had been frozen in time. He exclaimed, It's pointless. Thinking to himself, even if it costs me the rest of my life. He spat strawberry juice. Suddenly Jix Cephalstein said, Intermediate ice magic, ice spear. Now, everyone attacked Glass with their magic, except for Clebius Nortondale, who jumped and pretended to use magic. Glass said, Is this the end? Suddenly he was shocked and the golem exploded. Isla fell, and Taylor McClure managed to catch her. As the dust cloud cleared, Glass slowly walked and said, Kefew. All right, you won. He let himself fall from the edge and began to free fall. A few moments into his fall, he opened his eyes and said, I miss you, Murray. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and Glass entered it, being teleported. Effectual magic, spatial leap. He left that magic circle for the final escape. Glass coughed and huffed. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, but for some reason, he escaped way too late. Even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it's clear. Professor Glass will surely die here. Glass said, Oh, how did you get here? It's past your curfew, isn't it? Despite that, there was something he wanted to confirm. 1 hour ago, Lortel Ketchon said, Janica sent the mercenaries outside the island, and I confined Father in the trading company, so all the threats are gone now. We promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything is done. I just need to check that Ed is safe after heading to the Trix Hall. Ed Roth Taylor said, Oh, Lortel. Lortel Ketchon was silently looking at Ed Roth Taylor and Lucy Merrill. She thought to herself, what? As Lucy Merrill held Ed Roth Taylor's sleeve, Ed looked behind, and Lortel Ketchon's alarm said, Danger. Danger. Ed thought to himself, a top third-year student Dorothy and assistant professor Claire. I guess the situation in the underground waterway has ended. Is she crying? Why? Suddenly, Ed was confused as assistant professor Claire and Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, looked shocked. Janica Faylover arrived with Tarkin on her back and said, Ed, she added, that magic tower uses a spectral magic, right? Then, there's something I want to check. Ed thought to himself, lately Janica's meetings with the spirits have turned into report meetings about Ed. They were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin said he detected the same kind of magic coming from that magic tower in the northern forest. If it's a spectral magic, there's no need to say who was behind that. But there hasn't been a single magic tower built in the northern forest. What exactly has Professor Glass been doing in the northern forest? Ed thought further. Considering that nothing much happened before in the original story, I probably don't need to interfere, but... As Lortel Ketchon looked at Ed and Lucy confused, Janica Faylover and assistant professor Claire looked at Dorothy, who was bubbling in fear after seeing Tarkin. Even the fake boss, Elty, had this level of impact. If someone of Professor Glass' caliber doesn't exist, it's unimaginable how much influence he would have in future scenarios. So I tried to confirm it one last time, but Professor Glass said to Ed, Ooh, isn't it past your curfew? Janica Faylover asked, What are you doing here? Professor Glass replied, I was looking up at the moon. Why? Do you think it's funny? Ed asked. Professor Glass said, No, I don't. Professor Glass continued, That's strange. I find myself quite laughable. Ed responded, You must have known you'd fail. Professor Glass chuckled, Ha ha, that's right, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, I was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but I never thought I'd be subdued by students. And even if I had one, Obel would have taken me down. Did he not do that from the start because of our relationship over the years? Anyway, he's not suited to be the principal. You're a better student than I thought. I discovered you too late, which was quite unlike myself. Ed asked, Then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Professor Glass answered, Your talents were quite exceptional. At first, I planned to use you for my scheme, but you fainted from overwork, so that plan failed too. Ed said, When I hastily went back to get you, you had already escaped. Professor Glass said, If I think of dying lonely like this as paying for my sins, it's not such a bad deal compared to the sins I've committed. Still, the 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely. She was 17. Yes, 17 years. You could call them both long and short. Ed asked. You've known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, right? Professor Glass replied. Claire? Ed said, 4 years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. On my way here, Assistant Professor Claire was crying. Professor Glass' eyes enlightened as Ed remembered what Assistant Professor Claire had said to him. Ha ha. Professor Glass is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. He's the meanest and most stubborn person I've met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He's really an impossible person to like, but still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. As she cried and trembled, Ed thought to himself, he was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have even had a hunch from what Professor Glass told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice, saying she didn't know what Professor Glass was planning, but that he was a precious mentor who recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody can deny that he went astray either. Even right now, nobody is around him as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely, mocking his own fate. That was his misconception. If you think about it, Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glass kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them, while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time. As if he were saying his daughter was also someone valuable. It's been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, a mentor. For others, a colleague. Professor Glass had severe myopia. After some point, he couldn't see anything without glasses, not even himself. Professor Glass tried to speak and said, before using the descent of the magical realm, I saw the spirit library. You made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas. But there was no point in doing that. Ed Roth Taylor asked, do you mean there's something more? Professor Glass replied, serves you right, and took out a key from his pocket. He added, you'll have to clean it all up with your own hands now, so it's self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed. Ed asked, why are you giving this to me? Professor Glass responded, you're not happy even though I just gave you the key to it. He continued, the desk Raina guarded, there's a secret safe beneath it. Just make sure you handle it when the Academy's investigation starts. And lastly, Lucy. Every once in a while, look around you. Ah, right, you're wise. Ed thought to himself, at that moment, what expression did Lucy have? Unfortunately, I couldn't see it from my position. Lucy Merrill grabbed Ed's clothes. Ed continued thinking, through Glass, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, I could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. We just watched for a while. A few moments later, the dean said, you got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Awfulest Hall occupation, and now the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. And you were there at the site? You have terrible luck, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed thought to himself, after listening to the same story all night. The dean continued, you don't know why, but Professor Glass kidnapped you. You escaped when you got the chance and sought help. During that process, you met up with Taylor's group. Is that all? Ed thought. Is it the dean's turn now? Ed told the dean, it's just as I wrote in the report. Janica and Lortel came to help me in a hurry. The dean questioned, you left Isla, who was also kidnapped, and escaped alone? Ed explained, Isla couldn't move and she didn't trust me at all. So I went out alone to call for help. The dean responded, enough. To be honest, I'm suspicious of you. Ed thought, the story makes sense, but the repeated coincidences are. From the dean's perspective, it must look suspicious. The dean continued, you act like you know nothing, but I get the feeling that you know a lot. Ed replied, thank you for such an evaluation. It's flattering. The dean said, the same goes for that sly behavior of yours. But because of the Awfulest Hall incident and the recent event, you're a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. Ed thought to himself, this isn't the report I wrote. Ah, the dean was looking at. Different versions of my report card? The dean acknowledged, you've worked hard, Ed Roth Taylor. That, I must acknowledge. The Academy wants to reward you instead. As Ed left the dean's room, he thought, Janica Faylover exclaimed, ah, Ed, you're out. Ed said, I'm sorry I keep making you worry, Janica. You didn't get hurt, right? It looked like you fought. I was worried. Janica reassured him. Worried? Come on, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The wind spirit whispered to Janica, and she listened, then said, huh? Right. Actually, I might not be completely unscathed. Should I say my body feels a bit sore? I think I got hurt a bit while saving you. Ed asked, you got hurt? Where specifically? Janica replied, huh? My back? A sprain? Something like that? Ed reflected, I realized something from this incident, Janica. Janica asked, huh? Ed continued, you're always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. I think I took that for granted too much, and now you even got hurt. Didn't it strike you after seeing Professor Glass's last moments? He said, regret always comes last. I do feel a bit of shame. I seem to be a burden to you. I'm grateful for everything you do, but in the end, you always suffer, Janica. As the wind spirit flew away, Janica stammered, eh? Huh? What? Ed apologized. I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me, you always get hurt every time. Maybe it's best if you don't get involved with someone like me. Janica quickly responded, I'm sorry, I lied. Actually, I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry for lying. Ed then asked, oh, right. Janica, your dorm is the Dex Hall, right? You see. Starting next semester, Janica asked, you're moving to the Dex Hall? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ed remarked, I didn't expect you to be so happy. A few moments later, Ed thought, a lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. Episode 2 ended pretty neatly too. I guess I could say it's all finished now. He remembered what the dean told him, end your lonely life as a wanderer and return to having a normal student life. You deserve it. I'll allow you to move into the academy dormitories. Ed thought to himself, personally, I wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But it all feels a bit futile now. So my camping life is over now, huh? Suddenly, something dropped behind him, and Ed looked. Lucy Merrill was on the ground, shocked. Ed asked, Lucy? And Lucy Merrill asked, over. Lucy Merrill said, I wonder if it's going to rain. This is not Arkan Island, but the northern Ramelin mountain range. Why am I dreaming of my childhood right now? Since I'm dreaming of old times anyway, let's go see the old man's face, shall we? And she saw her master and said, this is, as he was silent. He looked at Lucy Merrill saying, why didn't you save me? You had the chance, so why did you look the other way? And she said to herself, a nightmare, huh? She was silent, and she opened her eyes. A maid said, Miss Lucy, are you up? Then let's prepare for school. She sat on her bed silently. Suddenly, she used high-level spatial magic, and she said to herself, for some reason, I felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. She landed on Ed Roth Taylor's cabin in the woods. As she saw Ed Roth Taylor walking, she said to herself, smiling while watching Ed Roth Taylor, I feel an inexplicable sense of relief. I wonder if it's going to rain. Suddenly, she heard Ed Roth Taylor saying, so my camping life is over now, huh? And she fell from the roof. Professor Flurbin said, geez, cats are always unpredictable, I tell you. They never play along like you want them to. When you think you've gotten close and try to pet them, they act all aloof and expensive, but when you lose interest and get busy, they get all clingy. Cats are like that anyway, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. Those of you who want to have a cat-type spirit familiar, just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. A girl said, geez, this is harder than dating. Her friend said, in the monster ecology class, surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. As they both laughed, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, lectures of the experienced Professor Flurbin. These lectures were very popular, and everyone else had good grades, so my grades were initially in the lower ranks. But soon, I got ahead in my preparation, and there was almost no one who surpassed me when it came to any subject's notes. Professor Flurbin said, let's end here for today. By the way, Ed, could you come to my office? A few moments later at the office of Professor Flurbin, he asked, do you know about the Academy Scholarship Program? Ed Roth Taylor said, isn't it a system where you contribute to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition? Professor Flurbin said, you know it well. It'd be a good opportunity for you, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor said, what exactly would I be doing? Professor Flurbin said, you do various academic tasks. Probably assisting Assistant Professor Claire, I think. There are quite a few things Professor Glass was handling alone. Aalis is remarkably capable, but it's too much to handle alone. So, there's the duty of semester end evaluations. And during the break, you'll handle the academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, there's the freshman class assignment test too, right? Don't be too strict when you meet the freshmen. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, freshman, huh? That means that guy will also be there. In another scene, Lortel Kechon said, I can definitely sense that the magic resonance is extremely high. Whatever it is. The whatever. But is it really okay to sell this to Crepin? The fact that Ed made such a desperate request means that he didn't want Crepin to have this grimoire in the first place. No, wait. I bought it to resell it anyway. Think about the money tied up in it. I need to be more ruthless. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, her motto is to never put off today's work for tomorrow. If I could just get the Sage's grimoire purchase certificate, I could do anything for you. Really, anything. Lortel Kechon was silent and blushed, and she smiled and said, just do this then. And she said to herself, a special winter break class notice, huh? Without Professor Glass, who will conduct the class? And she said, damn, I am busy, as she signed the letter. Lortel Kechon said to herself, I won't have to worry about the camp anymore. It's the end of the semester, so I'm not the only one that's busy. Janica Faylover, Ed, they both must be occupied. And Lucy, WL, there probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. Suddenly, she broke her fountain pen, and she looked at her pen and said to herself, what's this? Why do I feel so uneasy? Back in the cabin in the woods, Lucy Merrill said to Ed Rothtaylor, hey, we're running out of firewood. Ed Rothtaylor said, what? Lucy Merrill said, you said we'd be short on firewood when winter comes. Ed Rothtaylor said, well, that's true, but Lucy Merrill, while eating her jerky, said, why haven't you been hunting lately? Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, why is Lucy saying something productive? It's not a surprise, though. I've been neglecting camp management. Well, I'm thinking about going to the Dex Hall SSO, if that happens. I won't see Lucy as much. Maybe the scenario will unfold more stably? Janica Faylover suddenly shouted and said, hey, Ed. Ed Rothtaylor said, today's classes must be over, huh? Janica Faylover said, yeah. Professor Marie's late afternoon class got canceled. So I came here to rest. And she sat beside Ed Rothtaylor and said, we won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so I've got to come here as much as possible now. As Lucy Merrill silently ate her jerky, Janica Faylover said, I've really enjoyed spending time here, but thinking that this is going to be over makes me feel a bit sad. I really like this camp, you know. It's really unfortunate that I won't be able to hang out here anymore, but your environment is important too. If you decide to move to the Dex Hall, make sure to call me there. I'll help you if there's anything you need. You have a lot to do, don't you, Ed? Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, things I have to do. Huh. Janica Faylover said, most of our classmates are in the Dex Hall, so we'll definitely see each other more often. If we run into each other in the cafeteria, let's eat together. I usually eat a bit early, but on days when Clara and I can't match our schedules, I sometimes eat alone. I'll show you around on the first day, so let's meet up in the morning. Also, the study rooms. If you have trouble finding people to use them with, call me. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, I guess it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glass mentioned, huh? Janica Faylover said, oh, right, and she handed over a letter. Ta-da! Ed Rothtaylor said, a form for the Dex Hall application? Janica Faylover said, yes, if you apply late in the application season, there's a high chance you'll miss out. So, it's better to fill out the form early and then think about it. Ed Rothtaylor said, wow, you even took care of this. Thanks a lot, Janica. Janica Faylover said, I've already done it once, so let's fill it out together. Let's start with the application and then. Suddenly, Lucy Merrill stopped her, and Janica Faylover said, Lucy? Lucy Merrill walked slowly, sweating, and said, stop, as her hands gestured frantically. Don't take that, Ed Rothtaylor said to himself. It began on this day. A few moments later, Muggs said, all your steady experience is paying off, Master Ed. Janica Faylover said, your growth rate is truly remarkable. Your spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and your basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. Lucy, did I do something wrong? As Lucy Merrill looked at them from a distance. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, usually, the maids at the Ophelis Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today it looks like she escaped from the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. My magic power must have increased too. It's about time I try out intermediate magic. Lucy Merrill played on the lap of Ed Roth Taylor. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor was eating while Lucy Merrill rode on his back, and he said to himself, "What is wrong with her?" as the other students looked at them. A few moments later, Janica Failover said to Lucy Merrill, "If I've done something wrong, I'm sorry, okay?" Lucy Merrill just growled. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "She seems to be particularly hostile towards Janica, or is that more a look of fear than hostility? Anyway, intermediate magic is harder to learn than I thought. Even after practicing all day, I still haven't mastered the basics." Lucy Merrill said, "Hey." Ed Roth Taylor said, "What?" Lucy Merrill said, "What are you going to do if I leave?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "There's somewhere I need to go. I also need to check the campfire and fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if I'm not careful, I could actually freeze to death. Though if I move into the Dex building, I won't have to worry about things like this anymore. I can go once I'm done with all my work." Lucy Merrill said, "Hey." Ed Roth Taylor looked at her as she looked back. Lucy Merrill said, "Let's go together now." A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor used a rope to climb down. "Why did you follow me to a place like this?" he asked. Lucy Merrill said, "I could have helped you get down here with my magic." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Forget it. I need to make sure I'm able to come down and get back up by myself anyway. Since I won't be able to take all of that at once, I'll need to come here a few more times anyway." He began to move the shelves and said, "To think he'd have hidden a secret safe in a place like this." And he held on to this key until the very end. Why? He used the key that Professor Glass gave him, and a bright light came out of the box. He said to himself, to have hidden something like this. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Almost there. We'll be outside soon." Lucy Merrill said, "Yes, I know." Arg. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "It's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item materials that I asked her for. And I should ask for a ladder too." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Let's rest for a bit." And he said to himself, "If I hadn't trained my stamina, I would have given up already." Lucy Merrill asked, "So what is that?" A system notification said, "Legendary rank magic tool Glass Golden Phoenix Ring distorts the timeline and brings the magic you possess in the future to the present. Crafting difficulty 4.5 stars. He showed the ring and said to himself, "You can receive your future magic and use it, the present and the future. If so, I'd be able to use high-level magic right now, theoretically. However, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. If I use it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way I can use it in battle. When I'm driven into a corner, I'll use it as my secret card as a final attempt. But if not in battle, for example, a spirit contract. The reason Janica can command countless spirits isn't just because of her sensitivity, but because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like me, we only have 1 or 2 slots, and the reason we need so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because our maximum magic capacity is lacking. If I were able to temporarily increase my maximum magic capacity, I would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Of course, that's a reckless guess, and there are risks. Lucy Merrill said if he had the time to make that, he should have just. Ed Roth Taylor said, "No, that's all in the past, Lucy. And even if we search through that whole library, there won't be anything more precious than this." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "There's no way Professor Glass would have wasted time." Professor Glass said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent, but this is an object that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity. This must have been the reason that Professor Glass was researching magic engineering items, and the reason he hid it all, so no one would know until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. Lucy Merrill said, "You know, in the past, one of my sleeve buttons fell off. The button on the very end of the sleeve. I never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, my sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So I suffered for a long while." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Is that so?" Lucy Merrill said, "It's often that I only realize the importance of something after it's gone. Something I thought meant nothing was actually very important. I followed you because I had something to ask. Are you going to go to Dex Hall? Can't you not go?" Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and said to himself, it was the difficult line to come out of Lucy's mouth, but my mind maintained neutrality. To enter Dex Hall or to continue camp life, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Entering Dex Hall is more comfortable for life. It's not normal to live outdoors like this in this cold winter." Lucy Merrill said, "Makes sense. Will it rain?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. Lucy saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture on the bridge of her nose and could sense that it was going to rain. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Nope," and he said to himself, "But she's not always right." Ed Roth Taylor said, "It's not time for that." As they looked at the sky, he said to himself, "You cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rainwater. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, you think that rain will come thoughtlessly, even though the rainy period is over." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Anyway, I have so much to do these days that I haven't gathered enough firewood for the winter. I don't think I'll be able to do it alone, so help me if you have time." Ed Roth Taylor said, "You said it yourself, we don't have enough firewood." Lucy Merrill suddenly hugged Ed Roth Taylor and said, "Really?" They fell to the ground. Lucy Merrill continued to say, "Really? Really? Really?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Ha, I've already completely adjusted to camp life, so if we improve our surroundings a bit more, I think there are many more positives to just staying and living." He suddenly stopped and lay on the ground. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "That's how the second act ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's so much to think of when I close my eyes. Princess Phenia, who's aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortel, and the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students. And the person who will be the last one standing on this stage. The final boss of the third act is Lucy Merrill." Ed Roth Taylor thought silently and said to himself, "It won't be easy, but I'm putting my worries aside for a moment. Even when the next episode ends, we will both be living well and healthily." After seeing Lucy make expressions that I'd never seen in any scene or route, I was sure of it. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Winter has come. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering means more work. After shoveling it all, it's already the middle of the day. Although it's been a while since I set the policy that I can't overdo myself because of how much there is to do. I'm going out because I was called out for the school scholarship student task. So I decided to do all the work I had to catch up on today. I need to finish the firewood and provisions work, but because the preservability is good, thanks to the cold weather, I was able to finish the provisions work quickly. By giving up dorm privileges, I received tuition privileges. So the problem of tuition was able to be resolved, which means I don't have to divide my day by the hour like I used to anymore. But that alone doesn't mean I can just sleep. I've given up on throwing Lucy outside. While it's not like Lucy, who has protection magic all around her, will get cold. The problem is how that make me feel. This is an ease that I don't know will come again. If I had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Shall I get started? Are you listening?" Marilda. At the academy during winter, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, the taste of the refreshments that the former royal patissier was in charge of, the terrace that smells like flowers. The highest quality refreshment set from Laplace Bakery is hard to get because it's usually fully booked, but how else could I lure you out without some kind of bait like this? She glanced at her coffee and added, "Bait. You make it sound like I was reeled in like some fish." Clara stood up and said, "I'll get to the point. I think you're slowly reaching a dangerous line, Janica. You've completely fallen under Ed Roth Taylor's spell." Janica Faylover also stood up, asking, "How did you know that?" Aalis ignored them and continued to sip her cold coffee. Clara continued, "How wouldn't I? And I'm not trying to stop you." Janica Faylover replied, "At first, I felt like I'd lost my country, but after my assessment of Ed Roth Taylor changed, I decided to accept the situation as it is." Clara exclaimed, "The problem, has your heart ever pounded so fast you couldn't speak when you were with him? Or have you been so nervous that you couldn't look him in the eye recently?" Janica Faylover protested, "Why are you asking about that?" Clara insisted, "Answer me. Has that happened?" Janica Faylover said, "Rather than my heart pounding or getting nervous, being around him feels comfortable and snug." Clara shouted, That's a sign you're heading toward the worst bad ending in dating." As Janica Faylover grew nervous, a system notification popped up. "Bad ending 13, comfortable girlfriend." Clara continued to shout at Janica, The burn. What's the point if the emotional exchange is only one-sided?" Janica Faylover replied, "You're too close, Clara." Clara said, "You have to make him think of you with desire. What kind of relationship is it if it's just you liking him and following him around? That's just a follower relationship." The Wind Spirit commented that Janica is comfortable, while Tarkin gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Good job." Janica Faylover sighed, "Ugh." Clara held Janica's hands and said, "Anyway, forget it. It's winter break now." His face isn't half bad, so he has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. I feel super anxious and I'm going home now. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. Aalis thought to herself, as expected, that's so like Clara, who has studied through her countless friends' love stories. Everything she's saying is correct, but the reason Ed Rothtailor's assessment changed is largely due to Clara's influence. Since it's the man Janica likes, and since Belle, the academy workers, and our friends have all said good things about him, it seems everyone now trusts him. Aalis put down her cup of cold coffee and continued to think to herself, I see things a bit differently though. Judging by how she's being scolded by the librarian for not handing in her assignments on time, she has no dignity whatsoever. Assistant Professor Claire apologized to the librarian saying, I'm sorry. Aalis continued, when I see her like this, I wonder how such a person ever became a professor. But all the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. People luck. Somehow, she got to have Flurbin and Glast as her masters, received guidance from countless scholars, and managed to finish her degree, even obtaining the greatest Ta. Onyx remarked, Heck, what's all that? That must be heavy. Should I help you? Aalis thought to herself, this is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. She replied to Onyx, it's fine. Thank you though. Aalis Halalan, Faculty of Magic, second year, a second-year student who made all the academy workers nod their heads. The greatest advisor. The reason the clumsy Assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is always so clean is due to Aanis's work performance. This personal information was collected at a rate akin to stalking by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. It would have been trouble if she had been caught, but she naturally passed it off with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. Human relationships to Aalis were like a game of switching masks. 20 minutes remained until the professor would return from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all the details and information about the character Ed Rothtailor. Aalis Halalan, Faculty of Magic second year, thought, the Rothtailor family, the strongest family within the Klol Empire. He's the second in line in a family with one son and two daughters. This kind of public information is meaningless. Let's look at his history. The year he was born, Crepin Rothtailor seized the Lord position. At 2 years old, he became the official heir, so he must be arrogant. He was baptized at 5 years old, received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12. But judging from his first-year grades, he's not very smart. Ed Rothtailor continued to reflect. As soon as she was admitted, Aanis's family became unstable, so she had no choice but to fend for herself. That's why she had to survive as both a student TA and a scholarship student. She's incredibly resourceful and would use any means available to her. She even looked up to Lortel, a student 1 year her junior, as a role model. Of course, she doesn't have Lortel's knack for reading financial trends, but she has her own methods. Aalis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said, let's see, Ed Rothtailor. She began reviewing the Rothtailor family history. He's the second in line in the Rothtailor family. 1 son, 2 daughters. The strongest family within the Klol Empire. Growing up in such a stifling environment, he must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas. I'm sure he never faced financial struggles, and he doesn't possess any academic talent. Nor did he show any notable abilities during his first year. There's a high chance he lacks self-confidence. He might prefer a pure and bright girl. Although he may take the lead in everything, I'm sure he tends to avoid responsibility. There's a strong possibility that he prefers someone who provides positive feedback rather than someone who engages in practical discussions, hoping their abilities won't overshadow his. It would be easier for him if that dynamic allowed him to show off. However, he likely wants someone who doesn't get in his way. Someone with a sacrificial nature would align more closely with his ideal type. Obviously, he'll prefer someone with an attractive appearance. Since he's been surrounded by luxury growing up, he'll naturally gravitate toward expensive items. That said, some people with similar upbringings end up being more attracted to simpler partners, so trying that out wouldn't be a bad idea either. He doesn't seem to have much experience in achieving success, so he'll be vulnerable to compliments. He'll enjoy talking about luxury goods and class-related topics. He'd rather show off his wealth by giving gifts than receiving them, and given that this isn't really the time for extravagant gifting, he'll be quite drawn to someone who expresses joy even at small gestures. Rather than showing obsession, it's important to show dependence. Rather than demonstrating competence, it's important to display modesty. Regardless of his actual abilities, there's a high chance he's sensitive to gains and losses. If possible, it would be good to appeal to him through practical benefits, person to person. I should look into how his mindset has shifted after being excommunicated and adjust my actions accordingly. I need to determine what feelings he has for Janica, and whether he could be swayed by others even if he does like her. If he is swayed, does he feel consistently guilty and apologetic, or is he so selfish that he doesn't even realize how pathetic he is? If that's the case, I need to dig a bit deeper. As a TA, I'm his senior, which puts me in a pretty favorable position. Still, it doesn't seem like he'd be drawn to a very assertive woman, so it's important to strike a balance. His ideal type doesn't seem too complicated, it's just the embodiment of the typical noble personality. He might have become a bit more hardworking recently due to environmental pressures, but that underlying arrogance hasn't disappeared. So, in conclusion, it's not that difficult to figure out. Should I practice? Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire entered and said, "I bought some Mont Blanc from La Place Bakery. Let's eat some before getting back to work. Ugh, you already made some black tea. You're the best, Aalis. You knew I'd bring snacks." Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire accidentally knocked over Aalis' hot coffee and exclaimed, "Ouch, so hot." She thought to herself, Aalis is going to get mad because I was clumsy again. Aalis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Assistant Professor Claire, shocked, replied, Aalis sparkled with relief and said, "That's a relief. You're not hurt." "Truly, what a relief." Assistant Professor Claire, confused, said, Aalis." In a different scene, Ed Rothtailor brushed off his shoulder and said, "Having to wear my uniform during break was tiring, so thank you." Belle Maya responded, "One uniform won't make much of a difference in the amount of work I have to do. Not to mention, it seems the person I serve is often indebted to you. Recently, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, I found lots of blonde hair on them. And even when washing young Master Ed's clothes, I could smell the incense scent that Lady Lucy uses, and I found white hairs on them as well." Ed Rothtailor looked up and thought to himself, "Well, Lucy has been sticking close to me lately. To think she caught on to that just from washing clothes. I wonder what this person would have done if she weren't a maid." Belle Maya then asked, "Young Master Ed, why are you still speaking formally to me?" Ed Rothtailor replied, "That's more comfortable for me." She said, "It's more comfortable if you speak informally." Ed Rothtailor responded, "But formal speech is more comfortable for me." He thought to himself, honestly, being the chief maid is a senior level position among the workers at this academy. So it's a bit uncomfortable for me to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble nor a student of Awfulest Hall. She's always stubborn about this. Ed Rothtailor said, "I'll speak formally as it's comfortable for me." "You're the chief maid. You must have a lot of people to manage and a lot to deal with." She replied, "I'm not sure. You should speak informally if it's comfortable for you. You have more people around you to manage. No, worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it's your decision in the end. Anyway, I can do laundry for you whenever. It's fine now that the workplace has stabilized, and the restoration of Awfulest Hall is complete as well." Ed Rothtailor said, "Oh, to think it was fully restored in a single semester. The academy must have used all their energy to restore it." She responded, "Since the new students will be entering soon, and of the 7 new students we will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in and is in the process of doing so." Ed Rothtailor said, "That one person must be Tanya Rothtailor, right?" She said, "Yes, so you were aware." Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, "It seems break will be annoying. My younger sister is coming soon." Back in the cabin in the woods, Jix Effelstein said, "I'm going to my hometown this break." "Why?" "That librarian, Elka, is she going home too?" Ed Rothtailor asked. "How did you know?" Jix Effelstein said, "Who?" "Since I want to spend time with Elka." "Are you going to stay in the camp all break long?" Jix asked, as he exercised topless in the winter. Ed Rothtailor said, "Probably. I'll be a 3rd year soon. I need to be able to use medium magic to save face, so I'm thinking of studying." Jix Effelstein said, Weren't you at the basic magic level just 1 year ago? Don't push yourself too much. I can't sense any magic. Did you train your magic to your limit again? Ed Roth Taylor replied, Jix Effelstein suddenly held Ed Roth Taylor's forehead and said, "And you seem to have a bit of a fever. Are you actually sick?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "There's a reason why. I don't think I'll be able to use magic for a while." Jix Effelstein responded, "If you say so then." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Jix's greatest strength is his indifference. If I say there's a reason, he just agrees with it, which is comfortable. Jix Effelstein said, "Oh yeah, Isla was asking about you. It seemed there was some misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor here to apologize properly. She asked where your cabin was, but I didn't tell her for now since that's personal information." Ed Roth Taylor closed his book and said, "Tell her I don't want an apology, so forget it. I'm not upset, and I literally don't want an apology. I don't have any negative emotions." Jix Effelstein said, "Rather than being tolerant, it's actually just indifference." Ed Roth Taylor said, Anyway, Jix, you're quite good at keeping secrets. Then help me out before you go home. Here's your payment. I'm using Professor Glass's basement library, but it's such a mess that I need manpower to organize it." Jix Effelstein caught the bag of beans and said, "I don't need money. I can just think of it as training." "What are you going to use the library for?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "As a workshop." Jix Effelstein said, "A workshop? Do you do magic engineering too? Surviving in a camp, training your magic, spirit magic, archery, and now even magic engineering. And you're starting work at the academy from tomorrow onwards too. It must be people like you who succeed. Just don't collapse again and do well." Ed Roth Taylor made a list, and it read, Winter break to-do list. 1. Establish workshop organization, plan 2. Build storage for materials 3. Finish academy scholarship student work 4. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels 5. Acquire a bow-type unique skill 6. Understand medium magic theory 7. Contract with a high-ranking spirit. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, check in tomorrow. I have the academy scholarship student work. In a different scene, Assistant Professor Claire said, "Academy scholarship students, thank you for coming." Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said, "Is what it says. Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate." Assistant Professor Claire said, Ooh. Anis Halalan explained, she had to do some academy work, and tomorrow is the due date for the academy syllabus, so she's been awake for 44 hours. So instead, I will communicate the important things for her as the TA. What we academy scholarship students need to do is handle the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as provide supervision on the day of the exam. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, this class assignment exam, which Professor Glass used to handle every year, will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire this year. Just like last time, I obviously know the results, although it's a bit unexpected that Clebius is with us. Anis Halalan continued, last year the exam took place in a northern forest on Arkan Island, but this year it'll be held in the northwest Oran Mountain. Clebius, you already requested the equipment from Trix Hall. Onyx, you assist Assistant Professor Claire with her work. And Ed Roth Taylor. She thought to herself, there's something that Clara and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near Ed Roth Taylor. His face just looks like a player's. Since I'm working with him as a scholarship student, it's a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, I've perfectly created the type that he might like. If he can't resist my seduction and is a pathetic man who will fall for me. Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said in a sultry voice, Ed Roth Taylor, you'll be going with me to conduct a field survey. She then thought to herself with determination, I'll take responsibility and tear you away from Janica. At the Academy Northwest, Oran Mountain, Anis Halalan, a second-year student from the Faculty of Magic, looked up at the mountain and said, it's not very big, but a mountain is still a mountain. There are some dangerous parts, and because of the time of year, some students might get hurt slipping on the snow. Arg, this is tiring. You don't seem tired at all, huh? Ed Roth Taylor replied, it's about time we take it easy and rest. Let's take a break. Anis sighed in relief. Thanks, Ed, haha. Your stamina sure is good, and you're considerate. I think I've had a lot of misconceptions about you. Misconceptions? Ed asked. You must know to an extent, Anis explained. I'm close with Janica, So I was worried that she might be spending time with a bad person. That's why I acted so cold toward you. Ed shrugged. It's fine. I don't care about that stuff. He thought to himself, okay, the next point that I have to check. I have to finish things quickly. You must have been tired from having to be a student TA by yourself. You've worked hard, Ed said. Yeah, that's true, but it's okay, you're here now, Aalis replied with a smile, grabbing Ed's arm. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but I feel very supported now that you're here. She hesitated before adding, I'm sorry if this might hurt you, but you were excommunicated from your family, right? I was the same. My family became unstable as soon as I entered school, but I still wanted to keep going, so I endured on my own. It felt like I was alone for a miserably long winter. Ed thought to himself, I definitely get the impression that she has a strong ability to survive. Whether they were financial matters or otherwise, she solved them all on her own. Don't be too distressed about it. You've been enduring well, Ed reassured her, while internally noting, but somehow, her eye image. Aalis laughed softly. Ah ha ha ha. Thanks. She turned slightly, showing off her back, and blushed, saying, We have a lot of similarities. Ed pondered, rather than being this emotional, wasn't she more cool-headed and realistic? Suddenly, Aalis tripped on seemingly nothing and exclaimed, Ed quickly caught her. Be careful. Sorry, I tripped on a stone, Aalis said, flustered. Ed glanced ahead but saw no stone on the path. A stone? Aalis, flustered and confused, said, Wait, why am I so warm? Let me calm down. Sit here and wait for a bit. I'll be back soon. She hurried off, leaving Ed puzzled. As she walked away, Aalis thought to herself, he's really reliable and trustworthy from the outside. Is it an act? This is ambiguous. A comrade who endured a difficult academy life. I formed a relatable affinity point. An impression that I may appear competent, but on the inside, I'm actually weak, which makes him want to protect me. I didn't know if he liked mature women or the cute and young, so I tried doing a mix of both. I created some points of contact a few times, and one more at the end as a facade of an accident. It's almost all according to plan. Did I get too immersed? Anyway, I wasn't executing it to be, but his body's pretty good. He acts like a nerd, but he's pretty muscular. I thought he'd be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing, but he's better at work than expected. And his appearance, well, no wonder Janica fell for him. She felt a twinge of affection and mused, I get it. This is how he makes women fall for him. But I'm different. Ed Roth Taylor. In a different scene, Ed Roth Taylor stood on the mountain, taking in the view. Ha! What a beautiful view, he murmured to himself. Oran Mountain's view makes me briefly forget all of my worries. But there are some things that you just can't think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Roth Taylor. He continued, reflecting deeply, villainous young lady, those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy. Bell mentioned that Tanya was entering the dorms earlier than the others. The reason for that is so she can cement her position as much as possible before the semester starts. Tanya Roth Taylor isn't an extra, but a villainess, so there are things I remember. Because of that, I thought I'd be able to prepare for her at first. But there's a problem. How will Tanya Roth Taylor treat me? I don't know. I know Tanya, but I don't know myself. None other than myself. Since Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who only appeared briefly in the beginning before disappearing. The settings never mentioned it properly. There was nothing much in the epilogue. He was really just an extra, so there are no clues. None at all. That's why I have no idea how to handle this problem. How Ed Roth Taylor is thinking. To Tanya Roth Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor is. Tanya Roth Taylor said, garbage. And she thought to herself, Sylvania is full of insects. The Cloel Empire's princess, the LT Trading Company's executive, a spirit sorcerer who could wield high-level spirits at a young age. A great alchemist who created the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortondale sword demon, and even a warrior capable of wielding the swordsman form. However, the most impressive one is the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the Archmage Glock. This is a gathering of nobility that makes my heart race just imagining it. I can't help but long for it. Sylvania Academy. I will lead a faithful academic life in its midst, Maya said. The maids have already organized the luggage you sent ahead of time. Your room is the second one on the third floor. Please just complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, I have somewhere to stop by before then. She replied, yes, understood. Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, the first thing I'll do is Sylvania, the land of learning I've yearned for. Ed Roth-Taylor, the one who disgraced the family name. I need to get rid of the trash. Villainous young lady Tanya Roth-Taylor, second daughter of the Roth-Taylor Duchy in another. Seeing the letter said, I feel happy to hear from you. I truly want to encourage your ambition. Show your face around as a proxy for me and strengthen your position. Crepin Roth-Taylor wrote in the letter. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, I'll satisfy your expectations, father. She pressed the letter to her small chest and thought to herself, before leaving for the land of learning, Sylvania, I told father 2 of my resolutions. Crepin Roth-Taylor continued in the letter, while Sylvania may treat you differently depending on your identity, at its core, it is a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, was to treat professors with respect as masters, so don't rely on your nobility and commit discourtesies. Everyone a grade higher than you is your senior. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, thank you for your time, senior. I heard that you know about that man, so I won't elaborate too much. He is a human who is like a point of anger and a blemish in our family. I've grown up with him since I was young, so I know. It must have been hard. My childhood can't compare to yours. And she thought to herself, it's not difficult to naturally lead a conversation. He's just full of bluffs and is a crude person who doesn't know elegance. To think that a human like that sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he barely started anything before giving up. But his pride is high, so he'll never acknowledge his incompetence. Just because he had the slightest bit of mana resonance, he acted all high and mighty as if he'd become an archmage. When he barely managed to get into Sylvania, I was at a loss for words. Well, it only took a few years for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so I felt better. Lortel Kachon said, is that so? I'm sure someone like you would have noticed in a moment. Tanya Roth-Taylor sweated and said, so with this opportunity. And she thought to herself, huh? Why is this not a conversation, but just me talking? The letter from Crepin Roth-Taylor continued, be careful when meeting the people I introduce you to. You must respect the other person, especially when it comes to negotiations and deals. This is a person you cannot take lightly. She and I have met through the sage's sealed grimoire business. It will be a great experience, but, never mind. Good luck, Tanya. Tanya Roth-Taylor was shocked and couldn't say a word. Lortel Kachon said, what's wrong? Keep talking. She looked at her seriously, and Tanya Roth-Taylor felt as if an anaconda was entangling her whole little body as she sweated. She suddenly spoke and said, heck, wait, are you upset? Lortel Kachon said, upset? What are you talking about? How interesting. Ed Roth-Taylor's winter break to-do list. 1. Establish a workshop organization plan. 2. Build storage for materials. 3. Expand the cabin. 4. Rio check. 5. Finish academy scholarship student work. 6. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels. 7. Acquire a bow-type unique skill. 8. Understand medium magic theory. 9. Contract with a high-ranking spirit. A system notification said, acquired mid-rank magic, particle explosion. Another system notification said, acquired mid-rank magic, Root's desire. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, I borrowed it from Professor Glass' library last night. It's quite convenient that I can see all the books without a due date. I managed to finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day. It seemed that Aalis suffered more than I did. Ed Roth-Taylor used his skill ignition at the firewood and said, oh yeah. Since I can't use magic, I can't practice it, but I at least wanted to become proficient in its theory. Let's see by now. Although Lucy Merrill popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, I'm now used to all the places she appears. Ed Roth-Taylor said, hey Lucy, light the fire for me. As Lucy Merrill slept, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, it's not hard for me to lift her either since she's so light. Lucy Merrill pointed at the bonfire, and it immediately lit up in a raging fire. Ed Roth-Taylor said, great. Lucy Merrill opened her eyes and said, I'll stay outside too. Then she dozed off again. Ed Roth-Taylor said, okay. Lucy Merrill suddenly woke up and said, I can smell perfume. Ed Roth-Taylor replied, yeah? He thought to himself, I was with Aalis all day working on academy stuff, so it looks like her flower scent stuck to my body. Lucy Merrill asked, Are you feverish? Sick? Ed Taylor responded, You can tell? Lucy Merrill said, Don't be sick. If you're sick, you might die. If your magic is twisted, I'll release it. Suddenly she was confused and said, It's not twisted, it's just empty. You've done something reckless. Ed Taylor said, It's manageable. Lucy Merrill said, Once winter ends, you might get much stronger. Can I make a weird request? Lucy Merrill asked. A weird request? Ed Taylor repeated. Can you pat my head? Lucy Merrill requested. A few moments later, she fell asleep on Ed Taylor's lap, and he gently patted her head, making her feel relaxed. Suddenly, Lortel Ketchum said, It's been a while, Ed. Oh, Lortel, you're here because of the favor I asked of you last time? Ed Taylor asked. You could have just told me to come to the trading company, and I would have gone. Lortel Ketchum replied, No, there were just other things I wanted to talk to you about. As she looked at Lortel Ketchum, Lucy Merrill thought to herself, Lap side pillow? Lortel continued, There was also something I wanted to ask as well. In another scene, Tanya Taylor said, That was long, but thank you for hearing me out until the end. The objective is simple. If you follow me and help me punish that man, I'll reward you the best I can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the Eastline family. I can share several antiques that are in the Taylor family storage. Elka exclaimed, Really? Wow. Jix Effelstein added, Oh yeah. Elka said, Oh yeah. Jix Effelstein asked, You're Tanya Taylor? Tanya Taylor looked at Jix Effelstein and thought to herself, This body's well trained, and I can clearly feel the flow of magic from it. I need to get this person on my side. Jix Effelstein said, You're Ed's younger sister? Tanya Taylor responded, Yes. Heh, Jix Effelstein said with a smile. Ha ha, did you hear, Elka? This is Ed's younger sister. He handed over an item and said, This is a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but don't take a new one, just use this. It'll be easier when training your magic resonance. Tanya Taylor replied, What? Jix Effelstein said, Ah, right. Elka, did you bring Professor Delorf's elemental studies notes? Yep, brought them. I almost threw them out, Elka replied. Okay, take this and this and this. You might not need this. Just take it anyway. If you don't need it, you can throw it out. There's a big difference between having notes for a class and not having them. Elka, do you still have the wreath used during Professor Hallen's class? Jix Effelstein asked. A few moments later, Jix Effelstein and Elka said, Phew! Tanya Taylor asked, did you properly hear what I said about the offer? Jix Effelstein responded, doing something about Ed? Oh yeah. I know siblings are usually at odds with each other. Gosh, there's no way for you two to get along. Well, with Ed's personality, it makes sense to have that kind of misunderstanding, he added. Elka said, Jix, the ship is leaving soon. Jix Effelstein said, Anyway, so you're Ed's sister? Nice to meet you. I'm Jix, a second-year student, and I'm Ed's junior. We're pretty indebted to each other in many ways, so we're quite close. Seeing how tough you look, just like your brother, I can tell you'll do great. What a blessing it is to be born into a great household with a great family. He patted Tanya Taylor's shoulder as they walked away and said, Anyway, good luck. Okay, together. 1, 2, T3. Good luck. Jix and Elka cheered. Tanya Taylor dropped to the ground, confused, and thought to herself, What the? At the faculty building in Claire's office, Anis Halalain said, Good work. Assistant Professor Claire, looking at her mirror, appeared exhausted. Anis Halalain continued, As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, we'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. Assistant Professor Claire sighed, Is this, youth? You're incredible, Anis. It's been 2 days, your stamina sure is made of steel. Anis Halalain thought to herself, As I suspected, I can't trust in the labor force of the external scholarship students. Whether it's third-year Onyx or first-year Clebius, they aren't efficient with their work, so in the end, I have to redo everything. And yet, Ed Taylor is different. There were no flaws in his document processing. As she remembered their time on the mountain, Ed Taylor had said to her, Students may enter and exit from this entrance by mistake, so we should close it in advance. The snowy path is slippery, and it will be troublesome if it's this slippery on the day of the exam. Anis Halalain continued thinking, he was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find among high-ranking nobles. It would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised. So, he wasn't revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Assistant Professor Claire asked, "Anyway, you were with Ed, right, Anis? How is he? Similar to you, right?" "Yup, keep this a secret from Ed." When I was investigating the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, I had to tail him for a bit. I found that he had made quite a decent camp, bigger than this lab. The tools he uses, his work table, campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker, it looked like he made it all himself. I could truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew even his grades would improve that much. It was to the point where even Professor Glass would acknowledge him, and he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Well, I'm sure he worked just that hard. And also, Anis Halalan began to sweat as she thought, I see clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. It's very different from the life of a noble who grew up like a flower in a greenhouse. Assistant Professor Claire said, "You have more similarities than you thought, right? Me and Ed?" "Well, thank you for saying that, but..." Anis Halalan responded, thinking to herself, "He is definitely not a bad man." I couldn't just listen to others' opinions and tell Janica to have a beautiful love, but after meeting him myself, there were no flaws I could see. He is just a decent, honest, and hard-working man. No, is he really just a decent man? His appearance is outstanding. He doesn't have an arrogant attitude at all, and even Assistant Professor Claire likes him. He's got a gentle side to him, and I found out unexpectedly that he has a good physique. And he smells good. You can tell he takes care of himself well. Anis Halalan, are you spacing out? Assistant Professor Claire asked. Anis Halalan suddenly stood up and opened the window, saying, "It's a bit warm, shall we open the windows?" As papers flew around, Assistant Professor Claire tried to gather them and said, "Yes, let's get some circulation in here. Make sure the wind doesn't send the papers flying. Anis Halalan, are you okay? Maybe you have overexerted yourself." Anis Halalan thought to herself, "This is trouble. I don't think this is okay. This is real trouble. Oh no, wait." She suddenly remembered what Assistant Professor Claire had mentioned earlier, and he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Did Ed even get a contract with a spirit in this short time? That's impossible to do alone. I'm sure Janica helped Ed with the spirit connection. And that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. One that can report everything to Janica, she thought, trembling in fear. Assistant Professor Claire said, "Anis, since we're done with work, should we go eat snacks? Should I buy some, Anis?" Suddenly, Anis Halalan ran out. In another scene, in the evening, Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, the Faylover family's motto is harmony and coexistence. The beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made her shine. She never experienced loneliness, and thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. But there's no such thing as a life without worries. Janica Faylover cried, saying, "Bah, Anis and Ed." From a distance, Tanya Roth-Taylor said, "Nice to meet you, Janica. I wanted to introduce myself and talk." She was exhausted after walking a short distance. Tanya Roth-Taylor remembered what Lortel Kacheln had said to her about Janica Faylover. Janica Faylover, even among the incoming third years, is the ace among aces, with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability. For your goal, you definitely need to bring her onto your side. Tanya Roth-Taylor trembled in fear and said, "Thank you, Lortel." She then asked, "Are you okay, Janica?" As flames began emanating from Janica's body in her anger. Tanya Roth-Taylor was shocked and confused, saying, She remembered what Lortel Kacheln had told her about Janica Faylover. "Don't worry too much, Tanya. Janica is kind by nature and considerate, so she always listens and believes everyone's words." Janica Faylover, holding her staff, was engulfed in power, her eyes glowing red with anger. Lortel Kacheln's words echoed in Tanya's mind as Janica cried in pain and anger over Mug's story about Ed Roth-Taylor and Anis Halalan. Lortel Kacheln said, "We finished arranging most of the production materials you asked for, but the legendary rank materials are proving difficult. They're hard to find during the winter." Ed Roth-Taylor poured hot cocoa into a wooden mug and replied, "There's no helping it then. You're busy anyway, yet you still accepted my request. Thank you." Lortel Kacheln stretched and said, "I just did it when I had time, so don't worry too much." "You should have just rested," Ed said. "Why come all this way to tell me? It's not even that close." "Don't worry," Lortel responded. "I came to rest." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, the moon was smiling. Only traces of the once full moon remain. Time has flown by in an instant after living in chaos. Even the river is hibernating in the winter, so of course tranquility finds everyone equally. But the way people accept it differs for each person. These are trying times when I must protect myself from the bitter cold. Ed Roth-Taylor's winter break to-do list said, 1. Establish workshop organization plan. Check and done 2. Build storage for materials. Still pending 3. Expand the cabin. Still pending 4. Rio check and done 5. Finish academy scholarship student work, check and done 6. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels, still pending 7. Acquire a bow-type unique skill, still pending 8. Understand media magic theory, check and done 9. Contract with a high-ranking spirit, check and done, he thought to himself. And it's a busy time where I have to adapt to survive. For those who have transcended such things, winter feels quiet, like walking down a still path. Winter has that kind of magical power. Lortel Cacheln asked, why is Lucy sleeping there? She sounded slightly jealous, seeing Lucy Merrill sleeping on Ed Roth-Taylor's lap and snoring. It's winter, Ed replied. Is that an answer? Lortel asked, confused. Is it ambiguous? She asked, putting down her mug of hot cocoa. Am I overreacting? Ha ha. Honestly, I wouldn't have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items, she added. Is there something else? Ed asked. Oh my, look at you acting like you don't know, Lortel teased. So you want it? Ed asked. Yes, she replied, showing him something. Pretty fun, right? She added. I'll do anything for you, so please just bid for the sage's sealed grimoire for me. It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth, Lortel said. Just how much are you going to ask of me? Ed responded. However, I cannot ask a favor of you that burdens you too much or is hard to carry out. Pick my side, Lortel urged. Ed thought to himself, yes, it's about time for the third act. The opposition between Princess Phenia and Lortel will officially begin. Lortel senses this and is beginning her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phenia, Elias Clole, she is fated to be Lortel's enemy. According to the scenario, Phenia will rise to the position of student council president, take control of the academy, and raise her power. With that power, she will begin to dig up the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family in the fourth act. Lortel said, there may be a moment where everyone in this academy will have to choose a side. If that time comes, choose my side. That's all I want. Ed thought to himself, Phenia and Lortel. It's the main character's decision who will win. It's not me anyway. He said to Lortel, I don't think me taking your side will be that meaningful. Yes, your reputation is improving at the academy, but your support won't bring about a significant result. You're just a student, Lortel said bluntly. That makes me feel a little hurt, Ed replied. So what? It's not an issue of being politically meaningful, Lortel responded. The reason behind it concerns me. Ed agreed. All right, that's not hard. As she burned the letter, Ed stared at her, thinking to himself, Lortel, who smiled captivatingly while devising a plan, was truly worthy of being called a girl of 1,000 faces. However, she smiled and turned back, saying, I'm glad. Ed wondered to himself, did she ever have an expression like this? The next morning, Ed thought, since it was during the break, there were obviously no classes and no academy scholarship work. I wanted to sleep in lazily, but I woke up early out of habit. Can you light the fire? Ed asked Lucy Merrill. Okay, Lucy replied, lighting it up. Ed thought to himself, last night, I had a long conversation with Lortel, but something never left my mind. Lortel had said, Ed, you have a younger sister, right? I think she's been preparing something. I can't tell whether she truly sees you as an enemy of the family or if it's just the usual sibling rivalry. Honestly, she is a bit cute, so I introduced her to a few people. She said she would meet them all today. She will probably come find you tomorrow morning and tell you off, Lortel Cacheln said. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, she's here. The biological younger sister of this body I'm in. The relationship she has with me is a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, it's hopeless. There's nothing I can do. Tanya Roth-Taylor stammered. It's been a while, brother. I brought you a present since it's been a while. Ed thought to himself, is she nervous? Is she embarrassed? It seems she's scared of something, but she doesn't hold ill will. Yes, I see. While I was at the estate. To my family, I must have lived a solid life, he thought. I apologize for coming to a hasty conclusion. Good job, Ed Roth-Taylor. Tanya, shocked, remembered Ed before. At a dinner, she said to the maid, "How dare you bring this kind of food to the next in line to be Roth Taylor's lord? Your perseverance in not showing contempt is quite impressive, Tanya. Your worldly wisdom and wit are truly outstanding," she thought, stepping on the maid's face. The maid whimpered, "Ack." Ugh. Tanya trembled and stood up, saying, "Pup, please stop," and stopped eating. Ed asked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you feel sympathy or attachment to these people who are mere tools. You're not a true noble yet, Tanya." Back in the present, Ed said, "Thanks, I'll use it well. I'll wear it at the start of next semester. Strictly speaking, I've been excommunicated from the family. I'm not your brother, but thank you for giving me something like this." Tanya stammered, "So," Ed said, "don't just stand there, go wait by the fire. There aren't many herbs left," she noted. Let's not save them," Ed replied. As Lucy Merrill woke up, Tanya asked, "This child, no need to worry about her," Ed said. "And you, give her a seat, don't just sit there." Ed went outside and brought back 2 cups of hot water. "From what I heard, you were going around to check out the academy. Have you met some people?" Tanya replied, "Ah, yes. I heard a lot about you too." "About me?" Ed asked. "There aren't many people who know me. Jix or Janica?" All of them were scared. "So you met her? She's nice, right? She's the kindest of the kids I know, with the sweetest heart." Tanya exclaimed, Yes, so kind, so incredibly kind. She was very kind, truly, and extremely strong. She had a high-level fire spirit, that fire lizard. She summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. She said if I didn't reply properly, she wouldn't let me go." Tanya, visibly scared, added, "No, she was very kind and elegantly wished me good luck on my school life." "She took out a high-level spirit?" Ed asked, surprised. "No, she didn't. She really didn't. I just made that up. It's just that in the rumors, she has a high-level spirit, so I ended up making up such a story." Tanya confessed. Ed thought to himself, "I knew something was strange. In my memory, Tanya isn't someone to be this awkward." As expected, everyone who has met Ed Roth Taylor has a negative inclination toward me. "Hey, Tanya," Ed called. "Eep," Tanya squeaked. "I'm living to the best of my abilities right now," Ed said, "so don't look at me so negatively. I'm paying the price, living as someone who's been excommunicated. I was quite pathetic when I lived at the estate, right? I'm sure there's a lot that can't be taken back now, but I'm sorry. From what I heard, you want to become the student council president. I'll cheer you on. I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work. Good luck," he said, handing her a cup. Ed thought to himself, "I'm saying this, but Tanya will not become the president. Tanya is a villain who is there to help Phenia. But still, since she's the first blood relative I've met, no matter what she does, I'll feel especially attached to her. Judging by her expression, I have no idea how our relationship will go, but..." In another scene, Tanya Roth Taylor panted, "Huff, huff. I almost lost my mind for a second. I know that trash is nature. But I almost burned to death after talking badly about him. There was something I realized at that moment. True fury. Janica truly believes in and follows that human. But it's strange. Sylvania is full of elites, and the top student is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill." She continued, "In this place full of such people, no matter how good at acting Ed Roth Taylor is, his true nature will quickly be revealed." As she looked at Lucy Merrill, Tanya thought to herself, was she next door? Even in Awfulest Hall, the best dorm, there is that unsophisticated and inelegant human. So, of course, there are imperfections everywhere. Lucy Merrill said, Are you the younger sister?" Tanya thought to herself, Ed was just lucky. Lucy tiptoed closer and said, "Let me know if you're struggling with anything." Then she walked away. Tanya, trembling in shock, muttered, "Room 302, Lucy Merrill." She thought to herself, that person was the legendary genius mage. Lucy Merrill? Nothing makes sense. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, it seems it'll take some time for Tanya to adjust to Sylvania. It wasn't particularly her fault. Anis Halelan said, "Introduce me to a boy." They were standing in the rose garden. "It'd be best if he's someone handsome, tall, and distinguished. You've worked at Awfulest Hall for a long time, so you must know many students like that, Belle." Bellmeyer replied, "You're not someone who'd meet boys that casually, are you?" "No, actually, do you even have dating experience?" Anis suddenly looked down, and Belle quickly added, I apologize. I didn't mean it in a bad way. You're always busy and doing your best to take care of yourself, so I didn't think you'd be interested in dating. Like the incoming third year, young Master Ed, you actually are quite similar, now that I think about it, Belle observed. Aalis became frustrated, and Belle began sweating, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, Belle muttered. Aalis sighed and said, I can't fool your eyes. Yes, it's as you think. I met him to be sure despite the negative rumors surrounding him, but we had more in common than I expected. Our conversations flowed well. He's a thoughtful and considerate person, so. Belle asked, then do you have feelings for young Master Ed? Aalis replied, yes, I'll just acknowledge it. I feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this is good news. If he's a good enough person for even me to see his appeal, then that means Janica has really found the one. This won't be a problem as long as I get rid of my feelings. Belle hesitantly said, Lady Aalis? Aalis Halelan said if you think of it like a malignant tumor, it's a relief we found it in its early stages. It's not like he's the only man in the world. As long as I find another boy to replace him and make it known that we're dating. Belle Maya said, perhaps. Has Lady Janica caught on to your feelings? Are you sure this is the right approach? Intending to find another boy to replace him is incredibly disrespectful to everyone involved. Even if it's you, I never thought you'd be this inconsiderate to another. Aalis responded, to be honest, while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, I ran into Janica, but we couldn't even say hi to each other. It felt awkward, and her expression looked dark. Next year, during the class assignment exam, I have to supervise it with Ed, but I feel so sorry towards Janica that I don't know what to do. Belle reassured her. It might not be as big of a deal as you think. Lady Janica is always kind and genuine to others, and as her friends, you two have always protected her from getting hurt. But wasn't the problem that Lady Janica was too perfect for others? Perhaps that's not always a good attitude to have. Belle added, sometimes it's more charming to show an imperfect side, like a desire to protect, don't you think? Reflecting on Belle's words, Aalis thought to herself, desire to protect. My head is clearing up. I was finally able to organize my thoughts after Belle encouraged me not to feel guilty. After that, I thought of Janica and couldn't help but smile. It's obvious where Janica would go when she's confused or having a hard time. Meanwhile, back at Ed Roth Taylor's cabin in the woods, he saw Janica Faye Lover sitting alone. When did you get here? Ed asked. He thought to himself, I need to slowly gather materials to construct the storage. I want to expand the space and have a bigger living room, but judging from my winter plans, I need to hurry. Janica remained silent as Ed poured her a cup of hot water. He handed her the cup and offered another jacket, saying, it's snowing again. There was already a lot on the ground, but it seems to snow every 2 days. If you have any concerns, you can speak, Ed said. Sorry, I can't say it, Janica replied softly. Then you don't have to, Ed responded. Janica was shocked, and then even more surprised when Ed draped a coat over her. Ed thought to himself, I forget sometimes, but Janica's academy life must be pretty difficult. She seems like a small animal backed into a corner, so it's hard to just brush her off. It's cold. Winter continues. It's a cold that's hard to endure with just a blanket and fire. But still, spring is slowly approaching, Ed said as Janica rested her head on his shoulder, watching the bonfire. Ed reflected, there were many times Father, the patriarch, left for business at the palace, but the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Roth-Taylor, died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. What kind of person was Ed Roth-Taylor? There's a saying, if you want to see who someone truly is, give them power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him just because he had a bit of power as the heir. Ed Roth-Taylor said to Tanya Roth-Taylor, what can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me? Tanya Roth-Taylor replied, yes. Since Arwen has left this world, isn't this good? Ed Roth-Taylor said, now if I die, you'll become the heir. What are you doing? Do it, stab me, stab me, stab me, hurry. I told you to push it in. Tanya Roth-Taylor fell to the ground as Ed Roth-Taylor laughed, saying, ah ha 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 ha. Tanya muttered, ha. And she thought to herself, that was my everyday back then. In a moment, it would get hard to breathe, and he would once again look down at me with those eyes. I lived suppressed by that gaze for half of my life, although he wouldn't hit me, as we were born with the same blood, in a situation where I couldn't save the family, nor the people of the estate. I lived as a spiritless being. I lived as if I were dead. Then an opportunity came, Ed Roth Taylor excommunicated. He was excommunicated, so all that was left was for me to prove myself. The upcoming student council president elections are my one and only chance. My first plan, the class assignment exam. New students class assignment. D-Day Anis Halilon said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Stay away." Smell, gaze, energy. Yeah, they don't work on me, so stay away. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Anis is very smart. She must have a reason, right? Assistant Professor Claire said, I think I've explained all of the details. Shall we go up and prepare for the exam now? Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania New Students Class Assignment, unlike the exam in the Northern Forest before. The class assignment exam takes place on Oran Mountain. In Professor Glass' absence, Assistant Professor Claire is in charge of the exam, so there are quite a few differences. The main difference in the exam, regarding the hidden magic marbles on the mountain, is that instead of difficult to find magic marbles, there are easy to find magic stones. Not only are they not particularly hidden, but there aren't many differences in points based on them. This is an exam where anyone can aim for the A class as long as they find one and put it on the altar of substitution. It sounds easy when put this way, but she is still the disciple of that master. Assistant Professor Claire said, you need to at least be this good to be in the A class. Do you think the A class is a joke? Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, you must fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who survive can become a class. It's an absurd difficulty level. It's also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who made it to a class in Sylvania Academy this year. Of course, that's the original scenario. This scenario where no one makes it to a class is directly related to an important event later on, which is why it needs to progress this way. That's why I decided not to comment on Assistant Professor Claire's difficulty, although I'll write a written apology later on. I feel comfortable because even though it's a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students will become casualties. They will be fighting imaginary monsters based on a magic engineering item we'll set up, the Vision Disc. A system notification said, normal rank Vision Disc, it summons apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, our work ends after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. That purple Vision Disc is the most important. From what I know, the reason no one makes it to a class is because of that. A system notification said, rare rank Vision Disc, it summons apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Ed Roth Taylor thought, although it's commendable that she's taking care of them on her own because they are important objects. As Anis Halilon carried the rare rank Vision Disc, Ed Roth Taylor said to her, hey, if they're heavy, give me a few. You keep getting left behind. Anis Halilon thought it was Onyx and said, thanks Onyx. It was too heavy, so. Ed Roth Taylor said, gimme. Anis Halilon sweated and was shocked after seeing Ed Roth Taylor. She shouted, yak! As she stepped back and slipped, Ed Roth Taylor shouted, watch out. He caught her by the waist and held her arm, but she dropped the rare rank Vision Disc. Ed Roth Taylor, shocked, said, it's dangerous. The rare rank Vision Disc fell down the steps and he thought, the most important, purple disc. Suddenly, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale caught the rare rank Vision Disc and said, shouldn't you be careful? What are you going to do if it breaks? Ed Roth Taylor thought. Oh, as expected of a top student. Phew. The scenario almost got messed up before the semester even began. The rare rank Vision Disc suddenly cracked and crumbled, shattering into pieces as Ed Roth Taylor and Anis Halilon watched it fall apart. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale asked them, now what? Ed Roth Taylor suddenly let go of Anis Halilon and thought, I knew things were going too smoothly. Last year, during joint combat training, the failing student Taylor picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy, and received detention. Although the scenario went wrong and led to Janica's quick explosion path, this year's joint combat training is important as well. The elite first-year students, full of talent, get to request combat training matches against the renowned upperclassmen. Once the matches begin, the first years go on a rampage, making the term training meaningless as they use any means necessary to win. However, despite their efforts, they all lose to Taylor alone. Taylor, who had grown stronger throughout the year, became well known to everyone. The saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixed her gaze on Taylor, and the act ended. It was emotional to witness Taylor's growth, the relationship between the fourth-generation hero, the saintess, and Taylor is significant. Her power is essential for Lucy's showdown in the third act and what follows. Saintess Clarice is a critical character, so this event must follow the scenario. That means the elite first-year students must go wild as planned. The honest cause of their frenzy is that none of the new students were placed in a class during the class placement exam. The reason for this was because Assistant Professor Claire used those purple discs during the exam. Onyx sighed, this will be annoying. Assistant Professor Claire said, the circuit itself is broken. We'll need to send it in for repair separately. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale exclaimed, oh my God! After all our hard work, why this? Anis Halelan said, sorry, I should have been more careful. Assistant Professor Claire responded, but apologizing won't fix the broken magic engineering item. At this rate, there'll be too many class students, so we need to solve this. Ed Roth Taylor said, we can solve this. Clebius, surprised, said, oh. Ed Roth Taylor continued, and by we, I mean Clebius, of course. Clebius, shocked, eyes blank, shouted, what? At the class assignment exam, Oran Mountain entrance, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, when do you truly feel like you've come to the land of learning, Sylvania? If you ask Tanya, she would say it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. Even though the princess and chancellor were both Sylvanian students, they wore the same clothes, ignoring birth and status. Despite this, there was one exception, the anchor of millions within the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. She said, thank you, but please spare me the formalities. If everyone focused on etiquette, the whole academy would suffer, so please don't worry about formalities with me. A student muttered, ugh. Suddenly, Tanya Roth Taylor said, it's an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice. I am the next head of the Roth Taylor family, Tanya Roth Taylor. Saintess Clarice responded, oh my, the Roth Taylor family. Crepin, the current patriarch, was baptized by me. I was too young to remember. Tanya Roth Taylor said, it was an honor for our family. When I become an adult, I too will be baptized. Saintess Clarice smiled. I'll look forward to that, Miss Tanya. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, meeting the saintess while everyone is watching. This will be helpful for the student council president election, but today's main event. Suddenly, a firework shot up in the air, and it exploded. The exam began. The faculty of combat went to the student plaza, the faculty of magic to the entrance of Oran Mountain, and the faculty of alchemy to Obel Hall's basement. The locations and contents of the exam differed depending on the faculty, but the goal was the same, getting into a class. Achieving a class meant full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Ophelis Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the fame that came with it, whatever you desired. A red-haired student shouted, nice, I found a stone, time to sprint. I can join a class as long as I put it on the altar faster than the others, right? Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself. All the new students are running instead of talking. The red-haired boy screamed, damn it, Joseph, stop! Tanya Roth Taylor thought, they're staring at the summit. There are too many. I'm sure putting the stone on the altar isn't the only task. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting stamina, she decided to stay on her guard and move slowly. Suddenly, she heard something. A student fell to the ground. Tanya Roth Taylor thought, she's taking her shoes off? Did she slip? Tanya Roth Taylor asked, did you hurt your leg? If so, I'll call the staff. The student replied, no, it's not that. I wanted to step on the snow with my bare feet. Kya, so cold, Tanya Roth Taylor said. Suddenly, here? The student responded, can I? Is it not logical? It was on my wish list. I've only imagined it, but it's much softer than I expected. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, those eyes, that attitude. She must have hit her head as soon as the exam began. How unfortunate. Tanya Roth Taylor introduced herself. I'm the second daughter of the Roth Taylor family, Tanya. It seems we're classmates. The student replied, Roth Taylor, I heard that those in the Roth Taylor family are as amazing as your high status. Tanya Roth Taylor said, not all of us. The student asked, pardon? Tanya Roth Taylor clarified, no matter how high status your family is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and lousy scoundrels as well. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, when I saw him at the camp, he seemed to have reformed. I don't know who the true Ed Roth Taylor is now, but the fear that's been ingrained in me won't disappear. The student said, still, I don't think you are that kind of person. And you're from the Roth Taylor family. I'm from the countryside, so I should be respectful, right? Tanya Roth Taylor said, so, it's fine. This is Sylvania. The student responded, "Ah, it is Sylvania." Kylie Ekney said, "Oh, I am Kylie Ekney. I'm from a small city-state called Terranay Principality in the East. I don't know much about the world. If I do something strange, I apologize in advance. I'm not used to places like T-These." Tanya Roth-Taylor responded, "Kylie? Can I speak informally since we're classmates?" Kylie Ekney replied, "Of course." Tanya Roth-Taylor said, "We should hurry. This is an exam." Kylie Ekney agreed, "Oh right, this is an exam." She added, "I'm not too concerned about marks. Getting into a class will just make me gain the attention of others." Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, "She has a reply for everything." Kylie Ekney took Tanya Roth-Taylor's hand and said, "Instead, since I'm not interested in the exam, I'll help you. Then we'll get closer, right?" She pulled Tanya Roth-Taylor along and said, "It's my first time being able to have a friend my age." Tanya Roth-Taylor replied, "Hey, get it together. I'm only letting this go because it's me. If it were the princess or the saintess, you'd be in big trouble." Kylie Ekney said, Is that so? Honestly, me too. Never mind. Let's just go." 30 minutes after the exam began, the red-haired boy exclaimed, "First place. I'll be at the summit after a bit more. No matter how good that Joseph bastard is, I have more stamina." Another student gasped, "Huff, was I sprinting too much? I thought I'd die." Suddenly, a figure shouted from the back, "Then just, D." The red-haired boy cried out, "Quake!" The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, "Arg, freak, why are you popping out and scaring me so suddenly?" He grumbled, "This is dirty, cheap, pathetic, and unbecoming of a senior. Is it easier than expected?" He remembered what Ed Roth-Taylor had said and added, "Why just me again?" Ed Roth-Taylor said, "It won't just be you." In the forest, something exploded. He continued, "Clebius and Aalis will block the new students coming up to the altar from halfway up. If the first years can get past us, they are definitely worthy of a class." Aalis Halalan thought to herself, "It's my responsibility for putting us in this situation, so I'll do my best." Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Onyx, since you're a master at flight magic, you're in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam's contents can be done if you go down and write them up by the time the exam is done. Right?" Assistant Professor Claire replied, If I don't sleep." Ed Roth-Taylor said, "The professor is in charge of the documents, Onyx is in charge of safety, Clebius is in charge of the southern entrance. And I'm in charge of the northern entrance." Aalis Halalan asked, "Then what about you, Ed?" Ed Roth-Taylor answered, "I'll be here. I'll guard the altar." Assistant Professor Claire said, "Ed, you can't even feel magic properly right now. Will you be okay?" Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "I have something in mind." In the background, someone shouted, "Die, Daddy." While Onyx took someone into the air, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, all good. A system notification said, "Rare rank vision disc summon the apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Crafting difficulty, 3.5 stars. This is a damaged magic engineering item. It won't be able to perform to the height of its abilities." Ed Roth-Taylor thought, "The vision disc will be difficult to completely fix, and my magic hasn't even returned yet." A system notification continued, "Magic stone and altar of substitution. The magic stones used in the exam are of high quality, as expected of Sylvania." Another notification said, "The altar of substitution. If I offer an item with magic inside, that magic can be extracted and temporarily used." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, "If I use this altar, I might take a while, but I can continuously recharge my magic." Suddenly, a mug appeared, and Ed Roth-Taylor said, "It's been a while. I still can't hear what you're saying yet, but..." He thought to himself, "Aalis and Clebius will stall for some time, and I have enough magic stones. The goal is to not let a single person pass. See come, my preparations are complete." A student shouted, "Run!" While they lay defeated on the ground, Clebius Nortondale panted, "Huff, Huff, even if I'm a bit tired." Tanya Roth-Taylor responded, That's..." Clebius Nortondale interrupted, "I'm not in a very good mood. Let's end things quickly." Tanya Roth-Taylor then shouted, "Kwa!" Suddenly an explosion erupted, and Clebius Nortondale was shocked. He looked back and said, "That's the northern entrance, but it's not Aalis' magic." As Tanya Roth-Taylor pushed Kylie Ekney away, Clebius Nortondale noticed and Tanya shouted, "Now! Run!" She grabbed Kylie Ekney with her. Clebius Nortondale yelled, "Stay right there." Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, although Aalis, the top TA, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in both the practical and academic fields, in the fighting field, she's just a bit above average for her year. Of course, she's not an easy opponent for the first years, but Aalis Halilan said, okay, go pass. Ed Roth-Taylor continued to think, but this student, Joseph Whitefelts, seems to be on a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who had to work hard to become the top alchemy student, Joseph Whitefelts was the youngest to reach the status of a Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, he's a genius. He's a leading top student candidate. Joseph Whitefelts then spoke. There's no need to be that upset. I'm sure you have your own field you're talented in. It's just that fighting isn't one of them. Aalis Halilan responded, you're mistaken. I am upset, but it's not because of that. So just go up. Joseph Whitefelts walked away saying, I understand. As Aalis watched him leave, she trembled and thought to herself, when everything was going perfectly, without a flaw, I made things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. I couldn't even think of an alternative plan when that person, of all people, led the situation again. He didn't get annoyed once and led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet I lost to a new student and couldn't block the northern entrance to the altar. But more so than the feeling of defeat or resentment, I feel angry at myself because I keep thinking of the trustworthy face that resolved this situation in whatever way possible. Ed Roth-Taylor then said, my first guest, you know the exam, right? You just need to put that magic stone on the altar. But I won't just let you do that. Joseph Whitefelts replied, the exam method is kind of strange. If I succeed in defeating you and offering the magic stone, who will the students after me go against? Ed Roth-Taylor answered, who knows? That's not for you to worry about. Joseph Whitefelts agreed, that's true. I'm sure there's some kind of alternative prepared. Thinking to himself, he continued, honestly, I'm not too curious about that. I was just trying to buy time to understand my surroundings. The vision disc is different in color. Is it an improved model? I should be on my toes. That senior looks like a magic faculty member, but I don't feel a lot of mana from him. And there are traces of him having used a magic stone. The fact that he had to use a magic stone on me, the first visitor, means he has a very low amount of mana. How disappointing, Sylvania. I thought there'd be something to learn here. I should just think of the type of sandwich I want to eat when I get down. Joseph then cast a spell, and a system notification read, mid-rank magic, particle explosion. He continued thinking, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that does not have strong firepower, but if you are not ready for it, you will get hit. If you don't see the direction of my hand and dodge in advance, you won't be able to manage it. Surprisingly, Ed Roth-Taylor evaded the attack, and Joseph thought he must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, he'll use fire magic. Judging by his level, it'll either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out fire in a radial shape, but looking at how he's aiming downwards, it's ignition. Joseph Whitefelts was shocked as Ed Roth-Taylor's ignition came towards him. He thought, the scale of the flames is bigger than I expected. He's definitely trained his basic magic diligently. It might even be considered a mid-rank spell. But what a waste. No matter how high the level of ignition is, it won't be able to get past my defense magic. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana, so if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. I guess he doesn't actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic. He won't be able to block my offensive magic or maintain his ignition once he runs out of mana. Battles between mages are profound. Suddenly, Ed Roth-Taylor shouted, Joseph Whitefelts. Joseph was both shocked and confused. Ed Roth-Taylor said, you can block spells with your defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Ed Roth-Taylor then grabbed Joseph's shoulder and struck him with his knee, saying, do you think you'll only face mages just because you're a mage? As Joseph Whitefelts jumped away, he asked, you went through the fire? How? Charging his magic, Joseph declared, I won't be careless. He thought to himself, mid-rank ice magic. Ed Roth-Taylor used his skill, basic magic ignition. Joseph thought, fire magic again? Is it to respond to my ice magic? Is he trying to block my vision with steam and do the same thing as last time? But I can use other elements too. Joseph Whitefelts used his skill, basic magic scorch, as he struck Ed Roth-Taylor. In response, Ed Roth-Taylor activated his skill, blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases. Ed suddenly emerged from the flames, unscathed. Joseph Whitefeltz thought to himself in disbelief, fire tolerance? He then blocked Ed Roth-Taylor's attack with physical shield, blocks physical attacks. In shock, Joseph muttered to himself, What? Where'd he get that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I'm faster. Suddenly he noticed something. Ed Roth-Taylor threw a dagger at the shield and jumped away, shouting, Mug, as he used spirit formula. Explosion! A massive blast erupted, and Joseph Whitefeltz was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Trembling in pain, he urged himself, keep it together. Think, there's no way his casting of basic magic is faster. That wasn't just explosion magic, but a spirit formula. He realized, now I understand how he went through my scorch with his bare body. It's because he can use the spirit magic blessing of recovery. He purposely hid his spirit's form within the fire. Spells, spirit magic, and those magic engineering items he hasn't even used yet. Just who is this man? Joseph Whitefeltz let go of his gem, admitting, I've lost. It rolled toward Ed Roth-Taylor. But suddenly Joseph said to himself, now, as he charged magic towards Ed Roth-Taylor and activated his skill, mid-rank magic. Ice Spear. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Joseph Whitefeltz, who shouted, Ah! As he tried to land a punch, striking Ed in the face. Ed Roth-Taylor thought, there was no way Joseph Whitefeltz, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. Joseph Whitefeltz felt something and, in shock, questioned himself, no way, could it be? A massive spirit approached Joseph Whitefeltz. And Ed Roth-Taylor used his skill Protection of the Wind. When an unexpected attack is recognized, the enemy will be blown away by the wind, blasting Joseph away. Ed Roth-Taylor stood his ground as Joseph Whitefeltz collided with another tree. Gasping, Joseph whispered, Huff, huff. Truly. The gem broke in his hand and he admitted, I've lost. Ed Roth-Taylor said, good work. That ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. Joseph Whitefeltz asked, excuse me, what's your name? Ed Roth-Taylor sat on the altar and replied, Ed? Joseph looked at him, and Ed continued, Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor then said, I'll leave him to you, Onyx, as Onyx took Joseph Whitefeltz away. In another scene, Elka asked, Jix, why did you join the magic faculty? Jix Effelstein responded, all of a sudden? As he ate Chips Ahoy. Elka said, you would have been the top student if you joined the alchemy or combat faculties. I feel uncomfortable that you gave up several benefits just because of me. Jix Effelstein replied, I don't put much value on being the top student, and maybe I would have been the top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. Because of the incoming second years, the top student in the combat faculty is Clebius. Just then, Clebius Nortondale was hit and slammed against a wall, exclaiming, ugh. Jix Effelstein continued, Nortondale. Clebius Nortondale. Clebius opened his eyes, asking, what was that just now? Kylie Ekney asked, are you okay? Was my holy magic too strong? I didn't break anything, right? Onyx stepped in. Leave it to me, you two continue the exam. Clebius muttered to himself. Freak. Onyx said, Clebius, you okay? Get it together. Clebius thought, how do I even block something like that? Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself. 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Tanya Roth-Taylor and Kylie Ekney panted, huff, huff. Tanya said, you're but then gasped in shock. The last exam. She saw students fallen all around and Ed Roth-Taylor sitting alone on the altar. Ed Roth-Taylor thought, I'll get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate. He then spoke directly to Tanya Roth-Taylor and Kylie Ekney, give up. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, the saintess Clarice had two dreams. The saintess Clarice once said, I believe nobility comes from unwavering beliefs you maintain throughout your entire life. You must become like a blank slate. Ed Roth-Taylor continued to muse. One dream was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was. An angelic voice began to sing, saying,
rather than living as a blank slate, it would be better to die in wastewater.
As her eyes were closed, she gently opened them again. The voice continued to sing.
The pure white holy imperial capital, built by humans, even the tall, majestic, and confident tower, is a mere sandcastle in front of Ramelin Mountain's gray rocks and stones.
The saintess Clarice gazed outside and saw Adele, and she continues to sing.
The green fog of Denkin wetlands, the golden fields of the imperial capital, Clolan, the emerald fields of the farming land, Pulan, the opalescent smoke from the land of alchemy, Crete, the red roofs of the commerce city, Oldek, and the turquoise intelligence of the scholar's land, Sylvania. Beyond the Dristia desert's reddish sand ocean were the purple shadows of the lawless Kohelton. The pure white was just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors.
Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, she was the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele. After leaving the order, she called herself the romantic, although it was unclear how she moved from building to building. When the world went to sleep, she sang a song at Clarice's window. The dream Clarice dreamed at night was of the outside world, which her only friend whispered to her while they looked at the stars. Adele once said to the saintess Clarice, "A life where you take classes normally, make friends normally, and love normally. Isn't that where you can feel a sense of nobility rather than the countless prayers from believers who revere me? Do you know that a hug from someone you love might be more valuable?" Ed Rothtailor continued thinking. After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and during vacations, she traveled the world like she does now. After Adele left, Clarice visited the places she had spoken of in her dreams every night. At the end of it all, Clarice would share a deep hug with someone, and they would leave together on the path she had once walked alone. The journey, full of vibrant colors, contrasted sharply with her previous life of pure white. It was the most outrageous and imaginative thought she could have. A priest once said to the saintess Clarice, "Always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity, and remember to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing, I'm not too worried, but..." Clarice replied, "I seem like such a different person, so who would suspect me, Verdio?" Verdio responded, "There's nothing wrong with being careful." Ed Rothtailor continued reflecting. Coming to the academy through the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. That alone made her feel satisfied, causing her breaths to become shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her, at least not a single person here in Sylvania. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the saintess, other than one person, that is? Ed Rothtailor said to Tanya Rothtailor and Kylie Ekney, "Give up." Then, speaking to himself, he said, "It's the saintess." Tanya Rothtailor, shocked and confused, said, "The last exam was Ed. Brother." Kylie Ekney thought to herself, "That's Tanya's brother. Then that person is a Rothtailor too." Ed Rothtailor said to them, "I'm sorry, but can you just return? But if you still insist." He suddenly burst with intense power and, becoming serious, said, "Come." Kylie Ekney and Tanya Rothtailor both felt the intense pressure. Kylie screamed, "Kyak," as she covered herself, and Tanya gritted her teeth, saying, "Kot," as she endured the pressure. This is impossible, even for students who have trained in spirit magic their entire lives. This is far more advanced than a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. As Marilda prepared to attack, Ed Rothtailor stood, looking serious. Tanya thought to herself, "But a high-level spirit." Kylie then said to Tanya, "I'm giving up." Let's think rationally. Tanya, this is..." Tanya, silent, thought, "She's right. A high-level spirit. The trauma from back then is coming to mind again. But if I leave, that means nothing has changed since then." She then said, "I don't know about you, Kylie, but I'm not giving up." Trying to smile, Tanya sweated as she added, "According to high status and rank, there is a burden and responsibility that follows," which she thought, "I remember how he was 2 years ago. There's a level of reality to how much he could have improved. How can someone who couldn't even use elementary magic suddenly have a high-level spirit?" She stepped forward, thinking, "That's definitely fake." As Marilda stood, the winds grew more violent. Tanya thought, "I just need to defeat the main one." Marilda suddenly inhaled pure oxygen, then blew at Kylie Ekney and Tanya Rothtailor. They struggled to hold their ground against the intense wind. Tanya thought to herself, "There's no way. Just how is that really a high-level spirit?" As Ed Rothtailor and Marilda continued to hold their ground, protecting the altar, Kylie Ekney was thrown through the air, skipping like a rock on a pond. Tanya Rothtailor, however, managed to slide and stay standing. On the ground, Kylie Ekney thought to herself, "That person is Tanya's brother." Ed Rothtailor reflected, Kylie had a fantasy about noble men. Neat appearance, generous smile, and graceful manners. As she thought of Crepin Rothtailor, she was sure of it when she heard that the person who seemed the complete opposite was the son of Rothtailor. Ed Taylor looked at them seriously, remaining in his position guarding the altar. This person is that scoundrel, Saintess Clarice thought to herself. Even I can feel it, despite not knowing much beyond the holy imperial capital and not being quick to catch on to things. Tanya Taylor had said before, no matter how high your family status is, over time you can eventually get absurd and awful scoundrels. Clarice pondered the deep hatred Tanya has towards this scoundrel. Trying to stand up, she said, Tanya, go for the main body like you originally planned. I'll act as bait. Like I told you, I have a strange constitution, so I definitely won't die. Outside of special cases. Tanya looked back and said, BB, but won't you still get seriously injured? You said you weren't even interested in the exam. Kylie moved forward and said, you said he's a really bad person. And you. She turned to Tanya saying, you're the first friend I made at Sylvania. Ed Taylor thought to himself, normally she would have dismissed that as absurd, but she had seen Kylie on the way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior, who approached them menacingly, had been deflected by some strange glow. Did Kylie have some special power? What surprised Tanya was Kylie, the usual scaredy cat, taking the lead. Tanya thought, did she always have this much bravery? Kylie, however, ran toward Marilda and Ed Taylor like a frightened girl, shouting, Wah! Tanya looked at her with disappointment and embarrassment, thinking, of course not. As Kylie neared Marilda and Ed, Marilda sighed, saying, ha! But suddenly, Marilda was shocked. As she looked at Kylie, she couldn't touch her, and her blood splattered everywhere. A system notification appeared. Holy Magic's blessing. Holy magic of mid-rank or above will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Marilda howled in pain, shouting, oh, woo! Suddenly, Ed used his spiritual power to send Kylie flying away with wind magic. She screamed, Kya! As she flew like a pebble, skipping back to where she had come from. Ed, unamused, said, is that it? Suddenly, he heard Tanya beside him say, you thought I'd give up? She jumped next to Ed, charging her magic. A system notification appeared. Basic magic emit. She hit Ed successfully, sending him flying from the attack. But Ed seemed to vanish into thin air. Tanya, panting, said, huff, huff. She thought to herself, he disappeared. Was it the vision disc? Suddenly, 3 magical arrows hit her sides. She thought, arrows? Ed commanded in a cold voice, stay still. Tanya, shocked, said, no way. The person who couldn't even wield a sword properly now knows how to use a bow. Ed, still cold, said, that was a warning. Tanya thought in disbelief, arrows made of magic. Is this really Ed Taylor? As Marilda and Ed remained undamaged by their combined attacks, Tanya panted, overwhelmed. Huff, huff. She thought, it's just like back to then. Tears formed as she closed her eyes. No matter how hard I try, nothing has changed since I was younger. I can't do anything. Ed spoke gently to her. You must have worked hard. He placed a gemstone beside her and said, I'm sorry. There's a reason for this. I can't go easy on you just because we're related. If I did, you would have been more angry. Don't you think so? Tanya, confused and trembling, asked in a near-crying voice. Yes. What? Ed continued. But still, that was incredible. If I were you, I would have turned around and run away. But you faced me until the end, even if it was a vision. Tanya thought, my thoughts were wrong. Ed said, I'm seeing you differently, Tanya. As Tanya noticed the pin she had given him when she arrived, she thought to herself, something has definitely changed. Ed smiled at her like a proud older brother and said, you have that kind of strength within you too. Ed Taylor said to Tanya Taylor, it was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud. Tanya's eyes filled with tears. You're quite impressive, Ed added. She began to sob. Hick. Confused, Ed asked, huh? He thought to himself, is not getting into class really something to be this sad about? Suddenly, Kylie Ekney hugged Tanya protectively. Don't come any closer. I'll say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me, bad things will happen. Really, don't move. In the distance, Assistant Professor Claire called out, the exam is over. Ed, come help. Clebius is completely knocked out. Ed replied, Assistant Professor Claire, can you update this grading list? There's so much to do, and the Student Council President elections begin right at the start of next semester. Kylie muttered, so the exam is over. She thought to herself, why is my V voice? Noticing her hair changing, she realized the transformation magic is wearing off. Frantically, she tried to remember. Was it back then? She recalled Verdio's warning. You have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Saintess Clarice panicked internally. No, at this rate. Assistant Professor Claire approached. Good work, Ed. Huh? My identity, my school life, Clarice thought desperately. Just then, Mug placed the magic engineering item into Saintess Clarice's hands. Ed handed Kylie her item. Be careful not to lose your things, kid. Kylie looked puzzled. Huh? Yeah. Ed nodded. Assistant Professor Claire noticed Ed's condition. Ed, why are you so hurt? I'm fine, Ed assured her. He thought to himself, the class assignment exam ended and I returned everything to their intended positions in the scenario. Except for one thing. One change had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change. Are you really okay? Assistant Professor Claire pressed. Yeah, Ed replied. He mused internally. ... See Oz two ruby-like eyes beneath the reddening world to focus on me. Saintess, Clarice thought. He definitely just tried to speak formally to me. You look tired, so just rest for now, Ed, Claire suggested. We'll deal with the aftermath. Onyx, can you support Clebius? Onyx responded, yes, sure. I'll be on my way. I swear I just saw the shape of a person. I'm sure I was mistaken. A few moments later, Marilda said to Ed, did you know? I believe there's beauty that transcends generations and values. The sky is evidence of such. Even pieces of art worth thousands can be interpreted differently and are subject to one's opinion. But when seeing that sunset, there's no one who could think it isn't beautiful. You're talking nonsense, Ed replied. Anyway, humans live short lives but don't even know how to appreciate each moment, Marilda continued. Ed thought to himself, she is the high-ranking wind spirit, Marilda. The worst curse a human can experience is a dull and boring life, Marilda mused. You need to know how to appreciate the small things and find meaning in everyday things. Although they say a human's lifetime is like the 4 seasons. A spirit's lifetime is like a very long winter, a boring and bleak life. As Janica said, a chatterbox, Ed reflected. Marilda looked at him. People like you, who are thorough in everything and leave no gaps, are often senseless when it comes to themselves. The way you faint from exhaustion or constantly get hurt is proof of that. So what? Ed asked. So what I'm saying is that you should date someone, you moron, Marilda said bluntly. You must have someone around you, someone who is kind, cheerful, friendly with you, and strong enough for you to rely on. Meeting someone like that and improving yourself, don't you know how helpful that can be emotionally? Am I wrong, Mug? Mug saluted enthusiastically. You are correct, Miss Marilda, Ed thought. Marilda did not make a contract with Janica. They're just close. Young Master Ed, Miss Marilda's advice is like the Bible among spirits, Mug added. Can't you at least listen to what she's saying and pretend to agree? Pretend, Marilda raised an eyebrow. Ed considered. That's why Mug and Marilda aren't exactly in a superior-subordinate relationship like with Tarkin. High-ranking spirits are scary after all. Mug panicked. I, Mug, have gravely misspoken. Pretend? I shall repent with my death, Ed interrupted. No need. Janica looked down. Do you know why? Ed asked. Marilda chuckled. Oh ho, why are you worried? Isn't that obvious? Ed replied. Oh ho, but I can't just tell you something that Janica herself didn't want to share, Marilda said playfully. Ed pondered. Anyway, don't worry too much, Marilda reassured him. It's important for even Janica to experience winter once. She needs to go through the process of understanding. The world isn't like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to endure it until spring comes. Shall we go? Consuming more of your mana would make me feel guilty. Yes, even in that form it's not easy for me to manage, Ed admitted. I'm a bit expensive, you see, Marilda teased, but this form is the best for efficiency. Do you have other forms? Ed inquired. Would you like a more beautiful girl? Marilda offered. It's better on the eyes, but I don't think you'd be able to manage it. It's fine, Ed said. Back when you underwent gigantification and now, I didn't notice much of a difference in your efficiency, so I was curious. Oh my, no way. Perhaps you couldn't sense it because of the mana stone. You still are a bit dense, Marilda teased as she suddenly leaped off Ed Rothtail's shoulder, dashing toward the wall. Ouch, Ed yelped. Marilda called back. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? Think about it. A spirit like me wouldn't contract with just one person. With that, she vanished. Ed muttered to himself, I definitely can't summon a high-level spirit with just my mana for too long. If it's not my mana, then whose is it? He started climbing the wall and continued his thoughts. It's simple if you think about it. When he reached the top, he sighed, "Ooh," and then saw Lucy Merrill. "I don't think this is a good place for a nap," he said. "I'm not here for a nap. The hut's better for that," Lucy replied. "Then why?" Ed asked. "I don't like an empty tent, so I went for a walk," Lucy responded. Ed thought to himself, unfortunately. He reflected on the situation. The end of her walk, this altar of substitution, is the final stage of the third act. The distrustful saintess Clarice begins to suspect the order after realizing the darkness of the holy city. Then Telos's apostles come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice. Unaware of the real story, the Academy's characters follow the Archbishop's orders. Princess Phenia's Royal Guard Army, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees, and the main character's generation's raid party, including Principal Oboforcius. All end up pointing their swords towards one girl, someone trying to protect Arkan Island, following her master's final will. A renegade, a non-believer. Whatever she was called, she never complained, standing firm against everyone with unwavering resolve. She was awakened. Ed continued reflecting, Lucy Merrill. She defeats all of the main characters at Arkan Island and more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina runs out, and she is defeated by Taylor, who has mastered the final swordsman form. When the truth is revealed, everyone realizes why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles. So she wasn't a villain. We didn't know there was a story like that behind it. They'll say things like that, but the only thing more painful than a misunderstanding is understanding too late. Maybe it's her innate nature, or maybe she thought it was pointless to explain, but Lucy kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, I don't plan on stopping her. Sacrificing Lucy for the scenario? No, I'm not cold-blooded enough to do that. It's simply because I don't necessarily think letting things unfold this way is a bad ending. As the Archmage once said to her, just as the land gets firmer after it rains, Sylvania Academy will be able to overcome most trials on its own. However, there will surely come a time when they face a trial they cannot overcome by themselves. Lucy, when that time comes, can you lend them your strength even if it's just for this old man? Ed thought about the story her dying master, the Archmage, told her. Her only family. Lucy herself knew how heavy that burden would be. She needs to shed those muddy emotions. It'll be a long battle, and there will be dangerous moments, but it's what needs to be faced in the scenario that will occur in Act 3. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit by idly, though. Lucy, now holding Ed's legs, murmured, I found this out recently. She settled into his lap and added, It seems I get lonely. Ed thought to himself, if there's one thing I'd like to make sure I do, it's to tell her in advance whenever I leave the hut for a while. In another scene, Belle Maya greeted Clara. You're back earlier than expected. Clara sighed. I wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. Ugh, here it's your present. Ed thought to himself. Most mistake Aalis for being from a noble family. But Clara is actually the one from a pretty well-known Viscount family. Belle Maya took the gift and said, Thank you. Ha! This is the place my heart calls home. How peaceful I feel, Clara said, relieved. Anyway, I need to go see my academy friends. I haven't seen their faces in so long. I've brought lots of yummy snacks, and I'm all set for a tea party with Aalis and Janica, Clara added excitedly. Then I'll go first. I'm so thrilled to see them after such a long time. I have so much to tell them. The taste of the blueberry pie I brought, while Belle Maya squeezed the gift, suddenly sweating in fear. She thought to herself, this blueberry pie tastes like sand. In another scene, Clara thought nervously, what is this? Why aren't they saying anything? Did they have a fight? Janica and Aalis sometimes bicker back and forth, but it's always been in good fun. I've never felt this kind of tension before. Should I make a joke? What should I say? Clara began to sweat and awkwardly said, Suddenly, Janica Faylover's thunderous voice filled the room. Aalis! She bellowed. Aalis Halalan was terrified, and Clara looked shocked and confused. Janica continued, You got a hug from Ed? System notification. Ed Roth Taylor age, 18 grade, 3rd achievements, elaborate survivor 1 year, high-level spirit summoner attributes, stamina, 13 points, intellect, 13 points, talent, 15 points, willpower, 12 points, luck, 11 points, new finished product, wooden wind blocking wall, a wall made of wood, with blocks bound together by twine and filled with mud. It blocks most drafts. Production difficulty 1.5 stars. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, now items like this no longer raise my stats or production proficiency. Do I need to look for something else to continue growing? Belle Maya replied, it's definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. As Ed Roth Taylor sighed in exhaustion, he muttered, phew. Belle Maya said, it's a relief that you look healthy, young Master Ed. Ed responded, ah, are you here to take Lucy? Lucy Merrill trembled as Belle Maya carried her like a small child. Belle Maya explained, the Academy has implemented a new policy. During snowstorms, students can only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary. Since Lucy has the highest risk of escape, I need to keep a better eye on her. Lucy Merrill pleaded, help me. Belle Maya added, we plan to have a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. Ed Roth Taylor nodded. I see. Belle Maya hesitated. As Lucy Merrill continued to ask Ed for help, he maintained his composure, saying, I'll continue to use formal speech. Belle Maya asked, but can you really make it through a week-long snowstorm in this environment, young Master Ed? This may be presumptuous of me, but I don't think this wind blocker will be enough. Ed replied, well, I'm just setting it up to protect my supplies. He thought to himself, I figured the snowstorm might damage my hut, so I used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. I've also collected my hunting tools and traps and stored them in the hut. During the snowstorm, I'll focus on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library. Ed reassured Belle Maya, I have another place I'll be staying at, so don't worry. Belle Maya seemed to relax. I'll ease my worries since you say so. Ed observed her expression and asked, but you seem troubled. Is this your first time handling a snowstorm from an administrative role? Belle Maya hesitated as Lucy Merrill tried to wriggle free from her grip, then admitted, no, my concern is about you. Actually, never mind, it's probably overstepping. Ed pressed further. That only makes me more concerned. Belle Maya said, I wish you the best of luck, young Master Ed. In another scene, Clara found herself caught between the anger of Janica Faylover and Anis Halelon, feeling the heat of their presence. Janica Faylover, in disbelief, said, you got a hug from Ed? Clara looked at Anis Halelon and asked, Anis? Anis Halelon averted her gaze, sweating silently. Clara tried to defuse the situation, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha, I think there's been some misunderstanding. The spirits must have misinterpreted things again. Anis Halelon interrupted. To be honest, I flirted with Ed. Clara absent-mindedly replied, yeah, she just flirted, before suddenly realizing what Anis Halelon had said. You what? Anis Halelon trembled and apologized. Janica, I'm sorry. Honestly, I didn't find him trustworthy at all. He seemed like a playboy, so I tried to feel him out. Janica Faylover, confused, asked, what? You're not lying? For real? Anis Halelon responded, that kind of guy isn't my type anyway. Don't worry, Janica. He looks like a thug. He's arrogant about everything, always grumbling, and lives selfishly. Why would I want someone like that, huh? Janica Faylover cried out, wait, you're being too harsh, Anis. You don't even know Ed like that. Clara just listened quietly as Anis Halelon continued, I'm sorry for flirting with him without telling you first. I just thought I needed to test him. Sorry, Janica. Janica Faylover said, why are you doing things I never asked you to, Anis? Do you know how much I've worried? I couldn't even sleep at night. You're one of my closest friends. But having to feel this kind of betrayal, am I even in a position to feel betrayed? I mean, I'm nothing to Ed anyway. I worried over someone who doesn't even see me that way. Anis Halelon tried to console her. Don't say that, Janica. You're special to him. From what I've seen, you're definitely more than just a friend to him. Janica Faylover's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? I'm special? As she cried, with tears and snot forming, she said, anyway, I don't think it's fair to judge Ed like that. But since you did it for me, I can't be mad. So, you don't like Ed, right? Thank you for being honest with me, Anis. She hugged Anis Halelon tightly. Clara sighed with relief. Phew, I thought you had really fallen for Ed. Clara suddenly noticed Janica's reaction, while Anis Halelon replied, yeah, as Janica blushed and tried to hold back her tears. Janica thought to herself, Anis, you, Clara reassured her. See, Janica Faylover? It was just a misunderstanding. You didn't not visit the northern forest because you felt awkward when I wasn't around, did you? Janica stammered. So, before running off shouting, "Sorry, I need to go," Clara said, Yeah, have a nice trip. As Janica ran off, Clara turned back to Anis Halalan and said, Anis? Anis Halalan replied, I have something in mind. Clara asked, What is it? Anis Halalan said, Introduce me to a man. Clara immediately responded, No. Anis pressed on, Clara, let's think of something adventurous. Let's break the stereotypes. She suddenly grabbed Clara by the shoulder and exclaimed, Do you want to date me? Clara was silent, utterly confused. Anis Halalan stammered, Don't look at me like that, Clara. Clara replied, What look? I was just staring at you. Anis Halalan started to cry, sweat forming on her forehead. I'm sorry for lying to Janica, but when you're apart, your feelings fade too. Once the academy scholarship break ends, the student work will end too. She suddenly froze, as Assistant Professor Claire announced cheerfully. The academy scholarship students are going to continue as student assistants. Yay! Onyx popped a party popper, while Clebius scratched his head and held a glass of grape juice. Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did well, so I thought it would be a waste to send them to another lab when they were so proactive and proficient. Assistant Professor Claire continued, Especially you, Ed. You're quite good at working. Of course, since you're a student assistant, you'll receive more scholarships, and it'll be better to work here than in other labs. And since we work together throughout the break, it'll be comfortable, right? Let's continue to stick together. Anis Halalan stood there, shocked and in disbelief. System notification, magic power details, rank, skilled magic student specialty, elemental magic, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection, level 13 spirit understanding, level 13 spirit manifestation, level 4 sensory sharing, level 3 spirit slots, slot 1, mug slot 2. High level wind spirit Marilda, connection level, spirit formula efficiency, unique skill 1, quite bad protection of the wind periodic damage neutralization. Updraft, mid-grade wind magic buffed wind magic abilities slot 3, empty slot 4, empty in a different scene, at Ed Roth Taylor's camp. Janica Failover said to Ed, You need to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Ed Roth Taylor remarked, Looks like you're back to normal, huh, Janica? Janica's face reddened slightly. When you visited the camp, that time? When was that again? I forgot. Ed thought to himself, When I'm with Janica, I feel like I loosen up a bit. Janica's a character who never appeared in the scenarios after all, and she's the only person I could call a friend within my year. Janica continued, Anyway, I knew you had made a contract with Marilda, but no matter how much I think about it, it's strange. It feels too early for you to handle a high-level spirit. Ed replied, I used a trick. He took out an item, and a system notification appeared. System notification. Item, a legendary rank magic engineering tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. Ed thought to himself, I told her about Professor Glass' Golden Phoenix Ring and my future plans. Janica said, So, I can't use magic for a while. It'll be difficult for you to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. Ed explained, My magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica Failover smiled softly, Still, congratulations, Ed. Among spirit sorcerers, we often call the day you make a contract with your first high-level spirit your second birthday. So, are you really planning to stay in the spirit library throughout the snowstorm? You sure work hard, Ed replied. You work hard too. You're the top student of the year. When the snowstorm ends, there'll be the student council president elections. Since you're the top student of the year, you'll probably get some attention. Janica scratched her head and chuckled. Everyone's been asking, but I don't know yet, so I'm staying neutral. Ed thought to himself, in the scenario, Janica didn't get much spotlight just for being the top student of the year. That's because, knowing her personality, she respected all the other candidates. Janica then asked, Anyway, your sister's running in the elections too, right? Ed nodded. Yeah. She's quite ambitious. Janica Failover said, Are you close with your sister? Ed Roth Taylor replied, I guess you could say that. He added, I can't exactly say that confidently since I've been excommunicated, but we are blood related. Whether we like it or not, there's a good chance we'll see each other for the rest of our lives. I want to keep a good relationship with her. Even if not a close one, I do care for her quite a lot. Janica stammered, I see. You care for her quite a lot. So it's just a fight between siblings. Suddenly, Janica Failover held the sleeve of Ed Roth Taylor and said, Ed, what is Tanya like? Is there something you think she'd want as a gift? Or maybe a food she likes, Ed asked. What did you do to Tanya? Janica Faylover shouted. Nothing. Ed looked at her silently. He thought to himself, Janica is terrible at lying. Janica whimpered. Wah. Ed continued thinking. It only took 3 seconds for the guilt to overwhelm her before she confessed. And it wasn't even that serious in the first place. In another scene, Saintess Clarice announced, the storm will start in the morning. Leaving the dorms won't be allowed unless there's an urgent reason, so if you need anything from outside, just ask a maid. She reflected, the image from a few days ago won't leave my mind. The sight of that third-year student, it was terrifying. But what I felt more than fear was discomfort. It seemed so natural that I thought maybe I saw it wrong. But I can't shake the feeling. Ed Roth Taylor handed back her magic engineering item and said, be careful not to lose your things, you kid. Saintess Clarice thought to herself, but he definitely tried to speak formally at the end. Does he know my secret? She stood there shocked, staring blankly at the floor. She continued in her mind, I worked so hard to live a normal academy life, to uphold the priest's efforts and maintain the stand-in at the holy city. If even one outsider finds out my identity, my academy life is over. It wasn't hard to get information on him, she thought, as she overheard Joseph Whitefeld speaking to his friend, trying to sound tough. Joseph's friend retorted, shut up, I was ambushed, okay? You didn't make it to Class A either. Joseph Whitefeldt replied, that senior really isn't normal. I heard he's famous among the third years, a freak among freaks. I also heard he built a hut in the northern forest and has been living there. As Saintess Clarice listened to their conversation, she thought, a hut in the northern forest? She picked up her magic engineering item and thought, once the snowstorm starts, I'll be stuck in Ophelis Hall for at least a week. And when it ends, spring will come and the new semester will begin. By then, I might lose the chance to seal his lips or do anything else. Opening the window, the snowy wind blew inside. She said to herself, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Of Ed Roth Taylor. Of the darkness and the bitter cold. Living while staring at nothing but white walls and ceilings makes your vision deteriorate. The beauty of the world, in all its colors, is something you can't understand until you experience it firsthand. With a determined expression, she jumped out the window. As she fell, she activated her engineering item and landed safely on the ground. She thought, I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to get. To confirm it properly, I need to meet that man, she declared inwardly. She transformed into Kylie Eckney and ran toward Ed Roth Taylor's hut, the Saintess Clarice in danger and distress. The gloomy Clibius Nortondale, with his melancholic expression, murmured to himself, my eyes have long since adapted to the dark because darkness is all I've ever known. The most vivid memory I have is of my brother, who stayed by my side even when everyone else in the household avoided me. The memory of the moment I stabbed him through the heart, the last words I spoke to him, perhaps meant as a curse, were, suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire interrupted, Eh? Why? Does another lab want you? Clebius, startled, stammered, No. Ooh, about the whole student assistant tea thing. I feel like I was just a burden last time. The treatment is really good, and I like it, but, Claire replied with a teasing tone, Is that so? I thought you were dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to scout you, so you're saying that you can do it. Clebius hesitated. Huh? Yeah, I guess. Claire's voice was firm. Just do it then. Clebius remained silent, biting his lip, feeling a trickle of sweat down his face. Eventually he muttered, All right. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, as Ed Roth Taylor, born with a weak body, it feels like I've truly trained it to the limits of what it can handle. During the break, I was able to focus on training. A system notification flashed, Advanced Crafting Skill Slot, Spirit Formula Infusion Skill Proficiency, 23 Force Amplification Rate, 4% Success Rate, 92% Fire Spirit Proficiency, Data Missing Wind Spirit Proficiency, 63 Advanced Crafting Skill Slot, Magic Engineering Skill Proficiency, Data Missing Understanding of Magic Engineering Products, Data Missing Quick Production, Data Missing Collected Crafting Formulas, Telos Frost Blessing, Level 1 Thunderstruck 1,000-Year-Old Wooden Cane, Unable to create Glock's Eye, Unable to create, Delheim's Hourglass, Unable to create. Mused to himself, Magic Engineering and Spirit Formula Infusion are now good enough to be called my specialties. With a bit more training, I'll be able to utilize these skills well. I'll spend the remaining week working on them in the library. He recalled, I gave Jix some money to clean up the mess with magic, but I didn't expect him to organize the books too. Considering the books are all arranged by theme and title, I'm pretty sure I told him it was a secret. It looks like he got help from Elka. They probably did it as training, but I'll have to repay them later. Let's get started then. His thoughts continued. It's inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. What's important is prioritizing and focusing. The goal is, a system notification appeared. Legendary magic engineering item. Legendary magic engineering items, Glock's Eye. Temporarily amplifies proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. Halves the efficiency of curse-type magic. Prevents the use of defense-type magic. Grants immunity to elemental magic. Delheim's Hourglass. Reverts all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. One-time use. Ed resolved. To succeed, I'll need to make at least one legendary item. I'll start with weaker components. A weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere. I'll craft them repeatedly to raise my magic engineering skill. Once I'm used to it, I'll move on to rarer items. I've already reviewed the ingredients. I just need to. He paused, checking his bag, only to find it empty. Huh? What? I forgot the tools at the hut. Let's go back. It's time for my body to do some work. In a different scene, Saintess Clarice struggled through a relentless snowstorm. Thinking, living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world, with all its natural colors, is nowhere to be found in all this white. Spotting the river, she exclaimed, "Ah, the river. They said it was by the river in the northern forest. This is downstream, according to the map, so I should come across the hut if I keep following along this river. It really feels like I'm on an adventure." Her breath turned to mist, and a bit of snot escaped from her small nose. Ed observed from a distance, thinking, Clarice is not weak. While she's already more talented than other mages, her holy magic is even stronger compared to others. A system notification displayed. The holy magic's blessing, holy magic that is mid-rank or above, will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Anyone who tries to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she encounters a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed, Ed mused. Despite this, she feels fear when it comes to me. There's a possibility that I was baptized by the Telos order since I was the successor to the Roth-Taylor household. The holy magic's blessing does not work on those baptized by the order. One shall not harm his brothers. In the first place, someone faithful enough to be baptized would never think of harming the saintess. But the reason she's here is that Ed might know who she is. Yes, it's time to check. I'm sure things will work out somehow. Clarice finally reached Ed's cabin in the woods, muttering to herself, "Why won't it open?" She pushed against the door, and a bucket of blood which had been blocking the entrance tumbled down with a splash. In shock, she whispered, "Huh." She felt cold sweat bead down her neck as her gaze lifted to see the corpse of a wild boar, its lifeless eyes staring back. She fell to her knees, panic setting in as she gasped, "Wah, blood! Blood here, blood there, it's everywhere. Is this kill?" Saintess Clarice, now identified as Kylie Ekney, heard the crunching sound of footsteps approaching and thought, "Footsteps?" Her heart pounded as she looked around, finally deciding to hide under the table just as the door creaked open. Ed Roth-Taylor entered the cabin, his hood pulled low, masking his expression. He glanced at the disarray on the floor, then moved slowly through the room, each step making Kylie's heart race. She clamped a hand over her mouth, trying desperately to stay silent. Ed reached for the table, resting his hand on it, unaware of Kylie trembling beneath. She could barely hold back her tears, her mind racing. Ed dropped a bear trap to the floor with a heavy thud before retrieving a box of tools. As he picked up a hand saw and studied it, Kylie, unable to hold back her fear, let out a small involuntary hiccup. Ed paused, turning his attention towards the sound. His grip on the table tightened, and he crouched, peering under it, his face inches from Kylie's as he asked, "Who are you?" Kylie stammered, unable to form a coherent response when Ed narrowed his eyes, recognizing her, and asked, "Kylie Ekney? What are you doing here? And why are you shaking?" In a panic, Kylie unleashed her magic, her hands glowing as she chanted. A system notification appeared. Holy magic, divine explosion, nullifies most of the opponent's magic and inflicts physical damage. The magic struck Ed with a force that hurled him across the cabin, slamming him into the far wall. His books scattered, and a cloud of dust filled the air. As the dust settled, Kylie caught a glimpse of Ed's form, crumpled and bleeding. Her eyes widened and she gasped, I didn't mean to. She fell to her knees, trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. I didn't mean to. Her voice wavered as she whispered, I killed a person. Kylie clasped her hands together, beginning to pray frantically. Dear Telos, I have gravely sinned. I, who was supposed to live a life of purity, I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for. Before she could finish, Ed's hand clamped down on her shoulder, causing her to gasp. He pulled her roughly, his eyes blazing with anger. Hey, he growled. Are you kidding me? Kylie's scream turned into a pitiful "Ow!" as her fear seemed to drain the very life from her, leaving her pale and gasping on the floor. In a different scene, a maid rushed into the office of Belle Maya, the chief maid of Ophalis Hall. Chief maid, there's a situation. Belle Maya turned calmly. I heard the report. Please figure out what to do. The maid, with urgency in her voice, suggested, Then let's notify everyone and begin the search. Belle shook her head. No. If we do that, we won't have enough people left to run the place. We need to be as efficient as possible right now. The maid nodded quickly. Yes, ma'am. Ed, meanwhile, was thinking to himself, Ophalis Hall's chief maid Belle, she's aware of Kylie's true identity. The order decided that at least the person in charge needed to know the truth. The nation would be thrown into chaos if the saintess went missing in a snowstorm. The maid observed Belle's composed demeanor and thought, she's so calm, as expected of the chief maid. Ed's thoughts continued. Even so, she keeps her composure. She decided it would be best to handle things discreetly, considering the saintess's holy magic's blessing. Belle turned toward the door, issuing orders. I will find Miss Kylie on my own. Please take care of the rest of the students, especially Miss Lucy. The maid responded promptly, Yes, ma'am, chief maid. According to a witness, Miss Kylie went to the northern forest. Belle's eyes narrowed as she turned back. The northern forest! A shiver ran through her as she thought, that's that man's territory, the man who's strangely blessed with women. The snowstorm. A woman and a man left alone together, having to rely on each other while waiting for rescue in such harsh conditions. Just the two of them, all alone. Her imagination ran wild, picturing Ed and Kylie in an intimate scene. Suddenly, a blush crossed her face, and she began to sweat. Chief maid? The maid called out, concerned. Belle snapped back to reality, her face flushed with urgency. She turned and sprinted out of the office, shouting, We must find them, as quickly as possible. The saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the northern forest, a man with an expressionless face who carries around bloodied beast corpses. Rumors have already spread among the students. Of course, Belle knew the truth. As Belle Maya walked through the blizzard, she finally arrived at Ed Rothtailor's cabin in the woods. She looked at the footprints in the snow and said to herself, Here. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was easy to talk to and considerate. He carried out his duties faithfully. Even with the many women who approached him, he was someone worth trusting. But thinking about those relationships growing more complicated only made her head hurt. I'm sure that young Master Ed doesn't know her real identity. As she opened the door, Ed Rothtailor greeted her. Oh, I knew it was you, Belle. Kylie Eckney, holding a chair above her head, shouted, Wah! Belle Maya stammered. You, young Master Ed, could I ask for an explanation? A few moments later, she added, Thanks for the explanation, but if I don't take Miss Kylie back soon, the snowstorm might get too intense for us to get through. Ed replied, Makes sense. It's probably not a good idea for someone in your position to leave Ophalis Hall unattended for so long either. Kylie trembled at the side and muttered, Wait. Belle agreed. That's also true. Ed looked at Kylie and thought to himself, the reason the saintess came all this way, she tried her best, but it was rather unnatural. Kylie's true identity isn't supposed to be revealed until much later. She shouldn't be doubting me. He addressed her. I apologize for my rude behavior, saintess. Please, put the chair down. Saintess Clarice exhaled. Ah, all right. Phew. She set the chair down, and Belle let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Belle and Saintess Clarice were shocked. Ed's knowledge of her identity had them both shouting in confusion. Saintess, you already knew? Ed answered calmly. Well, I'm a baptized follower of the Telos order after all. It only makes sense that I'd recognize you up close once the spell was undone. Why don't you put the chair down first? Saintess Clarice lowered the chair, saying, Ah, all right. To himself, Ed thought, I haven't changed, and I will not change my plans. I refuse to get involved with any of the main characters in the scenario. But at this rate, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected. It's better to let her know that I know who she is so she won't be anxious anymore. Hiding your identity and coming to this place, you must have grown tired of a life of restraint. I understand. The Saintess, sweating, responded, That's, Ed continued. However, what do you think of my life, seeing me live freely in the forest? Can you guess what kind of life I am living? Clarice thought to herself, this man's life isn't one of freedom. It looks more like he's just surviving. There is a light and dark side to everything, and freedom is no different. If Adele is a romantic who loves the beauty of freedom, then this man, he represents the dark side of freedom. Ed apologized again. I do apologize for doing this to you, knowing you're the saintess. I overstepped my bounds because I thought no one else near you would tell you these kinds of things. Now, please leave. As they left, Saintess Clarice turned to Belle. Sorry to make you walk all the way here, Belle. Belle replied, I am just carrying out my duties. Don't concern yourself. Saintess Clarice looked back, thinking, once I return to Ophelis Hall, I'll enjoy a warm bowl of soup in a cozy room. This hut in the snowstorm will feel like a distant dream, but inside that hut, it will still smell of blood and the harshness of reality. I never imagined the man who stood there, halting the incoming students, would be living this kind of life. It's a sad thing to have someone destroy your idea of freedom, but I'm certain that coming here in search of freedom was a good thing, because I met someone I can respect. They glanced behind them, and Belle thought, of course, Belle did not. No way. Or, I can't tell. Belle couldn't know what he was thinking. All she could do was worry. Spring arrives when you've nearly forgotten about it. That's what makes it so special. In a different scene at La Place Bakery. I don't need tea. Isn't it hard to get a seat here without a reservation? Ed asked. Lortel Keshon replied, I'm here for business, so it should be all right. Is that okay with you? Ed murmured. Lortel continued, I think the inventory inspection will take some time. Suddenly, the chef approached them nervously. Please make yourselves comfortable if you need anything. Yes, thank you, Lortel said. As the chef walked away, she turned to Ed. Having a monopoly is so fun in situations like these, isn't it? It gives me a kind of power I never had. The chef muttered, Q-noob. Ed remarked, I think you're the only one having fun. Lortel chuckled. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it. You may be right, but I don't harass people. As you know, there was a bit of an error in the distribution process because of the snowstorm. The chef proclaimed, it's all mine. La Place Bakery ordered a bunch of things they didn't need before the snowstorm, but as the delivery date got closer, they canceled all the orders. Lortel explained. The chef muttered something about a deceptive order. I understand that food is valuable, but I can't praise them for trying to monopolize products that could have gone to other businesses. People need morals and ethics. The chef, panicking, said, Miss, please change the minds of your colleagues. I know I was in the wrong, but if you limit the number of items I can order, please be understanding. If this isn't changed, Lortel Kekelen casually responded, right, I have a lesson in the afternoon. Do you want to walk with me to class? The chef dropped to his knees, sniffling. Ed Rothtaylor watched, murmuring, how cold. A few moments later, outside, I don't want to do this, but the snowstorm cut off distribution from the main base, so available funds are tight right now. Lortel replied, we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. I guess even you guys struggle sometimes, Ed commented, as if. Don't you know who I am? My specialty is managing money. Don't worry, it'll be all right as long as no money goes out for useless things. I have to handle this much if I'm going to run a trading company. Suddenly, Lortel noticed something. Huh? Where's your textbook? I have to stop by the library to borrow one. I'll have to run, but it's good for my health. But it doesn't even cost much. Why don't you just buy one? She thought to herself, well, if I think about it, it's not cheap by normal student standards. All the textbooks used here are pretty pricey. She looked down at her purse, then offered, how much is it altogether? Ed declined politely. I appreciate it, but no thanks. Lortel changed the subject. It's almost time for the student council elections. Phew, I guess you're not going to try for a position? Ed asked. The trading company comes first, after all. Of course, it'd be best for someone who likes me to become student council president. What about you? I could support you. I don't want to. There's no guarantee I'd get the position anyway. Lortel shook her head. What a shame. I expected you to turn it down, but she paused. Then what about your sister? Tanya? I don't want to have to suck up to Princess Phenia. I won't go into detail, but Tanya, I know it'd be hard for her to become president, even if all the top students from each grade supported her. She may be the daughter of the Roth-Taylor household, but the gap is too large. To himself, Ed reflected, Lortel's right. It makes the most sense for Princess Phenia to become president with how things are going right now. Tanya Roth-Taylor, the lesser evil. She'll do anything to get one more vote, pitifully and pathetically, but she can't close the gap. She'll end up losing by an overwhelming margin. Lortel asked, do you support the princess? Me? I don't know. I guess I support Tanya more. I'm glad. Most people here admire Princess Phenia, so I was worried you might feel the same. She bumped her head against his chest and added, you know I like you, right? I almost got jealous. She held onto his chest for a moment, resting her head again. Did that work? Should I check your heartbeat? Ed gently pushed her away. No, but I don't plan on dating anyone until I graduate. Lortel blinked. Until you graduate? Then what about after that? Ed remained silent. Oh, that's valuable information. I don't know what meaning graduation has for you, but it's not too far off now. Well, that is, if you can stand to keep rejecting me. To himself, Ed thought, graduating safely is no easy goal. The final boss we'll have to encounter at the end of this story. The main character must defeat that final boss for the world to regain peace and for me to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the order, and Phenia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the main character so he can defeat the final boss, the sacred lance dragon. In other words, Taylor needs to grow as the scenario intended and make friends. The class placements went smoothly. In the distance, Tanya Roth-Taylor was tugging on Kylie Ekney's arm. Please. Kylie stared off, awestruck. Whoa. And Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well, Ed thought. I feel bad for Tanya, but Phenia will be council president. Then the scenario should return to normal and I'll be able to rest easy. In another scene, a servant approached Princess Phenia. Your Highness? Princess Phenia murmured to herself. In spite of Ed Roth-Taylor's expectations, the scenario had already begun to break down. I don't think I want to run for the council position, she announced. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bedroom, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale muttered, damn it, there are other people who can do it besides me. So why does it have to be me from the start? This damned life. Why? Why the hell did it have to be me? A duel request form lay crumpled on the table. You want to have a duel with me? Clebius grumbled. In another scene, Jix Effelstein questioned, why? Wade replied, because I want to learn from you. Jix closed his book unimpressed. I don't want some shallow reason like that. Because I want to prove my worth, the student answered resolutely. Jix Effelstein said, you've already claimed the position of top student in your year, haven't you? Wade replied, but that doesn't mean much since I'm just a first year. Janica is the top student among the third years, and Drake leads the faculty of combat. Also, Ed is very popular among the first-year faculty of magic for some reason. I plan to duel all of them. Of course, there's an order to things. I've already sent a request to Clebius, the top student in the second-year combat faculty, but he seems to be avoiding it. Anyway, if I win against him, I plan to challenge Elvira, the top of the alchemy faculty. After that, I was going to send you a request, so I thought I'd let you know beforehand. Why am I next? Jix questioned. I'm not a top student. Wade shrugged. Well, since the second-year top student is out of the question, that would make you the technical top student of the second year. Jix narrowed his eyes. You're quite self-centered. So, your plan is to beat me and then go after Janica and Ed too? Jix added. It seems the first lesson you need to be taught in Sylvania is that you're not always right. Wade replied. I don't think it'll be easy to defeat you. No, that's not what I meant, Jix said. You won't be making it to me, let alone Janica or Ed. You seem to be mistaken about something. You won't even be able to defeat Clebius. Learn to perceive reality properly if you want to defeat me. A few moments later, outside, Ed Roth-Taylor approached. Oh, Jix. Jix turned. Ed. Ed nodded. You did well with the library. Thanks. Ed asked. Wade. You mean the top student among the first years? Jix replied. He's sending duel requests to everyone doing well academically. It sounded like he wanted to challenge you too. Ed thought to himself, as far as I know, Wade Callamore's challenges go on from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Election of the Student Council President. Ed reflected to himself. born a talented swordsman as the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories. Wade easily took the top student spot among first years. Unsatisfied, he went on to challenge his seniors. In the end, he defeated them one by one with ease, even Jix. Jix was already exhausted going into the fight, so it was unfair for him, but it was still a loss. Wade's rampage, which seemed unstoppable, was finally halted by Taylor, who had improved over the year. Jix asked Ed, "I heard there's going to be a welcoming festival for the new students tonight. Do you want to check them out?" "Not tonight, I have plans," Ed replied, thinking to himself. "I already know what Wade looks like. But thanks for the notice. Take care of yourself." Ed walked off, feeling unexpectedly invigorated. "I thought I didn't care about this kind of stuff, but seeing how energetic this school is, it's giving me energy too. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester makes my steps lighter." Jix watched him go, murmuring to himself, should I have told him about that too? Inwardly, he thought, I've noticed, since we're in the same grade and I see her often, that Princess Phenia has been looking rather down lately. However, whenever I'm talking about fighting Ed, or if Ed's name comes up, she's clearly listening. Testing his theory, Jix purposely said aloud, "Ed." In her seat, Princess Phenia flinched and looked over her shoulder. Jix's friend Ward whispered to her, "Wake up." She's very aware of his name, Jix thought. Well, it's not like today's my only chance to tell him. I'll look into it more and then tell him. In another scene, the weather had warmed, and butterflies flitted about, making the northern forest look like spring itself. Lucy Merrill, lounging on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, shooed at the butterflies. "Shoo shoo," Janica Faylover approached Ed, remarking, "You've improved quickly, and your connection has gotten much stronger. Since you even managed a contract with Marilda, you should be able to form a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would believe you accomplished all this within a year." She added, switching to her teacher mode. Ed thought to himself, she calls this her teacher Janica mode. It sounds cute, but she seems to think it's dignified. I guess I'll play along. Ed said, "It's all because I have such a good teacher." "Ahem," Janica repeated, feigning dignity. "Usually, to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit, you have to explore mountains and valleys to find a spirit that matches well with you. You can't just enter a contract because it has enough mana. You need to find a spirit whose mana flow matches your own. I didn't consider something like that when I made my contract with Marilda," Ed admitted. "That's because you match well with the fire and wind elements," Janica replied. "But if you want a new spirit, don't you think it'd be better to look for something outside of fire or wind?" Ed thought to himself, she's right. It would be convenient to find a spirit whose element I already handle well, but that would make it hard to adapt to various situations. I don't need to be proficient in every element like Janica, but branching out would be best. "This is going to be difficult, isn't it?" Ed sighed. Janica Faylover explained, "That's why people think of their mid-rank spirits as fate." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, there was an illustration of a spirit sorcerer in the failed swordsman of Sylvania. It evoked feelings of wandering through nature, forests, and rivers, connecting with spirits one encounters by fate. Janica continued, "The first step is connection. Ed, concentrate your mana into your eyes." Ed opened his eyes and Janica gestured, "Here are all the mid-rank spirits I've chosen." Ed blinked in amazement. "Don't you get distracted with all these spirits around?" Janica smiled. "There's no need to push them away when they like me. I've already spoken to all of them too." "That's amazing, but now just pick one out," Ed urged. Pick one out?" Caught off guard. A spirit piped up. "I'm mid-rank water spirit number 1, Pello. I'll show you my wings." Here another spirit chimed in. Now number 2, meanwhile, a low-rank spirit named Mug said, causing Ed to think, what is he judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit? This feels a bit weird. "Is it weird?" Janica asked, noticing Ed's reaction. "Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time?" No, it's nothing," Ed reassured her. Mug added, "Young Master Ed, let's take a look at the next spirit." Ed thought to himself, what about my fateful meeting? Is this method all right? In another scene, Ed mused to himself about the welcoming festival for new students. It's pretty meaningful for them, but the top student of the third years, Janica Faylover, was unable to attend due to personal reasons, likely spirit lessons with ED. Meanwhile, the second-year top student, Lucy Merrill, also missed the event because she preferred napping. As the faculty commented, Miss Janica too, it observed, the faculty worried the festival might lose its charm. However, the absence of the top students didn't impact the event, thanks to the presence of one of Sylvania's most dignified figures, Princess Phenia. Though Sylvania Academy valued equality, Students felt too intimidated to approach a member of the royal family, even among the nobles. Only one person dared to speak with her during the event. Wade moved his chess piece and declared, "Checkmate." He shifted his knight toward the queen. It was Wade Callamore, Ed thought, the successor of the Callamore family, loyal servants of the royal family, and one of the 3 greatest swordsman lineages, the top student among the first years. Princess Phenia remarked, "You're skilled, Wade. You hesitated after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you let go of that hesitation, I would have lost. I don't like projecting real military tactics onto chess. That's something a palace tutor would do. Reality's different anyway." Wade said, "You must have learned a lot here." Princess Phenia said, "Well, I'm just more self-aware. I thought I was better than anyone at reading people, but now I think I was wrong." Wade said, "Who knows? Someone told me that it's important to learn that one cannot always be right." Princess Phenia said to herself, "Learn that one cannot always be right, Ed Roth Taylor." The mistake of expelling him was a small concern, like a fishbone in my throat. But he saved Janica, made a home in the forest, and as time passed, his presence grew. Even the incoming students speak highly of him. As his presence in the school grows, so does my mistake. You can be wrong sometimes. That's true in all aspects of life, not just Sylvania. If I keep acting like a child, evading my problems, nothing will be resolved. Regardless of class or social status, learning is your duty here." Princess Phenia said, "That was very helpful. Shall we go again?" And she said to herself, "I can't run from my mistakes forever, right? That would be foolish. It'll take about 4 days to resolve everything. After that, I'll go to the hut in the northern forest. We can sit by a campfire and talk freely." Princess Phenia felt refreshed. It seemed like spring was coming to her as well, as she accidentally drops the pawn and she said, "Ah." Then the narration turned somber until the morning of the 3rd day, when news of Ed Roth Taylor's death reached her ears. Tanya Roth Taylor wrote a letter saying to herself, "Dear respected father, greetings, father. Since you spend so much of your time in the imperial castle, I've gotten accustomed to telling you about my days through letters. However, it is noteworthy that I am no longer sending these from the Roth Taylor residence, but from Sylvania Academy. Although there are many aspects I am not yet used to, as it's my first time living away from home, I will not forget the honor I must uphold as a member of the Roth Taylor family. There was a period when adjusting to the Academy's demanding schedule was challenging, especially with Sylvania's famous egalitarian atmosphere. As for friends, however, I have made a few school friends. I am working hard towards the goal I confidently shared with you before I left home, as well as my ambition to become the youngest student council president. I am a bit worried because I've heard that Princess Phenia, beloved by the people, will also be running in the elections. But I will try my best, regardless. I also met Lortel. Though she's not much older, she possesses the presence of a seasoned merchant. Negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon, and I wonder if it's truly appropriate for me to go as our family's representative. And this is hard to mention casually. Since you have excommunicated him, I know he is a shame and embarrassment to our family. But if I must say it, brother seems to have become diligent and hardworking. It's as if he's a completely different person. Honestly, my memories from when I was younger are a bit vague, and I may be misinterpreting things, but I recently had a strange dream from my childhood. In it, I was at the low hills behind our residence, where lilacs and daffodils bloom abundantly in spring. I remember following the path up the hill, the scent of flowers in the air. I was climbing, holding hands with 2 people. One hand surely belonged to Arwen, and the other, I imagine, must have been yours, father. Or perhaps when Arwen was still alive, Ed wasn't such a scoundrel. If that's true, maybe he hasn't changed. He's only returned to who he once was. The night brings me many complicated thoughts. From your loving daughter, Tanya Roth Taylor. At that moment, a system notification appeared, reading, "Deadly poison magic seal. If you are grazed in the slightest, you will flail in pain and die." As Crepin Roth Taylor held the dagger in Tanya's letter, he said, "I've already sent a response to Tanya. The student council elections, as well as the negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire with Lortel. Managing all of that alone will be difficult for her, so I'm sending a trusted family vassal. Normally, sending a family's vassal to Sylvania is not allowed, but the Academy has permitted it for business purposes. Now be on your way." 2 hooded figures nodded and exited the room. Crepin removed his glove and muttered, "I can't get used to this at all." Another system notification displayed highest rank magic, cause and effect determination. If you set a specific action or variable, you can see the resulting effects. Crepin pondered aloud.
Is there no choice but to use a vast amount of mana?
It's a shame I can't use it frequently. He mused further. This is indeed an absolute power. When faced with an important task, one can activate the source of a previous action to confirm its inevitable outcome. He then saw a vision of Ed Rothtailor being stabbed, crying out, "Kiok," and spitting blood as Janica Faylover ran toward him, shouting, "Ed!" Ed tumbled from a cliff, and Janica tried to catch his hand, crying out, "Ed! Ed!" As rain poured, she fell silent. Moments later, the rain ceased and anger flickered in her gaze. Crepin thought to himself, this doesn't feel great, but it's a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya sat in contemplation, murmuring, "Impossible." The results of a student council candidate approval rating investigation had been revealed. Princess Phenia was so popular that nearly everyone in the Klol Empire knew her name. Tanya thought grimly, if Princess Phenia truly competes in the election, regardless of what I do, my chance of winning is 0. I'm well aware of the difference between reality and my daydreams. It's a shame, but I should probably give up. Jix Effelstein passed by and said, "Oh, Tanya, are you headed to elemental studies training?" "Ah," Tanya responded, distracted. Jix continued, "Has anything been troubling you in your classes? Let's have some tea with Elka later." Nearby, Terry whispered, "Wow, that's Jix. Isn't he the strongest person in the academy?" Kylie Achin remarked, "Tanya even said hi to Jix." At that moment, Lortel Kicheln approached, saying, "Tanya, I'm probably going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade soon. What time works for you? Let me know, and I'll set something up. So come, okay?" Kylie Achin gasped, "Wow, isn't that Lortel? Tanya just said hi to an executive of the LT Trading Company." She then spotted another figure. That person, isn't that Sylvania's top genius, Lucy Merrill?" Lucy Merrill approached Tanya Rothtailor and gave a simple greeting. "Hi," Kylie exclaimed, "so she actually does speak." Terry, observing the scene, commented, "Her connections are on a completely different level from regular students like us." Kylie added, "Tanya is so cool. She has so many connections, yet she acts with such dignity and never shows off. That's amazing. I'd be happy if I could be even half as dignified as she is." As Tanya blushed, a subtle sparkle of admiration seemed to surround her. She turned back toward Kylie and Terry, smiling, and said, Oh, good work today, both of you. You must be tired, so head back to your rooms and rest. If you keep working hard each day, you both, Kylie and Terry, will become remarkable students. "Let's keep up the effort tomorrow, too," Terry replied enthusiastically. "We'll work hard tomorrow and every day after, so we can become as dignified and talented as you." Closing the door, Tanya murmured to herself, "Huh? It feels like my standing within the academy has skyrocketed these past few days. But I didn't even do anything. If I had to guess, this kind of treatment must be because I'm Ed's younger sister, right? I thought he was a no-good scoundrel. So why am I feeling like the unreliable one? How did this happen?" Just then, the door opened and 2 familiar figures entered. Nox spoke first. "It's nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya." Kadek added, "I'm happy to see you looking healthy." Tanya's face lit up. "Kadek, Nox, Father is so considerate for sending you both here." Kadek nodded. "I've heard that you've been working diligently at school." Nox added, "We're relieved to be of assistance." "It's a relief that we can be of help. I'll assist by gathering information on the market price for the grimoire purchase negotiations, and I'll ask around about the current funding of the trading company to make the negotiations go smoother," Tanya said. "Thank you, Kadek." Nox said, "While you're focusing on your studies, I'll help with the student council president elections. With rumors of Princess Phenia being in the running, I'll gather information on the pledges she's—" Tanya interrupted. "No need, Nox. New information just came in this morning." Outside, Janica Faylover was heard announcing, "Princess Phenia will not be running in the elections." Ed Rothtailor, overhearing this, looked puzzled. "What?" Janica continued. "The announcement was made by the Imperial Secretary near the dorms. Everyone has been whispering about it." Ed frowned. "But if it was just an announcement, couldn't it still change?" Looking up thoughtfully, he mused, "The final boss of Act 4, Crepin Rothtailor. Known for his flawless work, Crepin is regarded as the benevolent head of the Rothtailor family. But only Princess Phenia understands the darkness he conceals. She would be the most reliable ally to oppose Crepin's ambition to control Sylvania Academy. That's how it was supposed to go. But now she's not even running?" Janica gave Ed a knowing look. "I'm starting to get the feeling that you're planning something reckless again." Ed looked back at her, a bit flustered. Hey, that. Janica cut him off. I can't stand to watch you suffer alone again, unaware of everything. You're already carrying so much there's no need to make things even harder. Whatever you're planning, Ed, let me help you. Ed leaned gently against her shoulder, sighing. Honestly, I'd like it if Princess Phenia became the student council president. Janica looked surprised. That's unexpected. Hasn't she treated you poorly in the past? And with Tanya as your sister, I assumed you'd support her. He shrugged. But if the princess herself says she won't run, what can we do? It'd be nice to know her reason at least. At that moment, Jix Ethelstein arrived, eyeing Ed and Janica. There are a lot of eyes here. Aren't you two being a bit scandalous in broad daylight? Janica turned surprised. Jix? With a smirk, Jix replied, Sorry to interrupt your quality time, but I think I know why Princess Phenia isn't running. Janica's cheeks flushed slightly. Scandalous? Quality time? You're exaggerating. That phrasing is way too much. Unfazed, Jix continued, Imagine an alpha wolf who has lost her pack. Due to a wrong choice, her pack perished. And now, even if an arrow were aimed at her, she'd barely flinch. That's the look I saw in Princess Phenia's eyes, as if she's lost all confidence and feels powerless. He paused before saying, Anyway, I'll stop bothering you two. Oh, and it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Janica replied, You're not interrupting anything, but thanks. Ed watched Jix depart, thinking to himself, Jix's instincts are usually sharper than most people's, if his observations are right. The worst-case scenario could be that Phenia has abandoned any hostility toward the Rothtailor family. What should I do now? As Janica Failover considered the day ahead, she nodded thoughtfully. That's good. Ed Rothtailor looked at her, a bit surprised and confused. Janica smiled. If it rains, it'll be perfect for training the water spirits. The ocean would be the ideal setting. So let's plan on training a mid-rank spirit at the Northern Cliffs tomorrow. We can go right after our elemental studies class. Ed was silent for a moment, a faint smile crossing his face. Thanks, he said warmly. Then, thinking to himself, let's just focus on what we can do for now. Later, in a secluded cabin in the woods, Lucy Merrill paused, sniffing the air. Is it really going to rain? She looked around then, startled by something, dropped down and hid behind a log. With a snap of her fingers, she ignited the bonfire, casting warmth while she took a nap in the log. Just then, Ed Rothtailor appeared, emerging from behind a nearby tree. Observing the area, he muttered to himself, It's finally spring, but if it rains, it'll make getting around harder. Outside, Lucy Merrill felt the first light drops of rain on her skin and grew pensive. If it's going to rain, I hope it passes quickly. A little while later, Ed, Janica, and their group arrived at the Northern Cliffs. Looking out at the vast, rugged coastline, Ed remarked, So this is what this place looks like. Mug, taking in the scene with wonder, added, It's my first time on the northern coast. These cliffs are so barren, with hardly a soul around. And it's absurdly far, too. But there's no better place for training with a water spirit formula. With a note of pride, he continued, I may be unworthy, but I'll say this boldly. I think it was a brilliant choice to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit Lisha, and to even think of using mana arrows with it. Ed held up a hand, signaling for silence. Wait, Mug, he cautioned. Suddenly, from the shadows, Kotick stepped forward and spoke. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Ed tensed, instinctively drawing his bow, ready for anything. Act 4, Final Chapter, The Crepin Showdown, Phase 3, Ed thought to himself. Middle bosses, Kotick and Nox. These two vassals oversee the Rothtailor family's darker dealings. As the tension thickened in the rain-soaked air, Ed prepared himself, knowing that this encounter was only the beginning of the challenges ahead. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, reflecting on the veterans who had been part of the Rothtailor family's history for their entire lives. Kotick and Nox, Crepin's right-hand men who had endured countless hardships to be on Arkan Island. I should be happy to see their faces, but I can't say that I am. Kotick spoke first. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Ed Rothtailor responded, You still call me young master despite me being excommunicated. I should be thankful. Kotick continued, We've heard about how you've been doing, young Master Ed. We came under Lord Crepin's orders. Our goal is to assassinate you. Ed Rothtailor looked at him, confused. Nox and Kotick bowed to the floor, and Kotick said, We vassals have held a great deal of animosity towards you, young Master Ed. That's why we plan to assassinate you, someone who had once dominated the estate as if you were a completely different person from your childhood. We intended to do so with this blade, engraved with the seal of deadly poison. But the more we investigated your life and learned about others' perceptions of you at the academy, we saw the brightness you once had in your youth. We realized that you had returned to your true self as the heir. Nox spoke now. We will explain everything to Lord Kreppen. Kadek is right. Please, become the heir once again to restore the honor of the Rothtailor family. Ed Rothtailor kept his arrow trained on them. Enough with the nonsense. Kadek and Nox grinned and Kadek said, You've grown, young Master Ed. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Eagle Knight Kadek, who sends sword strikes of wind. As Ed Rothtailor deftly avoided the attack, he looked ahead, only to find Nox already standing in front of him with a cap sound. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Brown Bear Knight Nox, who wields a mace of flames. He barely dodged the attack, gritting his teeth, Cuke. Ed Rothtailor shot arrows at them. He thought, These are the vassals who are in charge of darkness within the Rothtailor family. Nox sneered, Young Master, do you remember Meliana? The poor child who lost her vision in one eye for your amusement one day? My daughter, Ed Rothtailor gasped. Nox attacked him with flames. Ed Rothtailor responded, Oh, yeah, that happened, but revenge is useless, Nox. Even I know that the only thing that lies at the end of your vengeance is emptiness. Nox tightened his grip on his mace. That's not something I should be hearing from you. Ed Rothtailor dodged again. You're right, Kadek observed. Oh ho, you've grown. However, it'll be impossible for you to block Nox's mace, which is imbued with magic. Nox, while attacking, said, You're dodging well, but if you get hit even once, you'll die immediately. And that bow you're carrying will only get in the way. Thanks to that, your movements have become sloppy, and you can't properly watch your surroundings. Ed Rothtailor found himself sliding toward a cliff, cornered. Nox grinned. You have nowhere to run. Ed Rothtailor replied, I know. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed into Nox's back. Nox shouted in pain, Cack, as he spat out blood. Kadek shouted, Nox, and thought to himself, was Tad telekinesis? No, a spirit formula? He realized he used basic shield magic to block the attack and intentionally prompted us to approach while preparing in the meantime. Ed Rothtailor muttered, Mug. Nox erupted into flames. Kadek covered his face from the blast. Nox, he shouted. Suddenly, arrows shot from the smoke. Kadek tried to dodge, but one struck him in the leg. He shouted in pain, Colt, and thought, how is he attacking like that within an explosion? Ed Rothtailor panted in exhaustion, and a system notification flashed. Blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increased. Kadek muttered, What happened in this short time for such a scoundrel to become like this? Although next time you should attack my vital points instead of my lower half. Kadek snarled, Of course. However, there won't be a next time. He slashed the air multiple times, attacking Ed Rothtailor. He waited for the smoke to clear. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor emerged, coughing. Kadek said, It seems you used Nox as a shield to protect your vital points. Kadek lunged toward him. But this is the end. Then Kadek felt a presence behind him and thought, no. He recalled the arrow that had missed and wondered, did he even? A system notification appeared. Leisha, mid-rank water spirit. Leisha enveloped him in water, and Kadek gasped for air, Cog, as he dropped his dagger, struggling to breathe. I can't. B breathed. Nox suddenly grabbed the poisoned dagger. Nox was about to stab Ed Rothtailor from behind. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, those were burns and stab wounds that would easily render most people unconscious. But for a brown bear knight, someone who was confident he had seen everything the battlefield could offer, staying conscious was no surprise. This was something even Ed Rothtailor hadn't predicted. It was completely unexpected. Just as Nox's attack was about to land, a barrier blocked it. Nox, confused and shocked, couldn't penetrate the barrier. A system notification appeared. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack comes in, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. A huge burst of wind hit Nox, and the wind stopped as quickly as it came. Ed Rothtailor stood silently, observing. Nox and Kadek remained standing for a moment, but then suddenly collapsed to the ground, shocked and defeated. Ed Rothtailor sighed in relief. Ooh, Nox groaned. Would it be a luxury to ask you to finish this quickly? Ed Rothtailor responded. That's what I should be asking. Nox was taken aback. Ed Rothtailor continued. The fact that you two came means that my father must be determined to kill me. So even if it's not this time, I'm definitely going to die. Even if I kill you both, if this won't end things, I'd rather die here. He paused, his voice heavy with resignation. Although it might leave only emptiness, it won't be meaningless. At least you won't live shackled by revenge anymore. This is a small gift for your loyalty to the Rothtailor family. Nox winced in pain, barely able to speak. Ugh. Puke! Taylor guided Knox's hands, and Knox with great difficulty raised the dagger. Ed Taylor's voice was calm despite the circumstances. Do it. Knox stabbed Ed Taylor, and Ed Taylor gasped. Hack! Pain shot through him, and he spat out blood. Keek! Suddenly, Janica Faylover arrived, her voice filled with panic. Sorry, Ed. My class ended earlier than expected. She froze, shocked as she saw Ed from a distance, just as Knox kicked him off the cliff. Ed Taylor fell, blood dripping from his mouth, emotionless. Janica Faylover rushed forward, trying to catch his hand as he fell. Kyak! Ed! She shouted in desperation. She tried to reach out, but Ed Taylor fell too far. Ed, Ed! She was silent for a moment, looking helplessly at the distance. Knox, horrified, muttered to himself, Damn it, a witness! Shit, my body! He glanced back at Janica Faylover, who stood motionless, her eyes staring at him with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, the rain stopped falling. Knox, confused, muttered, What is this? Ed Taylor thought to himself, even a brown bear knight, who was confident he had seen everything on the battlefield, could encounter things he had never witnessed before. An entity more powerful than even a high-level spirit. Janica Faylover stood tall, and a powerful presence emanated from her. She was no ordinary girl. It was the summoning ceremony of the highest-level spirit, one that only existed in a single form per element in the natural world. And Janica was the only one who could execute it. She turned, her crimson eyes burning with fury. Do you understand what you just did? A giant magic circle glowed ominously in the sky. I wonder just how many people could truly understand the meaning behind it. A genius spirit sorcerer, one who had previously summoned the highest-ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, had poured every ounce of grief and fury into this display. It was the sun that scorched the earth, with a tail larger than the imperial capital, the very being who burned down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. The highest-ranked fire spirit, Teorphis, even summoning a fragment of his power, a mere hand, would be enough to reduce the entire northern forest to ashes. There was no need to understand the intricate runes of the magic circle. Once you saw what loomed before you, you would instantly realize what approached was absolute death. Janica Faylover turned back, her eyes cold and unforgiving. She locked her gaze on Knox and asked, Do you understand what you've done? Knox trembled in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Keek, keek. He gasped as he felt his skin begin to burn. He screamed in agony. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind enveloped Knox, shielding him from the searing heat. Marilda appeared beside him, her presence calm yet commanding. She spoke firmly, Run! Hurry and run! Knox staggered, confusion and pain etched on his face. But what? He muttered, struggling to understand. Marilda's eyes were steady. Survive. Report everything you've seen and experienced. Without another word, Knox lifted Kadak and limped away, his breath ragged. Look! Janica's voice rang out sharply. What are you doing, Marilda? Move! Her power surged, the air around her crackling with energy. But Marilda stood her ground, staring at Janica with an unwavering gaze. You can't recall me. Strange, isn't it? She said calmly. Think about it. You're not the one who summoned me. Janica's rage faltered. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion as realization dawned. Meanwhile, down by the river at the base of a cliff, a hand emerged from the water. It was Ed Taylor. As he pulled himself onto the riverbank, memories of Lortel Kishon's words echoed in his mind. How's your magic engineering going? You took some items and ingredients last time. Ed recalled his response. Well, I spent the entire break training in magic engineering. To sum it up, you could call it a great success. Now his hand trembled as he muttered, Since I managed to create a legendary ranked magic engineering item, a system notification appeared in his mind. Legendary magic engineering item. Delheim's hourglass reverts all physical states by a few seconds. Removes all damage and wounds. One-time use. Another notification followed. Item destroyed. You have used Delheim's hourglass. No use is remaining. Proficiency increased. Ed coughed violently, staggering to his feet. Kyuk! Breathing heavily, he assessed his condition. I reversed the injuries from falling off the cliff and neutralized the deadly poison, but it only took me back a few seconds. He clutched his arm, pain shooting through him. Ha! Salt water had seeped into his wounds, lowering his body temperature rapidly. I summoned Marilda because the situation on the cliff was out of control, but I don't even know if it worked. He glanced at the shattered remains of Delheim's hourglass, a legendary tool that wasn't supposed to exist until the third act, and I had to use it this early. A wave of frustration washed over him. All those efforts, gone in a single use. But still, I've survived. Ed's thoughts shifted to Crepin Rothtailor. Crepin's cause and effect determination magic is relentless. Even if I defeat Kadek and Nox, Crepin will keep altering the future until he finds one where I die. Ed grimaced. So, I had to die once. He gazed into the distance. If Crepin confirms a future where I'm dead, he'll lose interest for a while. It's hard to send vassals to Arkan Island without a reason. The only thing that could be considered a good enough reason is to help Tanya with the elections, as she's gotten busy, or for the sage's sealed grimoire negotiations. Once those have ended, they have to leave. Which means that if I live like a dead man until the grimoire negotiations and the elections are over, I can survive. But his body, it wasn't cooperating. Just then, he noticed a figure descending the cliff. It was Tarkin. Ed sat up, every muscle aching. I thought I was done for, but you found me. He offered a weak smile. Thanks. Suddenly, Janica Failover appeared and hugged him tightly, her body pressing against his. Ed froze, startled by the sudden embrace. Ah, Janica? 5 minutes passed, and Janica remained in his arms, savoring the moment as rain poured down around them. Ed, still unable to move, murmured, I feel like I only make you worry. Sorry, Janica. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hick. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. Hours later, they took shelter in a nearby cave. Janica spoke softly. So, until the elections are over, you think it's safer to stay hidden? Ed nodded. Janica smiled reassuringly. Then I'll bring you everything you need. Food, tools, whatever it takes. Don't worry too much, Ed. She chuckled softly. He! Janica Failover blushed, happiness washing over her as she watched Ed Rothtailor sitting beside her, alive and safe. Ed smiled faintly. Yeah, thank you, as always, Janica. But my injuries kinda hurt. Janica, still hugging him tightly while they sat before the crackling fire, suddenly realized her position. Her eyes widened, and she quickly pushed him away. Sorry, I just felt so relieved hugging you. Embarrassment turned her face a deeper shade of red as she curled up to the side. Wait, can you forget I just said that? Ed chuckled softly, his gaze moving toward the rain pouring outside. It's still raining, he said, but there's a lot left to do. In a different scene, deep within a cabin nestled in the woods. He quietly reflected, thinking to himself, if you asked anyone what Lucy Merrill was doing right now, they'd say, nothing as usual. But in reality, Lucy is practicing the art of waiting. The difference lies in her finding peace, not boredom. The daily routine of the hut's owner played out vividly in his mind. After walking through the forest and confirming the campfire had gone out, he kicked the wooden reinforcements a few times to ensure they were sturdy. He'd head to the drying line, put away the soaked laundry, and secure any tools that might rust under the tent. Once all the tasks were done, he'd brush the rain off his clothes and enter the hut. Inside, Lucy Merrill would greet him with a drowsy voice. Oh, you're here? She'd mumble half asleep. She often thought to herself, Ed's life is turbulent and ever-changing, yet in the end he always returns here. He lights the lamp, sits at the desk, and dives into his magic engineering books. As he read, Lucy would curl up near the fire, letting the soothing sounds of rain, crackling flames, and turning pages lull her to sleep. Tonight was no different until something unusual caught her attention. A strange scent filled the air. Manna. And blood? Her eyes fluttered open, confusion washing over her. Strange. But as she started to drift back to sleep, a memory of Ed's voice echoed in her mind. You protected the house well. Thank you. She shifted slightly, resting her head on Ed's lap as he gently held her. Suddenly, she stood up and floated midair, stretching as she yawned. A voice broke the stillness outside the hut, weak and pained. Ugh. Lucy's eyes sharpened. You? Nox, a vassal of the Rothtailor family, stumbled into view, bloodied and trembling. Help me. I'm very injured. I tripped in the forest. My comrade. He was attacked by a wild animal, his throat. But as Nox stammered, terror seized him. Lucy's eyes glowed with a cold light. I'll let you live, she said flatly. The forest around them lit up with a blinding energy as her power intensified. But if you're honest with me, she added, her voice calm but chilling, I'll let you live. Nox's heart raced as he stared into the face of death for the second time that night. What were you doing? Lucy asked softly. Meanwhile, a professor examined the remnants of a powerful seal, his brow furrowed in concern. Seal of deadly poison, an advanced seal so rare you might only encounter it once in a lifetime. And yet, he sighed deeply. Why do these incident reports always come during my shift? Examining the scene, he noted the absence of mana, only faint traces remained. It's already been used. Someone must have died. And considering they fell from the cliff, retrieving them will be difficult even when daylight comes. Turning to Janica Failover, he summarized the situation. You were going to meet Ed to assist with his spirit sorcery. But when you arrived, he had already been stabbed? Janica nodded solemnly. Yes, that's what happened. The professor's gaze softened. I'm sure it was a shock, but try to remember clearly, did you see the culprit? Janica looked away, her voice quiet but steady. Yes. They were vassals of the Roth-Taylor family, Kadek and Knox. The professor's expression darkened. Roth-Taylor's vassals? I see. When morning comes, I'll inform the High Dean and… Suddenly, he froze, sensing a presence behind him. See that student? Before he could react, Lucy Merrill materialized before them, her eyes fierce and unyielding. Lucy, Janica gasped, shocked. Lucy, calm down. I'll explain everything back at the camp. But Lucy's voice cut through the tension, cold and decisive. I caught them. Her gaze never wavered as she continued. The murderers who killed him, Kadek and Knox, Roth-Taylor's vassals. Without another word, she walked past them, picking up Ed Roth-Taylor's bow from the ground. Electric energy surged around her, crackling with barely contained fury. Lucy! Janica cried out, but it was too late. With a deafening burst of energy, Lucy vanished in a flash of power. The professor stumbled back, his voice trembling. What? We need to chase her. Janica, what is? Janica cut him off, urgency in her voice. We don't have time. We must move now before things escalate. Elsewhere in the forest, Kadek and Knox writhed in agony as Lucy Merrill's electrifying magic coursed through their bodies. Cack! Knox screamed, his body convulsing in pain. Lucy stood over them, her voice dark and resolute. Roth-Taylor's vassals, you've lingered here under the guise of helping with work, but you serve the Roth-Taylor family, don't you? Knox, desperate and trembling, pleaded, We're not suspicious. We came to assist Tanya Roth-Taylor with permission from the academy. At the mention of Tanya's name, Lucy's eyes narrowed dangerously. Tanya Roth-Taylor, she repeated, her voice filled with cold fury. Clenching her fist, she summoned an immense surge of energy and blasted the window of a nearby cabin. She stepped through the shattered opening, her presence suffocating with power. Where is she? Lucy demanded, her voice low and menacing. Lucy Merrill raged in anger and said, Where is Tanya Roth-Taylor? Suddenly, Belle Maya said, Lady Lucy, just what is going on? As she activated a magic engineering item, Lucy Merrill hovered above with Knox and Kadek. Belle Maya said, Lady Lucy, why are you doing this? Lucy Merrill glared at her in anger. Belle Maya suddenly activated the magic engineering item, her eyes fixed on Lucy Merrill. Lucy Merrill said, Bring her, as she shattered the magic circles with just her brute power. Seriously, bring Tanya. In another scene at the training ground, a huge explosion went off. Wade Callamore said to Alvira Aniston, It was a good fight. Alvira Aniston replied, As if. You sure act arrogant just because you beat your second-year seniors. Wade Callamore chuckled. Ha ha, good work, Alvira Aniston. But regardless, we can't yet say I've beaten the second years. Jix still remains after all. Jix Effelstein silently listened and closed his eyes. Alvira Aniston thought to herself, even if one-on-one battles are his specialty, did he really beat Alvira Aniston, the top alchemy student? Well, in the first-year magic faculty, there's that genius Joseph. But somehow he's still the year's top student. The heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callamore, Wade Callamore, he might really beat Jix. Suddenly, Jix Effelstein heard something and was shocked. He said, Ack, what was that sound just now? Is it an attack? Do we need to run? Outside, something exploded. They rushed toward the commotion. Wade Callamore said, Let's find the head maid. And then, Jix Effelstein said, No, it's too late. They saw Belle Maya and the other maids frozen in time. A system notification appeared. Time type Espectual magic, time prison. Jix thought to himself, in this world, there exists a genius who can witness the espectual magic someone spent their entire life researching and copy it after just one look. Lucy Merrill said, Tanya Roth-Taylor, bring her. Jix Effelstein muttered, Lucy. Merrill. Another maid said, hurry this way. Jix Effelstein asked, what is it? She said. Even the head maid fell victim. We have no idea what to do. If Lady Lucy is telling the truth, then the third-year Faculty of Magic student, young Master Ed Roth-Taylor, has died. Jix Effelstein was shocked and stopped. She added, the assassin was a vassal of the Roth-Taylor family. Wade Callamore said, a vassal of the Roth-Taylor family. Does that mean Tanya Roth-Taylor? Suddenly, the maid and Wade Callamore looked behind, confused. Jix Effelstein said, "You guys go ahead first." The maid said, "What? Young Master Jix, this situation," Wade Callamore said. "What is wrong with you? Are you going to try and get revenge or something? Just evacuate." Jix Effelstein ran back and said, "When the time comes, I'll evacuate, so you leave first." "I'm sorry." He arrived at Tanya Rothtailor's room and kicked the door. He said, "As I thought, 5 minutes after the first loud noise, no one had seen Tanya Rothtailor, and the door was locked, the only place she could hide." He grabbed the closet and opened it. Tanya Rothtailor said, "Ugh, why? Why is this happening? Just why?" as she trembled in fear. Jix Effelstein said to himself, "All of the evidence points to Tanya, but I still don't understand." To be precise, thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy were getting better. Although it did seem like Tanya held some ill will toward Ed, it's strange for her to have orchestrated an assassination. Jix Effelstein held his breath and said, "Listen well, Tanya Rothtailor. You need to answer me truthfully. Did you have Ed assassinated?" Tanya Rothtailor was shocked and cried continuously as she said, "Ha! No, I swear, I didn't." Jix Effelstein thought to himself, "I can't be sure, but at this rate, Tanya will definitely die. Thinking about how Ed is dead, I feel desolate, but there are too many things I can't understand right now. It might be right for me to not interfere." He removed his coat and gave it to Tanya Rothtailor. "Okay, I'll listen to the details later. Stay in here for now." He thought to himself, "But what's for certain is, if you go out into the square, you might die." He said, "Tanya dying and Lucy getting blood on her hands are not what Ed would have wanted. I'll stop Lucy for now." Suddenly, Wade Callamore entered the room and said, "Can you not read the room, Jix? There's no need to try the impossible. Right now, the right thing for us to do is listen to Lucy. No one knows what will happen if we protect Tanya here. Let's just send Tanya off to Lucy now." Jix Effelstein said, "I'm going with my judgment, Wade." Wade Callamore said, "You're making an unreasonable decision, Jix," as he drew his sword and pointed it at Jix. He said, "If so, then I need to achieve my goal, even if by force. I'll be taking Tanya." Outside, Lucy Merrill began to rampage with her magic. Explosions ravaged the building. Dorothy turned to stone. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale fell to the ground and said, "Hike," as he looked at Dorothy. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, "This person is a top student too, but even she fell victim." He looked up at Lucy Merrill. As Lucy Merrill glared at him with anger in her eyes, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale suddenly ran away. He said, "Why is something like this happening? I didn't come to Sylvania for this. There's no such thing as peace in my life. This stinks, really stinks." He then tripped on a stone, and he slid on the ground, resting as the rain poured down. He said, "If something like that suddenly appears, of course, it'd be scary. Ugh, I really hate Tess." Suddenly, Elvira Aniston arrived and said, "What are you doing, idiotic? You're lying down, Clebius? I can't believe a place like this." The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, Weren't you sparring just now?" Elvira Aniston replied, "Yeah, I used all of my reagents while I was sparring, so I have to go to the lab to get more. The only people who can stop that monster right now are the top students. In terms of time, we need to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy workers arrive. It looks like your legs have given out. Once you regain your strength, escape to the faculty building. And if there are academy workers there, call them over." Elvira Aniston waved goodbye at the gloomy Clebius Nortondale. He looked at her, then looked away. He muttered, "Idiotic bastard, pathetic bastard, you useless bastard," as the rain poured down. In another scene, Janica Faylover ran toward Ed Rothtailor and said, "This is bad. The academy workers are on their way, and Marilda is also going. But Lucy found out before I could explain anything, so I don't know what might happen." Ed Rothtailor asked, "What about Lucy?" Janica Faylover replied, "I think she went to Awfulis Hall to find Tanya." Ed Rothtailor stopped bandaging himself and tried to stand up, wincing in pain. "Ugh," he said. "Okay, then I'll have to go myself." Outside, the rain continued to pour. Glock said, "If you roll around in the rain, you can get sick like this, but make sure to remember this feeling." Lucy Merrill looked at Glock confused, and he said slowly, "The number of times you lie down with a fever or get injuries on your body will become less and less. You will meet weak people, those who could spend their entire lives just to barely manage to do the things you can do so easily." As the student shot at Lucy Merrill in the present, she then said, "You're not going to bring her? Fine then. It won't be long before I find her myself." Glock said, "You'll become such a powerful mage that no one will rival you." As the power of Lucy Merrill intensified, she landed on the ground. Glock added, "Life may get tedious because of your innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. Even the feeling of pain will eventually become a distant memory. Lucy Merrill said, "Lying old man," as she cried. Suddenly, she stepped on a trap, and she exploded. As the smoke cleared, Lucy Merrill stood unharmed and looked at Elvira Aniston. She said, "Damn, I thought that was a good plan." Huff, huff. Strange. It's a type of magic I've never seen before, but its casting speed is abnormally high. Lucy Merrill said to her, "Move," and waved her hand fast. Elvira Aniston was thrown away and said in pain, "Ugh." Keek. It was so fast that I wondered what principle it was, but it wasn't magic. It was just pure mana you were emanating. So in the end, the problem was the mana. Mages with outstanding mana sensitivity will make magic out of mana. But did you know? We alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic, like magic engineering items, for example, or reagents. A system notification appeared. Red quartz reagent allows you to absorb a great amount of mana, allowing it to move with fluidity. Elvira Aniston said, "I will now use your mana as fuel to activate all of these magic engineering items." A system notification said, "Mana circuit connection complete." Elvira Aniston said, "A Crex mana separator, noise generator, elemental stimulator, claw hand, Hadouken vision disc, and Catlin mana purifier. If I activate all of these with an increased output at the same time, all of the mana in the area will evaporate. I'm sure that all of my creations that I've spent my entire life making will get ruined." She thought to herself, not all of the students have evacuated yet. This way, the maids need more time too, but try to break past this too. As she activated all of her items and they surrounded Lucy Merrill, a system notification said, "Overload. The amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool." Elvira Aniston looked at Lucy Merrill as the items exploded. Lucy Merrill remained standing. Elvira Aniston was shocked and thought to herself, calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but nobody does it because it's not academically valuable. No one has that much mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop them in the first place. The time it took to apprehend the people at Ophelis Hall. Head maid Belle Maya, 4th year top magic faculty student Traciana Bloomliver, 4th year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy. Waitfeld's 14 high-class maids, 2nd year top alchemy faculty student Elvira Aniston, 3 minutes. As Lucy Merrill walked past her, she then grabbed Lucy Merrill's foot and said, "Don't you think you'll regret it if you keep going? You could have just sent the entire Ophelis Hall flying with this amount of mana, but the fact that you've done all this must be because you also think that Ed wouldn't have wanted this either, right?" And she stopped. Lucy Merrill used her magic, whispering, "That's something I'll decide after meeting Tanya." Suddenly, Clebius appeared behind her, interrupting. "Is that so?" he said, swinging his sword at her. A barrier formed, effortlessly stopping his attack. Clebius smirked. "I'm a crazy fool who's out of his mind." Elvira gasped. "Clebius?" Clebius retorted, "I'm not letting you get past here, you fool." Lucy and Clebius locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. Lucy charged a small amount of her power into her hand and flicked it toward Clebius's stomach. The energy hit him like a cannonball, sending him flying backward. As he hit the ground, Clebius muttered to himself, "Time taken to apprehend 2nd year top combat faculty student Clebius, 1 second." In another scene, Wade confronted Jix with fury. "If so, then I'll achieve my goal, even if by force." "Give me Tanya," he yelled, charging at Jix. Jix calmly dropped his saber and dodged Wade's sword with ease. Picking up his saber, Jix countered with a rapid series of stabbing motions. Wade's thoughts raced. What the Islam family swordsmanship? No, it's too drastic and wild to belong to them. This technique, it's like the swordsmanship of a beast that roamed the northern grasslands before being civilized by the Islamist state. Wade analyzed Jix's movements further. It's free-spirited, yet not entirely detached from theory. This is raw, practical swordsmanship. However, it's incomplete. His center of gravity is too high. That's a weak spot. "I've won," Wade declared as he aimed a strike at Jix's side. But suddenly, a system notification appeared. Windblade. Jix deflected Wade's sword effortlessly and followed up with a punch to Wade's face. "Keek," Wade cried out, collapsing to the ground. "You want to keep going?" Jix asked coldly. Wade, trembling, forced himself to his feet. "Kek. Kek. Of course. I'm someone who enjoys fighting strong opponents. Facing someone like you is an opportunity I can't pass up. Please, entertain me some more." Jix sighed. "How unsightly, Wade. You don't enjoy fighting, you enjoy victory. You only show drive when there's a chance you might win. Isn't that right? Wade froze, stunned. What? If you truly wanted to fight strong opponents, Jix continued, you wouldn't have chosen me. Among the magic faculty second years, I'm not even the strongest, Lucy Merrill is. Wade stammered. That. Still making excuses? Jix said, deflecting Wade's next strike with ease. Then that's all you amount to, a coward. With a swift motion, Jix brought his sword to Wade's throat. Panting heavily, Wade muttered, then what should I have done against such an impossible opponent? That would just be foolish. Exactly, Jix replied coolly. That's your limit. A deafening blast shook the building as Lucy Merrill destroyed a wall outside. Clebius remembered his father's words, pride is the cause of death for more warriors than anything else in the world. Beware of those who believe it's a virtue to charge forward with blind confidence in their abilities. Do not respect those who gamble their lives recklessly to prove themselves. Clebius trembled, gripping his dagger tightly. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is your weapon. He took out a dagger in his leg and stabbed his chest and said in pain, Hub, oop, and he said to himself, however, if you live like that, one day, a day will come when your feet are unable to leave the floor. Even though, as you always have, you can escape quickly, there will be a time when your feet will not want to lift from the floor. Although your entire body may tremble, fascinatingly enough, your hand that holds your sword will be firm and steady. Although loss will be inevitable, your body will still strive to move forward. Remember that feeling, son, for that is conviction. As Clebius transforms and became serious, Elvira was shocked and said to himself, That's Clebius? Lucy Merrill summoned Ed Roth-Taylor's bow with her magic and notched an arrow. A system notification appeared. Mid-rank fire magic, Flame Pillar X100. 100 flaming arrows shot toward Clebius, erupting into a series of explosions. Amid the smoke, Clebius thought to himself, I haven't forgotten my promise not to kill anyone. The reason I can still fight like this is because I know I can't kill that monster with just this much. Lucy's eyes widened as she turned. He's faster. A system notification appeared. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Clebius grinned as he pushed through the protective barrier, only to be shot in the chest and thrown backward. Sliding across the ground, Clebius steadied himself again. He thought to himself, more wounds are forming. More blood is spilling. At this rate, it wouldn't be strange for me to faint from the blood loss. Yet, as his injuries grew, the mana surrounding his sword and body only intensified, burning brighter with each drop of blood spilled. Clebius suddenly leaped toward Lucy Merrill, his movements sharp and ferocious. Lucy turned, her eyes narrowing as realization struck. This is a cursed sword, she thought, the Nortondale family's taboo, blood swordsmanship. As Clebius descended, attempting to shatter her barrier from above, he let out a guttural roar. Ka! Lucy quickly raised her hand, summoning a cascade of magic circles that shimmered and hummed with energy. She clenched her fist, and the circles unleashed a torrent of spells upon Clebius. Her expression shifted to shock as the attack seemed to fuel him. His strength surged, and he roared again, Ka! With an explosion of force, Clebius shattered the barrier. Lucy raised her palm, catching his sword mid-swing. The impact rippled through the air as she retaliated with a blast of overwhelming magic, creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Clebius still stood. Blood streamed down his body, but his gaze was unyielding. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source, he thought, a taboo among taboos. Memories flooded his mind, accusations and fear-filled whispers from his past. It's the sword demon. He killed another person. You demon monster. Why is a monster like that in our family? Even his family had shunned him. The Nortondale elders forbade him from inheriting the swordsmanship, declaring it cursed. But then, there was his brother. No, you're not a monster. Right, Clebius? The memory steadied him. His wounds began to close as his body regenerated. Slowly, he opened his eyes, calm yet fierce. The monster who mastered the taboo of blood swordsmanship on his own, Clebius thought. Sword demon, Clebius Nortondale. A bitter smile crept onto his face. Yeah, brother, but even you had to admit it, that's the real monster. Lucy Merrill prepared her next move. A system notification appeared. High-level lightning magic, divine punishment. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Jix and Tanya were running through the halls. We're almost there, Jix said, panting. Suddenly, Lortel Ketchel appeared, gesturing toward them. This way, she said, her tone calm yet firm. Jix froze in confusion. Lortel? Lortel pointed to a door at the end of the hallway. If you go through there, you can escape. Tanya groaned, clutching her side. Lortel smiled faintly. You're lucky, Tanya. You should thank Jix for coming with you. Still wary, Jix asked. Have you heard anything about Ed? Lortel's expression darkened. Not sure. Jix narrowed his eyes. What would you have done if Tanya had been alone? Lortel fell silent, her gaze turning cold. I would have ripped her to shreds. That would be rash, Jix said cautiously. You're right, Lortel replied, her smile sharpening. Instead of killing her outright, I'd start with her fingernails. Though I'm not sure what she'd confess. Tanya paled, stammering, No, it wasn't me. Lortel dismissed her panic. Relax, Tanya. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? But as she turned, her thoughts betrayed her calm facade. I can't beat you, so I'll let you go? No, that's not it. Jix's body tensed as his instincts screamed at him. Everyone in Sylvania knows, making an enemy of Lortel Cacheln is foolish. The moment she shows hostility, you can never predict what lies behind the door she directs you to. What am I supposed to do here? Back in the heat of battle, Alvira Aniston watched in shock. Stop, she murmured, watching Clebius endure another barrage of high-level magic. Lucy Merrill glared at him. How many times are you going to survive this level of magic? Clebius remembered his brother's voice. Don't blame yourself, Clebius. It's the fault of those who sought to test your power, not yours. This isn't a curse. His brother's words continued to echo. The conviction to hold the line against an overwhelming army is the power our progenitor, Belcas Nortondale, used to protect the family. With that strength, you can become a hero like him. Clebius grit his teeth, pain and anger merging into resolve. Damn it, brother. You were wrong. Charging toward Lucy Merrill, his mind replayed his past. The Nortondale family has a sword demon. Ed Rothtailor's chilling observation floated in the air. Even if Clebius acts human, once he loses rationality, his surroundings become a sea of blood. Antiquated concepts like morality do not apply to a monster who bathes in blood. Lucy Merrill fired another high-level spell, her determination unwavering as Clebius closed the distance. Clebius leapt forward, closing the gap between himself and Lucy Merrill with ferocious determination. Just as he approached, a powerful burst of magic struck him, halting his charge. Lucy's eyes locked onto him, her expression shifting from confidence to shock as his sword nearly grazed her. Clebius froze, his grip trembling. I can become a hero with this power, he thought, but the thought quickly soured. A memory surfaced, his brother's gentle voice from the past. It's a relief that it was me you killed this time and not someone else, since I at least can forgive you. So don't blame yourself too much. Clebius's heart sank. The true hero died that day, at the hands of a monster, he thought bitterly. Back in the present, Clebius's voice cracked as he whispered, Fuck, I really can't go on any longer. He lowered his sword, his strength ebbing away. I don't want to become a hero, he murmured. I just don't want to become a monster. His body gave out, collapsing to the ground. Still, I've done my part, he thought, his vision fading. Lucy Merrill stood over him, her gaze unreadable. Clebius's thoughts flickered like a dying flame. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your sword and body increases as you become more wounded. The closer you are to death, the more power you possess. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. Yet, in that moment of powerlessness, an opportunity arose. A fleeting moment that could never be repeated. Perhaps it was the complacency of the strong or the determination of the weak, but Lucy had come closer to death than she ever had before. The fear of death, Clebius thought, a feeling Lucy Merrill had never known, now burned inside her. Driven by that fear, Lucy raised her hand, preparing to kill the weakened Clebius. Suddenly, a bolt of magic shot toward her foot, forcing her to stagger back. Both Lucy and Clebius turned toward the source, a hooded figure in the distance. Clebius squinted through the haze. What the fuck? He groaned. As I'd thought, the hooded figure stepped forward, revealing Ed Rothtailor. Clebius's eyes burned with anger. You were alive, you motherfucker, he snarled. In the halls, Jix shielded Tanya Rothtailor as chaos erupted around them. Now what? There's no time, Jix thought frantically. I need to hurry and decide. Lortel, Jix began, but his words were cut short as the window beside them shattered. Both Jix and Lortel Cacheln turned, stunned, as Janica Faylover crashed through the broken glass, landing directly on Lortel. Ah, Lortel, Janica exclaimed, shaking her head like a dog to rid herself of shards of glass and rainwater. Janica? Lortel hissed. Clearly caught off guard, Janica pointed directly at Tanya. "Ah, I found her." A tense silence followed. Lortel glanced at Janica, her thoughts racing. Janica, she seems completely fine, even after the news about Ed. Or could it be? Has she gone crazy? No? Maybe? Janica tilted her head. Am I misinterpreting the situation? Marilda, standing nearby, chuckled. No, if anything, you've arrived at the perfect time. Back in the battlefield, Clebius glared at Ed with fiery resentment. You were alive, you motherfucker. Ed stepped forward, his voice calm. Is that you, Clebius? Yeah, it's me, Clebius replied weakly. I know. I got hella beat up. All that fighting was for nothing. I could never reach her, not even if I put my life on the line. I should have run away. But am I the only idiot here? Everyone else is so weak, yet they still ran to stop her somehow. His voice cracked. Nobody asked her to, yet Elvira Aniston stood up and sacrificed everything she worked for her entire life. She believed she could be something like a hero, even while being destroyed. Fuck. Sus fuck. Why would she let me run away? Clebius collapsed again, his exhaustion overwhelming him. Ed's voice softened. Thank you, Alvira Clebius. Your efforts weren't meaningless, they were truly valuable. Alvira looked at him in shock. You? Clebius let out a bitter laugh. I'm just a dumb fucking loser. An insect, I know T-It, I know. Alvira knelt beside him, shaking him. Clebius, get it together. Ed watched silently, his thoughts heavy. These aren't empty words, he thought. I'm really shocked. Ed Rothtaylor stood amidst the chaos, rain pouring heavily around him. His thoughts were solemn. I know all the main characters in this academy, every strength, every flaw, but I never thought anyone, even myself, would have the ability to do this. He looked at the battlefield. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for me to arrive. Yet, he stood alone all that time. His gaze shifted to Lucy Merrill, who stood silently before him, her magic emanating powerfully. He muttered to himself, the failed swordsman of Sylvania's third act, the final boss against the awakened one, against Lucy. As Lucy Merrill stood silently, Ed Rothtaylor said, I'm sorry, Lucy. I should have told you in advance. Based on the situation, I had to die. But I was also in an extreme situation where my life was at risk, so I couldn't prepare anything in advance. So, I couldn't let you know. Lucy's steely gaze softened as she dropped her magic hat and stepped toward him. Her voice trembled. I thought you were dead. Tears streamed down her face as Ed opened his arms and hugged her gently. I'm still here, Ed said softly. See, I'm right here. The rain poured harder, a backdrop to their poignant reunion. Elsewhere, Jix watched the scene from a distance, his own thoughts racing. After everything I've endured, after entering civilization, I was confident nothing would ever make me feel fear again. Nearby, Janica Failover stood in a precarious position, awkwardly straddling Lortel Keshon after their unexpected collision. She pointed dramatically. I found you, Tanya. I've been looking everywhere. Marilda glanced at them with disbelief. Janica, oblivious, shook rainwater off her hair like a dog, her expression fierce. Jix clenched his fists. These two aren't in their right minds after hearing about Ed's supposed death. If that's the case, before he could finish his thought, Janica interjected. Wait, I have something important to say about Ed. Her words were cut off as Jix attacked, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Dust and debris filled the air as Tanya Rothtaylor coughed violently. Tanya, Jix barked, his voice sharp. Think clearly. Follow the path this way and run. You'll come to a forked road, go west. Keep running like crazy until you reach the life buildings. Once you've lost them, find a safe place and ask for help. Tanya looked at him, fear and confusion etched on her face. But what about you? I'll hold them off, Jix said firmly. I might not be able to stop them, but I'll buy you time. Tanya's voice broke. Why would you go so far? Jix hesitated before answering, his voice softer. Because you're Ed's younger sister. Just consider yourself lucky and run. Reluctantly, Tanya obeyed, dashing into the rain. Jix exhaled deeply, preparing himself. I'm prepared. I'm sure you won't hear me out no matter what I say now. Janica, I completely understand your feelings. Since I also have someone I love. As Janica Failover said, got it, Lortel? Huh? Wait, what? Lortel Ketchum said, phew. Jix said, just the thought of losing that person hurts so much. I'm sure your entire body is burning up in fury. You have no choice but to feel that way. Since he's the person you love, since you loved Ed more than anyone. Why wouldn't I know how serious and precious your love towards Ed is? The passionate love and feelings you had towards Ed will remain in your heart in whatever way and become a part of. And he was shot by a magic flame and said in pain, "Ack," as the blast came out of the building and it stopped. Jix became unconscious. Janica Failova pokes him with her staff and said he's not dead.
Ed's not dead.
Ed's not dead, I said. So please just stop. And Janica Faylover continues to poke Jix. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor still hugs Lucy Merrill in the rain, and he said to himself, spring rain is falling. The petals on the street and the flowers left in the gardens get swept away by spring's rains, and the seasons take on a new image. Emotions are the same. Once it is all released and you regain your composure, even stable relationships can enter new conditions. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glock was the same way she felt about Ed, but those overlapping feelings were similar yet slightly different. What is that difference? Lucy Merrill suddenly pushed Ed Roth Taylor away, and Ed Roth Taylor said in confusion, "Huh?" Lucy Merrill blushed and said, "Huff, huff." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Lucy?" And he said to himself, although he had only said her name as he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized what this emotion was, as she became hot in the pouring rain. Lucy Merrill said to herself, "The scent of settled grass makes you feel serene. There are times when that refreshing scent wafts over from the stack of hay piled near the hut. I just lie around, letting it linger, since I don't particularly dislike the smell." However, the maids felt quite the opposite. People who smoke every day carry the heavy scent of cigarettes on their bodies, and girls who spend their youth running through a peach garden will always have the smell of peaches on them, don't you think? What I mean to say is, once you catch a certain scent on someone's body, like the smell of grass, it's difficult to ignore or change how you perceive it. Ed Roth Taylor said there's still lots to do. Soon the Academy people will arrive, so we don't have much time. Since it's come to this, I have to explain my circumstances. But it'd be difficult to clear things up with so many people. Janica has gone to find Tanya. It should be fine to tell Clebius and Alvira. Jix and Lortel should be okay too. As Ed Roth Taylor picks up Lucy Merrill's magic hat, he continues, "Yes, now that the rain has stopped, let's go see the others." He hands the magic hat to Lucy Merrill, and she blushes, staring at Ed Roth Taylor. Lucy Merrill said, "What did you say?" She immediately puts on the magic hat, and Ed Roth Taylor says, "That's what I thought. You weren't listening, were you? Pay attention. You'll definitely have to face the disciplinary committee for this. And since Clebius and Alvira are quite injured, you owe them an apology." Lucy Merrill, confused, said, "An apology?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Yes, because they got hurt while blocking you. And from the looks of it, Alvira lost nearly everything related to the magic engineering item she'd been working on for so long." Lucy Merrill said, "She came at me first, and Clebius bled like a waterfall or something. He cut himself and lost that blood." She said to herself, "Although the magic I use may seem cruel from their perspectives." Ed Roth Taylor said, "So you should apologize." Lucy Merrill said, But I. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, from Lucy's perspective, she worked hard to ensure those who came for her wouldn't die. Lucy Merrill, confused, said, "Huh?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "If you don't want to, then I will take care of it since I'm also responsible." Lucy Merrill, shocked, froze and said to herself, he sighed, "I'm being treated like a pathetic person. I'm being hated. Ed is disappointed in me." Lucy Merrill said, "No, I got it. I'll apologize." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Oh, good. How wise of you." Lucy Merrill said to herself, the scent of grass. As she sees Ed Roth Taylor in a different way, Ed Roth Taylor says, "It seems you're not hurt anywhere," which makes sense. "Anyway, we don't have time, so let's go." As Lucy Merrill blushes and feels love in the air, she says to herself, "When I smell that scent of grass, if I let my guard down for even a second, I can't breathe and feel shivers down my spine. Why has this happened? I thought he was just someone who took care of my perfect nap spot at camp. Sitting together by the fire, eating together, lying down comfortably on the bed I always fell asleep on. That's how a little more than a year passed together at the camp. Together, the mixing happening together, led to this scent of grass." As Ed Roth Taylor walked past her, she was shocked and felt shivers down her tiny spine. Ed Roth Taylor said, "I'm sure Janica's been having trouble finding Tanya. I'm indebted to her again, so let's hurry and wrap things up and do something for Janica." As Lucy Merrill grabs Ed Roth Taylor's coat, she cries, "Do you really have to leave now?" Ed Roth Taylor, confused, looked at her. In a different scene, at the Ophelis Hall, central entrance, Janica Faylover looks angry as Jix Effelstein apologizes and says, while bowing down, "I'm sorry." As Clebius Nortondale and Alvira Aniston rest in a corner, Ed Roth Taylor says, "Nice. Everyone's here." Suddenly he notices something and says, "Huh? What are you doing, Lortel?" Lortel Keshon, looking back, blushes and tries to hide her emotions. She suddenly says, "Ahem," and looks back at Ed Roth Taylor saying, "So you were safe after all, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lortel Keshon says, "Worry? Of course not. Thinking logically, I knew you weren't someone who'd die so easily." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Oh." Lortel Keshon says, "And you even had Delheim's hourglass as one of the magic engineering items you requested from me. It's important for merchants to always remain calm and rational." As Jix Effelstein looks at her, confused, Lortel Keshon says, "I was composed while checking all the facts. Right, Jix?" Jix Effelstein nods and says, "Ah, yes." Lortel wasn't emotionally stirred at all. "Of course, Tanya was very suspicious, so I did say a few harsh things, but there was no physical harm done," as he remembers how she looked a while ago. Lortel Keshon sweats nervously and says, "Yes, that's true." She fixes Ed Roth Taylor's collar and says, "There's no way I'd have thought you'd die, Ed. Well, seeing your face like this does put me at ease. It seems I was a bit worried after all." "I guess you did make me anxious, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Yeah." Lortel Keshon says, "There's nothing free in this world. You're going to pay me for making me anxious, right?" Ed Roth Taylor, confused, says, What?" She pulls Ed Roth Taylor closer and tips on her toes to reach him. Suddenly, she was shocked. Lucy Merrill pushed Lortel Keshon back. Lortel, confused, looked at Lucy, who was blushing, and stammered, "Lucy?" Suddenly, Lucy bumped into Ed Roth Taylor's crotch. A shiver ran down her spine as she felt something long. The room fell silent. Lortel, Jix Effelstein, and Janica Faylover stared at her wordlessly. Lortel thought to herself, "No way, Lucy, you." She sweated nervously. Ed Roth Taylor gently touched Lucy's head and said, "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lortel was just saying she was worried. "There's no need to be like that. I understand that your emotions have finally calmed down, but..." Lucy heated up like a kettle, sweat dripping nervously down her face. Janica Faylover thought to herself, "Normally, Lucy's actions have no emotion behind them, yet my senses are telling me." Without hesitation, she grabbed Lucy's arm, pulled her away, and blushed. "You're too close," Janica exclaimed, hugging Lucy tightly. In her mind, she screamed, "This is an emergency." Lucy pushed Janica away and cried, "Ka!" The tension electrified the air as Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stared at each other with fury in their eyes. Ed Roth Taylor, thoroughly confused, said, "What the?" Jix Effelstein watched the scene unfold, his eyes sparkling with realization. He muttered, "Oh ho, this." Lucy, Janica, and Lortel continued to silently glare at each other, gritting their teeth and sweating. Jix thought to himself, "I see exactly what's going on between these girls." Suddenly, Alvira Aniston interrupted, "Excuse me." Jix turned to her, confused. Alvira continued, "I thought we didn't have much time." Ed Roth Taylor snapped out of his confusion and said, "Yeah." He thought to himself, "The Academy people will arrive soon. I told everyone I would hide the fact that I was alive and simply explain the reason." Lucy apologized to Clebius and Alvira and decided to help find Tanya, who had run away. Jix seemed a bit wistful about something, but we all agreed on a story for what happened before turning everyone back from being frozen as stone. Kadek suddenly flinched and gently opens his eyes. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "So, I had to disappear from the Academy before it was discovered that I was alive." A few moments later, under the full moon, Clebius Nortondale woke up with a jolt. Hope, what happened? My injuries are healed. With magic?" He looked up, shocked. What the?" Alvira Aniston, sitting nearby, smirked. "Why are you being so extra, idiot Clebius?" Clebius sat up and stammered, Just what the hell is happening? Am I dead?" "Well," he muttered, "I was fighting non-stop and died, so I can't exactly complain about being called an idiot." Alvira grabbed his hair and pulled him close. "The Academy workers will arrive soon. You just have to testify that you stopped Lucy." "What?" Clebius exclaimed. "How am I supposed to say that I blocked that monster?" Alvira thought to herself, "It's always fun to discover new things as an alchemist." Lucy respectfully bowed her head and healed Clebius's injuries. Lortel wrote a guarantee for Ed Roth Taylor, promising to provide ample secret maintenance funds. Today was filled with a series of events none of them could have anticipated. Alvira gently put Clebius's head on her lap and said, "You just rest." Clebius groaned in pain. "Ack, what are you doing right now? Gosh!" They sat in silence for a moment. Then Clebius sighed. Saying something like this makes me feel defeated again, but who? It must have been Ed Roth Taylor who blocked Lucy. In the end, I couldn't beat him again, like an idiot. Ha! Elvira looked at him quietly, then whispered. Clebius Nortondale said, "Life's so rotten. I'm sure you'll yell at me not to whine again." Elvira Aniston gently caressed Clebius Nortondale's face and said, "You're right, life is pretty rotten." She gently stroked his face, gazing up at the sky. Ed thought to himself, there was a lot Elvira wanted to say, but in the end she just affirmed Clebius's words. They both looked up and watched the night sky for a long time. In that moment, a star quietly shone in their eyes, one they didn't even realize was there. In another scene, deep in the forest, Tanya Roth Taylor fell face first into the mud. Struggling to stand, she muttered, "Come on, legs. Move. I can't rest. She will definitely be chasing me. I really can't afford to get caught." Tears welled up in her eyes. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, unfortunately, no one was chasing Tanya. Tanya pushed forward, determined. I need to clear the murder accusations against me regarding Ed. I need to find out the truth. Ed thought to himself, now nobody thought Tanya had killed me. Crying, Tanya whispered to herself, I definitely can't get caught. Ed thought it would be great if someone could catch her and stop her from shadowboxing, but there was no way. Under the beautiful night sky, Tanya continued to run. Stay steadfast, Tanya Roth Taylor. The professor reported to the principal, saying, the investigation into Ed Roth Taylor's death is nearly concluded. We used photography magic to confirm the scene situation. While we couldn't perfectly reenact the scene, the testimony of the witness, Janica Faylover, aligns with it. The vassal stabbed the victim, Ed Roth Taylor, and he fell off the cliff. This has all been confirmed. The vassals of the Roth Taylor family, who appear to be the culprits, have been imprisoned in a facility in the academy basement. Though their punishment will eventually be transferred to the royal palace, we still need to report the truth. Sylvania Academy Principal Obel Forcius replied, I believe Ed's death is basically confirmed. We need to organize the facts and prepare to report them to the royal palace. The professor responded, Yes, I will organize them properly. Principal Obel Forcius continued, the academy must conclude matters in whatever way we can. The influence of one student's death was greater than expected. Lucy was devastated by the news of Ed Roth Taylor's death, the professor said. The students had to evacuate in the middle of the night. Obel Forcius added, he must have been a student with significant influence, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, Lucy was stopped by Clebius Nortondale, the top student of the second-year combat faculty. And things were resolved when Lucy, found sitting quietly in the rose garden, was secured. The principal mused, was he that capable? Incredible. The academy should prepare a commendation for Clebius. As for Lucy, we can open a disciplinary committee hearing and conclude matters there. At the disciplinary committee hearing, Sylvania Academy Vice Principal Rachel remarked, Elvira Aniston said, we saw Lucy Merrill. She continued, we have the petitions from the injured students, Clebius and Elvira. The damage included the third-floor outer wall of the dormitory where Tanya's room was, the opposite hallway's outer wall, the entrance to Ophelis Hall, the marble floor of the rose garden, and a gazebo. It's not insignificant, but compared to the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, it's minimal. It would have ended with a light punishment if there had just been one more thing to reflect upon. She added, other educational facilities, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania the best educational facility right now. That's because it produced a rare genius mage, and the academy uses that as advertisement. Expulsion is not an option. If possible, it'd be great not to leave any disciplinary records. Lucy Merrill yawned. Sylvania Academy Vice Principal muttered irritably to herself, even though I'm trying to give her a light punch, she's showing no sign of reflection. The top student in the school has no class. She wrote on a paper and said, your scholarship eligibility will be revoked for this semester. You will receive 10 days of suspension. Your student facility use privileges will be revoked for 70 days. And your practical exam score will be lowered by 2 ranks. Your eligibility to stay in Ophelia Hall will be revoked. If you accept, please sign here. To herself, she thought, although it may seem like a heavy punishment, the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Association has already paid her tuition in full. Lucy Merrill responded, I accept. The vice principal thought, even if her grades fall by 2 ranks, the distance between her and Jix, ranked second, is still vast. She doesn't use school facilities at all, so basically nothing will change. Suddenly, Belle Maya interrupted, saying, wait 1 second. I am Belle Maya, the maid in charge of Ophelis Hall, and I am here as a witness. This may be presumptuous of me, but please reconsider Lady Lucy's disciplinary matter. I don't think a punishment like this will truly make Lady Lucy reflect. I recommend adjusting the punishment's contents. Lucy Merrill shouted at the vice principal. Wait, no, I want to sign the disciplinary plan from earlier. Belmaya grabbed Lucy Merrill by the chest from behind and said, sending Lady Lucy out of Ophalis Hall isn't a punishment, it's a reward. So I request that you at least limit her leaving. She lifted Lucy up like a little girl. Lucy Merrill cried, give me the paper. Suspend me from school. Just suspend me from school. Belmaya continued, the dorms will go through a probation period. We, the Ophalis Hall maids, will all do our best to stand guard and monitor her 24 hours a day. As Lucy Merrill shouted, let me go. Sylvania Academy Vice Principal handed over the paper and said, then, with the senior maid's opinion, we'll have 30 days of probation. To herself, she thought, luckily, there won't be any disciplinary records remaining. Belmaya said, thank you for considering my opinion. Lucy Merrill cried, no, I apologize. I am truly reflecting. Please, not that. Belmaya said, Lady Lucy. Lucy Merrill looked at her silently. Belmaya gazed at her with a powerful aura and said, I will show you my ability to ensure you can't go outside at all. As they walked away, Sylvania Academy Vice Principal muttered, so Lucy is under probation for a while. In a different scene, Ed Roth Taylor stretched his arms and said to Janica Failover, the punishment definitely is light, although I'm sure Lucy must feel like dying. Janica Failover continued to cook for Ed Roth Taylor like a devoted wife and said, who? Yeah, it must be because Elvira and Klebia spoke well for her, like you asked them to, right, Ed? She then looked at Ed Roth Taylor and said, Tada, this is a beef stew I cooked a lot when I was back home. It's the dish I'm most confident at making. Ed Roth Taylor clapped his hands and said, oh. Janica Failover said, ahem. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, laundry, spirit class, school lessons, and cooking. She's stubborn about doing them all herself. I wonder if this is what it means for someone to be purely kind. At this point, where the student council president elections were about to take place, there were three things that bothered Ed Roth Taylor the most. First, Princess Phenia, who seemed to have almost completely lost the will to become the student council president. Second, Tanya Roth Taylor, who was supposed to become the villain to oppose Princess Phenia but was currently missing. And lastly, Roth Taylor's two vassals, Kidek and Knox, who were imprisoned at the academy. He thought, I put on that kind of show so that Crepin Roth Taylor would hear about my death and completely stop thinking about me. However, because things have gotten twisted, Kidek and Knox, with my murder charges, have been arrested at the academy. He sighed deeply and thought to himself, I need to free them somehow and make Crepin think I am dead for good. Only then can this stuffy life of seclusion come to an end. Janica Failover said, since you were a noble young master from a duke's family, you get involved in all sorts of things even after being excommunicated. Ed Roth Taylor, confused, said, Janica Failover replied, I'm just a countryside farm girl, so I don't know what your life is like. That's why I can't comfort you properly, acting like I know everything when I don't at all and telling you to cheer up. Saying that kind of stuff is meaningless and wouldn't seem sincere. Ed Roth Taylor said, you can comfort me without thinking that deeply. You've already helped me more than enough, but I still want you not to worry. This is just me being greedy. Janica Failover, while looking at Ed Roth Taylor, said, I just would like it if you'd stop having such a hard time. Ed Roth Taylor looked at her silently. Suddenly, they both turned away from each other, and Janica Failover said, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, being alone with Janica these days means that sometimes there is a sudden quiet. It's not awkward, but it does feel strange. Janica Failover stood up. Ed Roth Taylor said, thanks so much, Janica. You're the only one who worries this much about me. Janica Failover said, ugh. After saying it, I feel embarrassed. She laughed, ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha. She then said, anyway, the most important thing right now is to find Tanya. I don't know what she's doing or where, but I'm sure you're worried too. Ed Roth Taylor replied, there's a place I have a feeling she might have gone to, and he thought to himself, at first, I was surprised that Tanya wasn't how I remembered. In The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Tanya Roth Taylor was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. But I confirmed Tanya's toughness with my own two eyes. Tanya will be doing fine. I'm sure she's holding on well somewhere, planning for the future. Like always, with confidence and elegance. Meanwhile, in Tanya Roth Taylor's room, she trembled and cried in her bed. She said, Choo, I really never gave any orders to kill B-Brother. Princess Phenia listened to her. Phenia thought to herself, before Tanya came, I heard that Ed Roth Taylor had died. In order to deal with my complicated relationship with Ed, I canceled most of the work I'd been behind on and advanced some tasks to work on them. I wanted to find a time to properly talk with him, and with 1 day left, Ed Taylor died. If I'd been 1 day faster, this wouldn't have happened, but my petty pride stopped me from doing that. Princess Phenia, seated next to Tanya Taylor, whispered to herself, "The goal I've been continuously preparing and gathering resources for since my enrollment, becoming the student council president at Sylvania. Although it's weak compared to the power of the royal family, it would allow me to have power within my own independent territory of Sylvania. I wouldn't end up as the third princess who only relied on the royal family." She paused, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her. "And I'd obtain the independent position as Sylvania Academy's student council president, not by using the background of the royal family, but through my own position, to deal with the darkness within the Taylor family and the royal family." But now, after hearing about Ed Taylor's death, she was sure of it. I would. But now I'm sure of it. The image of Ed Taylor's death lingered in her mind as she pushed her table, the news echoing in her head. She cried quietly, whispering to herself, "I am someone who should never have power." Suddenly, Claire's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Princess Phenia, can I come in?" Princess Phenia looked back, her face drawn, and said, "Come in, Claire." Claire entered, her arms supporting a dirty and exhausted Tanya Taylor. Tanya was breathing heavily, clearly struggling. Princess Phenia, still confused, stared at her. "Tanya Taylor?" Princess Phenia said to herself, "Although I don't know exactly what's happened, according to the Academy's primary investigation, there is a high possibility that Ed was assassinated by vassals from the Taylor family. Other than Ed, who was excommunicated, she's the only person left on Arkan Island. From the Taylor family." Tanya looked up, her face a mixture of fear and grief, and said, I don't know if you'll believe me, B, but I truly didn't kill B, brother." Tanya's sobs grew louder, and she trembled, still in shock. "Heek?" Without thinking, Princess Phenia rushed to her and hugged her tightly. "You've suffered, Tanya Taylor." As she held Tanya, Princess Phenia thought to herself, "I need to learn from my mistakes." She looked away for a moment, then turned back to Tanya, her voice gentle yet firm. "Come in and tell me everything that's happened until now, okay? From now on, let's not make the mistake of drawing conclusions just from seeing the family name Taylor." "Tanya Taylor, I've decided to believe you. So, I'll help hide you here until the situation clears up a bit." Tanya, still trembling, nodded as she sat beside Princess Phenia. "Thank you so much, Princess Phenia." "I'm indebted to you." Princess Phenia smiled softly. "No, this is something I should do. You'll be able to stay here safely for a while without getting caught." She thought to herself, "She's a girl with a soft temper. To think I'd been planning on having a political fight with a girl like this." Just as she was processing everything, Claire's voice broke the silence. "Princess, there is a guest in the reception room." Princess Phenia nodded. "Yes, I'm coming." As she walked away, she thought to herself, "My true opponent is someone else." In the reception room, Princess Phenia faced Lortel, who was holding a cold cup of tea. Lortel looked up, her expression composed but calculating. "How have you been?" Lortel asked, her tone almost too polite. "Ed's death is truly a shame, but we still need to carry out the Academy's plans. Don't you agree, Princess Phenia?" Princess Phenia's eyes narrowed. "So why did you come looking for me?" The chaotic Academy political situation. The only person who has completely analyzed and understood this situation was Lortel. Lortel, unbothered by the tension in the air, took a slow sip from her tea before continuing, her voice cold and direct. "I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya Taylor." Lucy Merrill sat in her room silent, and she whispered to herself, "Kill me." She added in a soft murmur, "Day 29 until the end of probation." In a different scene, 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phenia met, Water Spirit Leisha charged toward Ed Taylor. He blocked her attack with his dagger, managing to defeat her. As Leisha splattered onto the ground, multiple spirits suddenly appeared, targeting Ed. Lowering his guard, Ed was approached by Mug, who said, "Wow, incredible reaction time and ability. I, the Fire Spirit Mug, am touched. Let's call it a day, young Master Ed." Mid-rank Water Spirit Leisha remarked, "I think your close combat skills are impressive for a mage. You've been training for quite some time, haven't you?" Ed Taylor responded, "Who? It's all thanks to you. You're a perfect opponent for a duel. Mug's too small." A system notification appeared. Advanced crafting skill slot unlocked. Spirit formula infusion skill proficiency. 25 force amplification factor, 5% infusion success rate, 95% fire spirit formula proficiency, 6 water spirit formula proficiency, wind spirit formula proficiency, 4 contracted spirits, low rank fire spirit mug spirit connection, 22 spirit understanding, 27 blessing of recovery explosion, mid-rank water spirit Leisha spirit connection, 11 spirit understanding, 10 blessing of rhetoric waterhead manifestation, high-rank wind spirit Marilda spirit connection, 4 spirit understanding, 3 blessing of wind updraft. Ed Roth Taylor said, training with Marilda. That's a bit too much. Leisha replied, I think fighting with Marilda would be more beneficial. As Ed did 100 push-ups while Leisha spoke, he muttered, with that house-sized wolf, I'd be sent to the afterlife. Huff, Leisha explained. High-rank spirits can freely change their forms. That's how she can travel around Arkan Island so easily. Ed, sweating, said, who? He then thought to himself, I feel strangely pleased. A system notification appeared. Stamina, 14 intellect, 15 talent, 13 willpower, 12 luck, 11 combat magic, 12 life alchemy. 11 Ed muttered to himself, stats barely increase once they've passed 15. From here on, you need to fulfill specific conditions like clearing hidden quests. Another system notification appeared. Ed Roth Taylor age, 18 grade, senior achievements, elaborate survivor, 1 year high-rank spirit summoner. Ed thought, considering the stats I can gain as Ed Roth Taylor, I'm getting closer to the upper limit. And he said to himself, once my long-term goal of Miday rank magic is achieved, should I think of a special ability? I can't get complacent here and stop growing. Ed Roth Taylor said, all right, and he noticed someone and said, huh? Lortel Kachelm, covering her mouth and blushing, looked at Ed Roth Taylor's chiseled abs and chest with sweat and said, oh my. I was enjoying the view. She wiped Ed's sweat and said, I know it's frustrating to live in seclusion, but you should rest when you can. Ed replied, is that so? Honestly, I feel more at ease here than in the forest. My food, clothing, and shelter are all provided by others. Lortel glanced at mid-rank water spirit Leisha and asked, Janica? Ed nodded, mostly yeah. Lortel smirked and said, then you've been training with spirits. She winked teasingly, adding, She suddenly grabbed Ed's arm and pressed it beside her chest. Then the spirits must be watching all of this. Mug panicked and shouted, an emergency. She disapproved silently, but Lortel laughed. Ed asked, what are you trying to do? Lortel, still clinging to Ed's arm, replied, I'm going to visit Princess Phenia soon. I thought of a few ways to make some money from the elections. I want to finalize the deal with her before that. She continued, as you requested, releasing the 2 knights, Kedek and Nox, would be easy, but it's not for free, so I'd like to take the deposit now. Ed, confused, asked, deposit? Lortel replied, can you hug me once? She stared at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ed, shocked and sweating, hesitated. He closed his eyes, and as his arms slowly moved toward her, Lortel's heart raced. Suddenly, Ed hugged her, and she felt the warmth of his sweat-soaked body. Lortel was shocked, confused, and felt a strange sensation. She touched his chest and said, wait, Ed. She pushed him away, exclaiming, Ed. Ed, bewildered, asked, What are you doing? Lortel, flustered, said, normally this kind of thing, attack and defense are separate, but this feels so different from the countless times I imagined it before. Why aren't you wearing clothes? You should know I'm already walking a tightrope in my heart. There's such a thing as common courtesy. Her face flushed with heat. Ed, still stunned, replied, I just did what you wanted. Ha! Lortel, regaining some composure, said, that's true, but, she whispered, to be honest, I came because I wanted a response in advance. Do you remember? My request for you to take my side once. Ed held her close again and said, so you're up to something. Lortel leaned in. I think I'll have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school turns against me, I want you, at least, to remain my ally. In the present at Phenia, exclusive royal dorms, Princess Phenia said so. Why did you come looking for me? Lortel Kacheln said I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya. As Jik said before, once you've lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You're the heir of Roth Taylor, so it'd be ideal if you could find Imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Lortel Kacheln thought to herself, Tanya, who headed towards the life buildings, will most likely be here. The fact that the academy doesn't know her whereabouts was telling. Princess Phenia asked, why are you coming out to find Tanya in the first place, Lortel? Lortel Kacheln smiled inwardly, thinking, although the princess is skilled at masking her expressions, She's right in my palm. Out loud, she replied, if I have to say, I have some business with her. As you know, I'm opportunistic and petty. While I may act weak to those I can't dare touch, I'm cruel to those weaker than me. Princess Phenia, sweating slightly, sipped her cup of cold tea and stared at it thoughtfully. The Roth-Taylor family has enough power that even the royal family can't recklessly touch them. I'm not sure if their heir, Tanya, is truly weaker than you. Isn't that something you should consider more? Lortel Kesheln responded confidently. I can't touch the Roth-Taylor family, but as someone who controls the economy of the life buildings, Tanya is weaker in my eyes. Of course, if you try to take her side, it'll be harder for me to get to her. But I've been preparing for this, knowing you'd act as you have. Princess Phenia looked at Lortel in silence, sweat beading on her forehead. Lortel, with a chilling smile, said, I'm going to run for student council president. If I hold that position as well as lead the association, won't Tanya have no choice but to come to me? If I am in a position of higher power, you won't be able to keep hiding. She continued, the Roth-Taylor's vassals have been arrested, and all routes outside of Arkan Island are under my control. Lortel turned and walked away. A few moments later, Princess Phenia spoke to Tanya Roth-Taylor. Lortel Kesheln's feelings towards Ed Roth-Taylor have always seemed special. Based on circumstantial evidence, she must believe you're the one responsible for his death. It's not a great situation. Tanya, eyes downcast, said quietly, Thank you for telling me, Princess Phenia. Princess Phenia looked at Tanya, her voice serious. I have no choice but to ask. If you weren't the one who planned to kill Ed Roth-Taylor, then who did? Tanya swallowed, her voice trembling as she confessed, It was me. Princess Phenia's eyes widened in shock. Tanya continued, explaining, the reason Kadek and Knox came to Sylvania was under the pretext of assisting me. But the one who gave that order was the patriarch of Roth-Taylor, Crepin Roth-Taylor. She paused, her voice faltering. My father, who never cared about Ed. The reason he suddenly made this extreme decision was probably because I mentioned Ed in my letter to him. The one who caused Ed to meet that dreadful end was me. Tanya's voice cracked as she began to cry. Princess Phenia, though shocked, said softly, That's not a crime. Tanya shook her head. But I can't just stay like this. Princess Phenia asked, Then do you have a plan? Tanya wiped her tears and nodded. In this land of learning, Sylvania, Ed didn't give up and showed me how much a person can change as long as they're alive. There is only one way for me to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder. I have to run for student council president. Princess Phenia's expression softened. It won't be easy. You're currently suspected of murdering your own family member. Tanya nodded. Yes, it won't be easy, but when I think of those who have helped me while I've been backed into this corner, and for Ed's sake, I cannot just stay intimidated like this. Princess Phenia smiled faintly. Then I will publicly support you. Tanya was shocked. Why would you go this far? Princess Phenia placed her soft hands on Tanya's trembling hands and whispered, I'm not sure. But I also have a debt to Ed Roth-Taylor that I couldn't repay. In another scene, Liena approached Lortel Kesheln. I've gathered all the related documents. Association leader Lortel. You're truly going to run in the elections. I've also heard that Tanya is planning to run, and there are rumors that Princess Phenia will support her. But given that Tanya is suspected of murdering her own family, I don't think she'll get much support. Liena continued, but you're doing most of the work yourself, and you're losing a lot of sleep. Will it really be possible to manage both the student council president position and the association? Lortel Kesheln replied. Curtly, only ask necessary questions, please. Liena, nervous, bowed. I'm sorry. I will submit this to the academy immediately. Lortel Kesheln thought to herself, the student council president elections at Sylvania Academy will begin with Ed Roth-Taylor dead. She muttered under her breath, what a useless question. She'll find out everything soon enough. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor, unaware of the growing political tides, thought to himself, the twisted scenario was unfolding with each passing minute, slipping through Lortel's hands. Elsewhere, Lucy Merrill, shocked and sweating, exclaimed, Oh, finally, I got it to stand up. She froze as she looked at her soft pillow, watching it fold under her touch. She turned to the maid and asked, So, how many days are left? The maid replied, The disciplinary action plan was passed yesterday, though it took a long time to process because the academy's been busy. Lucy Merrill gasped. Ah. The maid continued, That's how things go with administrative work. I think we'll have to restart the count from yesterday as day 1, so it's day 29 now. Lucy Merrill dropped onto her bed in disbelief. And Ed Roth-Taylor, far from her worries, thought to himself, however, time wasn't passing quickly for everyone. Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.